The morning mist enveloped the stone steps, dampening the hem of Nan Wang's trousers, while his fingers, gripping the broom, turned pale. The 3,000 steps of the Panlong Ridge coiled in the dawn light like a lifeless giant serpent. The disciple halls etched into the cliffside, resembling the countless falls. Smiles he had encountered over a decade of wandering through this narrative beneath the glossy veneer lay a hollow that consumed the blood and sweat of the menial disciples. 10 years ago, the overworked individual clutching the return of the Dragon's Sovereign Volume 4 during sleepless nights could never have envisioned himself as a mere backdrop. Within the story, a nameless menial lacking even a title. He had believed that holding the script of fate would allow him to defy destiny, yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. With a mere third-tier physique and resources, more pitiful than the cannon fodder in the tale, he had spent a decade as free labor in the Qingyun Sect. Nan Wang, the sharp screech of the overseer pierced through the morning fog like a poisoned needle. Lowering his gaze to sweep away fallen leaves from the crevices of the steps, he caught a glimpse of the overseer's overly dramatic pose, nose covered with a handkerchief, and suddenly recalled the depiction of the Qingyun Sect's path to ascension within the text. How ironic that this path, fervently pursued by countless mortals, was in essence a cage for hired ear cultivators to keep laborers. When the overseer tossed out the plum job of duty at the main hall, Nan Wang's nails dug deeply into his palm. He understood better than anyone that the rumors surrounding the Elder of the Sword Peak and his uncontrolled spiritual energy concealed a bloody trap born of a shattered heart. The time until he came of age loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head, and this so-called opportunity was merely a death warrant, hastening his descent into the abyss. Upon finishing the last step, Nan Wang gazed at the gray sky with a bitter smile. After a decade of being an undercover presence, he had swept from the dragon's tail to its waist, yet had never touched the head. The feeble trace of spiritual energy in his dantian was laughably insufficient, even unworthy of battling the most insignificant of demons in the story. How could he aspire to rise against fate? However, as he turned towards the main hall, he secretly tightened his grip around half of a jade slip he had unearthed in the barren fields the previous night. This was a detail overlooked in the original narrative. Within the depths of the dragon's spine lay an ancient seal, and the key to unlocking it was hidden in the fields cultivated by the menial disciples. As the morning mist gradually dispersed, Nan Wang ascended the white jade steps leading to the main hall. His third-tier physique fell out of place amidst the rich spiritual energy of the main peak. Yet, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes, contradicting the weariness of a decade of toil. Since the righteous path to immortality was impassable, he would dare to tread the path that no one in the text had ever ventured, unearthing the very foundations of this path to ascension to uncover the corpses and secrets buried beneath. Chapter 1. The 10th year of undercover in the immortal sect. The celestial cranes soared leisurely, circling above the Qingyun mountain range. The main peak of Qingyun mountain rose steep and perilous, its cliffs standing like fish scales, layered and extending upwards until they pierced the clouds. From a distance, the entire ridge resembled a colossal dragon coiled in repose, with numerous disciple halls carved into the dragon-shaped ridge. All external disciples of the Qingyun Sect resided within, engaging in the cultivation of immortality, learning the law, and seeking enlightenment. As their cultivation progressed, their dwelling places gradually approached the dragon's head, culminating in the grand hall atop the dragon's head, where they would pay homage to the inner sect. An ordinary external disciple, initially dwelling at the dragon's tail, could rise through sheer effort from the tail to the waist and ultimately to the head, entering the grand hall, joining the inner sect, and achieving great paths. Just the thought of it ignited a fervor within one's veins. Every year, countless individuals flocked to pursue this path to ascension, and Nan Wang had once been among them. 10 years later, however, Nan Wang found himself acutely aware of the truth behind the beautiful dream. Everything was false, an illusion. The Panlong Ridge, the path to ascension, and the majestic hall each was merely a bait to lure individuals into labor without reward. Rising early to clean the steps, Nan Wang gazed at the overcast sky and let out a mournful sigh for the umpteenth time. The Panlong Ridge comprised 3,000 steps, each requiring meticulous cleaning to ensure no speck of dust remained visible. Only then could his day's menial duties be deemed complete. This laborious and seemingly futile toil had consumed a full decade of his life. Each day, he worked from dawn until dusk, with only one day a week for rest. And the most outrageous part, there was no salary. No salary. The monthly stipends within the Qingyun Sect were distributed based on cultivation level and contributions, merely becoming an external disciple entitled one to a monthly allowance. However, to qualify as an external disciple required a minimum cultivation level of the 5th tier. Despite 10 years of strenuous effort, Nan Wang had only managed to break through to the 3rd tier. With a 3rd tier physique, he was entirely unworthy of external disciple status, relegated to remaining as a menial disciple within the sect, practicing the least effective methods for cultivation, burdened with the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks without remuneration. Upon reaching the age of maturity, he would be dismissed for being too old and lacking talent, completely forfeiting his qualifications to seek the path of immortality. 10 years of hard work had yielded nothing, and now he faced the prospect of being cast aside as he aged. This was the harsh truth buried beneath the path to ascension. Nan Wang. Nan Wang. The sharp, unpleasant voice of the overseer echoed from afar, unmistakably recognizable. Disciple is here. Nan Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, swiftly stowing away his broom, responding cheerfully. He possessed an enviable appearance, bright eyes and white teeth, a high nose, and thick, lustrous hair tied back. His skin, unafraid of the sun due to his cultivation, was as fair as frost, and each movement exuded both the youthful vitality of a boy and the elegance of a refined gentleman. Even clad in the coarse garments of a menial disciple, he stood out like a pearl dulled by dust. Regrettably, in the meritocratic Qingyun Sect, no matter how handsome Nan Wang appeared, his 3rd-year cultivation would earn him no favorable glances from anyone. Why, you reek of earth? Have you been to the field again? You truly don't listen, spending all day on futile tasks. The overseer, from a distance, displayed his distaste by covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, his exaggerated gestures more befitting a palace eunuch than a cultivator. Nan Wang pressed his lips together, his hands falling to his sides, remaining silent. On days without a scheduled break, or those when he finished his tasks early, he did indeed venture into the barren fields. Farming was not the disciple's duty, but Nan Wang felt it a waste to leave the vast, overgrown fields at the foot of the mountain idol. Thus, he took it upon himself to cultivate vegetables and fruits that the mountain disciples looked down upon, allowing himself a small feast during harvest season. However, despite his frequent visits to the fields, Nan Wang was meticulous about personal hygiene. He bathed and changed daily, ensuring he bore no trace of sweat, let alone the scent of earth. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the overseer was deliberately seeking fault, bullying a soft target. As the overseer approached, he noticed something amiss with Nan Wang's demeanor and remarked in surprise, "What's this? I'm merely offering you a little advice, and you're displeased? How could that be? Brother, your golden words are something I cherish deeply. I was merely lost in contemplation of their meaning." Nan Wang flashed a smile, speaking with utmost respect. To provoke him was akin to rousing a sleeping giant. A disciple with such low cultivation as he could be scolded for any trivial reason, and not just by the already acerbic overseer. Even the sex dogs could bully him. The overseer nodded in satisfaction, revealing a radiant smile akin to a sunflower. "Put down the broom today. Consider it your day off. Let Brother Wang cover for you today." "Why is that?" Nan Wang did not immediately acquiesce. He was all too aware of the adage that kindness without reason often harbored ulterior motives. Yet regardless of the overseer's ill intentions, he was likely left with little choice but to comply. In the Qingyun Sect, where words were light and individuals as transient as floating weeds, those with low cultivation and no backing faced fates akin to his own. The outer gate. Disciples on duty in the Grand Hall have encountered some issues, and a few individuals are needed to fill in. It won't take long, just 3 days. "Senior brother, I have specifically reserved this opportunity for you." The steward's narrow eyes darted around, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his gaze as it lingered on Nan Wang. "This is quite a lucrative task. Seize the chance, and perhaps you'll catch the attention of the inner gate elders and soar to new heights. Otherwise, that if I recall correctly, you attained your Qingyun last month, and by the rules, a disciple who fails to reach the 5th level of body refinement by this age should be expelled from the sect. That I have offered you this chance, so do not be ungrateful. Thank you for your guidance. Senior brother, your kindness shall not be forgotten. Nan Wang gritted his teeth and accepted the steward's notion of a lucrative task. Lucrative? How laughable! He had long heard that turmoil had recently befallen the sect, with the Grand Elder of the Sword Peak frequently losing control of his spiritual energy, indirectly causing several outer gate disciples on duty in the Grand Hall to suffer damage to their Tao hearts and experience drastic declines in their cultivation. Some had even become completely severed from the path of cultivation, leaving them bereft of recourse. In light of such events, the outer gate disciples were in a state of trepidation, and those originally on duty in the Grand Hall sought every excuse to request leave, necessitating the presence of servant disciples to fill in. The steward's deliberate assignment of this lucrative task to him clearly indicated a desire for him to exit the sect in the most humiliating manner possible. Having already prepared for his departure from the Qingyun Sect, due to his inability to break through the 5th level of body refinement post-Qingyun, Nan Wang had not expected to face such indignity as he left. After 10 years of labor without a single coin to show for it, could they not afford him a modicum of dignity at this final juncture? In the midst of his frustration, Nan Wang consoled himself with the thought. It is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Perhaps if his Tao heart were shattered, he might return to his original world. Indeed, his original world. Nan Wang was not of this realm. His soul belonged to Earth in the 21st century. He was a transmigrator. His transmigration was not an ordinary one, but rather the contemporary phenomenon of soul transmigration into a narrative. This world was a novel he once cherished, titled Return of the Dragon Sovereign Part 4, and the author had not updated it for over half a year. He had avidly followed it, eagerly awaiting each update and generously tipping the author, fully acquainted with every plot development, character fate, and method of acquiring rare materials within the story. Upon his arrival, Nan Wang believed he possessed an inherent advantage and would undoubtedly achieve great things. Regrettably, all his lofty ambitions had been extinguished over the span of a decade. In the realm of cultivation, one's prospects hinge on resources and talent. Possessing either one guarantees a bright future. However, Nan Wang possessed neither. The original owner of the body into which he had transmigrated was an orphan, bereft of parents, utterly alone, and impoverished to the core, devoid of any resources. As for talent, it was even more lamentable. While others advanced in body refinement within 3 days, Nan Wang took over half a year, and while others achieved consummation in 5 years, he had yet to succeed after a full decade. Thus, what use was knowing the plot? With his meager cultivation, any mere cannon fodder from the story could easily best him, and the rare materials within the secret realms were utterly beyond his reach, as the minimum cultivation requirement for entry was qi refinement. Qi refinement, a term that signifies the most foundational level of cultivation in many novels, was for Nan Wang as unattainable as a chasm. Chapter 2. Where to sweep, if not here? Brother Nan, do you think we're destined to stand here all day? In a corner of the Grand Hall, Qian Sanhu whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. If we must stand all day, it is still the same task of sweeping. What matter where we sweep? Nan Wang sighed. Today marked the 3rd day of his duty in the Grand Hall, and the 3rd day of uneventful monotony. Qian Sanhu, like Nan Wang, was a servant disciple, also summoned by the steward to fill in. They shared a common sleeping arrangement, their camaraderie somewhat tenuous but present. Perhaps due to the recent turmoil, the Grand Hall, which was often bustling with activity, had been eerily silent for 3 consecutive days, with only the duty disciples coming and going, repeatedly sweeping the already spotless hall, putting on a facade of diligence. Typically, only outer gate disciples were qualified to serve in the Grand Hall. However, as Nan Wang surveyed the area, he recognized nearly all the faces those servant disciples who had long given up on advancement. Today was the 3rd day of their duty, and if nothing transpired, these servant disciples could smoothly return to their previous lives. Yet, as a commotion drew closer, the Grand Hall doors slowly swung open. Nan Wang's heart sank heavily. The very events he had feared were unfolding. A celestial aura enveloped the space as countless figures filed in. At the forefront was the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, his golden-sheathed sword prominent at his side, followed closely by the Second Elder of the Sword Sect, the Law Sect Elder, and the Weapon Sect Elder, along with the most exemplary Inner Gate disciples from each sect. The Inner Gate Elders were all golden core cultivators, and the Sword Sect even boasted a nascent soul powerhouse. The sheer presence of so many cultivators was formidable. The servant disciples recoiled in fear, retreating into the shadows, hesitant to reveal themselves. Qian Sanhu huddled closer to Nan Wang, his voice quivering as if shaken through a sieve. "Brother Nan, may I lean on you? This is my first time seeing so many Inner Gate Elders, and my legs feel weak. Do you think I am any steadier?" Nan Wang's voice trembled involuntarily. Yet, amidst that uncontrollable quaking, there lurked not only the fear induced by the formidable presence of the higher cultivators, but also a subtle thrill. Surveying the scene, it was evident that nearly all the Inner Gate Elders were present, and each disciple was clad in white, with not a single Outer Gate disciple in sight. The disciples waiting at the elders' sides donned purple-collared white robes, their profound cultivation and exceptional demeanor evident. Purple-collared white robes were reserved for true disciples, a privilege bestowed only upon the most distinguished. With over 1,000 servant and Outer Gate disciples in the Qingyun Sect, and hundreds of Inner Gate disciples, there were merely 5 true disciples. The scarce true disciples belonged to various branches of the sect and served as seniors to all disciples, while ordinary Inner and Outer Gate disciples could only refer to one another as brothers. Only true disciples could be addressed as elder brother or elder sister. For the entirety of the Qingyun Sect, true disciples were the most precious and esteemed existence. For Nan Wang, among these already extraordinary true disciples, there existed one supremely special Zhu Tianke, the senior brother of the Qingyun Sect. As a soul transmigrator, Nan Wang occupied a body that once belonged to another, and intriguingly, the original owner held a secret hidden identity beyond that of a mere servant. Discipli was an undercover agent of the Demon Sect, the Hecatomb Sect, embedded within the Qingyun Sect. As an undercover operative, Nan Wang's mission was to approach the senior brother of the Qingyun Sect and pilfer crucial cultivation techniques from him. Since his transmigration, Nan Wang had repeatedly questioned the intelligence of those from the Demon Sect. How could he possibly approach the senior brother? What could he use to draw near him? He spent his days either sweeping floors or mopping, and even encountering an Inner Gate disciple felt like an insurmountable challenge, let alone getting close to the senior brother. Even if he were to self-destruct in place, scattering into fragments, the senior brother would not spare him a glance. Until today, until this moment, Nan Wang finally beheld these paragons of the narrative unfolding before him. As he watched the true disciples pass by, a wave of emotions surged within him. The characters he once cherished now vividly materialized before him. Each one he recognized, yet none acknowledged him. The deliberate difficulties posed by the steward inadvertently fulfilled a long-held desire of his. Rebellious disciple, in the presence of the esteemed sect leader, you still refuse to admit your faults. The elder of the Sword Sect's thunderous rebuke jolted Nan Wang back to reality. All the servant disciples collapsed to their knees, unable to withstand the elder's oppressive aura, and Nan Wang joined them. However, unlike the others who wished to bury their heads in the ground, Nan Wang, enduring a splitting headache, resolutely lifted his gaze towards the figures at the center of the hall, as if wishing to engrave this moment in his heart forever. The revered figure seated high above appeared as an indistinct mist, a mere glance causing one's eyes to burn as if staring directly at the sun, rendering direct vision impossible. Thus, Nan Wang could only turn his attention to the elders and true disciples below. In the center of the hall, a man clad in a pristine white robe with purple trim and golden edges knelt, surrounded by a radiant aura akin to a celestial being. He stood tall and regal, resembling a resplendent tree or a bright moon embraced by the night sky. Even though Nan Wang had never encountered this individual, he immediately deduced his identity. This was the formidable target he longed to approach yet could never reach. The eldest disciple of Qingyun Sect, Zhu Tianke, bearer of the bone of the Buddha. Behind him knelt a young maiden he had protected. Dressed modestly, her beauty was striking. One hand grasped the young man's robe, while the other clutched her abdomen, appearing as an innocent creature. Even someone as lowly in cultivation as Nan Wang could discern that the girl possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever, marking her as a true mortal. Mortals, mere mortals. All the elders and disciples present understood the unspoken rule of Qingyun Sect, established since its inception. Mortals were forbidden entry. To bring someone into the sect's great hall was a blatant disregard for the law, an act of defiance. Amidst the collective gaze, Zhu Tianke slowly spoke. Esteemed sect leader, I have been schemed against by the demon sect, facing death on the brink of despair. Ying rescued me with her purity and is now with child, a debt of profound gratitude I cannot forsake. If I were to betray her, how could I have the face to pursue the ultimate path? The elder of the sword sect erupted in fury. Zhu Tianke, have you lost your mind? I warned you upon your acceptance that mortals are forbidden entry, yet you dare bring one here. You seek to undermine our authority and betray your lineage? Zhu Tianke countered, rules may be rigid, but people are alive. Ying is my chosen partner, and now carries my offspring. She deserves to join me in the sect. Moreover, Elder Chi's partner was once a mortal. If he can repay his debt of gratitude, why can't I? Perhaps anticipating the repercussions, Elder Zhun had not appeared, leaving the formidable disciple Zhan Chunming to represent him. Zhan Chunming towered at 9 feet tall, muscular and imposing, carrying a spear on his back and a gourd of wine at his waist, resembling a stone tower in his grandeur. Yet, upon hearing Zhu Tiang's words, this colossus silently retreated a step. You rebellious disciple dare drag the elders into this. You are obstinate and audacious today. I shall purge our sect. The elder of the sword sect shouted, drawing his sword in a threatening manner. Brother, do not. The second elder stepped forward to block him and immediately turned to Zhu Tianke, declaring, Zhu Tianke. According to Qingyun Sect's Rule 17, mortals are forbidden entry. Those who violate it shall receive 300 lashes of the disciplinary whip. Are you willing to accept this punishment for bringing this woman into the sect? Zhu Tiang's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. I am willing to accept the lashes, for I will marry Ying. Gasps filled the hall. The disciplinary whip of Qingyun Sect was no trivial matter. Receiving 300 lashes could easily drop one a great realm. The eldest disciple was willing to pay such a hefty price for a mortal woman, demonstrating a depth of affection. Yet, it seemed somewhat unjust that enduring the lashes would permit him to defy sect rules and unite with a mortal. Confusion stirred among the disciples, sensing something was amiss. Only a few astute minds perceived the intricacies at play. The second elder feigned retreat, while the first elder's bluster concealed a protective intent. If he genuinely intended to act, how could the mortal woman walk away unscathed from the Qingyun Sect's great hall? The sword sect was renowned for protecting its own, and Zhu Tianke was a prized disciple. The elders would hardly dare harm him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the esteemed sect leader, it was likely the sword sect would have discreetly arranged matters for Zhu Tianke and the mortal woman, avoiding this public debacle altogether. The second elder stroked his drooping beard, casting a hawkish gaze towards the woman beside the first elder, saying, Xueling, as the eldest sister of Qingyun Sect, you must lead by example and uphold the sect's rules. Today, Tianke has committed a grave error. You shall administer the 300 lashes. The eldest sister stepped forward, bowing in supplication, her voice trembling as she pleaded, esteemed sect leader, Tianke is merely young and foolish. 300 lashes are far too severe. The second senior brother echoed her plea. The eldest brother is a first-time offender. I implore the esteemed leader to show mercy. The youngest sister, merely 9 years old, chimed in with a sweet voice. Esteemed leader, please spare the eldest brother this time. He shall change his ways. The third senior brother, who had just retreated a half step, felt it inappropriate to speak and could only gesture in solidarity with the others, indicating his stance. From the heights, a rumbling voice emerged from the white mist, indistinct yet thunderous. Very well. A glimmer of relief flashed in the fox-like eyes of the sword sect's second elder, who eagerly proclaimed, Esteemed leader, in your benevolence, let it be known that Tianke shall receive merely 30 lashes, a small punishment to serve as a warning. The surrounding disciples dared not utter a sound, yet inwardly they shared a similar sentiment. How terrifyingly protective the sword sect was. 300 lashes had swiftly been reduced to 30. The true disciples' mutual safeguarding was evident, and even the esteemed sect leader was lenient. Soon, the ominous black disciplinary whip was summoned into the great hall. Zhu Tianke knelt, shedding his outer robe, prepared to receive his punishment. All disciples, save for the eldest sister, knelt in solidarity. Chapter 3. The cold Buddha's child is outdated. What? What did I just hear? Becoming pregnant overnight? No, that's not the crux of the matter. The eldest sister's mind momentarily stalled, struggling to regain focus. Ying is transformed from a cat demon? Would she one day slaughter the sect? How could this be possible? All present were profound cultivators, and the esteemed sect leader was in attendance. What kind of demon magic could elude their discerning eyes? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Surely, she must be under the influence of inner demons, hearing things that weren't there. The eldest sister promptly resolved to recite the heart-calming technique to center herself, but just as she began, the voice echoed once more. The cat demon clan possesses the secret method of abandoning their tails. To seize a body, it is a life for a tail, a tremendous cost with remarkable results. After seizing a body, they can act entirely as a mortal, making it impossible to discern their true form through spiritual perception. The Qi sect clearly possesses the binding demon mirror. If only someone would think to bring it out, we would know the truth. Why has no one thought of this? The eldest sister, the hand that held the jiban, slowly descended. No one questioned the senior sister's peculiar action, as she was not the only one to have heard the mysterious voice. The grand elder, the second junior brother, the third junior brother, and the other inner disciples present shared the same shock and bewilderment as the senior sister. The crowd exchanged glances, speechless. Within the formation, Zhu Tianke furiously demanded, "Who is it? Who dares to play tricks?" A halo of Buddhist light surrounded him, trembling with intensity. Evidently, he too could hear the enigmatic voice. The senior sister cautioned him, "Don't waste your effort. We are within the formation, and the outside world cannot hear us. Only I can hear you." While the formation barred outsiders from entering, it also severed the transmission of sound. Until the formation was broken, even the esteemed sect leader seated above would be unable to perceive Zhu Tianke's voice. Logically, they should not have been able to hear sounds from the outside world either. Yet, for reasons unknown, the mysterious voice penetrated the formation, clear and distinct in their ears. Words flowed incessantly, one after another. The senior brother should consider that it's impossible to become pregnant the day after consummation. Although Bai Futu indeed intended to do something untoward, his superior garment, a top-grade magical item, thwarted her attempts, leaving the senior brother oblivious to the fact that he awoke the next day fully clothed. Bai Futu boldly claims to be with child. How audacious, both in speech and belief. Zhu Tianke snorted disdainfully, proclaiming, "Such nonsense, to suggest one could conceive overnight, is utterly absurd. Moreover, I spent the night with Ying. Does it truly matter whether clothes were removed?" The senior sister gasped in horror. "What did you say? What did you say?" The same words, yet his voice resonated deeper, more astonished, and more furious than hers, coming from the grand elder of the sword sect, who had withdrawn the formation to seek clarity. Zhu Tianke retorted, "What's wrong? What did I say?" The senior sister remained silent, her gaze towards Zhu Tianke gradually tinged with sympathy and compassion. Not only her, but all the disciples around shared a similar change in expression. After all, the formation had been dispelled. The preceding dialogue had occurred in the presence of all. The disciples dared not utter a sound, each wishing to bury their heads in the ground. Fortunately, they were already kneeling, faces to the floor, which conveniently concealed their contorted expressions from stifled laughter. As for the few who could not contain themselves and let out a soft chuckle, it was drowned out by the elder's furious roar. The grand elder of the sword sect, his beard bristling with rage, stammered incoherently, You wretched disciple, the second elder, who fancied himself well versed in the storms of life, could only shake his head in dismay, sighing, "Foolish youth, foolishness abounds." "What foolishness? What are you all talking about?" Zhu Tianke shouted in despair. "Who is it? Who is spouting nonsense? Who is playing tricks?" His roar echoed throughout the grand hall, striking a jarring chord. No one dared to acknowledge it, for the owner of the mysterious voice remained oblivious to the happenings around them. Nan Wang and the miscellaneous disciples knelt together, feeling profoundly uncomfortable from head to toe. The oppressive aura of the higher cultivators weighed heavily upon them. Those of lower cultivation, even those considered mere errand disciples, found it an overwhelming burden. Even though the elders had no intention of intimidating them, all the errand disciples, including Nan Wang, felt their resolve wavering. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, the weak are as fragile as grass. Nan Wang felt a resounding roar in his ears, unable to discern anything clearly, and the scene before him grew increasingly blurred, nearly indistinguishable. Fortunately, his mind remained lucid. He was well versed in the book Dragon Sovereign, and merely seeing a few scenes allowed him to deduce the corresponding plot. The female protagonist, by Futu, seizes the body of the mortal Qingyun, seducing the senior brother and entering the Qingyun Sect. This segment of the plot occurred very early in the book, practically at the outset. Having spent 10 years in this world, Nan Wang never anticipated that they had only just reached the beginning of the main storyline. In a moment, he was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Joyful that the plot was only beginning, with much time before the Qingyun Sect faced annihilation. Sorrowful that whether the sect was destroyed mattered little to him, as he would surely have been kicked out long before that. As Nan Wang silently recalled the plot, he couldn't help but critique the peculiarities surrounding the Buddha-bone spiritual body, ultimately concluding, the author's portrayal of the Buddha-bone spiritual body is absurd, causing the senior brother's character to collapse. This is not the aloof son of Buddha, but rather a foolish village lad. Moreover, the notion of an aloof son of Buddha is long outdated. Meanwhile, from a distance, the senior sister dropped the jibin, kneeling with her forehead to the ground, stuttering. Esteemed sect leader, I observe that this woman's identity is unusual, unlike that of a mortal. Tianke has devoted himself to cultivation, oblivious to worldly affairs, deceived by vile individuals. This is somewhat understandable. Before she could finish her plea, a voice pierced her mind. To be honest, the aloof son of Buddha is long outdated, echoing vividly in her thoughts. Yet Zhu Tianke stubbornly countered, I was never deceived. Qingyun and I are in love. The senior sister remained speechless. Was it her responsibility to plead for him? Must it be her? For the first time, the typically diligent senior sister considered the notion of abstaining from duty. With the formation dissipated, Qingyun, at last able to move, suddenly collapsed into Zhu Tianke's embrace. Collapse seemed a more fitting description than plunge. Originally, Qingyun was shielded by Zhu Tianke, thus unaffected by the elder's oppressive force. However, due to the formation's influence, Zhu Tianke could no longer protect her. Under the immediate pressure, it was miraculous that Qingyun, with her mortal body, had managed to endure until now. Seeing Qingyun, barely conscious and calling his name, Zhu Tianke's eyes widened in despair. Master, second master, you have gone too far to humiliate Qingyun like this. She is now with child. What if something happens to the fetus? Qingyun, are you all right? Qingyun. The senior sister remained speechless. Must she really intervene for this junior brother? After all, she and Zhu Tianke were both the premier disciples. Aiding the elders and managing the disciples, was there a possibility that Zhu Tianke could be considered not just her junior brother, but also her companion? If they were companions and not junior brothers, could she not concern herself with Zhu Tianke's affairs? In the next moment, miraculously, Qingyun opened her eyes at Zhu Tianke's call, weakly declaring, Zhu Lang, I would never deceive you. Zhu Tianke, filled with emotion, replied, Qingyun, I believe you. The Grand Elder bellowed, release that dampness at once. You disgraceful fool. Zhu Tianke firmly stated, Qingyun is not a dampness. Master, you have been deceived by vile individuals. Sister Shuling, please persuade the master. The senior sister was at a loss for words. How could she persuade him? Should she say, clothes truly matter? Was it appropriate for her to utter such words? I possess the demon binding mirror in our instrument sect, which can reveal the true forms of demonkin. If the elder brother doubts, he may put it to the test. A voice as pure and melodious as silver bells suddenly rang out. It belonged to the youngest true disciple, the 9-year-old fifth junior sister. Her expression was grave, yet her round, cherubic face resembled a freshly steamed bun, exuding an undeniable charm. While the other true disciples were addressed as elder brothers and sisters, the youthful fifth junior sister was affectionately referred to simply as fifth junior sister due to her tender age. Naive and inexperienced in worldly matters, she was unaware of the significance of undressing. But as a disciple of the instrument sect, she was well aware of the existence of the demon binding mirror. This treasure artifact was one of the sect's most prized possessions, and its existence and usage were known only to a select few within the sect. Upon hearing about the demon binding mirror, fifth junior sister had already placed considerable faith in the mysterious voice's words. "Do not presume to interject, you know not the rules," came a stern voice from the elder of the instrument sect, standing beside her. Fifth junior sister cast a puzzled glance at the elder. The elder continued, "The demon binding mirror can unveil heavenly secrets. There are no trivial matters here. This woman possesses not a shred of spiritual power. She is clearly immortal. Why resort to the demon binding mirror? In my view, this is merely the sword sect's attempt to obfuscate the enforcement of sect regulations and shield Zhu Tiang from her transgressions." Understanding dawned upon fifth junior sister. Her master could not hear. That mysterious voice was not audible to everyone. As she opened her mouth to explain, a sudden sharp pain pierced her heart, robbing her of the courage to refute. Instead, she could only timidly utter, I understand my mistake." The elder of the instrument sect snorted coldly and addressed the high seat. "This reckless young disciple has disturbed sect regulations. I hope the esteemed headmaster can forgive her." The third elder brother, seated closest, frowned and spoke, "Uncle, your words are too harsh." The junior sister acted for the sake of the elder brother. With a wave of the elder's hand, the third elder brother fell silent. "Disciplining disciples is my duty. There is no need for the younger generation to speak." The grand elder of the sword sect cast a significant glance at the elder of the instrument sect before turning to the high seat and saying, "Esteemed headmaster, I dare to request a use of the demon binding mirror." Chapter 4. Great Kindness. Difficult to forget, the favored children nurtured by the grand sect are indeed easily deceived. How naive and arrogant they are. The young girl's body was cloaked in hair, her beautiful eyes transformed into the slitted pupils of a cat demon, grotesque and terrifying. With a forceful shove, she pushed aside the injured and dazed Zhu Tianke, her claws aimed menacingly at the towering white mist above. "The demoness is brazen." The grand elder of the sword sect bellowed in fury, drawing his sword. The blade, radiant like the sun, released waves of sword energy, sharp and lethal. The nearby outer disciples spat blood on the spot. The second elder hurriedly intervened. "Senior brother, please restrain yourself. Last time, many disciples' hearts were shattered. Do you wish to send us all away this time?" "Umph." The grand elder snorted coldly, retracting his blazing sword. His sword intent was supremely pure, a weapon for vanquishing evil. Yet, these younger generations could not even withstand his released sword energy. Truly, each generation is weaker than the last. However, it matters not. He need not take action. Before the master of the sect, this demoness would hardly stir up any trouble. "Yinging, why? Why?" Zhu Tianke cried out in agony, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with sorrow. Yinging is truly a demon. The notion of pregnancy is absurd. Others may love demons and bear mixed-blood children, but Zhu Tianke could never do so. For the Buddha's bones are the bane of all demonic entities. Even if Yinging possesses profound cultivation to resist, the child within her would be obliterated the moment it came into contact with the essence of the Buddha's bones. Realizing the harsh reality, Zhu Tianke let out a bitter laugh. 12 pieces of Buddha's bones materialized, forming a law array, their radiance healing the wounds upon him swiftly. For an ordinary person, such fatal injuries would be insurmountable. Yet for Zhu Tianke, they were trivial. He was the most exceptional disciple of the Qingyun Sect in a century. Hailing from a powerful family, endowed with great fortune, achieving golden core cultivation before the age of 100, surpassing even many elders within the sect. His path of cultivation had been smooth sailing until now, never encountering such setbacks. Compared to the pain of his injuries, the turmoil in his heart was far more devastating. Humiliation, shame, ridicule for the first time. Zhu Tianke, the favored child of destiny, felt such emotions. The golden hue of his shallow eyes, influenced by the Buddha's light, reflected Qingyun's final figure, a scene that would forever be etched in his memory as a crucial lesson on the long road of cultivation. Above, the white mist roiled, and after several tumultuous moments, it finally coalesced into a human form. With black hair and eyes, he was stunningly handsome, clad in ancient white robes, seemingly accompanied by an ancient incantation. The immortal sovereign raised a finger lightly, effortlessly countering Qingyun's desperate strike. In mere moments, the place she occupied was left only with fluttering fragments, which were swiftly consumed by the white mist. The frost-like immortal sovereign pressed a hand to his forehead, muttering, "Absurd." The echo resounded like a booming bell. "Forgive us, master the sect." The assembled crowd pleaded in unison, their foreheads nearly touching the ground. Allowing the dampness into the sect was one thing, but permitting her to act recklessly in the Qingyun Great Hall warranted punishment not just for the sword sect, but for everyone present. Yet at this moment, rather than worrying about future repercussions, most disciples were preoccupied with a rather startling revelation. So, the senior brother truly did not know one must undress before engaging in intimacy. The cold Buddha's son, Nan Wang, and the many miscellaneous disciples were unaware of the remarkable events that transpired in the hall. By the time they regained consciousness, the crowd had begun to disperse. The grand elder of the sword sect, who had entered in a storm of fury, was the first to depart, still brimming with indignation. Following him were other elders and groups of inner disciples. The atmosphere among the departing disciples seemed considerably lighter compared to their solemn entry, with suppressed laughter and whispers intertwining, filling the hall with a cheerful ambience. Zhu Tianke, in a state of disarray, lingered at the back of the crowd. His fellow inner disciples from the sword sect had long abandoned him, hastily following the elders, their strides large as if to distance themselves from him. Among them was even the sect's most caring senior sister, Du Shuling. Once the pressure of the upper cultivators dissipated, the insignificant miscellaneous disciples, akin to dust in the darkness, finally managed to rise from the ground. However, not many could stand. Most remained weak from kneeling too long. Fortunately for Nan Wang, as the disciple responsible for sweeping, he could use his broom as a makeshift cane. Supported by the broom, he managed to stand quite steadily, appearing somewhat distinguished among the throng of dazed disciples. While stabilizing himself, Nan Wang glanced back at Zhu Tianke. Only to his surprise, he did not see Qingyun transformed from Baifudo. Where could she have gone? Curious, he craned his neck, searching left and right, yet saw no trace of her. In his bewilderment, an odd thought flickered in his mind. Could this be the fabled butterfly effect? Did his little butterfly-like broom sweep the leading lady away? Just as he pondered this, a figure suddenly toppled towards him. Careful! Nan Wang steadied himself with the broom and caught the falling person. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had just caught the eldest senior brother of Qingyun Sect, Zhu Tianke. The unfortunate cold Buddha's son, having suffered an unbearable blow, could barely maintain his balance. Senior brother, just as Nan Wang intended to utter something, his palms suddenly burned like fire, causing him to yelp and retract his hand. His withdrawal was swift, but that brief contact had left his palm reddened from the heat. Grimacing in pain, he pressed his hand against his clothing to cool it down, inwardly lamenting, so that S.Y. Baifudo couldn't strip the senior brother of his robes. This is terrifying. Just a touch is unbearable. If one were to attempt to strip him, their hands would surely burn. Steadying himself, Zhu Tianke appeared as if he had been struck hard, shakily lifting his head to gaze at the inconspicuous disciple clad in gray robes before him. This voice Nan Wang felt a chill run down his spine under Zhu Tianke's scrutinizing gaze and quickly bowed. I apologize for my rudeness, senior brother. If Zhu Tianke had merely harbored doubts and disbelief moments ago, now, upon hearing Nan Wang's voice up close, he could finally confirm, among so many people, the one who embarrassed him, or rather, guided him back to the right path, was none other than this seemingly insignificant miscellaneous disciple before him. Zhu Tianke gritted his teeth. Zhu cannot be ungrateful. Your kindness today, I shall never forget. Nan Wang. Wait, he merely assisted the senior brother for a moment. Why had it suddenly turned into a debt of gratitude? Moreover, why did it sound more like a threat than gratitude? Before Nan Wang could comprehend the situation, he witnessed Zhu Tianke elegantly wave his long sleeves, vanishing from Nan Wang's sight in an instant. The last image that lingered in Nan Wang's mind was the corners of Zhu Tianke's eyes, flushed with what appeared to be profound humiliation. Nan Wang, wait. Why is this happening? Is the dignity of a true disciple so exaggerated that one cannot even offer assistance? He stood like a statue, petrified, as the wind swept around him. The surrounding servant disciples who recognized Nan Wang exchanged malicious smirks, believing that this would elevate them to the status of the senior brother. Yet he remained unnoticed. They truly were oblivious to their own insignificance. Unable to bear it any longer, he considered making a final stand. The fragmented whispers surrounding him offered no pretense of discretion, prompting Nan Wang to furrow his brow in discontent. By rights, he belonged to the earliest group of servant disciples to join, and according to the order of entry into the sect, these disciples should all regard him as their senior brother. Yet, these junior disciples dared to speak ill of their elder brother, contravening the 35th rule of sect regulations, which prescribed a 3-day penance at Qingyun Cliff. However, the servant disciples were predominantly sycophants. His poor relationship with the servant overseer led to constant harassment, and thus, the others emulated this behavior, seizing opportunities to bully him. Among the multitude of servant disciples, how many would willingly acknowledge him as their elder brother? Senor, a lively voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by its owner tugging at Nan Wang's garment. Startled, he looked down to find a petite figure before him, dressed in a purple-collared white robe, standing less than 2 feet tall, endearingly exquisite. It was none other than Lingji, the 5th-ranked true disciple of the weapon sect. Zhu Tianke was not the last disciple to depart. He had left behind the diminutive 5th junior sister, whose presence was so negligible that not a single person noticed her absence. This adorable 5th junior sister, though 9 years old, appeared no different from a 5-year-old child. Rather than resembling a disciple of a cultivation sect, she seemed more akin to a young alchemist depicted in celestial paintings. I have matters to attend to these few days, but I shall return to play with my senior brother soon. You must take good care of my message bird. The 5th junior sister pressed a tiny talisman bird into Nan Wang's hands. As she waved her little hand farewell and skipped away, she left Nan Wang in a state of astonishment, equally dumbfounded. Chapter 5. Come with me, Bunny. Apart from the renowned supreme swordsmanship that echoes throughout the realm of cultivation, the Qingyun Sect boasts impressive achievements in the 5 branches of immortal arts: techniques, talismans, pills, tools, and arrays. Alongside the sword sect, Qingyun Sect comprises 6 independent subsects, each occupying its own mountain peak. When outer disciples meet the requisite cultivation standards, they may choose a subsect to join, thereby enriching their own paths of cultivation through diverse immortal arts. The Faithful Bird, a pinnacle creation born from the collaborative efforts of the Tool Sect and the Law Sect, ingeniously combines the techniques of artifact crafting and delicate magical arts. Crafted from wood and stone, it possesses the remarkable ability to traverse the skies and deliver messages over vast distances, akin to a true carrier pigeon. Such miracles can only be wrought by immortal arts. However, upon returning to the quarters of the miscellaneous disciples, Nan Wang swiftly lost the faithful bird gifted to him by his 5th junior sister. To describe this loss as merely losing feels somewhat embellished. To put it plainly, Nan Wang's faithful bird was snatched from him before he could even warm to it. Though the petite faithful bird is a common possession among inner disciples, and not particularly rare even among outer disciples, for the lowest-ranked miscellaneous disciples of Qingyun Sect, it remains a treasure as precious and distant as clouds in the sky. For these miscellaneous disciples, the entirety of the cultivation world has always appeared as an exquisite painting, one that is yet to be unfurled. Even catching a mere glimpse of its corner feels like a remarkable fortune in their lives. Desiring to keep the matter of the faithful bird private, Nan Wang refrained from broadcasting it. Yet, in the mundane and lackluster quarters of the miscellaneous disciples, both good and bad news spread like wildfire. Nan Wang's act of assisting the senior brother and receiving the fifth junior sister's affections became the talk of the day. The very next day, the steward of the miscellaneous disciples confiscated the faithful bird from him without so much as an explanation, dismissing him rudely and ordering him to pack his belongings and leave. This was not merely a figurative departure. It was a genuine ejection. In 2 days, coinciding with the end of the month, the steward mandated that Nan Wang descend the mountain along with other dismissed miscellaneous disciples. Having been in the sect for several years, Nan Wang had seen much, yet this was the first time he encountered the dismissal of miscellaneous disciples being scheduled for month-end. To assert that it was not a personal attack would be hard for anyone to believe. It was merely a faithful bird. Perhaps his fifth junior sister had long forgotten it, her innocent heart drifting far away. Even if he were to cling to her favor, what would it matter? His fifth junior sister, gifted and endowed with a singular with spiritual root and a brilliant heart, would never be ensnared by the heart's demons. Destined for a smooth journey through life. Her ascension was only a matter of time. As for him, burdened with 3 types of miscellaneous spiritual roots, he had deftly evaded the fire spiritual root necessary for artifact crafting. What could such a waste of potential contribute to the tool sect? Would he simply shift his broom to a different location? Beyond the overt obstacles he faced, what troubled Nan Wang most was the subtle apprehension present in the steward's eyes. What would they possibly fear from him? He himself was frightened by his own ineptitude. To hasten his departure, the steward even adjusted the dismissal schedule. Was there truly a necessity for such urgency? What harm would there be in allowing him to linger a few more days? With just a little extra time, he could perhaps buy a few blocks of tofu unavailable in the sect during his next trip to the mortal realm, preparing a sweet and tender bowl of tofu pudding as an apology. In the final 2 days, the steward, in a rare display of mercy, relieved Nan Wang of his duties, granting him a brief respite to pack his belongings. As he gathered his meager possessions, a wave of frustration clung to him. After a decade of labor, his luggage was pitifully scant. 2 changes of clothes, a pot, several small bowls, a pair of wooden chopsticks, a few seasonings, a kitchen knife, a small bottle of fasting pills, 3 or 4 low-grade spirit stones received as rewards during festivals, and a few taels of silver he had brought from the mortal realm. After spending half a day organizing his belongings, Nan Wang took his farming tools and ventured into the misty wasteland at the foot of the mountain. The Qingyun Sect was perpetually shrouded in an indistinct white mist, which thickened significantly at the foot of the mountain. Even during the day, the paths through the fields were treacherous, and disciples rarely ventured near the wasteland. However, Nan Wang was different. He often took his farming tools to the fields on his days off, willingly engulfed by the white mist. Despite the poor visibility, Nan Wang could navigate the path to the fields without error, having walked it countless times over the years. "Bunny, I'm about to leave. Please come out to see me one last time," he called out. "Bunny, please forgive me. I want to add salt to your tofu pudding next time. From today onward, let us enjoy sweet tofu pudding together, shall we?" Upon arriving at the wasteland, Nan Wang called out several times without receiving a response. Undeterred, he retrieved a carrot cake wrapped in leaves from his pocket and continued to shout, "Bunny, I brought your favorite carrot cake. Would you like some? If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself. Bunny, please come out." Nan Wang anxiously waited. Over the past decade, his curiosity about cultivation had faded, and he felt little fondness for the colleagues at Qingyun Sect who had consistently bullied him. The sole thing he could not bear to part with was a small, adorable white rabbit. The Qingyun Sect housed many rabbit-shaped spirit beasts. It took only a few steps from the foot of the mountain to spot one nibbling on the grass by the path. Among all these rabbits, there was one that had attached itself to him since the very first day he arrived at the sect, accompanying him faithfully for a decade. It was somewhat amusing that, throughout these years, his only friend had turned out to be a rabbit. After counting to 3 in his mind, the mist before him suddenly solidified, morphing like clay in child's hands. Moments later, a small, snow-white rabbit tumbled forth from the fog, bouncing several times on the ground. The round little creature, disoriented and dizzy, struggled to regain its footing, its soft furry ears drooping behind its head, and a hint of grievance reflected in its beautiful eyes. In the next moment, the soft rabbit was swept into Nan Wang's embrace, rubbing affectionately against his cheek. The bunny raised its sharp claws in a show of defiance, yet Nan Wang remained unperturbed, foolishly bringing his most vulnerable eyes closer to its claws to prevent truly hurting him. The bunny reluctantly retracted its claws and instead pressed its fluffy paws against Nan Wang's face, attempting to push him away. "Bunny, I'm being sent away. I don't want to part with you," Nan Wang cried sincerely. The bunny tilted its head in confusion, letting out an adorable chirp. "Chirp? Who's sending you away?" "Bunny, come down the mountain with me," Nan Wang declared, raising 3 fingers to the sky in an oath. "Bunny, if you come with me from now on, you'll eat meat while I drink soup. Whether the tofu pudding is sweet or salty will be up to you. For every bite I have, you'll have 2. The bunny. "Chirp. How annoying." It was slightly tempted. "Ahem, no, that can't be. I am a spirit beast of the sect. How can I leave Qingyun Sect without permission? There are so many spirit beasts in Qingyun Sect. No one would even notice if one were missing." From some day onwards, Nan Wang found that he could suddenly understand the meanings behind the bunny's chirps. This bond was unique. The other rabbits remained unfamiliar to him. Nan Wang harbored no greed. He required no other rabbits, for one was sufficient. "Rabbit, I beseech you, come with me, and I shall treat you with utmost care." As he lavished affection upon the rabbit, he nibbled playfully, prompting the rabbit to plead for mercy. "Kiki, do not kiss me anymore. Kiki, I promise to accompany you. Kiki, when shall we set forth?" Overjoyed, Nan Wang replied, "We shall depart tomorrow. Will you come with me today, or shall I fetch you in the morning?" The rabbit pondered momentarily, then coyly chirped, "Kiki, let be tomorrow." "Very well then, let's forego sleep tonight, and instead ascend the mountain to admire the moon and tease the celestial cranes. By the way, the 2 chicks I acquired from the market have grown substantial. It would be a waste to leave them here, so we might as well prepare a feast." At the mention of food, the rabbit's ears perked up, emitting a series of delightful gurgles from its throat. "I shall heed your wishes, however you wish to prepare them, be it steaming, braising, or grilling." Nan Wang lifted the rabbit onto his shoulder and expertly navigated to the coop to catch the 2 clucking hens. Previously, he had only intended to consume their eggs, never considering their fate would be sealed. Yet, the time had come for decisive action. These chickens, purchased as chicks from the mundane market and nurtured within a cultivation sect, had absorbed a touch of ethereal energy, rendering them plump and delectable. It was said that hen broth was exquisite, but the rabbit expressed a desire for roasted chicken. "How about 1 roasted and 1 for soup?" Nan Wang mused, saliva pooling as he meticulously planned their culinary fate. But as he stepped outside, a disconcerting voice echoed from behind. "Look who we have here." A portly disciple clad in gray robes approached, flanked by several similarly dressed sycophants. Nan Wang's expression darkened, instinctively reaching for his shoulder, only to find it empty. The astute rabbit had already transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing from sight. The mist brushed against Nan Wang's cheek, leaving a trace of moisture, as if to reassure him, "Do not worry, I am here." Nan Wang exhaled in relief. His safety was of little concern. After all, they were all disciples of the same sect, unlikely to resort to violence against one another. As long as the rabbit remained unscathed, he had little to fear. He was well acquainted with the newcomer, Zhu Wulong, the nephew of the steward of the miscellaneous disciples. Zhu, possessing mediocre talent, was barely on par with Nan Wang, yet he had entered the sect 5 years prior and, despite his tenure, remained at the same level of cultivation as Nan Wang, only at the 3rd level of body refining. In theory, Zhu Wulong held no significant standing among the miscellaneous disciples. However, his kinship with the steward granted him undue authority, allowing him to bully others and act with impunity. Shortly after Nan Wang's arrival at Qingyun Sect, he had unknowingly offended Zhu Wulong, and ever since, Zhu had taken delight in creating trouble for him at every opportunity. Chapter 6. The bloodshed caused by 2 chickens. Nan Wang's expression, rife with existential doubt, elicited misunderstandings from those around him. Observing Nan Wang's despondent demeanor and the vacant gaze that betrayed his lack of resolve, Zhu Wulong concluded that he had inflicted enough humiliation upon Nan Wang. Thus, he refrained from further harassment and departed amidst a chorus of laughter from his sycophants. Once the figures of this entourage had vanished entirely from sight, Nan Wang, burdened with complex emotions, retrieved the lifeless body of the hen and staggered out of the desolate field. He carried the bloodied corpse of the spirit beast into the communal quarters of the servant disciples, under the disdainful, sympathetic, and pitying gazes of his fellow disciples. He collected his belongings and turned back towards the wasteland. News in the servant quarters spread swiftly at this very moment. It was likely that everyone was aware of Zhu Wulong's impressive feat of slaying 2 chickens with a single stroke. To be precise, it was the remarkable achievement of dispatching 2 spirit beasts. Hence, Nan Wang felt it was inappropriate to cook here. The thought of stewing his long-nurtured spirit beast before the eyes of so many disciples made him apprehensive that their naive hearts could not bear the shock. After traversing the barren fields for a distance, he arrived at an uninhabited hilltop. He extracted a large pot from his belongings and filled it with water from a nearby river, skillfully kindling a fire and setting the pot to cook. Preparing roasted chicken was a simple task. Split the chicken, score it with decorative cuts, sprinkle it with seasonings, and flip it once one side was perfectly cooked. However, crafting chicken soup required more finesse. One must add yellow wine and ginger to cold water, then immerse the whole chicken to simmer. As the water began to boil, a froth would gradually appear, necessitating patient removal. As Nan Wang diligently skimmed the froth with a spoon, an unexpected voice pierced the quietude behind him. "Senior brother Nan Wang, Lingji has come to play with you." Turning around, Nan Wang's eyes nearly bulged in surprise. "Wu Shimmy? How come you are here?" The diminutive figure clad in a purple-collared white robe, standing just below his knee, was undoubtedly Wu Shimmy Lingji. "If I am here, even though you sent my messenger bird away, I can still find you," Lingji proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest. In the next instant, her gaze was drawn to the rabbit perched on Nan Wang's shoulder. "Oh, this is... The spirit beasts in the sect are not friendly, senior brother. You are truly impressive to have such a good relationship with one." The rabbit turned its head, casting a light glance at her. Lingji and the rabbit exchanged a brief moment of mutual understanding, retracting their gazes simultaneously. Nan Wang found himself at a loss for words, merely mumbling incoherently in response. Soon, Lingji's attention was captivated by the enticing aroma of the food. "What is this? It smells so good. This is something I bought from the mortal realm. It will be ready shortly. If you don't mind, Shimmy, you can have a bowl to try," Nan Wang invited bashfully. The rabbit, displeased at the prospect of its chicken soup being shared, kicked Nan Wang's cheek in protest. "Don't cause a fuss. It's not a big deal," Nan Wang assured, grasping the rabbit's leg and whispering, "Once we reach the mortal realm, I will make you chicken soup every day." The rabbit huffed, reluctantly conceding to his terms. Is it a spirit beast bought from the mortal realm?" Lingji blinked around, curious eyes, recalling the earlier incident, servant disciples swaggering past her, their mouths spewing vile and degrading remarks. Nan Wang is truly useless. After years of cultivation, he cannot even protect 2 spirit beasts. 10 years in cultivation, yet he has achieved nothing. How can he compare to senior brother Zhu? He lacks even a shred of courage. He does not deserve to be my Qingyun disciple. "Sanhu, it's not that I'm speaking about you, but you should avoid associating with such people in the future, understood? Nan Wang, not only are you a failure, but the spirit beasts you raise are failures too. You couldn't even withstand a single strike from senior brother Zhu? Haha, senior brother Zhu's skills are profound. His sword strikes without edge, commanding respect wherever it goes. What spirit beast?" Lingji, having mastered the sword art, descended from the air, appearing before the group. "What are you discussing?" "Goodness, Wu Shimmy." The servant disciples gasped, utterly unprepared to encounter a true disciple here. Though she was merely Wu Shimmy, her presence was enough to instill fear. Zhu Wulong, as the leader, sought to maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he inquired, "It's nothing. We were merely chatting." "Is there something you need, Wu Shimmy? Would you like me to show you around?" As he spoke these courteous words, his gaze greedily swept over Lingji's form. From the fine robe of a true disciple to the longevity lock hanging at her chest, and the silver bell trailing from her bun. A true disciple, indeed. Even the least favored Lingji was adorned with treasures that the servant disciples could only dream of possessing. If he could obtain even 1 or 2 of those treasures, He could surely break through to the fifth layer of body refinement. Lingji did not respond, tilting her head in contemplation. Where'd you like to go, Shimmy? Let me take you, Zhu Wulong boldly offered, attempting to grasp Lingji's hand. In the next moment, his head met the muddy ground with an intimate embrace. How strange. Who gave you permission to call me Wu Shimmy? In the Qingyun Sect, we distinguish seniors and juniors by strength and rank, with your cultivation level. You should address me as Wu Shiji. Her voice, still sweet and lively, delivered words that caught everyone off guard. Lingji's tiny foot pressed down on Zhu Wulong's head, seemingly exerting no effort, yet rendering him incapable of lifting his head, reduced to rubbing against the ground like a pig rolling in the mud. Wu Shiji, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhu Wulong pleaded in desperation. As his sycophants dropped to their knees, weeping profusely, Lingji pondered for a moment, deciding not to burden her senior brother with the unpleasant matters, lest it spoil his mood while he prepared the spirit beast. Despite her youth and relative inexperience, her keen insight into the world's virtues and vices made it impossible for her to overlook the wickedness of those servant disciples, which revolted her. Yet, standing before her was senior brother Nan Wang, although engaged in the shocking act of stewing a spirit beast that he had nurtured for years, a creature that had met a tragic end at the hands of an enemy. Her perceptive heart still deemed him a good person. Should she adhere to worldly conventions or trust her discerning heart? Lingji found a clean stone to sit on, puffing up her little cheeks in contemplation over this profound dilemma that eluded her youthful understanding. Before long, the chicken soup was ready. Nan Wang ladled 2 bowls, offering one to the ever-hungry rabbit and the other to the pensive Lingji. Shimmy, would you like a bowl? Lingji won't drink it. Lingji is content just to watch you. Senior brother, Lingji replied, swallowing hard. Eating spirit beasts. That was something righteous cultivators could never do. It must be the domain of particularly cruel, demonic cultivators. Very well, Shimmy, then I shall enjoy it myself. The refusal of the 5th junior sister did not take Nan Wang by surprise, for she was a true disciple, possessing countless treasures and thus finding little interest in his humble chicken soup. Nan Wang blew gently on the steaming broth and cautiously took a small sip. The delectable essence of the chicken, infused with a rich aroma of fat, enveloped his senses, instantly flooding his mouth and nostrils, provoking an insatiable appetite. At that moment, the advantages of cultivation became evident. Being at the 3rd level of body refinement, Nan Wang was unbothered by the heat and continued to drink the soup without pause. With a satisfied sigh, he indulged in hearty gulps. In contrast, the little rabbit consumed the soup with astonishing speed, swiftly finishing 3 bowls and preparing to ladle a 4th. Nan Wang playfully patted the rabbit's barely noticeable belly and seized its bowl. How could such a small creature manage to drink so much? Eek! The rabbit protested in discontent. Leave some room. The roasted chicken will be ready soon. I will add some radish to the soup for you to enjoy with it, Nan Wang assured. Eek! The rabbit conceded, somewhat appeased. Just as Nan Wang was about to attend to the roasted chicken, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Lingji gazed longingly at the diminishing pot of soup and whispered, Senior brother, your spirit beast smells delightful. I would like to have just a sip, please. After a brief moment, Lingji lifted the aromatic broth and took a small sip. The next second, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, What is this flavor? It's exquisite, so delicious that it leaves me dizzy. She had never tasted anything so delightful, not even the finest spiritual elixirs concocted by her 2nd senior brother. Such a delectable spirit beast must be incredibly rare. Those wicked individuals are to blame for slaying your spirit beast. Lingji lamented while sipping the chicken soup, tears brimming in her eyes. Oh, senior brother, your spirit beast met such a tragic end, but it is truly delicious. Nan Wang responded with a resigned sigh. Well, if it tastes good, then it is what it is. The eager mouths of the hungry diners opened and closed, swiftly consuming the majority of the soup. Yet the chicken remained untouched in the pot. Thus, Nan Wang tore apart the thoroughly cooked meat, fetched some water from the river, and added radish chunks to prepare a 2nd batch. The flavor of the 2nd broth was not as robust as the 1st, prompting Nan Wang to sprinkle in a bit of salt and pepper to enhance its taste. Before long, The roasted chicken was perfectly cooked. Nan Wang broke off a pair of wings, sharing one with both the rabbit and Ling Ji. Ling Ji savored her wing, her mouth glistening with grease. Her eyes fixated on the bubbling radishes in the pot. Senior brother, you are truly cruel, yet your spirit beast is so delicious, she exclaimed. Rest in peace. Dear spirit beast, all the blame lies with that Zhu Wulong. It has nothing to do with my senior brother. Seeing the joy on the faces of both the rabbit and Ling Ji filled Nan Wang with an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. After all these years, it was the first time anyone other than the rabbit had willingly enjoyed his cooking. Chapter 7. Entering my sword sect, I hold a reign senior brother. Great senior brother. The sycophants nearly fainted from fear. What day could it be that the esteemed true disciples lined up to visit the territory of mere servant disciples? Great senior brother, Zhu Wulong stammered. We heard that scoundrel Nan Wang provoked you in front of the elders. We, in a fit of rage, killed his spirit beast to avenge you. But unexpectedly, fifth sister happened to pass by, and without a word, she beat us into this state. Senior brother, you must seek justice for us. Zhu Tianke nodded and inquired, what are you laughing at? Zhu Wulong froze. Was I laughing? I was laughing. The next moment, the world spun, and his head met the ground once more. A familiar scene, familiar inability to lift his head, familiar silence in pleading for mercy. Once again, Zhu Wulong's eyes were vacant, staring ahead, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Zhu Tianke coldly remarked, I distinctly heard you laughing at me. When Zhu Tianke found Nan Wang, he was burying the last shovel of dirt with Ling Ji. After a chicken feast, the bones should not be carelessly discarded. Burying them on the spot was the best course of action. Senior brother, what brings you here? Ling Ji noticed Zhu Tianke and quickly dropped her shovel, stepping protectively in front of Nan Wang, using her small frame to shield him. Senior brother, you cannot punish Nan Wang. If punishment is necessary, let fall upon me. The sect rules of Qingyun Sect did not prohibit the cooking of spirit beasts. Yet this act was indeed questionable and could earn the label of cruel-hearted. Had it been anyone else, Ling Ji might not have felt so anxious, but it was senior brother. Just days ago, Nan Wang had embarrassed senior brother in front of many. It was plausible that he would seize this opportunity for revenge. Ling Ji watched Zhu Tianke warily, the silver bells at the tips of her hair buzzing nervously. Zhu Tianke glanced at her and said, the punishment will indeed be yours. Relying on your profound cultivation to assault your fellow disciples, you shall be confined in the sect for a month to reflect on your actions. Are you agreeable? What? Of course I am not. Zhu Tianke sidestepped slightly, allowing Ling Ji to see the 5 or 6 bruised servant disciples behind him, including Zhu Wulong. Ling Ji was left with no choice but to acquiesce in resignation. Wait, Nan Wang interjected, frowning as he stepped forward to defend fifth sister. Senior brother must be mistaken. How could fifth sister have harmed them? She has been with me all this time and hasn't had the chance to lift a hand. These individuals, always causing trouble, have brought this upon themselves by provoking someone they shouldn't have. Senior brother Nan Wang. Ling Ji grasped his sleeve tightly, urging him to bend down. She whispered in his ear, please do not oppose senior brother for my sake. He is narrow-minded and holds grudges. It's only a month of confinement. I can sneak out. Nan Wang. He had not expected such bullying among the true disciples. In the original work, the senior brother was portrayed as a just and benevolent person, a paragon of virtue, except for the mistakes influenced by Bai Fu. In daily life, he indeed embodied the spirit of an altruistic being. Alas, mere words on paper proved too simplistic. Only through direct contact could one discern the shamelessness of the senior brother. In contrast, Ling Ji, the little junior sister, was just as endearing as depicted in the text, albeit lacking in wits. No, that would come later. For now, fifth sister was simply adorable. The charming Ling Ji was now gazing at the battered servant disciples, her brow furrowed. Did she truly inflict such harm upon them? She distinctly remembered merely casting a small spell, without committing any egregious acts. She was in a hurry to meet her senior brother and had no time to waste on these individuals. Yet now, looking at them, each one covered in dirt and wounds, as if they had survived a fierce battle. Especially Zhu Wulong, whose face was a patchwork of bruises. How had his hand ended up broken? When had she ever broken Zhu Wulong's hand? Ling Ji's small head was filled with great confusion, sensing she had overlooked something significant. Zhu Tiang's gaze fell upon the mound of earth behind Nan Wang, and he sighed, "What a pity for your spirit beast, junior brother. Had I arrived sooner, perhaps it could have been saved. Now that it has been buried, I could do nothing but wish for its peace beneath the soil." Nan Wang. It's already resting in peace within the belly. Burp. Ling Ji. Resting in peace, especially resting in peace. Burp. Zhu Tianke addressed Zhu Wulong and the others. "You all, having killed a fellow disciple's spirit beast, your hearts are cruel. As the senior brother of Qingyun Sect, I shall enforce the sect's rules. You are to personally erect a monument in memory of the spirit beast, and within a year, find a replacement spirit beast to compensate junior brother Nan. During this year, aside from the time spent searching for the spirit beast, you shall reflect on your actions at the cliff of reflection." Having said this, Zhu Tianke turned to Nan Wang. "Is this punishment acceptable to you, junior brother?" Nan Wang. Zhu Wulong, inexplicably suffering this undeserved disaster, glared at Nan Wang through gritted teeth, but before the senior brother, he dared not express his anger. He could only bow and scrape before Nan Wang. "I am deeply ashamed for having accidentally killed your spirit beast. Junior brother, I implore your forgiveness. I will search high and low to find a similar spirit beast to make amends." Ling Ji watched Zhu Wulong trembling before Zhu Tianke, suddenly enlightened. She understood everything. The senior brother must have, like her, heard about the scoundrels who killed Nan Wang's spirit beast and acted accordingly. He had beaten them up. How infuriating that the senior brother placed all the blame on her while pretending to be the good guy before Nan Wang. How could he have the audacity? Ling Ji's teeth ground in anger, eager to expose the senior brother's scheme. Yet in the next moment, she grasped another truth. In a matter of striking, she and the senior brother were accomplices. Should she reveal his actions, Nan Wang would learn that she too had been involved. But how detestable. There are bad people, good and bad people. Tears welled in Ling Ji's eyes from frustration, yet her exquisite heart remained unresponsive. The senior brother's actions were a blatant scheme, not born of malice toward her. Under such circumstances, her exquisite heart would not feel the sting. Nan Wang observed the submissive Zhu Wulong and his sycophantic followers, feeling a myriad of emotions. Who would have thought that the tides of fortune would turn, and one day he would be on the receiving end? Delightful, utterly delightful. Merely, Nan Wang gazed deeply at the faces of his colleagues, each one familiar to him, and turned to Zhi Tianke, clasping his fists in respect. "Senior brother, tomorrow I shall descend the mountain, and I shall no longer require spirit beasts. For this matter, let us spare these individuals. The chore's disciples have it difficult enough in their cultivation, and it is unnecessary to squander their precious time for a mere mortal like myself." The chore disciples looked at Nan Wang in astonishment, utterly unprepared for him to speak on their behalf. Zhi Tianke was taken aback. "Descend the mountain? Why do you intend to leave?" Nan Wang replied with a bitter tone. "I have cultivated for many years and have yet to reach the 5th level of body refinement. It seems I am fated to be estranged from the path of immortality. The steward has informed me that tomorrow is an auspicious day, specifically chosen to send me back along with the other disciples who have reached their coming of age, back to the mortal realm." He dare not hope that Zhi Tianke had come for him today, nor did he wish to cling to Zhi Tianke's favor in order to remain within the sect. However, he made a point of mentioning that tomorrow was an auspicious day for the return of disciples, subtly indicating to Zhi Tianke that among the chore's disciples, there existed a steward who held sway over their fates, wielding power with reckless abandon. Yet, Nan Wang did not anticipate that the illustrious disciple of the Buddha would fail to perceive his veiled insinuations. Instead, Zhi Tianke nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, tomorrow is truly an auspicious day." Nan Wang. Zhi Tianke continued, "Prepare your belongings. Tomorrow you shall enter my sword sect." Nan Wang. The other chore disciples present? Ling Ji was the first to spring up, exclaiming, "Wait, I arrived first. Why should senior brother join the sword sect?" "I object." I want senior brother to join my tool sect. Nan Wang. Was he dreaming? Or were the senior brother and junior sister discussing? How could a chore disciple, who possessed nothing, be the subject of such contention? The confusion was not limited to Nan Wang. The other chore disciples were even more baffled. Zhu Wulong widened his eyes and gaped in disbelief, his expression comically matching his face, which bore the marks of 2 recent beatings. Seeing that, Nan Wang remained silent. Fearing that he might prefer the sword sect over the tool sect, Ling Ji clung to Nan Wang's waist, wailing, "I don't care. I want senior brother to join my tool sect. Thank you for your kindness, junior sister, but I lack a fire spiritual root, and I truly have the desire but lack the capability when it comes to crafting." Nan Wang spoke these words in a daze. No. How had this truly escalated? Was it appropriate for him to even make such claims? The lack of a fire spiritual root rendered him incapable of crafting. Was he worthy of such self-deprecation? Crafting and alchemy were merely different paths toward enlightenment. Ultimately, it all depended on one's cultivation, did it not? If he were to join the tool sect, he could sweep the floors there every day. And what of it? There were many disciples in the tool sect without fire spiritual roots. Why should he be any different? One could refine using exotic flames, even without a fire spiritual root. In the face of Ling Ji's obstinate behavior, Ji Tianke remained unfazed, sneering dismissively and disregarding the issue of spiritual roots. He stated, "Join your tool sect? Is that for you to decide?" Ling Ji. It seemed Ji Tianke sought to escalate the situation further, adding, "To join my sword sect. That decision rests with me." Ling Ji. Ling Ji. Wah. The 9-year-old junior sister finally broke down in tears under the relentless teasing of her senior brother. The most unbearable truth for her was that, even at this moment, her heart, so astutely perceptive, continued to beat normally. Chapter 8. Gossip Zhu Tianke waved his sleeves and departed, leaving behind a group of bewildered servant disciples, as well as Nan Wang, who felt as though he had awakened from a grand dream. Clutching the message bird in his hand, his emotions swirled like a disturbed pond. Has he truly stayed? Has he entered the sword sect, renowned for its abundant resources and formidable strength, a place where countless disciples aspire to reach? Yet, his cultivation level has not even met the minimum requirement for outer disciples. Logically, it should be impossible for an elder to accept him into the inner sect. Could it be that the senior brother intends for him to enter the sword sect as a servant disciple, merely to sweep the floors? Well, if it is sweeping, then let it be. Regardless, being able to remain is a blessing. Lingji was still sobbing. It's infuriating. Lingji will go tell senior sister. "Brother, you must accompany me." Nan Wang pondered for a moment, retrieved a carrot cake from his pocket intended to coax a rabbit, and placed it into Lingji's hands, saying, "Fifth younger sister, I was supposed to leave the mountain tomorrow, but now, thanks to senior brother's assistance, I can stay. Of course, I will always cherish your kind intentions, and I promise to visit you at the Qi sect whenever I have the chance. Would that be agreeable? Naturally, if you have the time. You may also come to the sword sect to find me." "All right then, it's settled. You must come visit Lingji." Lingji held the carrot cake tightly, sniffling, and acquiesced. She was a very agreeable little junior sister, unlike the domineering senior brother, who disregarded the bonds of brotherhood and bullied others. Truly excessive. The senior brother was utterly unreasonable. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. She would go tell senior sister. If Nan Wang wouldn't accompany her, she would go alone, right now. Lingji wiped her tears and said to Nan Wang, "Brother, Lingji will take her leave first. Please take care of Lingji's message bird. Don't let any bad people snatch it away. When you come to find Lingji, send her a message first, and she will come to meet you at the Qi sect's entrance." Nan Wang carefully secured the recovered message bird, promising, "Rest assured, younger sister. This time, I will certainly protect your message bird. I vow to safeguard both you and the bird." The following day, before dawn, Nan Wang stood outside with his bundle. He had not risen early. Rather, he had not slept a wink all night. The events of the previous day felt too surreal. And even long after fifth younger sister had reluctantly departed, he struggled to regain his composure. Back at the servant disciples' common quarters, he found sleep elusive, fearing that if he closed his eyes, upon reopening them, he would discover that everything he experienced was but a fleeting dream. Awakening from this dream, he would once again descend the mountain with the other servant disciples, forever estranged from the path of immortality. The Sword Sect has arrived. The Sword Sect has arrived. A voice called out, rousing the somewhat drowsy Nan Wang. In the distance, a pair of celestial cranes soared towards them. Initially mere black dots in the sky, but swiftly approaching. The cranes glided gracefully, their forms resembling startled swans or playful dragons. Adorned with the black jade talismans emblematic of the Sword Sect, their designs ancient yet profoundly mysterious. A disciple clad in a white intersect robe descended from one of the cranes and called out, "May I inquire, which of you is Nan Wang?" "I am." Amidst the envious, jealous, and bewildered gazes of the servant disciples, Nan Wang stepped forward with his bundle on his back. The individual advanced a few steps and said, "Nan Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Qingyun, a second-layer Qi refining disciple from the Sword Sect. Senior brother entrusted me to come and bring you back. From this day forth, you shall be considered a disciple of our Sword Sect. However, your current cultivation level is still somewhat lacking. The path of cultivation cannot be rushed. To enter the inner sect, you must start as an outer disciple and steadily ascend the dragon ladder." Suppressing his excitement, Nan Wang responded with a trembling voice, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and ensure I do not bring shame to the Sword Sect." Qingyun laughed heartily, assuring him, "Do not worry, junior brother. You are now a disciple of the Sword Sect, and even as an outer disciple, you can access intersect resources for your cultivation. The Sword Sect has always upheld mutual support. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties on your cultivation journey, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will assist you in any way I can. If I am unable to help, I will seek out our senior brothers and sisters to assist you." Nan Wang was greatly astonished, his reply faltering, "Thank you, senior brother. I will remember your kindness." Even if he were merely to sweep floors in the Sword Sect, Nan Wang would accept it willingly. However, the treatment he was currently receiving exceeded his wildest expectations, to the point of feeling unreal. The surrounding servant disciples displayed expressions of envy, each wishing they could take his place. Whispers floated into Nan Wang's ears, crystal clear. How could the senior brother have taken a liking to Nan Wang? How fortunate he is! If only he had chosen me instead. The senior brother has become increasingly reckless. The elders of the sect have yet to give their approval, and he, merely a disciple, has managed to bring someone into the sect? Be cautious. The senior brother's cultivation surpasses that of many elders. It is not surprising that he would take matters into his own hands. Alas, Nan Wang has truly latched onto a powerful benefactor. I simply cannot fathom why it is precisely this Nan Wang. Nan Wang understood his colleagues' confusion all too well. Not only did they find it perplexing, but he himself was equally bewildered as to why the senior brother had taken notice of him. Surely it could not be because he swept the floors particularly well. However, even if he were indeed the most diligent among the servant disciples, the senior brother had no way of knowing that. After much contemplation, the only connection he could recall with the senior brother was the day he had helped him in the main hall. The senior brother had praised him then, calling it a great kindness that he would never forget. It seemed that good deeds truly did bring rewards. From now on, he would endeavor to perform more good deeds. "Junior brother, we should not delay. Let's set off at once," Qingyun said, retrieving the reins of the celestial crane and offering them to Nan Wang. Nan Wang nodded, just as he was about to mount the crane with Qingyun when a familiar high-pitched voice suddenly called out, "Senior brother, please wait." The servant manager, who had been absent until just now, suddenly appeared as though he had emerged from the ground, darting in front of the two with a beaming smile. "Senior brother, I am a manager here. Nan Wang has been under my watch since he was little. To have nurtured such an outstanding talent who has caught the eye of the Sword Sect. We, the other disciples, share in this honor and disgrace." The manager's words were laden with implications, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qingyun, not straying for an instant. The insincerity of his demeanor disgusted Nan Wang. Qingyun replied with a smile, "Rest assured, junior brother, I understand your intentions. Upon my return, I will certainly inform our master of your contributions to his development. However, time is of the essence. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Nan Wang furrowed his brow, about to say something, when the celestial crane suddenly bowed its head, unexpectedly heaving him onto its back and taking flight. Whoa! Nan Wang clutched the crane's feathers tightly, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing him to fearfully shut his eyes. After a considerable time, he dared to crack them open a sliver. In the next moment, that small gap rapidly widened until it could open no further. Before him lay an endless expanse of mist, while the howling winds roared in his ears. The figure of the servant disciple diminished until it faded into a mere black, vanishing completely from sight. Looking down, the dragon ascension ladder, which Nan Wang had traversed countless times, finally unfolded before him in its entirety. The dragon's body was rugged, its head majestic, seamlessly integrated and vividly lifelike, as if it were on the brink of awakening. A celestial crane danced in the air, its tail trailing gracefully before it soared towards the mountainside. The wind stung his eyes, yet Nan Wang was reluctant to close them, for he had never witnessed such a spectacle, and he wished to miss not a single moment. Suddenly, the resonant voice of Qingyun Sect echoed, slightly distorted but still clear. Junior brother, soon your cultivation will surpass theirs by leaps and bounds. These trivial matters are not worth your concern. I too emerged from the ranks of servant disciples. Look at me now, they must come to curry favor with me. Nan Wang was greatly stirred by this impassioned speech, and replied loudly, Junior brother remembers. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. The celestial crane landed on the mountainside, stirring a gale that drew the attention of many passing disciples. Qingyun Sect accompanied Nan Wang to the outer sect's registration office, where he received his disciple badge, a complete set of disciple robes, a jade slip of entry-level techniques, and 5 inferior spirit stones. The 5 inferior spirit stones merely constituted the monthly stipend for an outer sect disciple, while Nan Wang had spent a full decade as a servant disciple, amassing only 3 inferior spirit stones. A myriad of emotions surged within him, akin to an orphan child suddenly discovering his roots. Unlike the servant disciples who shared large dormitories, the outer sect disciples enjoyed individual rooms, each situated upon the dragon-shaped ridge. Though small, merely 4 or 5 square meters, sufficient only for a modest mat and a small bed, it was a luxury for Nan Wang, who had grown accustomed to communal living. Qingyun Sect personally guided Nan Wang through the enrollment procedures and even leveraged his influence with the outer sect overseer to secure a room with a splendid view. Deeply moving Nan Wang, after a decade at Qingyun Sect, he had never felt such camaraderie among his peers. Among servant disciples, mutual support was a rarity. Simply refraining from adding to each other's woes was considered commendable. It was only upon meeting Qingyun Sect that Nan Wang truly felt the bond of brotherhood. Junior brother Nan Wang, today I should have taken you to the inner sect, but the sword sect has been rather tumultuous lately, and I fear you might become a target. Alas, there is no hurry. I shall return to visit you before the new year. If the senior brother comes to see you in the meantime, please do explain a few things on my behalf. Nan Wang promptly nodded in agreement, assuring senior brother, rest assured, I shall do just that. In truth, he did not believe the senior brother would return to seek him out. The mere favor of being accepted as an outer disciple was already beyond his wildest dreams. Setting aside thoughts of the senior brother, upon hearing that the sect was in disarray, Nan Wang's dormant instincts for intrigue stirred restlessly. In the original narrative of Dragon Sovereign, Bai Fu too had remained silent for an extended period, afraid to make any moves lest his identity be revealed. Therefore, for at least a year, Bai Fu too would likely remain inactive. Qingyun Sect's mention of recent unrest suggested that it pertained to a matter that had been ongoing for some time. What could it be? Chapter 9. Naming the 9-tailed cat demon, 1 tail for each life. Even if Ying's tail were to fail, Bai Fu too still possessed 8 other tails at her disposal. Bearing a deep-seated vendetta, Bai Fu too was determined to annihilate the entire Qingyun Sect. The mere loss of a single tail could not hinder her relentless pursuit of vengeance. Alas, how might she convey this matter to her senior brothers and sisters? As a member of the Qingyun Sect, Nan Wang naturally wished for the protagonist's failure in her quest for revenge. Yet, Contemplating the protagonist's formidable power in the latter part of the original narrative, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain faith in the Qingyun Sect. Gu Shanshi gasped, his complexion paling. Concerned, Nan Wang inquired, "Are you all right, senior brother? Is there anywhere that you feel unwell?" Regaining his composure, Gu Shanshi replied earnestly, "You are indeed thoughtful. Junior brother, I understand everything now. This is my messenger bird. You should keep it. Should you need anything, simply send a letter with it, and it will deliver it to me." Nan Wang, bewildered, responded, "Huh? There's no need for further words. I comprehend." Gu Shanshi conveyed an understanding glance to Nan Wang, then firmly thrust a messenger bird into his hands. Nan Wang protested, No, I already have. There is no need for more than one messenger bird. One is sufficient." Gu Shanshi interrupted, stating with pride, "I maintain good relations with my junior brothers in the artifact sect, and I possess several such messenger birds. This one is merely a loan for your use. You shall have your own once you enter the inner sect, but that may take some time. In the meantime, you can utilize my bird for correspondence. It is quite clever." Nan Wang remained silent, as he had already acquired 2 messenger birds of his own, which are likely to be more astute than Gu Shanshi's. However, seeing Gu Shanshi's enthusiasm, he refrained from dampening the mood and accepted the bird in silence. "Ah, junior brother, there is one more thing I must give you." Gu Shanshi produced a small pouch from within his robes and placed it into Nan Wang's hands. Nan Wang instinctively thought it was a storage pouch of legend, capable of holding items, but upon holding it, he realized it was merely a rough cloth sack. Opening it, he was taken aback to discover it filled with low-grade spirit stones, at least 40 or 50 pieces at a cursory glance. Once again, Nan Wang declined. "I cannot accept such kindness, senior brother. I have already received so much from you. Rest assured, keep it. This was given to me by the steward of your division during our conversation just now. I suspect these were rightfully yours to begin with." Gu Shanshi reassured him, patting Nan Wang on the back. "The allocation of spirit stones to the miscellaneous workers is not insignificant. Each month, I see them collect their spirits from the Qinji Palace. Yet I suspect the steward has never given you your due wages all these years. Alas, it appears nothing has changed in all this time." "Wait, the miscellaneous disciples actually receive wages?" Nan Wang exclaimed, his worldview suddenly expanded. Gu Shanshi sighed sympathetically. "The number of those who seek to cultivate immortality is simply overwhelming." Though his words seemed disjointed, Nan Wang grasped the essence. Despite the steward's relentless underpayment, despite laboring for a decade without recompense, and despite the inevitable ejection at an advanced age, countless individuals persisted in their pursuit of the elusive dream of ascension. As Nan Wang contemplated the substantial pouch of spirit stones before him, a pang of bitterness struck his heart. The steward had audaciously withheld their wages, only to now bestow them upon someone who would hardly appreciate their value. Wait a moment. A sudden realization dawned upon Nan Wang. The steward had painstakingly withheld spirit stones for 10 years, only for them to ultimately return to their rightful owner. In light of this, was there not a certain satisfaction to be found? "Very well, junior brother, take care of the spirit stones. It is getting late, and I must return to the sword sect to report. Strive diligently in your training and aim to break through to the 5th level of body refinement as soon as possible. You may wish to attend the courses on techniques and formations offered by the Disciples' Hall. They will be of great benefit to you." "I will remember," Nan Wang replied. "Excellent. I shall return next month to check on you. Should you have any matters to discuss, send a message with the bird." With that, Gu Shanshi departed, leaving the previously cramped room feeling considerably more spacious. Sighing with relief, Nan Wang softly called out, "Rabbit?" In the next moment, a plump, snow-white rabbit tumbled through the window, inadvertently leaping over the sill and plummeting toward the ground. "Be careful." Nan Wang leaped forward to catch the rabbit, only to collide painfully with the hard wall. Grimacing in pain. "Really now? Must you always appear in such a perilous manner? Have you been slacking off in your training again?" The rabbit, aware of its fault, refrained from retorting and curled into a softball, gazing up at Nan Wang with pitiful eyes. All right, I hold no grudge. I am simply delighted to have your company," Nan Wang said, planting a kiss on the rabbit's cheek. "Rabbit, flirt." Despite its verbal complaints, the rabbit remained compliant. nestled comfortably in Nan Wang's palm without any resistance. I am now an outer sect disciple, and soon I shall attend classes held by the outer sect elders. Would you like to accompany me? No, I cannot appear in front of so many people. Such exposure would disturb my cultivation. Very well, if you prefer not to, then stay here and refine your skills. At the very least, perfect your manifestation technique. I do not wish to rescue you each time you appear in danger. Understood. I shall ensure it does not happen again. By the way, Rabbit, now that I am an outer disciple, do you remember what you once promised me? Nan Wang gently grasped the rabbit's drooping ear, kneading it softly as he squinted his eyes and asked, "Did you not promise that once I entered the outer sect, you would allow me to name you?" That is untrue. You have merely just entered the outer sect. Your cultivation level is still only at the 3rd level of body refinement. The rabbit swatted Nan Wang's playful hand away, clutching its ear tightly to its chest, indignant. That was merely yesterday's news. Today, I have already reached the 4th level. Really? Do not believe me? Allow me to demonstrate. Nan Wang sat on the edge of the bed with the rabbit in his arms, opened his satchel, and retrieved a piece of pitch-black stone. With a gentle squeeze, the stone crumbled, revealing a thick layer of dust. After brushing away the fragments, he was left with a piece no larger than a fingertip. Yet, no matter how hard Nan Wang tried, he could not further crush it. This is a trial stone given to every miscellaneous disciple. As one's cultivation level rises, the amount that can be crushed increases. When a stone is completely shattered, it signifies that the disciple has reached the 5th level of body refinement and may ascend to become an outer disciple. Nan Wang had been stuck at the 3rd level of physical training for 5 long years, believing he would never break through. Unexpectedly, within just a few days, not only was he exceptionally admitted to the outer sect, but his cultivation also advanced. Chirp, chirp. But you are still only at the 4th level, not yet the 5th. Tutu remained somewhat unconvinced. True, but who was it that promised me a name upon entering the outer sect? Nan Wang replied, "Now that I am an outer disciple, the resources at my disposal have become significantly more abundant. Stick with me, and I assure you a life of indulgence." Gently stroking Tutu's back, he tempted, for instance, carrot cakes, roasted chicken, stewed eggs, and your favorite candied hawthorn, millet cakes. If I had the right tools, I could even prepare Western pastries, cakes, and tarts that you have never seen before. Chirp, chirp, make it sound better, Tutu said, licking its lips in concession. Naming is of profound significance for spirit beasts, and this holds true even for Tutu, who is far from an ordinary spirit beast. Without a name, Tutu could still refer to itself as the sect's spirit beast, but once Nan Wang bestows a name, it would unequivocally become his exclusive spirit beast. Other disciples would undoubtedly envy him if they knew he had secured such a unique spirit beast merely with mundane food. Rest assured, I have already thought it through. From now on, you shall be called. Nan Wang paused for dramatic effect, observing Tutu with closed eyes and one ear perked up, unable to suppress a smile. Your full name shall be in Nua, with signifying peace and Nua representing promise. Your nickname will be Nua Nua, with Nua referring to glutinous rice. What do you think? Chapter 10. Your monument is ready. Chirp. Not too shabby, Anno nodded. After naming, Nan Wang notably felt a closer connection with Anno. Previously, he could only comprehend the essence of Anno's chirps, but now, even in silence, he could sense that Anno, despite appearing calm, was brimming with joy at her newly bestowed name. Nan Wang playfully kissed Anno on the cheek, only to be disdainfully pushed away. Utilizing the newly acquired skill, he keenly observed that Anno harbored no resentment, prompting him to lean in again and kiss her more fervently. Chirp, my fur is all wet now, Anno exclaimed, forcefully pushing Nan Wang away and hastily washing her face with her paws, her adorable demeanor melting Nan Wang's heart. Yet in the next moment, a wave of intense sorrow surged through him, overwhelming his softened heart. Woe is me, I have lingered here, even breaking into the outer sect. I feel as though I am dreaming, and upon awakening, I shall return to the mundane world. Nan Wang buried his head in Anno's soft belly, wiping away his tears in her dense, silky fur. Whether it was junior sister Wu or senior brother, or even brother Gushan in front of them, Nan Wang had to maintain a facade of composure, regardless of the turmoil within. Only in Anno's presence could he express his true feelings without a care. Chirp. Consider yourself lucky, Anno comforted, patting his anxious head with her paw. His sorrow did not linger long, as he soon regained his spirits. Observing his unfamiliar surroundings, he cheerfully remarked, I am now an outer sect disciple. No longer will I worry about being driven down the mountain every day. Hee. I heard that outer sect disciples have access to magical classes. I wonder which senior brother will be teaching us. It would be splendid if I could encounter an elder. I have always aspired to learn the spell of spatial retrieval. How cool would that be? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chirp, chirp. Immediate results, dubious paths. Rather than indulging in such frivolities, one ought to meditate sincerely to stabilize one's cultivation. Chirp, chirp. After finally ascending, do you wish to fall back down? A fierce glint flashed in Anno's eyes as she raised her paw and struck Nan Wang, leaving a distinct red mark on his handsome profile. Ouch! Though it did not truly hurt, Nan Wang theatrically cried out in dismay. Anno, unfazed, lifted her left paw and struck the other side of his face, leaving another matching mark. Realizing Anno had further intentions to continue, Nan Wang quickly pleaded for mercy. Hey, no more. I was wrong, I understand now. I shall meditate right away. After several days of diligent meditation indoors, the day for magical classes finally arrived. Along the ridges of Longpan Mountain, transmission stones stood at intervals. Any inner sect disciple or outer sect elder intending to teach would announce their arrival in advance via these stones. The frequency of classes was irregular, sometimes occurring several times a month or even a few months apart. Excited, Nan Wang bid farewell to Anno early in the morning and stepped out. This was his first excursion since becoming an outer sect disciple, and the path was one he knew well. He could traverse it with his eyes closed. After all, he had been sweeping it for 10 years. How could he not be familiar? The disciples' quarters were nestled halfway up the mountain, and Nan Wang frequently passed by while sweeping the dragon ascending steps. Previously, he could only watch the outer sect disciples attend classes from afar, indulging in envy that was ultimately futile. Today, however, he finally possessed the qualification to step inside. The morning sunlight was bright yet gentle, filtering through layers of mist and casting shimmering patterns along the mountain path. The smooth dragon ascending steps glimmered like a tranquil water surface. Midway, Nan Wang's attention was captured by a small rabbit munching on grass by the roadside. Rabbits were the most abundant spirit beasts within the Qingyun Sect, even more so than cranes, and they could frequently be seen even among the servant disciples. On this winding path, there were as numerous as stars, with one appearing every few steps. Nan Wang retrieved a carrot cake from his pocket and offered it to the little rabbit. While it munched away, he chuckled and began to pet it enthusiastically. In contrast to Anno, who would reveal her claws after just a couple of strokes, the outdoor rabbits were far more amiable. A simple treat was enough for a delightful petting session, which Nan Wang thoroughly enjoyed. Once the rabbit was satisfied and Nan Wang had his fill of petting, a twinge of guilt crept in as he thought, though the outdoor rabbits are adorable, my heart still belongs to Anno. Brother Nan Wang. A timid voice called softly in his ear. Startled, Nan Wang stumbled back several steps, nearly tumbling down the stairs. Be careful, senior brother. The speaker quickly caught him, preventing an embarrassing fall. Regaining his balance, Nan Wang turned to see the familiar face of Qian Sanhu, exclaiming, Ah, it's you. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I was caught petting wild rabbits by Anno. Qian Sanhu chuckled nervously. Yes, it's me. Do you still remember me, brother Nan Wang? How could I forget? We were just working together at the Great Hall a few days ago. Nan Wang replied with curiosity. Indeed, as you say, brother Nan Wang, Qian Sanhu affirmed. Nan Wang frowned slightly, sensing that Qian Sanhu's demeanor was overly subservient. Is something the matter? Oh no, not at all. I'm just on duty today and thought I'd say hello upon seeing you, Qian Sanhu replied. All right then. By the way, since you're here, it saves me a trip. Take this. Nan Wang pulled out a cloth bag from his robe and handed it to Qian Sanhu. Qian Sanhu opened the bag, his eyes widening in shock. Brother, this, so many spirit stones. What is the meaning of this? Take it. Since you call me brother, it is only right for me to assist you. Keep 5 for yourself, and share the rest with the other servant disciples at the service station, Nan Wang instructed. when brother Gushan casually handed him the overdue wages of the servant disciples. It felt effortless. Yet, holding these stones now felt unbearably heavy. Aside from his portion, these spirit stones certainly included the shares of the other servant disciples. In truth, compared to his previous life where he toiled for years as an office worker, he had matured in mind and spirit, possessing a higher tolerance for leadership-esque manipulation. However, the majority of the other servant disciples had joined Qingyun Sect as children and remained underage to this day. It was indeed pitiful for them to endure the hardships of unpaid labor at such a tender age. Having finally secured a stable position, earning a monthly stipend and relying on the support of senior brothers from the Sword Sect lineage, he decided to return these spirit stones to where they rightfully belonged. "Thank you so much, brother," Qian Sanhu sniffled, carefully storing the spirit stones. Then, as if recalling something, he excitedly informed Nan Wang, "By the way, brother, your monument has been erected. You can come back to see it whenever you have time." Nan Wang, what monument? I'm still alive, so why would I need a monument? Alas, brother, look at my tongue. I cannot articulate my thoughts clearly. Qian Sanhu patted his mouth a couple of times and added, "It is a monument for your spiritual beast, which has already been erected. A few days ago, all of our brothers went to pay respects at the monument, and I believe your spiritual beast will find peace in the heavens." Nan Wang, what a peculiar affair it is to erect a monument for a chicken. As for the heavenly spirit, it has long been digested within my belly. Chapter 11. The calculus class is so sleep-inducing. Nan Wang, reluctant to continue discussing spirit beasts, hastily offered a few vague remarks before making his escape. As he hurried along the path, he kept his gaze fixed ahead, determinedly heading toward the disciples' hall. Upon arriving, he found himself slightly out of breath and perspiring lightly. He ascended the final few steps at a leisurely pace, contemplating where to secure a favorable spot for the lecture. However, the scene that greeted him next left him utterly flabbergasted. The hall was crowded with outer disciples, filling every available mat to the brim, creating a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a lively marketplace. Those arriving late found no space within and were left with no choice but to set up additional mats and low tables outside, exposed to the glaring sun. Nan Wang was taken aback. He had left home at what he considered an early hour, even if he couldn't claim a front row seat. Surely there should have been ample space in the first 3 rows. Over the past decade, he had passed by the disciples' hall countless times, yet had never witnessed such an overflow of attendees. The current situation was evidently unusual. What could have transpired? Was an intersect elder lecturing today? Puzzled, Nan Wang settled onto an extra mat, only to notice someone else had taken a seat beside him. He gently tapped the low table in front of that person and quietly inquired, "Friend, do you happen to know who is lecturing today?" "What? You don't know who is coming? Then why are you here?" The disciple shot him a curious glance, clearly bewildered. Nan Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it so strange for him to simply wish to learn? The other disciple's demeanor seemed rather unwelcoming, leaving Nan Wang hesitant to pursue the matter further. However, even without direct inquiry, the murmurs around him quickly revealed the answer. "Unbelievable! I've never seen the disciples' hall filled to capacity before. Truly worthy of that senior brother, didn't they say that the true inheritors wouldn't come to teach the outer sect? I'd rather learn alchemy than magic. Even inner disciples rarely see him. Why is he here in the outer sect today? I must perform well. Perhaps I'll catch his eye." Listening intently, Nan Wang began to piece together the puzzle. If his assumptions were correct, the distinguished guest providing instruction today was none other than Chu Songping, the prodigious dual cultivator of alchemy and magic, the second senior brother of the Qingyun Sect, revered as one of the most extraordinary young talents in the entire cultivation world. If a vote were held among the disciples to determine who they most wished to impress, the name emerging at the top would neither be the first senior brother, Zhu Tianke, nor the first senior sister, Du Shuling. It would undoubtedly be Chu Songping, commanding an overwhelming majority. In the realm of cultivation, every formidable practitioner inevitably relied upon 2 essential elements: magical tools and elixirs. The Qingyun Sect's sword sect was robust, with every disciple wielding a personal spirit sword. Yet the origin of these swords relied upon the craftsmanship of the Qingyun Sect disciples. In comparison to magical tools, elixirs held even greater significance. Upon achieving a high level of mastery, even a flower or a leaf could serve as a weapon. One could become a formidable force without a personal spirit sword. Yet who could claim that after millennia of cultivation, they had never encountered misfortune? Elixirs had the power to revive the fallen and assist in cultivation. No practitioner would ever consider them excessive. Within the cultivation world, the status of alchemists was exceedingly elevated, boasting an advancement system independent of cultivation levels. While most practitioners were categorized into the realms of body refining, chi refining, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation, alchemists were further divided into three major ranks based on their alchemical prowess: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Some alchemists, despite their modest cultivation level, possessed exceptional talent in alchemy, capable of producing high-quality elixirs with minimal cultivation. Such alchemists, regardless of their level, could access the best resources within their sect. Moreover, a culture of mutual protection existed among alchemists, one so strong that it could transcend sect boundaries in extreme cases. For instance, if someone were to conspire against Zhu Tianke, the repercussions would likely be limited to the sword sect pursuit. However, if harm befell Chu Songping, the entire cultivation world as alchemists would collectively refuse to provide any elixirs to the perpetrator henceforth. It was an unspoken rule in the cultivation realm. One must never provoke an alchemist. Within the Qingyun Sect, any disciple possessing fire affinity, regardless of their other talents, would ultimately gravitate towards the alchemy or tool sects, with one notable exception: Chu Songping. At a young age, Chu Songping had already attained high-grade alchemist status, having saved countless lives with his signature 9 Revolutions soul regeneration elixir. The path of alchemy was a wide avenue for him. The Qingyun Sect received daily requests from other celestial sects, with innumerable practitioners offering rare treasures in hopes of coaxing him into refining elixirs. Yet, what lecture was the exceptionally skilled Chu Songping delivering to the outer disciples today? A magic class. Not an alchemy class, but a magic class. A dual cultivator's proficiency in magic would imply that his talent in that realm far surpassed his alchemical capabilities. This pattern held true for Chu Songping as well. Endowed with both unique fire and water elemental roots, he could simulate other elemental roots and wield magic beyond the fire and water attributes. His magical talent was extraordinary. He could learn any recorded spell in the cultivation world simply by observing it once. In the vast cultivation world, no one else could rival Chu Songping as brilliance, and even many inner-sect elders found themselves humbled in his presence. The fact that Chu Songping had graciously chosen to teach the outer sect today sent waves of excitement through the disciples, all of whom were eager to absorb every word he spoke. Nan Wang shared in this enthusiasm, at least prior to the commencement of the lecture. However, once the lesson began, events spiraled beyond his control. While Chu Songping lectured within the hall, Nan Wang sat outside, surrounded by a sea of heads that obscured his view of the master, while the warm sun overhead dulled his senses. The topic of the lecture was the most fundamental Qingxin technique, far removed from the captivating feats of telekinesis he had envisioned. In the Qingyun Sect, there was scarcely anyone unfamiliar with the Qingxin technique. However, even the most basic concepts could be presented in complex ways. To draw a parallel, Nan Wang's previous understanding of the technique resembled elementary mathematics, while Chu Songping's teaching was akin to university-level calculus. The concepts were similar, yet the presentation was vastly different. One moment, they were discussing simple addition, and the next, the board was filled with incomprehensible symbols. The weather today was splendid. The sun shone warmly yet not uncomfortably, akin to a light blanket draped over one in early spring, thin and soft. The breeze was gentle, serenading the air with a soothing lullaby. Nan Wang believed himself to be one of the most diligent students in the outer sect, so much so that even in his dreams, he was still silently reciting the Qingxin technique. Unbeknownst to him, as he succumbed to a deep and dreamless slumber, the figure he had been unable to clearly see since the beginning of the lesson suddenly sprang into action. After traversing one meditation mat after another, and passing by diligent disciples engrossed in taking notes, he finally arrived. He arrived at his desk. Chapter 12. Weakness invites beating. The second senior brother, clad in white with a purple collar, stood against the sunlight before Nan Wang's table. His striking red and gray eyes gazed down at the drool lingering at the corner of Nan Wang's mouth. With a slight parting of his thin lips, he uttered, "A decayed tree cannot be carved." He then swept away, leaving the outer disciples in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had he truly left mid-class? Had he been driven away by a mere decayed tree? When Nan Wang was abruptly yanked from the table, his face was clouded with sleepiness, caught in a half-dream state. However, this disorientation did not last long. Faced with the wrath of his senior brothers and receiving a powerful punch, he fully awakened. Gazing at the massive fist before him, Nan Wang emitted a bewildered sound. His brothers paid no heed to his protests, continuing their relentless assault. "Wait, I was wrong. Help!" Nan Wang cried out in desperation. The pain itself was secondary. The primary concern was, why? Why were they attacking him? Did the sect practice bullying as well? With no time for contemplation or repentance, more fists rained down upon him. All disciples present possessed higher cultivation levels than Nan Wang, and beating him was akin to a child playing with a toy. Nan Wang had no opportunity to retaliate, enduring a one-sided beating throughout. This might not be the most painful thrashing he had ever received in his life, but it was certainly the most perplexing. "Sleep, sleep, sleep." The second senior brother came, but was angered away by you. What use is a waste in cultivating immortality? Who is this newcomer, so ignorant of the rules? A child unteachable, a decayed tree uncarvable. Bah! This one-sided brawl, incited by collective fury, only came to an end when an elder from the outer sect happened to intervene. As the sun dipped low, Nan Wang, bruised and battered, limped back to his dwelling and mumbled incoherently to Anua, who was engrossed in reading miscellaneous books on a mat. No, I'm fat. Anua responded with confusion. Weren't we supposed to attend a spell class? Did it suddenly turn into a martial arts class? Crying, Nan Wang lamented. The second senior brother left. They said it was because of me, so they beat me up. They went too far. I was the only one asleep. Woo-woo. They see my low cultivation and my entrance through the back door, so they blame everything on me. As Nan Wang sat cross-legged to meditate and heal, he continued to complain to Anua. Anua retorted, "Enough of your whimpering. Focus on your meditation. Knowing your weakness should motivate you to improve your cultivation." How easy it is to say that. It's not as simple as it sounds. Nan Wang sighed, standing from his mat and rubbing his numb legs. Look at those prodigies. For them, raising their cultivation is as effortless as eating and drinking. Yet here I am, despite countless hours of meditation and practice. My cultivation remains stagnant. Actually, it's not entirely your fault. Those with lesser talents require much more spiritual energy and rare resources to advance, Anua explained. Given your aptitude, the quickest way to reach the 5th level of body refinement would be to soak in a medicinal bath for a month. As for refining qi, it's even more hopeless. You need to consume an entire bottle of high-grade elixirs. In truth, Anua had observed Nan Wang's years of diligence. To be fair, Nan Wang had truly done his utmost. He had taken every opportunity available to him. Sleeping in spell classes was not solely his fault, as such practices depended heavily on innate talent. Even if he studied day and night, he would still struggle to master spells beyond his capabilities, risking obsession and thereby deviating from his path. "Indeed, I have genuinely done my best," Nan Wang exclaimed. "This body's lack of talent is not my doing. It is simply—" He trailed off suddenly, halting mid-sentence. He had never spoken of his transmigration to anyone, not even to Anua. In the world of cultivation, such matters were unheard of. To outsiders, his situation would be viewed as seizing another's body for rebirth. Such acts were often associated with the most malevolent demonic sects, and if revealed, his fate would be dire. In the original narrative, the female lead, Bai Fu, who had seized the tail, faced backlash later in the story. The author amended the plot to clarify that her possession was not through murder, but rather a transaction with the original owner, fulfilling their dying wish to willingly transfer their body to her. This explanation barely quelled the outrage directed at her in the cultivation world. Whether it be transmigration or possession, or even knowledge of the original plot, Nan Wang bore many secrets. And Nuo, being a celestial beast of the Qingyun Sect, was someone he dared not confide in. He feared that revealing these truths could bring calamity upon Nuo. Although he had named Nuo, claiming a bond of sorts, he recognized the limits and refrained from formalizing a spirit-beast contract. Without a clear contract, Nuo could not be deemed his spirit-beast. And should misfortune befall Nan Wang, Nuo would remain untouched. Nan Wang abruptly shifted the topic. If only I were born into a family of cultivators. At least as a three-spirit root cultivator with family resources, I wouldn't struggle so much in the body refinement stage. Nuo bluntly replied, "You have quite the imagination. The competition in families of cultivators is fierce. Among the younger generation, only the most gifted are granted resources. Someone as ordinary as you might not even qualify to cultivate." "True," Nan Wang sighed, lamenting one must accept their fate. Without the right tools, one cannot undertake delicate tasks. Instead of internal strife, it is better to cultivate the land. By the way, the onions I planted should be nearly ripe. I'll head to the mortal realm to gather some chicken and duck offal. When stir-fried, it's quite delicious. And Nuo responded affirmatively, agreed. However, stir-fried chicken offal is best when spicy. You might not handle the heat. I'll prepare carrot cakes instead. Even rabbits adore carrot cakes. Tilting his head in confusion, Nuo inquired, "Rabbits? Where else are there rabbits?" Oblivious to the implications, Nan Wang cheerfully replied, "The rabbits by the roadside love them too." In the next moment, he covered his mouth, realizing too late the blunder he had made. Yet, words once spoken could not be taken back. And Nuo's eyes glinted dangerously as he raised a paw, sharpening his claws and aiming for Nan Wang's handsome face, striking with precision. "You dare to raise other rabbits outside." Wait, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. I just fed them by accident. I swear I won't do it again. Spare me, please." Nan Wang pleaded, tears welling up. After enduring a beating outside, now he faced another at home. How unfortunate could one be? Chapter 13. Returning to the old site, senior brother Nan Wang. Ling Ji soared through half of the mountain gate on her spirit sword, finally locating the elusive Nan Wang at a familiar spot where they once shared a meal. Nan Wang, with a wooden bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, lowered his head as he sat atop a stone tablet, slurping noodles. Upon hearing her voice, he lifted his head. "Junior Sister Wu, what brings you here? Has your confinement period ended?" What confinement? I pay no heed to senior brother S words." Ling Ji retorted, her cheeks puffed. "Nan Wang, how could you run about without bringing my spirit bird? It made finding you quite a challenge. And, what is this? It smells delightful." The aroma of the food seemed to possess an enchanting power, swiftly causing Ling Ji to forget the purpose of her visit. She glanced at the pot of noodles and another dish emitting a spicy fragrance beside Nan Wang, her mouth watering with anticipation. This scent was unlike that of roasted chicken. It was a novel and exhilarating aroma. "Would you care for a bowl of stir-fried chicken noodles?" Nan Wang offered, diligently serving her a small bowl, generously topped with a ladle of stir-fried chicken. Just as he was about to hand it to her, he suddenly remembered something. "Wait a moment. The stir-fried chicken is quite spicy. I added a considerable amount of chili and Sichuan pepper. You might not be able to handle it. Try a little first, and if it's too much, you needn't continue. I can manage. I have always focused on body refinement. Even poison does not frighten me." Ling Ji clumsily picked up the chopsticks, mimicking Nan Wang's technique, and awkwardly managed to grasp a few noodles and pieces of chicken, shoving them in her mouth. My tongue is on fire. Is this what spicy feels like?" Ling Ji grimaced in pain, her face contorted, yet she refused to spit out the food. Instead, she chewed even faster. The stir-fried chicken, laden with chili and Sichuan pepper, was delightfully numbing and spicy while remaining refreshingly crispy, making it impossible to stop once paired with the noodles. Ling Ji rapidly finished her bowl, then wiped her eyes, which were streaming tears from the spice, with her sleeve before handing the bowl back to Nan Wang. "It's so delicious, senior brother. Another bowl, please." Nan Wang obliged, serving her another helping. The large pot of noodles was swiftly consumed by the two of them and a rabbit. After satisfying their appetites, Enua cast a glance at Ling Ji and then transformed into white mist, vanishing from sight. Is he leaving already? Nan Wang sighed, grasping at air in vain. Enua's peculiar habit of not appearing before outsiders puzzled him. Since his days as a lowly disciple, he had often perused texts in the library. Yet he had never found any reference to symptoms similar to Enua's. Senior brother, where on earth do you find such delicious food? You truly are incredible. Ling Ji was about to lavish praise upon Nan Wang when her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the stone tablet beneath him. The last time she visited, this stone tablet had not been present. Now it stood, evidently erected by human hands, inscribed with the words, "Grave of Nan Wang's spirit beast." Returning to the old site, Nan Wang sat atop the grave of his spirit beast, eating noodles. "You're truly remarkable, senior brother. I am utterly astounded," Ling Ji exclaimed, her heart and mind entranced by Nan Wang's abilities. Nan Wang smiled shyly, humbly responding, "It's nothing extraordinary. None of it was particularly difficult. I bought the chicken and spices from Immortal Realm, and the vegetables are grown by me in barren fields. The abundant spiritual energy within the mountain gate allows for swift maturation of crops. Compared to these simple dishes, he possessed knowledge of many more intricate culinary delights. In his previous life, amidst the grind of work, his sole passion had been food, often experimenting with recipes in his rented room. He could master any renowned dish from across various cuisines, Chinese, Western, European. As long as he had the proper utensils, he could create them all. However, he found himself stymied at the very step of acquiring such utensils. While he could manage to obtain simple frying pans and spatulas from the mortal realm, or even craft them himself, albeit clumsily, more complex tools eluded him. To bake a cake required an oven. To grill necessitated a barbecue rack. It is said that even the most skilled cook cannot create a meal without the necessary ingredients. Lacking a rice cooker, mere rice alone would not suffice. After a decade of traversing this path of asceticism, Nan Wang's culinary spirit was on the verge of bursting forth. Recently, perhaps spurred by the two hens he had been reluctant to eat, he found himself dreaming of the pancake stall beneath his former workplace. The fragrant pancakes, filled with ham, eggs, fried dough sticks, lettuce, and drizzled with a slightly spicy sweet sauce. One bite would awaken his senses, causing him to drool in his sleep. Moreover, he would often accidentally bite his tongue, resulting in quite the pain. Sigh. Pancakes are not particularly difficult to make. If only he had the tools, he could replicate them. If only. Nan Wang's gaze fell upon Ling Ji, hesitating to voice his thoughts. In the original narrative, Junior Sister Wu would become an unprecedented master in weapon refinement, effortlessly crafting high-quality magical tools. Surely, crafting a simple pancake pan should pose no challenge for her, right? If he were to be bolder, the principles behind ovens, hot pots, and barbecue racks were fundamentally simple. In the realm of cultivation, there existed formations that could generate heat and light with the infusion of spiritual energy, thus negating the need for electricity to operate such appliances. Could it be possible for him to enlist Junior Sister Wu's assistance in refining some cooking utensils? Junior Sister Wu. Nan Wang rubbed his hands together, preparing to broach the subject, when suddenly, she sprang to her feet with a horrified cry. "Ah, I completely forgot. Woe is me, senior brother. We must leave quickly," Ling Ji exclaimed, seizing Nan Wang and summoning her spirit sword, leaping onto it. "Junior sister?" Nan Wang barely had time to utter a word of refusal before he was whisked away into the sky by Ling Ji. This was what it meant to ascend to the heavens in an instant. This experience was far more exaggerated than riding the celestial crane. With the crane, he could clutch its feathers to maintain balance, although, upon landing, he would suffer the wrath of the crane for tugging its feathers. It was still far more manageable than his current predicament. Suspended 100 meters in the air, surrounded by thick clouds, the ground below completely obscured from view. With no solid ground beneath him, only the slender spirit sword occupied a minuscule space beneath his feet. The sensation was overwhelming. Any slight shift could send him plummeting from this height, resulting in a catastrophic fall. Nan Wang felt his vision darken. "I hope to catch up. No, I must catch up." Ling Ji, feeling her heart race, placed a hand over her chest, reassured by the absence of guilt from her clever heart, and stomped her foot in frustration. Cursed clever heart. It goes on strike whenever senior brother Nan Wang is near. Yet, the food had been so delightful, she lamented. The spirit soared beneath them trembled in response to Ling Ji's agitation. In a state of sheer terror, Nan Wang truly lost consciousness amidst the dizzying height of 100 meters. Chapter 14. A spectacle awaits senior brother, Nan Wang. What has happened to you? Is it the cost? The voices around him were indistinct, muddled, and unclear. Slowly, Nan Wang opened his eyes, realizing that his feet were firmly grounded on the earth, supported by Ling Ji. This was perhaps the first instance in his life where he felt an overwhelming affection for the phrase, standing on solid ground. The sensation of the earth beneath him nearly brought him to tears. Senior brother? Ling Ji's anxious inquiry jolted Nan Wang back to reality. He quickly straightened up, hastily concealing his moment of vulnerability. I apologize, junior sister. I was cultivating overnight without rest and feel a bit drowsy. You truly frightened me, senior brother. I'm relieved you are well. Ling Ji sighed in relief, leading Nan Wang a few steps toward the staircase crowded with disciples. She then pointed to an open space below the steps. Senior brother, look over there. Following Ling Ji's gesture, Nan Wang focused his gaze. The first figure to catch his eye was the sect's senior sister, Du Shuling. However, what truly captivated Nan Wang's attention was not Du Shuling herself, but the chilling sword intent that emanated from her, sharp and deadly. The atmosphere was laden with a palpable sense of slaughter, so frigid that even from several meters away, Nan Wang felt his teeth chatter under the oppressive aura. Unlike Zhu Tianke, who was backed by a wealthy family of cultivators with abundant resources, Du Shuling was an orphan. Her exceptional talent for cultivation and her formidable sword intent earned her a place in the Qingyun Sect, although she lacked the resources afforded by a family. Her cultivation speed was on par with Zhu Tianke's, even surpassing him to become the sect's senior sister. The sword in Du Shuling's grasp, forged from crystal, would shatter into fragments if wielded by an ordinary person. Yet, in her hands, it was a weapon that struck terror into the hearts of countless malevolent beings. Mastery of the sword allowed her to turn even the most fragile of materials into instruments of death. Du Shuling's sword intent possessed an unparalleled lethality, capable of slaying gods and banishing demons, making her the strongest among the younger disciples. Each year, during the sect's tournament, Du Shuling claimed the top position, effortlessly holding her ground against opponents of significantly higher cultivation levels, thanks to her unique and unmatched sword intent. After observing the exquisite display of Du Shuling's crystal sword, Nan Wang noticed the commotion beside her. An agitated female cultivator, accompanied by someone unfamiliar, clad in robes that were not of any disciple's uniform. Who was that person? He wondered, perplexed. Just then, Ling Ji began to explain. The female cultivator over there is senior sister Du Shuangyan. She has fallen in love with a wandering cultivator and wishes to leave the sect to be with him. A few days ago, she caused quite a stir and was knocked unconscious by senior sister. Yet today, that very cultivator has come to confront her. Of all times, he chooses now, when the elders are occupied suppressing the secret realm. Senior sister has been at a standstill with them for half the day. Understanding dawned upon Nan Wang. No wonder Ling Ji was in such a rush to bring him here. It was to witness the unfolding drama. He marveled at how, even at her young age, Ling Ji relished in observing such spectacles, much like himself. Stretching his neck, Nan Wang gazed at the scene unfolding at the plaza while mentally recalling the relevant plot from the original text. In the narrative, senior sister Du Shuling's exit was not premature, yet her storyline was not extensive. The pivotal moment of her fate was precisely this scene before him. Du Shuangyan and senior sister were twin sisters, raised without parents. Had they not been taken in by the Qingyun Sect, their fate would remain uncertain. However, in contrast to Du Shuling, Du Shuangyan lacked exceptional talent in cultivation. Without her sister's constant support, she might have struggled to even enter the inner sect. Endowed with a fire element spiritual root, Du Shuangyan naturally gravitated toward the instrument sect rather than the sword sect where Du Shuling trained. Thus, she became Du Shuling's personal blacksmith, achieving considerable success, albeit with a cultivation level that paled in comparison to her sister's. Then, she fell in love with a wandering cultivator. The Qingyun Sect's regulations on disciples were relatively lenient, with elders encouraging exploration rather than confining them within the sect. They also did not oppose disciples forming relationships with outside cultivators, regardless of background or cultivation level, as long as they adhere to the righteous path. Yet, under these relaxed rules, Du Shuangyin insisted on severing ties with the Qingyun Sect to pursue a life with her wandering love. Her reasoning was that her beloved hailed from a secluded family of cultivators with strict rules forbidding their descendants from joining any sect. Hence, to marry him, she felt compelled to cut all connections with the Qingyun Sect. Du Shuangyin's reckless devotion to love mirrored a bewitched state. The eccentricity of her beloved's family rules only added to the strangeness. As Du Shuangyin's elder sister, Du Shuling could not acquiesce to such a request. Her method of refusal was simple. She resorted to force. She struck until Du Shuangyin ceased to utter words that would sever her bond with the Qingyun Sect, which had nurtured her since childhood. At this moment, she wielded her seemingly fragile crystal sword to subdue both parties. The onlooking disciples, while aware that the misfortune stemmed from Du Shuangyin and her wandering lover, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the weaker party as they witnessed Du Shuling's stoic face as she delivered blows that left them bruised. Alas, love-stricken fools. Setting aside the facts, could it be said that senior sister was entirely blameless? With the elders silent, her actions today seemed somewhat overstepping. The lethality of her crystal sword intent was undeniable, even sparing no mercy for her own sister. Truly pitiable. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Nan Wang sighed inwardly. Senior sister is genuinely kind-hearted, grateful, and responsible toward her junior siblings, particularly toward Du Shuangyin, her own sister. It is no exaggeration to say she gives her all for her. Yet, she remains oblivious to the fact that her sister, whom she fiercely protects, harbors jealousy toward her unbridled success, secretly placing a curse on her life-bound sword, ultimately leading to her downfall as her inner demons emerge, rendering her unable to cultivate ever again. With the narrative advancing to Du Shuangyin's departure for love, the curse must already be on senior sister's life-bound sword. Mustn't it? Not far away. As Du Shuling prepared to expel the wandering cultivator who was rendered almost powerless under her crystal sword's might, she hesitated momentarily. This pause granted the struggling cultivator a fleeting chance to escape. Scurrying away, he disregarded Du Shuangyin, who remained behind. Once a safe distance away, the wandering cultivator summoned a spirit beast and threw out a threatening remark. Is it your grand sect's way to bully others? 30 years of fortune, 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth's potential. Du Shuling lifted her gaze, casting a faint glance at the rogue cultivator, without even raising her sword. That mere look sent the rogue into a state of utter panic. He hastily summoned his spirit sword and clumsily took to the skies. Du Shuangyin, unfazed by the rogue's abandonment, desperately clung to Du Shuling's leg, weeping, "Brother Nyen, you must flee. Yenner will come find you soon. In this life, I shall marry no one, but Brother Nyen, is the Qingyun Sect a place one can enter and exit at will?" No sooner had Du Shuling's words left her lips than the rogue, who had believed he had escaped, collided headlong into the protective array of the sect. It was as if a bird had flown into a glass door. Its once fluffy wings could no longer support its dazed head, and with a thud, it fell to the ground, legs flailing in the air. Chapter 15. Understanding, respect, blessings no. Du Shuangyan's eyes widened in fury as she screamed, "Sister, are you truly going to exterminate our bond as siblings today?" In her heart, Nan Wang scoffed. A useless person unable to surpass the sect's grand formation blames not her own incompetence, but the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Now, she accuses her senior sister of ruthlessness. Truly an eye-opener. Life has become monotonous, akin to a frog critiquing humanity. Suddenly, Du Shuling couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. The scattered cultivator had fallen flat on his back, resembling a frog turned on its belly at first glance. "Sister." Du Shuangyin was taken aback. "What are you laughing at?" What's so funny? Cough, cough. It's nothing. Du Shuling regained her composure, her gaze locking onto Du Shuangyin. Shuangyin, we are the same blood, born of the same mother. Today, when the elders are absent from the sect, you create chaos and insist on leaving. I stop you, and I do so without remorse. But what about you? Do you feel no remorse for the sect or for me? Sister, what are you talking about? I have always acted with a clear conscience towards you. Du Shuangyin's tone was resolute, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. Du Shuling caught the fleeting doubt in her sister's eyes and the brief glance towards the Liuli sword. Her heart skipped a beat, then began to race wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Slowly, Du Shuling lowered the hand that clutched the Liuli sword, her gaze upon Du Shuangyin colder than the sword itself. Du Shuangyin was her sister, her last kin in this world, the one she would protect at all costs. She had scoured countless rare herbs and treasures, pouring her heart and soul into helping Du Shuangyin achieve the pinnacle of qi refinement, ultimately receiving a Liuli sword. Yes, the Liuli sword was crafted by Du Shuangyin herself. Despite its flaws, Du Shuling cherished it as a treasure. Disregarding her master's advice, she resolutely dripped her heart's blood, binding the Liuli sword as her life's spirit weapon. The sisterly bond she fully entrusted was now a source of deep shame. On the first day she entered the sect, her master had informed her that cultivators must not be disturbed by worldly matters. She had promised to uphold this, yet had never managed to do so. To sever the ties to the mundane, to sever the ties to the mundane. So this was to sever the ties to the mundane. In a moment of sudden clarity, Du Shuling heard Du Shuang's anguished plea. Sister, I have sacrificed so much for the sect. All I seek now is my own happiness. Is that too much to ask? In such a vast sect as Qingyun, what difference does it make if I leave? Is the righteous path truly devoid of compassion? Tears streamed down Du Shuangyin's face, her expression mournful, resembling a fragile white flower battered by the storm. She was aware that the elders were far away, unable to defend Du Shuling, which is why she had chosen today to create such a scene. From the very beginning, she knew she could not leave Qingyun. She merely wished to show her fellow disciples how her sister had consistently bullied her. Each time they clashed, Du Shuling would resort to force to make her yield. Afterwards, to quell the murmurs, Du Shuling would shower her with countless treasures. Yet it was absurd. What she truly desired was not those treasures. After today, she would undoubtedly seek out her master for retribution, forcing Du Shuling to procure the Xiling grass as an apology. With the Xiling grass, she could plunge Du Shuling into despair. Using the treasures Du Shuling had given her would enable her to trample her sister underfoot, making Du Shuling experience the bitterness of being subservient and disregarded. As Du Shuangyin wiped her tears with her sleeve, she strained to listen to the disciples' criticisms of Du Shuling. However, she did not expect the murmurs to differ from her expectations. Du Shuling had laughed too loudly, drowning out other voices and obscuring a truth. She was not the only one laughing. All the disciples present from the Qi sect burst into laughter alongside her, and the discourse among them quickly shifted. It was the first time they had seen someone wishing to leave the sect to become a couple. What a devious scheme. If you wish to leave, why not do so openly in front of the elders? Sneaking away is hardly the act of a hero. Why not be a decent person instead of a cowardly rat? This scattered cultivator didn't appear to be a good person. However, it didn't matter. An incapable villain could not stir up any significant trouble. If he truly wished to take responsibility for Shuangyin, he should do so honorably. A despicable little rat, not to be feared. Truly, it was hard on the senior sister. Du Shuangyin was dumbfounded. What was happening? She and Brother Nian had been so severely beaten, yet why was no one defending her? The next moment, an even more shocking event occurred. Du Shuling waved her hand, sending Du Shuangyin flying 10 meters away, landing squarely in the arms of the scattered cultivator who lay groaning on the ground. From a distance, Nan Wang's eyes lit up, thinking, to manipulate objects from afar. How impressive. I never expected the senior sister to wield such a remarkable technique. Lingji silently cast a glance at Nan Wang, swallowing the words that this was not manipulation from afar, but rather an application of internal energy. Du Shuling sheathed the Lioli sword and coldly declared, "Since you have made your decision, today I shall take it upon myself to expel you from the sect on behalf of the master." Du Shuangyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? There is no need for further words. As sisters, this is the last thing I can do for you. You must swiftly depart this heartless and ungrateful sect, never to return. With a wave of her hand, a shimmering disciple's token flew from the Qi Sect's main hall, prominently displaying Du Shuangyan's name. This scene illuminated Lingji's vision, prompting her to tug at Nan Wang's sleeve as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, this is truly the art of remote object retrieval. I can wield such a minor spell as well." Nan Wang, bewildered, responded, "Oh, how impressive. If only I could master it too. The senior sister is truly magnificent. Her strength is unparalleled, and her resources are abundant. Where could one find such a formidable ally? Alas, senior sister, why must you favor that ingrate Du Shuangyan? It would be far better to support me. I assure you, I would never be a freeloader." Lingji, not far away, Du Shuangyan's complexion turned ashen as she stammered, "Sister, you must be jesting." Du Shuling replied, "What? Are you having second thoughts now? Do you no longer wish to leave?" Du Shuangyan, momentarily taken aback, spoke in a dazed manner. "How could that be? I just didn't expect you to actually agree." Du Shuling nodded. "So, you truly intend to depart?" Du Shuangyan, though outwardly resolute, trembled internally as she declared, "Of course. Very well, I shall grant your wish." With a slight pressure of her hand, Du Shuling swiftly shattered the disciple token into fine powder, which dispersed in the wind. As Du Shuangyan remained in a state of bewilderment, Du Shuling bowed to the gathered disciples and proclaimed, "Fellow apprentices, today I, in place of the elders of the Qi Sect, hereby expel Du Shuangyan from our ranks. Should the elders inquire in the future, I shall bear all responsibility for her transgressions." Chapter 16. You are free. I attain enlightenment. The master sister is both affectionate and righteous, a paragon for our generation. Nan Wang was the first to step forward in support of Du Shuling, clapping his hands together in enthusiastic applause. Though he recalled that the original plot did not unfold in this manner, Du Shuling's current actions were far more gratifying than those in the text. With Nan Wang leading the way, the other disciples joined in the applause. Most of the disciples present had entered the sect at a young age, unencumbered by worldly ties. Rather than the melodrama of sisterly affection and familial burdens, they yearned to witness the thrill of vengeance, the swift retribution of enemies, and the just fate of the wicked. Amidst the thunderous clapping, Du Shuling turned her gaze towards the two individuals prostrate on the ground and calmly declared, "Today, I shall send you on your final journey." In the face of Du Shuangyan's bewildered expression, Du Shuling lightly tapped her fingertips, opening a breach in the formidable sect barrier. Du Shuangyan's eyes widened in shock. Before she could utter a word, she was thrust out of the formation by a powerful surge of internal energy. Dusty and disheveled, she clambered to her feet, only to find herself surrounded by swirling fog and dense thickets. Yellow, bell-shaped flowers, devoid of petals, bloomed profusely among the underbrush, charming and vibrant, while the lush foliage mercilessly pricked at her calves, causing a faint sting. As she gazed at the distant disciples of the instrument sect, she instinctively took a couple of steps forward, only to collide with an invisible barrier. It was the sect's great formation. The towering barrier isolated all outsiders from the disciples, securely protecting the entire Qingyun mountain range. Having lost her status as a disciple, Du Shuangyan could no longer enter or exit the sect with ease. Henceforth, all that Qingyun Sect offered would no longer be available to her. The countless resources for cultivation, the endless materials for refining, the monthly supply of elixirs, the stern yet dedicated master, and even Du Shuling, who, while often restraining her freedom, always provided her with precious treasures, would all be irrelevant to her now. It was only at this moment that Du Shuangyan began to vaguely comprehend the magnitude of her loss. In contrast, the rogue cultivator, also expelled from the formation by Du Shuling, was unperturbed and indignantly exclaimed, "Do they think they can bully us just because they are from a large sect? Yenner, just wait. One day, I shall have them all kneeling at my feet." Du Shuangyin forced a smile, replying, "Of course, Brother Yin, I believe in you." Separated by the sex barrier, Du Shuling cast her eyes upon Du Shuangyin's similar features one last time and sighed. Du Daoyu, you are venturing into the vast unknown. As the sex master sister, I shall. Nan Wang's heart soared with delight, thinking, this should have been the case long ago. Set aside the desire to help. Let us mock the fates of others. I shall mock you. No, cough, cough. I shall respect your choice and wish you good fortune on your journey ahead. Du Shuling's face flushed slightly as she shot Nan Wang a reproachful glance. However, he remained oblivious to her chastisement, continuing to clap with unrestrained enthusiasm. Du Shuangyin's face became stony as she forced out, "Thank you, Master Sister, for your support." The rogue cultivator, perhaps emboldened by his newfound freedom from the formation, spoke with arrogance. "No need for your feigned goodwill. Yinner will follow me, and our path will be smooth and our cultivation rapid. It will undoubtedly be far better than staying in your sect." Amidst the resounding applause, Du Shuling's expression suddenly sharpened. She took a step back and sat down on the ground. The Lioli sword slipped from her grasp, embedding itself into the crevice of the stone floor, shattering the bricks beneath and sinking 3 inches into the earth. The next moment, the ground trembled violently. The entire instrument sect mountain shook, with stones tumbling down into an unfathomable abyss. Nan Wang, startled, exclaimed, "What happened? Is it an earthquake? Should we run?" Ling Ji inhaled deeply and replied helplessly, "Master Sister has attained enlightenment. Senior brother, just sit down and absorb as much of the gathered spiritual energy as you can." Attaining enlightenment? Nan Wang pondered the meaning of those words, his eyes lighting up with admiration as he exclaimed, "Wow, truly the pride of heaven. Amazing." Attaining enlightenment refers to a phenomenon where a cultivator, after prolonged accumulation, experiences a surge of internal energy, creating a vortex of spiritual energy that significantly boosts their cultivation, even allowing them to transcend their limits. Though the benefits of such enlightenment are manifold, it is a matter of chance and cannot be forced. Many cultivators go their entire lives without ever having the opportunity to attain it, let alone witness others do so. Even within a prestigious sect like Qingyun, no disciple had attained enlightenment under the public eye for a century. Generally, such occurrences only happen to the truly powerful. Du Shuling breaking through to enlightenment at the golden core level was nothing short of unprecedented. As the vortex of spiritual energy formed around Du Shuling, all the spiritual energy of the instrument sect converged towards her, aiding her in breaking through. The disciples followed suit, sitting in meditation. Even a small fraction of the energy drawn in by Du Shuling would greatly benefit them, as most of them were only at the foundation establishment level. The lowest-ranking disciple present was Nan Wang, who sat cross-legged, greedily absorbing the vast amounts of spiritual energy, feeling as if he were bathing in an ocean of it. Suddenly, Ling Ji opened her eyes first, sensing something amiss. Ordinarily, when a vortex of spiritual energy forms, a significant amount spills over, allowing anyone nearby to benefit effortlessly. Yet, despite her sitting in meditation, she found herself unable to absorb a single strand of energy. Turning her head, she saw Nan Wang frantically siphoning the energy. Ling Ji remained silent for a moment before casting a hidden spirit technique on him. This senior brother is quite foolish, entirely unaware of the need to conceal his prowess. Du Shuling's cultivation rapidly ascended, as the bottleneck of the 6th layer of golden core dissipated in an instant, continuing to rise to the 7th layer without pause. The vortex of spiritual energy intensified, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Outside the sex barrier, Du Shuangyin watched in astonishment as the massive vortex of spiritual energy swirled beneath Du Shuling's feet, her heart a tumult of emotions. The rogue cultivator, witnessing enlightenment for the first time, gaped in shock, and after regaining his composure, turned to Du Shuangyin, his tone awkward yet tinged with anticipation. "Yinner, your elder sister is so ruthless at such a young age. No wonder no man wants her. Come with me, and we shall become celestial companions, making her envious. Yes, Brother Yin, you are right. We will surely be happy." Du Shuangyin forced a smile. Indeed, Du Shuling's fearsome reputation meant no male cultivators dared pursue her. However, in return, she possessed a level of cultivation and strength that left them all in the dust. Now, having attained enlightenment at the golden core level, she had firmly established her title as the foremost among those below the nascent soul stage. Du Shuangyin pondered what Du Shuling had sacrificed to gain this opportunity for enlightenment. This equation eluded her understanding, and she dared not contemplate it further. Chapter 17. Public Punishment. Yinner. The wandering cultivator called out to Du Shuangyin several times without receiving a response. In a moment of impatience, he tugged at her sleeve. Yinner, why are you silent? I have called your name multiple times. Du Shuangyin suddenly came to her senses, apologizing. I'm sorry, Brother Nian, I was lost in thought. The next moment, she noticed the wandering cultivator meditating on the ground and exclaimed, Brother Nian, what are you doing? The wandering cultivator replied, It is a rare opportunity to encounter a cultivator who has achieved enlightenment. This is a blessing from the heavens. We must quickly cultivate, Yinner. Every bit we can absorb is valuable. Du Shuangyin pondered. Shouldn't we be grateful that the position of the artifact sect is at the very edge of the entire Qingyun mountain range, leaving just a small area outside the grand formation for us to meditate? Furrowing her brow tightly, she hesitated, but Brother Nian, the wandering cultivator, impatiently interrupted her. You must learn to be flexible. A cultivator cannot be overly concerned with face, as long as our strength is sufficient. Those who look down on us will eventually bow their heads in submission. No, Brother Nian, that is not what I mean. The wandering cultivator closed his eyes again, seemingly unwilling to engage further with Du Shuangyin. After a moment, he opened his eyes, perplexed. It's strange. With such a massive vortex of spiritual energy nearby, why can we not sense even a trace of it? Du Shuangyin helplessly explained. Qingyun cultivators are adept at forming arrays, especially defensive formations. The Qingyun Great Array, constructed by 33 array masters, can completely isolate the overflow of spiritual energy, rendering it imperceptible to external probing. Hence, those despicable celestial sects, they are so stingy as to withhold even a shred of spiritual energy from others. How shameless! The wandering cultivator cursed angrily, summoning his spirit sword. He said to Du Shuangyin, Yinner, let us not stoop to their level. We shall depart. All right, Brother Nian. Du Shuangyin climbed onto the spirit sword, but it just crashed into the grand formation, leaving the sword's body damaged and its essence greatly depleted. Now forced into motion by the wandering cultivator, it flew unsteadily, swaying awkwardly as they soared on the erratic spirit sword. Watching the Qingyun Sect grow increasingly distant, Du Shuangyin felt an emptiness within her, devoid of any joy at achieving their goal. Du Shuling's enlightenment lasted an entire day and night. It was not until the dawn of the next day, when the colossal vortex of spiritual energy finally dissipated, revealing a disheveled artifact sect square. Standing at the center of the square, Du Shuling held a luminous glass sword that shone brilliantly, as if vying for brilliance with the sun. At this moment, she exuded the aura of a nascent soul. Yet no thunder tribulation arose, indicating that she had reached the peak of the golden core stage, just one step away from becoming an infant. A clever disciple was the first to exclaim, Congratulations, senior sister, on breaking through 3 levels and attaining the golden core. The other disciples of the artifact sect rose in unison, echoing, Congratulations, senior sister. Nan Wang, having awakened a bit later, stood up after wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to find the congratulations already concluded. Ling Ji marveled. Senior sister has reached the golden core at such a young age. There has never been a legend like this in our sect. Senior sister is truly the unrivaled leader beneath the nascent soul, a role model for us all. Nan Wang chimed in, Indeed, a model. We must all learn diligently from senior sister. Brother, you. Ling Ji glanced at Nan Wang. Have you finally woken up? What waking up? I was simply in a state of deep meditation, lost in the flow. Ling Ji sighed, choosing not to expose Nan Wang's lie. It was evident that his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was high, yet he fell asleep shortly after, halting his cultivation. No wonder he had not progressed beyond the body refinement stage over the years. Du Shuling was equally surprised by her unexpected breakthrough through 3 minor realms in a single enlightenment. In her joy, she waved her hand, distributing a bottle of mid-grade elixirs to each disciple present. The disciples were astonished. Mid-grade elixirs were worth hundreds of spirit stones, each if purchased normally. And here was an entire bottle. They all knew that the Sword Sect was affluent, but they had not anticipated such extravagance. Thank you, senior sister. You are a dragon among men. Given time, you will surely ascend. I am but a dog of senior sister. Is it possible that I am more suited for the Sword Sect? Among the cheers of the disciples, only one stood dumbfounded and at a loss. Nan Wang stood empty-handed, feeling despondent. His senior sister had achieved enlightenment, breaking through 3 minor realms, and gifted elixirs to all disciples present, yet he received none. While he was not an inner sect disciple, and his cultivation was indeed lacking, the disparity in treatment under such scrutiny was simply too much. The surrounding disciples quickly noticed Nan Wang's unusual demeanor, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that him, the one who took shortcuts?" Of course, senior sister would look down on such a person. The senior brother acts on impulse, but senior sister is different. Not even at the 5th level of body refinement TSK. Nan Wang's face turned crimson with shame, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Ling Ji tilted her head to observe Nan Wang, then turned to the other disciples, voicing her confusion. How come everyone hasn't noticed? Immersed in his embarrassment, Nan Wang felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame, oblivious to Ling Ji's words. Once Du Shuling finished distributing the elixirs, she approached Nan Wang. As she drew near, she noticed his distressing expression, his handsome face resembling a steamed crab, flushed and pitiable. Du Shuling's thoughts shifted, swiftly grasping the underlying complexities. Originally intending to nurture him slowly, it seemed that would not be possible. "So, you must be our new junior brother at the Sword Sect?" Du Shuling seized Nan Wang's arm, dragging him from the crowd. The strength of a golden core cultivator was far beyond what Nan Wang could resist, and he found himself before all the disciples with a face full of suppressed tears. What a predicament! His private embarrassment had been thrust into the public eye, a veritable spectacle of public punishment. Nan Wang trembled in indignation, poised to argue that even a senior sister should not bully others in such a manner when he heard Du Shuling say, "Junior brother has joined our Sword Sect, and I have yet to present a welcoming gift. Today, let me make up for it." Nan Wang was taken aback. In the next moment, a priceless storage bag appeared in his hands. Du Shuling generously declared, "The storage bag contains little, just 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. I was in a rush when I set out today and left behind the precious elixirs and superior techniques I had prepared for you in the sect. I kindly asked junior brother to accompany me back to the sect to select them personally." Nan Wang. The other disciples. Chapter 18. Did you say 1,000 high-quality spirit stones? This astronomical figure left everyone in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. One high-quality spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-quality spirit stones. Thus, 1,000 high-quality spirit stones equate to a staggering 100,000 low-quality spirit stones. The monthly stipend for outer sect disciples is merely 5 low-quality spirit stones. To accumulate 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, they would need to save for an entire 1,600 years. And this does not even account for high-quality medicinal pills and superior techniques, which are priceless commodities not easily obtainable, even with wealth. The disciples of the Qi sect, who had just mocked Nan Wang, were now rendered speechless. Why is it too late for me to join the Sword Sect now? The senior sister is incredibly generous. This isn't merely becoming a junior brother. It's akin to becoming a revered ancestor. The Sword Sect is exceedingly affluent. Does the senior sister still need a dog? No, I mean another junior brother? With the weighty storage bag in hand, Nan Wang stammered, "As senior sister, this is far too much. I cannot accept it." Du Shuling replied calmly, "Accept it. This is the rule of our Sword Sect. Once you join, you must abide by our regulations." Upon hearing this, Nan Wang found himself at a loss for words of refusal. Stiffly, he hung the storage bag from his belt, awkwardly stating, "I didn't anticipate that the Sword Sect's rule would be to receive 1,000 high-quality spirit stones upon joining." Du Shuling chuckled. The sword sect's custom is to lend a helping hand. This 1,000 high-quality spirit stones are but a trifle. In the future, you may freely utilize the spirit veins within the sect, and should you find your spirit stones insufficient, you may excavate more. Nan Wang could only remain speechless, dazed by the overwhelming wealth. Du Shuling couldn't help but find amusement in Nan Wang's astonished expression. Her gaze fell upon the azure disciple robe he wore, and she inquired, "Since Junior Brother has joined our sword sect, why do you still wear the outer sect disciple attire?" This question struck a nerve with Nan Wang, who hesitated before murmuring, "My cultivation level does not yet meet the requirements for the inner sect, so the senior brother arranged for me to start from the outer sect and progress step by step." "I see." Du Shuling nodded, then shook her head. "It is not your fault. It is the doing of Brother Zhu, who has mishandled matters." "Brother Zhu?" Nan Wang was bewildered. "Who is Brother Zhu?" Du Shuling smiled brightly. "Brother Zhu is Zhu Tianke, your senior brother." Nan Wang. "Is Brother Zhu really Zhu Tianke? Hasn't the senior sister always referred to Zhu Tianke as junior brother? Why the change to Brother Zhu now?" The usually silent Lingji suddenly brightened, interjecting, "The senior sister is right. From now on, I shall also call him Brother Zhu." Du Shuling disapprovingly poked Lingji's forehead. "You are being disrespectful. He is your senior brother. How can you call him a friend?" Lingji protested. "Why can the senior sister call him that? But I cannot." Du Shuling replied candidly. "I and Brother Zhu are from the same school. Years ago, I merely took the role of senior sister due to being slightly older. However, Brother Zhu possesses exceptional talent and cultivates at an astonishing pace, now matching my cultivation level. We both serve as chief disciples under our master, with no distinctions in age or seniority. Thus it is entirely appropriate for me to refer to him as Brother Zhu." Nan Wang. Lingji. They were left speechless. Du Shuling's statement flowed seamlessly, with impeccable logic and a well-structured progression. It was evident she had rehearsed this speech. It was unclear how Zhu Tianke had offended Du Shuling to the point where she was resolute in no longer addressing him as senior brother, instead opting for Brother Zhu. Nan Wang had no recollection of this segment from the original narrative. The butterfly effect was indeed remarkable. Du Shuling continued, "By the way, since Junior Brother is coming to my place to retrieve some items, why not stay for a while? The spiritual energy at the Sword Sect peak is abundant and will benefit your cultivation. The sooner you break through your Qi refinement stage, the sooner you can enter our inner sect." Nan Wang expressed his confusion. "Huh? Me? Cultivating in the inner sect? A waste of space at the 4th level of body refinement. Going to the inner sect? Wait, what does it mean that I'm truly considered a member of the Sword Sect now? I feel no sense of reality about it. Just a short while ago, my senior brother mentioned I had 1 foot in the Sword Sect, and now, just a few days later, I'm to have both feet in." Du Shuling continued, "Our Sword Sect has always had a tradition of seniors taking on juniors. Although it was Brother Zhu who invited you first, he has a Bodhi spirit body, which may lead him to act without due consideration. Henceforth, you will follow me." Nan Wang. "Wait a minute. What does it mean that Brother Zhu has a Bodhi spirit body and acts without due consideration?" The term Bodhi spirit body sounds suspiciously like an adjective, perhaps even a derogatory one. Lingji chimed in, "I want to go with senior brother too. With the master absent, I have nothing to do here in the sect." Du Shuling glanced at her and shook her head once more. "Cultivators must not break promises lightly. You have agreed to reflect in solitude, and thus must adhere to your word. Today, sneaking out constitutes a breach of conduct, and I shall enforce sect rules, punishing you with 300 recitations of the Pure Heart Sutra upon returning home." Lingji immediately panicked. "This is clearly a matter between me and senior brother. How does the senior sister know?" Du Shuling shook her head. "There is no wall that does not let the wind through, 5th junior sister. If you wish for no one to know, you must first refrain from misdeeds." Lingji, moved by this righteous admonishment, teared up and choked out to Nan Wang. "Lingji won't go then. Senior brother, please take care of yourself in the Sword Sect, and do not forget Lingji." Nan Wang sympathetically patted the head of 5th junior sister, pondering, "Poor 5th junior sister, how can she stand against the deeply ingrained gossip of the Sword Sect?" Lingji. Du Shuling. Cough cough. "Let us not break the illusion. We will all be one family soon. Gossiping together would be delightful. 3 days later, Du Shuling made her grand entrance at the Outer Sect disciple area. The Outer Sect disciples, having heard tales of her, feigned casualness as they passed by, eager to catch a glimpse of the chief disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Although Du Shuling insisted on not acknowledging Zhu Tianke as her junior brother, claiming their cultivation levels were equal, the reality was that this was a thing of the past. Currently, the gap had widened considerably. Du Shuling had advanced in the Qi sect, breaking through 3 minor realms and standing merely a step away from the nascent soul stage, while Zhu Tianke, once at the 6th level of Golden Core, had suffered a setback due to a recent incident, causing him to regress to the 5th level. With this disparity, should Zhu Tianke fail to exert himself in cultivation, he would not only struggle to catch up with Du Shuling, but might even lose his position as the second foremost disciple. As the appointed hour approached, Du Shuling arrived, riding the winds of frost and snow, landing gracefully without a single drop of moisture touching her garments. The frost and snow fell to the ground, forming a pristine white path. Amidst the envious, bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Nan Wang mounted the celestial crane that Du Shuling had brought for him. Just as they were about to set off, Du Shuling called out to him, "Hold on a moment, junior brother. This crane will belong to you from now on. Simply attach your disciple token to the spiritual talisman, and it will be registered in your name." "Nan Wang, ah?" Du Shuling said. "Only after refining Qi can one master the art of sword control. While I believe my junior brother will soon achieve this, it is still inconvenient for him to travel before then. Thus, I shall bestow this celestial crane upon him, to assist with his comings and goings within the sword sect's inner peak." "Thank you, senior sister." Nan Wang was utterly astonished, truly taken aback. He could scarcely believe that one day he would attain Qi refinement. He wondered where senior sister's confidence in him stemmed from. Moreover, such a magnificent celestial crane, simply given away like that. These creatures are exceedingly precious, worth no less than 10 high-grade spirit stones. The sword sect is indeed generous. Having stumbled into the sword sect by chance, surely his future days would be splendid. Nan Wang's elation persisted until he set foot upon the peak of the sword sect. The biting cold wind and the endless expanse of snow greeted him. There were no seasonal transitions, only an unyielding chill. Disciples of lower cultivation who lingered outside for even a brief moment would succumb to hypothermia, necessitating a constant exertion of inner strength to withstand the blizzards. This extreme environment serves as the ultimate crucible for tempering one's character. It is the most suitable place for sword cultivators to endure hardship, the buried snow valley. At the 4th level of body refinement, Nan Wang lamented, his outer sect, his Panlong Ridge, is eternally spring-like fertile land. Woe is me. Chapter 19. The sword sect is truly affluent. Before embarking on his journey of cultivation within the inner sect, Nan Wang was already beset by a profound sense of retreat. It was not merely a fleeting hesitation. It enveloped him entirely from head to toe. The environment of the sword sect was so austere that even many inner sect disciples found it harsh, let alone Nan Wang, who had only reached the 4th layer of body refinement. The moment he set foot on the snow-laden grounds of the sword sect, he felt his strength utterly depleted. Had it not been for Du Shuling shielding him with her internal energy, he would have likely succumbed to the cold within mere moments. Fortunately, Du Shuling resided in her own abode within the sword sect. This residence was equipped with a constant temperature array, ensuring that even when the external temperature plunged below -30 degrees, the interior remained a temperate 0 degrees. While it was still cold, at least it was not cold enough to induce fainting. Du Shuling never cultivated within her residence. Her usual retreat was a frigid cave buried beneath layers of snow, a place she had become accustomed to since her childhood in the sword sect, undeterred by the biting winds and relentless chill. Thus, this abode, which she deemed unnecessary, became a fortuitous gift for Nan Wang. Junior brother, the sword sect's environment is unforgiving. Before you can refine your qi, do not venture out lightly. This residence is bestowed upon you, and it contains a teleportation array that connects to the disciples' courtyard halfway up the mountain. Next time you wish to visit, you may come directly from the outer sect. Thank you, senior sister. As Nan Wang beheld the opulent residence before him, his mind momentarily ceased to function. In terms of the Qingyun Sect as pricing, when translated into modern terms, it was akin to a standalone villa within the fifth ring of the capital city. A villa. Just like that, it was given away. The sword sect was astonishingly wealthy. Though Du Shuling's residence was expansive, it had fallen into disrepair due to years of neglect, with many internal facilities lacking. However, for Nan Wang, who had spent a decade in a communal dormitory, this place was nothing short of paradise. The entire residence was structured in a square formation, with the main hall at the center and two symmetrical rows of rooms surrounding it. Entering through the grand entrance, one traversed a winding corridor, where the courtyard featured not only a small spring adorned with falling snow, but also flourishing red pines, interspersed with white snow and crimson leaves, a sight to behold. Nan Wang's eyes widened in awe, his dazed mind involuntarily conjuring thoughts. It is breathtaking. Simply perfect. Is there any place more suitable for an outdoor barbecue? To enjoy the snowy scenery while roasting skewers, this. Could it be the life of a celestial being? Why bother with cultivation? At that moment, Du Shuling stumbled slightly as she led the way. Turning back with a furrowed brow, she admonished Nan Wang, "Junior brother, those who cultivate cannot indulge in luxuries. The pursuit of the great Tao and longevity is the true path." Nan Wang stared blankly at Du Shuling, his mouth agape in shock, unable to muster a response. Du Shuling continued, "Though this warming array is beneficial, excessive reliance on it will hinder your cultivation. Here is the plan. For each layer you ascend, one layer of the array will be deactivated. By the time you break through to Qi refinement, all 5 layers will have been lifted." "Huh?" Nan Wang exclaimed in despair. The words "please don't" senior sister caught in his throat. Others might endure the cold, but what of the barbecue grill? If the temperature was too low, how would he ignite the fire? Yet soon, Nan Wang recognized a loophole in her plan. It wasn't precisely a loophole. He simply understood his own abilities well enough to know that breaking through to Qi refinement would likely take him over a century. Therefore, his barbecue grill should be safe. Carefully considering this, he proceeded alongside Du Shuling in silence until they entered the main hall, where someone awaited them. "Hey, senior sister, you've taken your sweet time. I've already finished my drink," boomed a robust voice. The speaker was a formidable figure with striking features. His short hair tied into a small bun at the back, brandishing a dark, red-veined wine gourd in one hand and a red-tasseled spear on the table before him. This was none other than Zhang Qinming, the third senior brother of the Qingyun Sect. Nan Wang's heart raced with excitement. No way. It's the third senior brother. He is incredibly handsome. Those muscles, that physique, truly a man. Zhang Qinming blushed slightly and humbly replied, "Junior brother, you flatter me." Cough, cough, cough. Du Shuling cleared her throat, effectively drowning out Zhang Qinming's voice. Realizing his blunder, Zhang Qinming quickly fell silent. "Du Shuling added, I have plenty of spirit wine in my cave. Feel free to help yourself." "Ah, senior sister, you're so generous," Zhang Qinming exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he rose to his feet. In the sword sect, where the climate was extreme, warming spirit wine was an essential item, and nearly every disciple had mastered the art of brewing it. Thus, the spirit wine produced by the sword sect was considered the finest in the entire Qingyun Sect. As Zhang Qinming stood, he towered like a mountain, his imposing 9-foot stature exuding a palpable aura. In his presence, even Du Shuling, who was at the half-step yuanying stage, appeared diminished, let alone Nan Wang, who seemed like a mere child beside him, fragile and pitiable. Confronted with the towering figure of Zhang Qinming, Nan Wang could only click his tongue in admiration. The formidable Zhang Qinming was a perfect embodiment of the original text. The world of cultivation was often populated by slender, delicate figures, yet Zhang Qinming, possessing an extraordinary physique, could withstand attacks from opponents of equal rank, a veritable paragon of strength. Among all the characters in Dragon Sovereign, Zhang Qinming undoubtedly ranked as one of Nan Wang's favorites. Well, one of his favorite cannon fodders. Not just him. The entire Qingyun Sect could be seen as cannon fodder. With this thought, Nan Wang couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Junior brother, when it comes to body refinement, senior brother Zhang is a remarkable mentor. There is no one more suited to guide you in this aspect, Du Shuling remarked. In truth, with Du Shuling's cultivation level and innate talent, she was more than capable of instructing Nan Wang in body refinement. So why did she not take it upon herself? Because she had ascended from body refinement to chi refinement in a mere 3 hours. Not 3 years, nor 3 months, or even 3 days. Just 3 hours. In the span of her long life, she could hardly recall the existence of those almost inconsequential 3 hours. She had completely forgotten how she had once broken through the body refinement stage. She could not fathom that there were those who required guidance, even for body refinement. Not everyone is suited for cultivation. Disciples who cannot refine their chi after 10 years would be better off returning to the mortal realm than remaining in the Qingyun Sect. However, there are always exceptions, and a multitude of them. The more gifted a cultivator, the less they require external aids. While those with mediocre talents often find themselves reliant on spiritual herbs and pills throughout their lives. Zhan Chunming was one such exception. As a true disciple, his innate gifts were extraordinary, yet his unique constitution necessitated the use of medicinal baths to assist in body refinement. He was always in contact with such substances, which was precisely why Du Shuling had summoned him. Nan Wang's talent and cultivation were evident to Du Shuling with a single glance. However, she desired for Nan Wang to become an exception himself. How could someone devoid of talent elevate their realm? By investing resources, an abundance of resources. Rather than believing that Nan Wang could elevate his cultivation through his own efforts, she had faith that through her resources, she could elevate him to the level of chi refinement. Zhan Chunming patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, little junior brother, I am well versed in the art of body refinement. Leave it to me, and I guarantee you will achieve consummate mastery within 3 days." Upon hearing the initial words, Nan Wang nodded repeatedly, his heart ignited with fervent ambition. However, upon hearing the last sentence, his aspirations transformed into a wretched scream. How long? 3 days? Indeed, 3 days. But, third senior brother, I am only at the 4th level of body refinement. The leap from the 4th level to consummate mastery entails a staggering difference of 5 minor realms. It took him a full decade to reach the 4th level, and now he was told he could achieve consummate mastery in 3 days? Fear not, little junior brother. When I first embarked on my path, I ascended from novice to consummate mastery in merely a day. You already possess the 4th level of body refinement. Merely 5 minor realms stand before you, and 3 days are more than sufficient. Zhan Chunming asserted with unwavering confidence. Nan Wang's cry grew even more desperate. A day to reach consummate mastery? Zhan Chunming replied, "Indeed, I would consider that rather slow. Perhaps we should inquire how long it took our senior sister?" Du Shuling merely smiled in silence. Everything was conveyed without words. With great difficulty, Nan Wang managed to say, "Third senior brother, senior sister, each individual's talent varies." I. Rest assured. Zhan Chunming patted Nan Wang on the shoulder with minimal force, nearly knocking him to the ground. Quick to react, he helped Nan Wang back up, chuckling awkwardly. The body refinement stage is unrelated to the quality of techniques. It merely requires enhancing the body's capacity to absorb spiritual energy. I happen to possess a miraculous concoction that opens meridians and fortifies the body. As long as you immerse yourself in this medicinal bath, you will effortlessly absorb spiritual energy and break through your limits. Words are futile. Let's put to the test. Come, little junior brother, I shall personally safeguard you. Chapter 20. The second senior brother must step in. Within the residence of Du Shuling lies a dedicated spiritual spring for medicinal baths, the source of which flows with invigorating waters, providing an exquisite bathing experience. Immersed in the warm medicinal bath, Nan Wang finally comprehended the words spoken by Zhan Chunming. The technique had not changed. It remained the same body refining method he had practiced countless times before. Yet, his sensations were entirely different from those in the past. His once dry meridians were now filled with a continuous influx of spiritual energy, and the overwhelming pleasure eclipsed even the excruciating pain of his body being remade under the medicinal bath's influence. What had taken him several days to absorb before could now be achieved in mere seconds. Nan Wang could feel his physical form growing stronger, and the bottleneck of his cultivation gradually loosening. The barrier of the 5th level of body refinement was shattered in an instant, and the path to refining qi no longer seemed an unattainable dream. For the first time in his cultivation journey, Nan Wang felt a genuine sense of progression in his practice. The notion that effort yields reward, indeed, that even a modicum of effort could yield tenfold returns, was undeniably exhilarating. He fervently absorbed the abundant spiritual energy almost greedily. Zhan Chenming, observing the extraordinary consumption of the medicinal bath, pondered for a moment before returning to the room. Du Shuling awaited inside, and upon seeing him, inquired, "Why have you come out?" Zhan Chenming replied, "The method he is using may require more spiritual herbs than I possess." Du Shuling quickly responded, "What other herbs do we need? Let me see if I have some on hand. If not, I can go to Tianke and procure some." Zhan Chenming hesitated for a moment, awkwardly averting his gaze. "No, senior sister, the herbs required for this formula all come from the secret realm and are exceedingly rare. Even if we consider all that the senior brother has, it may not suffice." Du Shuling frowned. "What? Secret realm herbs? That truly is difficult to acquire. Why would you employ such a formula?" Zhan Chenming scratched the back of his head. I merely wish to provide our junior brother with the best formula and the finest herbs." Du Shuling nodded in agreement. "Your intention is commendable. But once your herbs are exhausted, perhaps we should switch to a more ordinary formula?" Zhan Chenming responded, "It's best not to change. This formula is perfectly suited for our junior brother. If we switch, the efficacy would be significantly compromised." Du Shuling was troubled. "Then what should we do?" "We don't know when the secret realm will open next. If it opens soon, I can make a trip. There's no need for such trouble. I still have herbs, but the method is insufficient. Our junior brother's way of absorbing spiritual energy is peculiar. He requires significantly more energy to advance to the same realm compared to ordinary cultivators. Regular herbs are of little use to him. It seems only the secret realm herbs will suffice." Du Shuling asked, "So what do you suggest?" Zhan Chenming awkwardly admitted, "The medicinal bath can only sustain him until he reaches the 7th level of body refinement. After that, I fear it will require the intervention of the second senior brother. Paradoxically, the worse the aptitude of a disciple, the better the auxiliary materials needed for their cultivation, given the same spiritual herbs. Du Shuling could condense 3 hours of qi refinement into the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, while Nan Wang, even after exhausting all the herbs, would still not reach the qi refinement stage. In such circumstances, not only could one not downgrade the quality of the herbs, but it would necessitate using even better herbs. If the quality of the herbs had reached its limit, one must find ways to enhance their utilization. Furthermore, refining the same quantity of herbs into pills would yield effects far superior to a medicinal bath. Upon hearing the mention of the second senior brother, Du Shuling involuntarily gasped. Hastily retrieving her storage bag, "I have some pills as well. I possess a considerable number of high-quality pills." Zhan Chenming noted, "The pills we have are somewhat lacking. If we could refine high-grade qi condensation pills using secret realm materials, that would be ideal." Du Shuling then fully understood. As a fundamental pill, low to mid-tier would suffice for qi condensation. It is rare for an alchemist to specifically refine high-quality qi condensation pills, let alone using secret realm herbs, which could be considered a waste. However, from an efficacy standpoint, utilizing high-quality qi condensation pills for qi refinement could compensate for one's inadequate aptitude and solidify the spiritual platform post-refinement, preventing any risk of instability or collapse. This method would not only suit Nan Wang, but would be the optimal path for any cultivator to break through to qi refinement. The only issue lay in the temperament of the second junior brother, which might make it difficult to persuade him. Du Shuling sighed. Zhan Chenming analyzed. The second junior brother is proud and will not easily agree to such shortcuts, but with the elders away for the time being, he is the only high-quality alchemist in the Qingyun Sect. The other disciples cannot shoulder this responsibility. Du Shuling concurred. Indeed, for the pills meant for our junior brother, we must seek the best alchemist. Zhan Chenming contemplated and leaned closer, whispering, "The second junior brother and our junior brother are connected, right?" Perhaps he may relent for the sake of their shared sect. Du Shuling remained silent for a moment before nodding emphatically. Understood. I shall make a trip to the Dan sect. All relies on you, senior sister. Suddenly, Zhan Qinming's expression changed. Oh, senior sister. I also came to inquire about something today. I heard from fifth junior sister that your life-bound spirit's sword has encountered an issue. Truly, good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Du Shuling sighed. Had it not been for our junior brother's assistance, I would have been unaware of the betrayal from those around me. This realization during my enlightenment is also thanks to him. What is to be done about the life-bound spirit sword? Du Shuling responded. Reforging the life-bound spirit sword is a significant matter. I must wait for the elder of the artifacts sect to return. In the meantime, I shall use other spirits' swords as substitutes. It should not have too great an impact. Zhan Qinming reassured her. As long as the senior sister is aware, I shall have no worries. In a lost sect at the Star Gathering Tower, amidst the curling tea smoke, Chu Songping grasped Du Shuling's intentions and promptly declined. Senior sister need not elaborate. This matter is absolutely impossible. Du Shuling wished to make another attempt, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by Chu Songping. I have always detested those who take shortcuts, especially despicable individuals who indulge in self-degradation and seek to exploit shortcuts. Du Shuling helplessly replied, Second junior brother, your words are too harsh. Our junior brother has worked very hard. It's just that his talent is slightly lacking. Chu Songping interrupted her. Senior sister need not speak well of him. I am not targeting him alone. Secret realm medicinal materials are rare and precious. Even using them to refine high-grade, 9-turn profound pills would be more than sufficient. Yet now they are to be used to forge body refining pills for a disciple who cannot even succeed in chi refinement. It is truly a waste, and it would be a laughingstock to share this with others. Before Du Shuling could respond, Chu Songping added, Anyone who seeks this matter, I will not agree. Not even the senior brother, Zhu Tianke. Thus, he effectively severed any hope Du Shuling had of finding another to act as an intermediary. Duke Suding. At times, she genuinely worried that with Chu Songping's disposition, he would be beaten up just by stepping out for a stroll. Most cultivators prioritize the cultivation of the mind, and as one's cultivation deepens, they generally become more amiable. Yet, Chu Songping was the opposite. The higher his cultivation, the worse his temper. He truly ought to be grateful for his extensive knowledge of techniques and his identity as an alchemist, which had spared his life thus far. Otherwise, whether he could step out of the Star Gathering Tower today would still depend on the strength of her Liuli sword. Although she berated Chu Songping in her heart, Du Shuling could only force out a strained smile and admonish, very well, if you choose not to cultivate, so be it. However, your junior brother possesses an inherently kind nature and extraordinary potential. If you act so resolutely, do not lament your decision in the future. Chu Songping scoffed, declaring with unwavering conviction, that day shall never come. Chapter 21. Someone is in for a misfortune. Nan Wang immersed himself in the medicinal bath for 3 days, successfully advancing his cultivation from the 4th to the 7th level of body refinement. The formidable barrier of the 5th level was effortlessly surpassed. From this moment forth, he would be a true outer disciple, no longer bearing the stigma of favoritism. In comparison to the other outer disciples, he now possessed the strength to defend himself. Should he provoke the ire of the masses again, he would no longer be merely a target for their blows. Only when the medicinal herbs were entirely consumed, and his body reached its limit, unable to absorb any more spiritual energy, did Nan Wang reluctantly conclude his training. He retrieved the body refinement stone he had carried with him, gently crushing it into powder as if shattering a painful memory. The joy within him was indescribable. All he desired was to return to the outer sect and proudly showcase his newfound cultivation to a new awe. However, before that, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to his 2 senior brothers and sisters. Upon exiting the spiritual spring, he found his senior brother, Zhan Qinming, meditating in the main hall. Zhan Qinming opened his eyes, stood, and gazed intently at Nan Wang. Ah, you finally finished. How is the effect of the medicinal herbs? Nan Wang performed a perfect 90-degree bow. Thank you, 3rd senior brother, for your assistance. I shall forever remember your kindness. Enough of that. We are all members of the sect. It is only natural to support our junior brothers and sisters, replied Zhan Chunming, casually waving his hand. However, Nan Wang felt an overwhelming force in his arm, as if he might be toppled over. Thankfully, it was merely an illusion. Once he regained his composure, he stood upright. Excellent. You've successfully reached the 7th level of body refinement, Zhan Chunming remarked, quickly assessing Nan Wang's current cultivation with a light touch. He laughed heartily and added, I must apologize. I had intended for you to focus solely on qi refinement for 3 days. Unfortunately, I was careless, and the medicinal herbs I prepared were insufficient. Fortunately, I received news a couple of days ago about a new secret realm in the northern region. I plan to visit it and gather some herbs for you. Third senior brother, what are you saying? My failure to advance in qi refinement is due to my own lack of talent and has nothing to do with you. Your willingness to provide me with medicinal herbs is a tremendous kindness, but my cultivation is my own responsibility. I cannot trouble you to gather them for me. Mid-sentence, Nan Wang suddenly realized a critical point. Wait, third senior brother, what secret realm are you referring to? Zhan Chunming replied, the secret realm in the northern region. You may not be aware of it. A warning bell rang in Nan Wang's mind. Is it the secret realm from which the Qingyun Sect sent a distress signal? Zhan Chunming paused before responding. I am unaware of the distress signal, but the secret realm is indeed located within the territory of the Qingyun Sect. It has not yet been named, and not many are aware of it. I did not expect you to be so concerned about secret realms with your current cultivation. The requirements for entering a secret realm are exceedingly stringent, to date. All secret realms that have appeared on the continent require a minimum of qi refinement. Those below that level are simply unable to enter. It was truly unexpected for a disciple at the body refinement stage to be so aware of secret realms. With a confirmed answer, Nan Wang's heart sank. It's over. It's the northern region's immortal fox secret realm. Zhan Chunming's thoughts stirred. His junior brother bore an unusual aura. It could only reveal such vital information in this peculiar manner. It seemed that this was his junior brother's way of hinting at the secret realm's significance. After a moment's contemplation, Zhan Chunming decided to speak candidly about the secret realm. The Qingyun Sect excels in formations, and the secret realm in the northern region is abundant in formations as well. Every time a secret realm appears, there are unparalleled formations. As a formation cultivator, it is only fitting that I go to this secret realm. Collecting medicinal herbs is merely a secondary objective. You need not worry about it. Despair gradually clouded Nan Wang's gaze. Indeed, there are unparalleled formations within the secret realm, but you cannot risk your life to obtain them. The northern region's immortal fox secret realm is precisely where third senior brother met his demise in the Deer Platform chapter. What can I do to make third senior brother abandon this secret realm? I urgently await your guidance. Zhan Chunming. In a moment of panic, Nan Wang struggled to formulate a reasonable argument to dissuade his senior brother, stammering, third senior brother, I think the northern region secret realm might. Suddenly, Zhan Chunming stammered as well. I just remembered that the senior sister asked me to repair the sect's great formation recently, which conflicts with the timing of the secret realm. Therefore, I may not be able to go to the northern region secret realm. But rest assured, no matter who the sect ultimately sends, I will ensure that they collect the medicinal herbs for you. Nan Wang stared blankly at Zhan Chunming. What? Third senior brother is not going to the immortal fox secret realm? Died to save his life? He remained stunned for quite some time before incredulously saying, That is wonderful. This butterfly effect is truly remarkable. The butterfly flutters and alters the fate of the senior sister. The butterfly flutters and changes the course for the senior brother, and it even prevents the plot of third senior brother's demise. This is indeed splendid. Nan Wang thought gleefully. If this continues, the Qingyun Sect should not face extinction anytime soon. I must seize this opportunity to gather more resources and elevate my cultivation before my identity as an undercover agent for the demonic sect is exposed. Zhan Chunming. A complex mix of emotions flickered across his resolute face. By the way, third senior brother, where is senior sister? She had matters to attend to at the Lost Sect, and does not know when she will return. Here, take these 2 messenger birds. If you need to reach us, Just send us a message. Zhang Qinming silently omitted the fact that Du Shuling had returned briefly and had been furious, instead handing two distinct messenger birds to Nan Wang. Du Shuling had only returned for half a day, informing Zhang Qinming of the second senior brother's refusal to assist Nan Wang with alchemy, before storming back to the lost sect in a fit of anger. Although Zhang Qinming was unaware of Du Shuling's intentions, he suspected that the second senior brother was likely to face misfortune this time. With the elders absent, it must be quite burdensome for the senior sister to manage the affairs of the sect. As Nan Wang accepted the messenger birds from Zhang Qinming, he marveled at their unique shapes, finding them charming and delightful. The senior sister's messenger bird was entirely transparent, with smooth lines resembling crystal clear glass, while third senior brother's bird had a texture akin to pebbles, robust and larger than the senior sister's bird, appearing as if it were a fitness enthusiast among messenger birds. Nan Wang chuckled at his own whimsical thoughts, but then reconsidered, feeling that the number of messenger birds in his possession seemed excessive. He remarked, "Third senior brother, I already have messenger bird from fifth senior sister and the senior brother. That is different. Their messenger birds can travel to other peaks, but my formation peak is protected by the Dragonlock formation, which does not allow just any bird to enter. My messenger birds can bypass simple formations. As long as you possess my messenger birds, there will be no place in the sect that is inaccessible." Zhang Qinming unabashedly praised the efficacy of his birds. "Ah, I see. Thank you, third senior brother." Nan Wang, truly convinced, happily accepted the two messenger birds and placed them into his storage pouch. 10 days ago, the expedition to the Jade Buddha's secret realm ended in failure, resulting in a catastrophic collapse that extinguished all life within 100 miles and even disturbed the seals of the Central Plains. To maintain stability in the Central Plains, all elders of the sect were compelled to depart, journeying to the secret realm to reinforce the seals. During this period, the affairs of the sect were entrusted to Du Shuling and Zhu Tianke. However, due to the recent frequent upheavals from the demonic sect, in order to prevent unforeseen incidents while the elders were away, they resorted to drawing lots to select one to remain behind as a guardian. Unfortunately, the unfortunate soul chosen was Elder Yin Huai of the Lost Sect. At this moment, Yin Huai extended his consciousness outward, observing Du Shuling kneeling on the Tianqian path with a group of Sword Sect disciples, filled with countless regrets about his decision to agree to the lot drawing. How foolish he felt. The Sword Sect had 2 elders, and it would have sufficed to leave one behind. Yet they insisted on drawing lots. Each time, it was he who drew the short straw. With a heavy sigh, Yin Huai pondered his words repeatedly in his heart, then cleared his throat and transmitted his thoughts to Du Shuling from afar. "I'm already aware of the purpose of Du Zhongzhu's visit and shall provide you with a satisfactory response in a couple of days." In unison, Du Shuling and the disciples proclaimed, "Elder Yin exhibits profound righteousness. We are in deep admiration." Chapter 22. The consequences of provoking the Sword Sect. Why choose to provoke the Sword Sect of all people? I have warned you countless times to keep your distance from them, and yet you assured me you would. And what has transpired? You managed to irritate an ordinary disciple, which might have been bearable, but you dared to offend Du Shuling. I must say, your ambition is truly remarkable. What possessed you to give lessons to the outer sect? I have yet to see you show such concern for the disciples of our lost sect. You attended the class, but left halfway through, casting blame on innocent disciples. Is this the conduct expected of a true disciple? Where has your grace gone? In front of the public, you have provided fodder for ridicule. You are making our lost sect a laughingstock. After Du Shuling departed, Yin Huai summoned Chu Songping and berated him thoroughly. Aware of his fault, Chu Songping offered no defense, nodding solemnly throughout. Today, Du Shuling knelt before the lost sect as Tianqian path, declaring her intent to seek justice for the disciples of our sect, leaving Yin Huai feeling utterly humiliated. It was to be expected that he would vent his frustration on him. Little did he anticipate that a matter settled in private could be brought to light by the eldest senior sister, creating such a public uproar, truly unreasonable. Yin Huai commanded, "You must apologize to Du Shouju immediately, and hasten to refine the pills you owe her." Chu Songping replied, "I can apologize, but I cannot refine the pills. Yan Huai, incensed, retorted, "With such a foul temper, it seems you have not faced enough repercussions. You will only realize the gravity of the situation after Du Shuling delivers a proper beating." Chu Songping, perplexed, queried, "How do you know so much? Have you ever been beaten?" Yan Huai's stern gaze fell coldly upon him. Chu Songping lowered his head, contemplating, "This is my burden to bear. I will accept it all." "Accept what, exactly? Do you truly believe?" Yan Huai's words faltered midway. Chu Songping's downcast eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his kneeling form appearing both obedient and pitiful, reminiscent of his early days upon entering the sect. Who could have imagined that the innocent, soft-spoken child would grow into such a troublesome figure? Never mind. I shan't dwell on it. The more I think, the angrier I become. Yan Huai sighed. "Very well, this is the law sect. And as for the matter of pill refinement, I cannot intervene. How you choose to handle it is your prerogative. However, your abandonment of your teaching duties tarnishes our sect's reputation. Starting next month, you shall instruct the outer disciples daily for 6 consecutive months, without fail." Nan Wang lingered at the sword sect for several days to consolidate his cultivation. Once his realm stabilized, he returned to the outer sect, and his first act was to seize Nuwa and shower him with affection. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. All right. I know you've reached the 7th level of physical training." And Nuwa's fur was tousled by Nan Wang's exuberance, but recognizing the significant progress Nan Wang had made, he silently tolerated it. And Nuwa's gaze was a blend of affection and exasperation, his soft belly rising and falling beneath Nan Wang's affectionate nuzzling. Having satisfied his craving for a Nuwa, Nan Wang joyfully recounted his experiences at the sword sect, from the snow-capped valleys to the ethereal medicinal baths, concluding with, "Spirit herbs are truly remarkable. If I had a continuous supply of them, I would have already soared to greatness and achieved ascension." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Spirit herbs are only effective when one's cultivation is low. Once your level increases, neither spirit herbs nor pills will be of any use. And Nuwa coldly shattered Nan Wang's illusion. "Hey, I know that. I was merely speaking hypothetically," Nan Wang replied with a bashful smile, continuing, "Even now, I cannot fathom how I inexplicably entered the sword sect. It would have been one thing if I had joined, but the eldest senior sister and others have been so generous, gifting me a residence and spirit herbs. I often feel as if I am dreaming." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why ponder so much? You have nothing to your name, no ulterior motives. Just remember the kindness shown to you and repaid in due time. Indeed, Nan Wang nodded, quickly shifting his focus to another topic. "The residence gifted by the eldest senior sister is truly splendid, spacious, and well-equipped. The stove is excellently built. I can cook whenever I wish. I plan to prepare a hot pot and barbecue feast to express my gratitude to third senior brother and the eldest senior sister for their assistance in my cultivation. Would you care to join?" And Nuwa scoffed, "Chirp. Not interested. I shall not attend." Chirp, chirp, chirp. There are too many eyes around. I cannot reveal myself in front of outsiders, as it would affect my cultivation. Nan Wang retorted, "What impact could it possibly have? You often mention this. Yet did you not enjoy chicken soup with 5th senior sister last time? You appear to be just fine." And Nuwa, though I loathe to admit it, you are indeed correct. Last time, I indulged in a few extra bites of chicken leg and was exposed before 5th senior sister for quite some time. Yet there was no adverse effect on my cultivation. Spirit beasts, like magical beasts, primarily rely on bloodline inheritance, with innate talents and techniques bestowed at birth. And Nuwa's bloodline inheritance has repeatedly emphasized the necessity of remaining concealed from outsiders, advocating caution above all else. And Nuwa has never doubted his bloodline and rarely reveals his true form before others, until he met Nan Wang, who ensnared him with a trap fashioned from carrot cakes. In hindsight, it remains difficult to believe that the bloodline he had preserved for so long could so easily shatter before Nan Wang. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It is indeed perplexing. Other spirit beasts within the sect do not require such seclusion. And Nuwa struggled to articulate his confusion, his small heart gradually wavering. Nan Wang seized the opportunity, pressing on, "Exactly. Why must you be the exception? Moreover, your definition of outsider is rather vague. What constitutes an outsider? Is it merely a stranger who has become familiar? Or does anyone who is human qualify? I have not formed a beast contract with you, so by your logic, I should also be considered an outsider. Yet you appear before me daily, without any apparent impact on your cultivation. A new awe. How infuriating. I am nearly swayed. Nan Wang continued with persuasive whispers. Go on, go on. Once you arrive, you can hide within the house and refrain from emerging, while I set up a grill outside and prepare the barbecue. Once it is ready, I'll bring it to you. Surely that would be acceptable? And Nu Aw drooped his ears, pressed his head down, closed his eyes, and tucked his hands away, resolutely resisting temptation. You have never tasted barbecue, have you? Allow me to illustrate. Imagine your favorite carrot, washed and peeled, cut into small pieces, skewered, and placed on a metal grill to heat until partially cooked. Then, you flip it over and continue grilling until it achieves a golden brown surface, sprinkling on special seasoning. If you prefer dipping sauces, you may enjoy it as you wish. Beyond carrots, grilled meats are also incredibly delicious, sizzling with oil on the grill. And Nu Aw, chirp, fine. The barbecue is of little consequence. What matters is the high concentration of spiritual energy at the Sword Sect, making it more suitable for cultivation. Chapter 23. Trusting the words of the senior brother, fifth junior sister. Nan Wang called out joyfully upon seeing Ling Ji waiting at the entrance of the Qi sect. Senior brother. Ling Ji sprinted towards him with the exuberance of a bird freed from its tether. Nan Wang dismounted from the celestial crane, enveloped by Ling Ji's warm embrace. I've been waiting for you since early morning, she exclaimed with a gleeful tone. Has your confinement period ended? Nan Wang inquired. Yes, it concluded long ago. Splendid. Nan Wang felt a wave of relief as he conveyed his intention. I plan to invite everyone for a barbecue hot pot. The setting at the Sword Sect is perfectly suited for it. You must grace us with your presence. Of course I will. Ling Ji's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Though unfamiliar with the concept of hot pot, she trusted that anything prepared by Nan Wang would be delectable. To ensure our gathering goes smoothly, I need your assistance with something crucial. Nan Wang retrieved 2 blueprints from his robe and unfolded them before her. Take a look at these. They don't need to be identical, just somewhat functional. Senior brother, are you asking me to forge these? Ling Ji gazed at him in disbelief, pointing at herself. Her astonished expression elicited a chuckle from Nan Wang. Of course it's you. You're the only one I know in the Qi sect. Ling Ji's eyes flickered, and she forced a smile. Although my master is away, if your requirements are modest, I could ask my senior brothers and sisters for help. No, I want you. Just you. Nan Wang playfully tapped her forehead. What? Don't you want to help me? I do want to help, but... Ling Ji puffed her cheeks, confessing. I faced numerous setbacks in my recent attempts at forging, wasting a considerable amount of materials. My master said this reflects a deficiency in my character and forbade me from continuing until I refine my temperament to meet his standards. What refinement of temperament? Nan Wang was taken aback. Junior sister, you possess a heart as clear as crystal. What need have you for such refinement? Ling Ji pouted, silent. She knew Nan Wang spoke the truth. Her heart, keenly perceptive, could discern right from wrong, requiring no honing. Yet, her journey in forging had indeed been fraught with difficulties. Among the true disciples, only 2 were not sect leaders, she and master brother Zhu Tianke. However, Zhu Tianke's inability to ascend was solely due to the prowess of Du Shuling, while she lagged behind her peers in the Qi sect, often questioned about her qualification as a true disciple. Previously, her master would console her by citing her youth, but lately, he seemed to share a sense of disappointment. Ling Ji had sensed his disdain on several occasions, leaving her anxious and without a remedy. Bearing the title of fifth junior sister, she felt inadequate compared to her senior brothers and sisters, unable to advance in cultivation or succeed in forging, inevitably inviting criticism. Rumors circulated within the Qi sect that her master's insistence on refining her temperament was merely a euphemism for her lack of talent in forging, suggesting she would never become a master artisan. Some believe her master hoped she would voluntarily leave the Qi sect for the Sword Sect or the Law sect. Seeing Ling Ji downcast and silent, Nan Wang could not help but lament inwardly. Fifth junior sister is truly unfortunate. Her talent for forging is rare. Yet the elders of the Qi sect, fearing she might overshadow their inept heir, deliberately misinformed her about the forging process, leading to her failures. How despicable. Suddenly, Ling Ji lifted her head, meeting Nan Wang's gaze filled with sympathy. He knew all too well what awaited her in the later stages of the original narrative. After the Qingyun Sect was annihilated, Ling Ji would be resurrected due to her unique constitution and would eventually become the foremost master artisan across the continent, far surpassing the elders of the Qi sect. Nan Wang yearned to reveal the truth to Ling Ji, yet he understood that given his current status and cultivation, proclaiming an utterly implausible fact would likely be dismissed. All he could do now was encourage Ling Ji to defy her master's prohibition and attempt forging on her own. Fifth junior sister, hear me out. I don't need a spiritual weapon or a sword, just some ordinary kitchen utensils. They don't require complex forging methods. You can use the simplest techniques, and I believe you will succeed. Ling Ji, overwhelmed by the astonishing reality, momentarily lost her bearings. Nan Wang coaxed her further. Look, this item, split down the middle, is called a dual flavor pot. With this, I can prepare a hot pot for everyone. Hot pot is perfect for snowy days, with a rich broth base. You can choose spicy or non-spicy. You can dip whatever you like into the pot, slices of beef, lamb, or pork, and they cook in an instant, paired with a special sauce. They melt in your mouth. Senior brother, stop. I'll help you forge it. Ling Ji wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. But if it fails, you cannot blame me. It won't fail, Nan Wang replied earnestly. Your talent for forging is unparalleled. You will become the greatest master artisan in the world. Even the sect leader will have to regard you with respect, while those in the Qi sect won't even be worthy of carrying your shoes. Ling Ji paused, as if resolving to commit to something, and declared firmly, I trust you, senior brother Nan Wang. I believe your words will come to fruition. Though she doubted herself, she was willing to place her faith in Nan Wang. Time and again, she would choose to believe in her senior brother. 3 days later, as Ling Ji prepared to leave the sect, she was intercepted at the gate. Fifth junior sister, where are you off to? A man with a smug grin inquired. Ling Ji narrowed her eyes at him. Do I not have the right to come and go as I please within the Qi sect? Why so confrontational? I'm merely concerned about you, he replied, fanning himself nonchalantly. He was Yu Hui, the eldest son of an elder in the Qi sect and its senior disciple. Ling Ji hesitated to respond. She had never had a good rapport with Yu Hui, partly due to their clashing personalities and partly because of his lingering resentment over her becoming a true disciple. Many believed that Yu Hui should have been chosen as the true disciple, but Ling Ji's unexpected rise had thwarted his aspirations. As time passed, rumors became so pervasive that even Ling Ji began to believe she had indeed hindered Yu Hui's prospects. Coupled with her master's influence, she often chose to retreat from Yu Hui's provocations. At this moment, Yu Hui assumed she would evade confrontation as usual. However, I'm the fifth true disciple, a rightful fifth junior sister of the Qingyun Sect. Not everyone is entitled to concern themselves with my affairs, she declared boldly, her words bordering on provocation. Not only did Yu Hui's expression change drastically, but the disciples of the Qi sect who had secretly gathered to observe the conflict were equally astonished. Initially taken aback, Yu Hui soon scoffed disdainfully and remarked, It is one thing for junior sister to be inept at crafting artifacts, but her temperament is equally lacking. No wonder father insisted that she practice. It is truly difficult to bear. In the past, when Yu Hui invoked the name of the Qi sect's elder, Ling Ji, despite her reluctance, would have had no choice but to retreat. However, this time, her head remained held high, and her voice unwavering. Since when did the Qingyun Sect allow inner disciples to pass judgment on true disciples? Criticizing senior sister is a violation of sect rules. Yu Hui's countenance shifted dramatically. What are you saying? You must be mad. Before she could finish, Ling Ji's aura surged, and the silver bells at the tips of her hair chimed ominously. The oppressive force of her late-stage foundation establishment erupted, all directed at Yu Hui. Inferior in cultivation, Yu Hui was caught off guard and, unable to summon her inner strength in time to defend herself, was struck by Ling Ji's assault, collapsing to the ground and spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. None of the surrounding Qi sect disciples dared to speak up for Yu Hui. They were too overwhelmed by Ling Ji's residual power to even lift their heads. In that instant, They seemed to realize that even though Ling Ji had repeatedly failed in her artifact crafting endeavors, her cultivation level, her realm, and her mastery over spiritual energy rendered her a figure of unmatched superiority among the disciples, save for the elders. This was the epitome of true discipleship, without exception. Just wait until my father returns. Yu Hui lay on the ground, unable to rise, yet her defiance remained intact. She understood better than anyone the fear Ling Ji instilled in the elders, a predicament meticulously orchestrated by her and her father. However, unbeknownst to her, the hidden traps they had laid for Ling Ji had been irrevocably exposed. Over the past few days, Ling Ji had borrowed all the artifact crafting texts from the scripture pavilion, scrutinizing every quenching method multiple times, meticulously studying the commonalities and characteristics of various techniques. Driven by an unwavering conviction, she finally discerned the root of the problem. Quenching is an extremely pivotal aspect of artifact crafting, and for a craftsman like Ling Ji, who is naturally devoid of fire spirit root and thus compelled to employ foreign flames, it becomes even more critical. With a plethora of quenching methods available, discovering the most suitable one is a lifelong pursuit for any artisan. The Sanli quenching method taught by her master is considered the pinnacle of quenching techniques. Exceptionally challenging, yet profoundly ingenious in its principles and intricately refined in its operation, akin to a divine skill. After employing this method, she found all others beneath her notice. Yet, therein lay the issue with this extraordinary technique. The Sanli quenching method taught by her master lacked an intermediary step for transitioning spiritual energy. The absence of this step not only escalated the difficulty of crafting, but also significantly heightened the probability of failure. During her demonstration of the Sanli quenching method, her master had inadvertently compensated for this missing component with his own spiritual energy at the cost of his own cultivation, successfully forging a spiritual artifact. This unfortunate circumstance led her to continuously search for the cause of her failures within herself. The Linglong heart, always alert, had warned her of her master's ill intentions. Yet she had persistently believed that it was due to her own inadequacies. Chapter 24. The Conference of True Disciples. Junior sister, your pot. No, your spiritual device is truly remarkable, Nan Wang exclaimed, admiring the exquisite design of the dual-chamber pot that could self-heat and allow for manual temperature adjustments. The blueprints he had provided to Ling Ji lacked the intricate heating mechanisms, as he himself was unaware of how they functioned. He had merely sketched out the simplest form of the pot, expressing the mechanical heating requirements in rudimentary terms, never anticipating such an impressive final product. It was indeed a delightful surprise. I deciphered senior brother's intent and made some modifications to the blueprints. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Ling Ji said proudly. A truly exceptional craftsman tailors their creations to suit the habits and personalities of their users, enhancing their ease of use. However, such skilled artisans are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Most can only manage to meet basic requirements, achieving functionality at about 70 to 80%. Good craftsmen are even scarcer than adept alchemists, and top-tier artisans often possess lofty aspirations, making it a challenge to motivate them to devote their utmost efforts for the benefit of others. The prospect of having a high-level craftsman dedicated to one's needs is something even nascent soul cultivators dare not dream of. In addition to the dual-chamber pot and its accompanying strainer, Ling Ji also crafted a barbecue grill. Compared to the temperature-sensitive dual-chamber pot, the grill was far more straightforward, consisting merely of a grill frame and a mesh, requiring no additional heating mechanisms due to its charcoal cooking method. Aside from the essential self-cleaning feature, I am thoroughly impressed. Ling Ji, you are truly exceptional. I believe my aspirations for an oven, pressure cooker, steamer, and pancake griddle are now within reach. Nan Wang praised Ling Ji's accomplishments, expressing eager anticipation for the future of his kitchenware. Ling Ji patted her chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, senior brother, as long as you ask, I can even create top-grade spiritual devices." Having overcome the challenges of tempering, she had not experienced failure since and was confident in her abilities moving forward. The unexpected quality of the barbecue grill and dual-chamber pot served as irrefutable evidence of her prowess. Craftsmen are classified into various ranks, and Ling Ji had yet to receive her rating as her master had prohibited her from forging devices after a series of failures during her attempts to ascend to the next level. However, since her senior brother claimed she would become the foremost master craftsman in the world, creating top-grade spiritual devices should be a mere trifle for her. All right, now that the kitchenware has arrived, we should not delay. I will promptly inform senior sister and third senior brother and arrange a meeting with them, Nan Wang declared, retrieving a collection of message birds from his storage pouch and preparing to write a letter. After inscribing his message and infusing it with spiritual energy, he handed it to a glassy message bird designated for his senior sister. The bird, rejuvenated by the spiritual energy, awoke gracefully, shaking its feathers like a living creature. It then bowed its head, elegantly grasped the letter in its beak, and gently nudged Nan Wang's palm. Wow, the senior sister's message bird feels alive, Nan Wang exclaimed, astonished. The glassy message bird seemed to understand his words, nodding in agreement. He gently patted its head, saying, "Please ensure this letter reaches senior sister safely." The bird nodded proudly. However, just as it was about to take flight, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The golden message bird belonging to senior brother Zhu Tianke had inexplicably awakened, forcefully colliding with the glassy bird and snatching the fallen letter away before soaring into the sky. What? Nan Wang stared in disbelief. Oh no! Ling Ji exclaimed, channeling a burst of spiritual energy in an attempt to intercept the golden bird. Unfortunately, the bird's agility in flight allowed it to deftly evade her efforts, disappearing from their sight in an instant. And Nuo appeared on Nan Wang's shoulder, critiquing, "Chirp, chirp. Aren't you embarrassed? Your control over spiritual energy is woefully inadequate." Nan Wang scratched his head, puzzled. Is this my fault? And Nuo retorted, "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Who else's fault could it be? Your spiritual energy overflowed excessively, awakening all the message birds." Upon closer inspection, Nan Wang noticed that the remaining 3 birds on the table had also stirred, their confusion evident as they searched for something to carry. The stone message bird belonging to third senior brother nuzzled against Ling Ji's rustic bird, seemingly engaged in an exchange of some sort. Ling Ji's Nama message bird feigned indifference, remaining still, though the twinkling of its eyes betrayed its wakefulness. The glassy message bird, infuriated by the interception of its letter, stomped its feet, causing the table to shake. What should we do? It's one thing for others to interfere, but to have senior brother snatch it away. Ling Ji lamented. Nan Wang, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, "It's fine. It's just a minor issue. I'll write another letter to senior sister. This time, I will be more cautious." Ling Ji frowned. "I don't want to eat hot pot with senior brother. I dislike him." Humph. Nan Wang reassured her. "It's all right. The content of my letter clearly indicates it was a prearranged matter. Senior brother will surely understand it was a mistake on my part. And besides, with his busy schedule, how could he possibly come?" "Really?" Ling Ji's hope reignited upon hearing Nan Wang's words. "Absolutely. I guarantee it," Nan Wang affirmed confidently. That day, at the Sword Sect, in the Du residence, all true disciples were gathered except for Chu Songping. Ling Ji's expression was graver than if she had lost her beloved master, showing no intention of greeting her senior brothers and sisters. Du Shuling broke the silence with remarkable grace. "Zhu Daoyu, third junior brother, fifth junior sister. It has been a while. I hope you are all well." Zhu Tianke, perplexed, responded, "Wait, why am I being addressed as Zhu Daoyu?" Du Shuling, with righteous indignation, explained, "We are of equal standing, so it is more fitting to address each other as fellow Taoists. Henceforth, you may call me Du Daoyu." "Well said," Zhu Tianke nodded, unfurling a folding fan and waving it before him, eyes glimmering with wisdom. "Ivoleate l'agre, Du Daoyu," Zhan Chunming remarked. "If we were to add a second senior brother, this would indeed qualify as a true disciple meeting worthy of our sect leader." Du Shuling added, "Strange, I had thought that Songping would be here." Her gaze shifted to Zhu Tianke, swallowing her unfinished thought. Unexpectedly, it was Zhu Tianke who had arrived, much to her chagrin. Sensing the intrigue, Zhan Chunming inquired, "What do you mean? Du Shuling replied vaguely. You'll find out in a couple of days when you visit the outer sect. Zhan Chunming boldly declared. Since the senior sister mentioned it, I shall spend the next few days at the outer sect. I have junior brothers there. I will join them. Zhu Tianke questioned. Aren't you planning to visit the Northern Domain's secret realm? Shouldn't you be preparing instead of wasting time? Zhan Chunming broke into a cold sweat at the realization. Is it true that Master Brother harbors a grudge against Elder Qi? Why does he seem to fixate on him incessantly? Du Shuling said softly, Elder Qi, in a fit of righteous fury for the sake of a beauty, prefers allure over power. Such magnanimity and spirit are beyond our reach. Yet we cannot help but admire it, unlike certain individuals who, deceived by a cat demon, become the subject of ridicule in their own wrath. Though Du Shuling refrained from voicing this thought, it was clear to all present. Zhu Tianke remained silent, the aura around him subtly trembling with unease. Zhan Chunming chuckled awkwardly and interjected, The northern regions are too frigid for me. I shall graciously decline this time. My apologies, senior sister. I'll make up for it next time. Du Shuling waved her hand dismissively. You have contributed greatly to the sect. It is only fitting that we owe you. However, there is someone who has been wandering outside for far too long, and now owes us a dozen visits to the secret realms. Zhu Tianke clenched his teeth. I am currently in seclusion and cannot attend this time, and surely such a low-level secret realm is beneath me. It would be a waste of resources. Du Shuling cast him a sidelong glance. In seclusion? Then why are you here today? Zhu Tianke straightened his posture. My junior brother had an appointment. How can I not attend? That letter was originally meant for senior sister, but your messenger bird intercepted it. Ling Ji, who had remained silent until now, quietly added, What? Du Shuling and Zhu Tianke exclaimed in unison. Du Shuling chuckled, So that is how it is. Fellow Taoist Zhu, your skills are truly remarkable, far beyond our capabilities. Zhu Tianke waved his fan, grinning broadly. You flatter me. Du Shuling mused, Speaking of which, we are deep within the sword sect. Why are there still rabbits here? Zhu Tiang's gaze fell upon Nua, who was nibbling on a carrot. Just as he reached out, Ling Ji suddenly shouted, Don't touch that. It's Master Brother S. Rabbit. She hurried over and cradled Nua protectively, scampering toward Nan Wang, who was grilling skewers outside. What on earth is happening? The rabbit of an immortal is no trivial matter. Zhu Tianke reluctantly withdrew his hand. Du Shuling remained silent, while Zhan Chunming smiled amiably. Wait a moment. Why is it Nan Wang's rabbit? This doesn't add up. Suddenly, Zhu Tianke realized something and looked outside in shock. Oh no, he is a demon. Smack! The sound of Du Shuling's sword sheath striking Zhu Tianke's face echoed. Did you see that? She asked. Zhu Tianke, holding his face in confusion, replied, Huh? Du Shuling stated, This is my new sword. Zhu Tianke's gaze fell upon the sword sheath Du Shuling had just used to hit him, and he slowly asked, Why have you switched swords again? What happened to Tian Yushui? Tian Yushui does not suit me. People often say I'm too forceful and unreasonable. Du Shuling explained, placing her new sword on the table. Thus, I have replaced it with this new sword, aptly named Reason Prevails. Zhu Tianke. Zhan Chunming. Chapter 25. On a snowy day, hot pot paired with barbecue, due to being labeled unreasonable, the name of the sword was changed to Persuasion by Reason. There's indeed a certain beauty in being unreasonable. Zhan Chunming gazed at Zhu Tianke's dismal state and flatteringly remarked, Congratulations, senior sister, on acquiring this magnificent sword. You are truly formidable. Zhu Tianke grimaced and, with a hint of resignation, replied, Senior sister is indeed formidable. Du Shuling shot Zhu Tianke a glance, inquiring, What did you say? After a moment of silence, Zhu Tianke adopted Zhan Chunming's heroic tone and proclaimed, Senior sister is formidable? Du Shuling smiled gently. Zhu Daoist is jesting. We are equals, so you may simply call me Du Daoist. Zhu Tianke finally caught on. Why do I feel as though you're mocking me? Do you find it embarrassing to be my junior? Du Shuling expressed surprise. Zhu Daoist is quite perceptive indeed. Zhan Chunming, sensing the escalating tension, hastily excused himself, taking his wine gourd and retreating from the room as if fleeing from a disaster. How could the third senior brother come out? It's freezing out here. Nan Wang remarked, skewering some meat. As if to prove the chill outside, Nan Wang sneezed violently just after speaking. Zhan Chunming chuckled, then removed half of his robe, revealing his impressive physique, and boasted, "I have mastered body refinement techniques, rendering me impervious to both bitter cold and scorching heat." Most cultivators neglect the importance of physical training in favor of utilizing spiritual energy, but when the crucial moment arrives, they will suffer greatly. Little junior brother, remember my words. Even as your cultivation improves, do not neglect physical refinement. Understood, third senior brother. The skewers are ready. You should take some share with everyone, Nan Wang said, handing Zhan Chunming the skewers. Ling Ji and Nua had already emerged, each clutching a pile of skewers, consuming them voraciously without sparing a moment to converse with Zhan Chunming. As soon as Nan Wang finished grilling a batch, it was swiftly devoured by the two little ones. "What is this? It smells quite delightful," Zhan Chunming remarked. "This is barbecue. You'll know once you try it. By the way, has the hot pot started boiling? If so, we can enjoy it together." "Oh, how could I forget? You had never tried hot pot. Allow me to demonstrate personally." Wait, Zhan Chunming exclaimed, not daring to let Nan Wang enter the room. With Nan Wang's slender frame, he would be no match for the battlefield inside and would be swiftly eradicated. Thus, Zhan Chunming racked his brain for an excuse. "You have so little here, I could finish it in 2 bites. Make some more, and I will take it in for everyone." To validate his claim, Zhan Chunming took a large bite of the skewer, gobbling down the meat and vegetables like a glutton. Like most cultivators, Zhan Chunming had little interest in earthly delights. Since ascending Qingyun Mountain at the age of 5, he had not tasted mortal food. And after years of foundational cultivation, he had long since stopped eating, with the last time consuming a fasting pill being 2 or 3 decades ago. Zhan Chunming initially thought this gathering was merely an excuse for little junior brother to meet everyone over barbecue and hot pot. However, upon tasting the food, he was astounded by the experience. The myriad spices created a spicy yet tantalizing aroma that rushed to his nostrils. The meat was chewy and rich in fat, complemented by tangy and sweet fruits and vegetables that alleviated the greasiness, creating a delightful contrast of tender and crisp textures that was utterly irresistible. Zhan Chunming finished the skewer in a few bites, momentarily rendered speechless. Is it truly appropriate for mortal food to be this delicious? The spices had dried his mouth, prompting him to instinctively reach for his wine flask. Nan Wang seized the moment to say, "Third senior brother, do you still have that spiritual wine? Barbecue and wine make for a perfect pairing." Zhan Chunming paused, then smiled in acceptance. "All right, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Why has no one come to summon us?" Du Shuling's voice resonated, and upon turning, Nan Wang beheld the graceful figure of the senior sister. "Senior sister, the hot pot should be boiling. I shall go fetch some ingredients for you." Wait. It's not boiling yet," Du Shuling quickly interjected. The room was in disarray, with the defeated Zhu Tianke shamefully tidying up, and she couldn't let Nan Wang enter at this moment. Du Shuling then desperately sought an excuse. "I sent their food for you all here. Hurry and give me some." Nan Wang, without a hint of suspicion, replied, "Certainly, but the charcoal has burned out. I will start a new fire." "Please wait, senior sister." As he spoke, he skillfully added more charcoal, preparing to ignite it anew. Ling Ji watched eagerly, her shoulder bearing the weight of a happily munching Nua. Du Shuling also sensed something and approached to observe. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Nan Wang remained steady as he shaped the charcoal into long strips, arranging them in a grid, pouring in the prepared liquor, inserting strips of paper as kindling, and lighting the edges with a fire starter. Soon, a lively fire was kindled. Before crossing over, he had often camped outdoors with friends, so he considered himself somewhat of an expert in igniting fires. "Brother, your method of lighting a fire is quite unique," Ling Ji marveled, her eyes wide with admiration. "Indeed," Du Shuling added, "it's my first time witnessing someone without a fire spiritual root manage to ignite a fire with such ease." And Nua chirped, "Chirp. While cultivation may be lacking, I have certainly learned a lot of unconventional methods," Nan Wang replied, curiosity piqued. "These are merely mundane techniques. This is how mortals ignite fires. Besides, R&T, there are quite a few without fire spiritual roots in the sect. How do they usually start fires? Using exotic fire. Employing exotic fire. Du Shuling and Ling Ji echoed in unison. Nan Wang continued. Exotic fire is troublesome to find and even more so to use. No wonder the secret realm. What about the secret realm? The crowd gazed at Nan Wang, eagerly awaiting the rest of his sentence. But he left them hanging in suspense. Zhang Qinming, seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation, said, "By the way, fifth junior sister, I have something to discuss with you. I cannot attend the Northern Domain's secret realm this time. If you have the time, would you run an errand for me?" "Of course, I don't mind at all," Ling Ji replied promptly. Nan Wang remained silent, but thought to himself, the immortal fox secret realm prohibits fire. Fifth junior sister would be quite suitable to go. In truth, it doesn't matter as long as it isn't third senior brother. He would undoubtedly perish if he went. Zhang Qinming. Ling Ji gave Zhang Qinming a meaningful glance and said, "I have been considering crafting a protective spiritual artifact for senior brother Nan Wang, but I am lacking some materials, such as Xian-level black iron, swamp core, and 1,000-year-old purple cloud flowers." Zhang Qinming gritted his teeth and declared, "Fear not, little junior sister. I happen to have all those materials on hand. I will deliver them to you shortly." Ling Ji beamed. "Then I shall thank third senior brother on behalf of senior brother Nan Wang." Zhang Qinming chuckled wryly. "No need for such formality. It is only right." Soon, Nan Wang prepared a new wave of barbecued delicacies, his exceptional skills successfully winning over the newly joined Du Shuling. As everyone gathered around the barbecue grill, savoring the delectable flavors, an involuntary thought crossed their minds. If the barbecue is this delicious, what of the hot pot? What marvels does it hold? Du Shuling returned to the room, and after about 15 minutes, called everyone inside, announcing that the pot was ready for dining. Nan Wang took the lead, explaining the method of enjoying hot pot to the eager attendees, who were all astute individuals and quickly grasped the technique of dipping. The feast unfolded joyously. Yet Nan Wang's seemingly ample provisions were soon found wanting. The wine brought by Zhang Qinming was entirely consumed, leaving only an empty jug, its golden spout unable to yield a single drop. The fortunate news was that the assembled guests were among the most resource-rich disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Aside from the elders, although they lacked ordinary provisions, they were not short of spiritual beasts and herbs. Consequently, countless invaluable spirit herbs were tossed into the pot without a second thought, quickly filling both sides of the Yinyang hot pot to the brim. The wealthiest among them, Zhu Tianshu, even produced a 1,000-year-old Ruoshi bird. Du Shuling, taking charge, expertly sliced it into small pieces, which were promptly devoured by the eager crowd. This was Nan Wang's first encounter with such peculiar fare, so delicious that he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Unbeknownst to him, after finishing, he felt a peculiar stirring of spiritual energy within, as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. What he did not realize was that the Ruoshi bird was a crucial ingredient for the broken mirror pill, which, if refined correctly, could greatly benefit cultivators in the golden core stage. Aside from Zhu Tianshu, the other genuine disciples present had only heard of this extraordinary creature, and now witnessing Zhu's generosity left them all speechless with emotion. Zhang Qinming remarked, "Such extravagance. Truly delightful." Ling Ji chimed in, "Don't discard the bones. Save them for later, they might come in handy." Du Shuling added, "This bird is exquisite, so tender. When the 10,000 Beasts secret realm opens next time, I'll catch a couple more." Zhu Tianshu, adhering to the principle of silence while eating, continued to indulge without pause, savoring the meat. Only after the last of the seasonings had been used up did they reluctantly gather the unfinished spirit herbs and beast meat, eagerly inquiring about when Nan Wang would host the next feast. However, Nan Wang, having ingested an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy-laden food in a short time, was now somewhat disoriented, resembling a drunken individual, and incoherently declared, "Rest assured, as long as my undercover identity remains undiscovered, I shall continue to cook for everyone." The others exchanged glances, and Zhu Tianshu, noticing Nua resting with her head on the table, pondered for a moment before stating, "If the immortal sovereign is unconcerned, we should be even less so." The crowd echoed in agreement, Our senior brother is wise. Indeed, Zhu Daoyu speaks the truth. We all heed the senior brother's words. Chapter 26. What do you say, second senior brother? Nan Wang was brought back to the outer sect by Zhan Chunming after being defeated. During his unconsciousness, his cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the 8th level of body refinement, and he was persistently striving for the completion of body refinement. The rare Ruo Shi bird, which Zhu Tianke casually extracted from his storage bag, was a priceless spiritual herb. Not only the whole bird, but even a single feather would be immensely valuable. It was peculiar that, despite Nan Wang consuming a significant amount in a haphazard manner, there seemed to be no effect. However, it was well known that high-grade spiritual herbs possessed the characteristic of being non-reusable. The remarkable effects experienced upon first consumption might diminish or even become entirely ineffective upon subsequent uses. For Nan Wang, prematurely utilizing such rare, high-grade spiritual herbs was not necessarily beneficial. His cultivation could not solely rely on the accumulation of herbs. He needed elixirs, and they must be plentiful, preferably of superior or even immortal quality. Unfortunately, the elders of the alchemy sect were not returning in the immediate future, and among the remaining disciples, only Chu Songping, a superior alchemist, was unwilling to lend a hand, leaving Nan Wang without a source of elixirs. Though there were other alchemical disciples of varying ranks within the sect, alchemy differed from weapon forging. A failed weapon might merely be ineffective. But poorly refined elixirs could not only fail to serve their intended purpose, but might also adversely affect one's original cultivation. How could he convince the second senior brother? Zhan Chunming pondered in vain, unable to devise a solution. After escorting Nan Wang back to his residence in the outer sect, he headed to stay with a designated disciple within the array sect. Throughout his journey, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of the second senior brother. The task of persuasion, which had been attempted by the senior sister, had ended in failure. If she could not succeed, his attempts would surely be fruitless. Moreover, given the second senior brother's temperament, any form of coercion would likely be counterproductive. Firmness would not suffice, and gentle persuasion would probably yield no better results. As the second senior brother despised those lacking in cultivation talent, yet coveting immortality, immune to both force and persuasion, was there truly a possibility for the second senior brother to change his mind? Zhan Chiming felt hopeless. However, just moments ago at the gathering's conclusion, the senior sister had called him aside. In addition to ensuring that he safely returned Nan Wang to the outer sect, she instructed him to closely observe Nan Wang. And should any unusual occurrences arise, such as a sudden surge in his cultivation or an unexpected discovery of miraculous elixirs, he was to summon her to witness the spectacle. Her tone was insidious, her demeanor arrogant, as if she were convinced that the second senior brother would eventually relent and assist in refining elixirs for Nan Wang. Although Zhan Chunming was unaware of the senior sister's true intentions, he accepted the task out of trust, preparing to remain in the outer sect for a while. 3 days later, Nan Wang successfully reached the completion of body refinement, although he was at a loss regarding the inexplicable elevation of his cultivation. He felt no particular distress over its costs. It was akin to stumbling upon a winning lottery ticket worth 5 million while walking down the street. Whatever the reason, he was simply elated. After spending 10 years barely reaching the 3rd level of body refinement, he now achieved completion in just 2 months. Who wouldn't he be delighted by such an occurrence? The realm of Qi refinement served as the threshold for disciples entering the inner sect, yet within the outer sect, the completion of body refinement was regarded as the highest level of cultivation. When Nan Wang first arrived at the outer sect, he was a mere connection who had yet to reach the 5th level of body refinement, and no outer sect disciple regarded him with any esteem. Yet, in a remarkably short span, circumstances had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the outer sect, there were no secrets. Upon advancing their cultivation, disciples would change their residences. And Nan Wang's swift rise from the 3rd level of body refinement to completion warranted a relocation from the foot of the mountain to a spot nearer the summit. Following the move, his new abode was significantly larger, equipped with improved facilities. While it still paled in comparison to the luxurious dwelling of the senior sister at the Sword Sect, It was considered the finest accommodation within the outer sect. Previously, Nan Wang's doorstep had been desolate, but now, a multitude of outer sect disciples passed by daily, some even meditating in front of his door. Each time he stepped outside, he had to be cautious not to inadvertently step on anyone. When Nan Wang returned to the servant disciples to tend to his several acres of barren land, he frequently encountered fellow disciples approaching him with spiritual stones and herbs to strike up conversations. Neither during his time as a servant disciple nor when he first entered the outer sect had he experienced such interactions. He had always assumed that cultivating immortality was a solitary endeavor, and having no friends was the norm. It was only now that he realized it was his insufficient cultivation that had rendered him susceptible to departure from the Qingyun Sect back to the mortal realm, thus attracting no attention. Now that his cultivation was adequate, he naturally drew the attention of like-minded individuals. Before long, the long-dormant heart of Nan Wang began to awaken, his social nature reigniting after years of dormancy. He started to regularly invite a few outer sect disciples to meditate and discuss philosophical matters, as well as to explore his recent development of an intellectual game, such as Do Di Zhu, Landlord. As Nan Wang's life flourished, news of a momentous revelation swept through the external world. Second senior brother was coming to lecture at the outer sect again. Nan Wang learned of this while engaged in a card game and philosophical discourse with two other disciples. My elder brother, who is in the law sect, wouldn't he be mistaken? He arriving tomorrow. I hope nothing goes awry this time. No 3 with 1, remarked Luo Shiyo, who had been in the outer sect for a full 60 years and appeared middle-aged, a well-informed elder brother among the outer sect disciples. Though his cultivation only reached the 7th level of body refinement, falling short of the completion benchmark, Brother Luo is always well-informed. I trust his words, chimed in another player. Yuan He. Excellent timing. A royal flush. I'm done, Nan Wang declared with authority, flinging down his cards. After losing face previously due to Chu Songping, he was determined to redeem himself this time, proving his resolve and strength before all the disciples. The following day, Nan Wang rose before dawn. He bathed, burned incense, donned a fresh disciple's robe, and stepped into the early morning light as he ascended the dragon climbing steps. With the change of residence, the journey to the disciples' courtyard was now a mere half incense stick's distance, unlike before when he had to start climbing from the foot of the mountain at daybreak, only to arrive at the courtyard under the midday sun. Arriving early this time, Nan Wang secured a seat in the second row. The surrounding outer sect disciples predominantly boasted cultivation at the completion of body refinement, standing just a step away from entering the realm of qi refinement. In modern terms, they were the top students in the class. Nan Wang had now seamlessly integrated into the ranks of high achievers, both in cultivation and seating. However, unlike modern top students who could prepare for examinations at designated times, many of the outer sect disciples at the completion of body refinement might spend their entire lives without breaking through to qi refinement. For those gifted or well-resourced true disciples, the transition to qi refinement was as effortless as eating or drinking, while for these ordinary outer sect disciples, it could be an insurmountable barrier that required 10 or even several decades to overcome. The shared aspiration of all outer disciples is to transcend the realm of qi refinement. In pursuit of this goal, they spare no effort and exhaust every means at their disposal. Meditating at the entrance of the Southern Delusion sect is one such method, for it is apparent to the discerning that the rapid advancement of Southern Delusion's cultivation must be supported by an adept mentor. Engaging with him could potentially yield benefits for themselves. The teachings of second senior brother Chu Songping serve as a lifeline for these disciples, who have struggled for years without hope of breaking through. Although they are aware that merely practicing techniques will not guarantee their advancement, the capricious nature of fortune and enlightenment in this world leaves room for possibility. What if, during Chu Songping's lecture, one of them were to experience a moment of revelation and achieve a breakthrough? Moreover, what if they were to earn Chu Songping's favor and be pre-selected for the law sect? Surely, it would not be difficult for Chu Songping to assist a disciple in transcending the qi refinement stage. Merely a few elixirs slipping through his fingers would suffice. As the bell tolled, Chu Songping arrived punctually at the disciples' hall. All disciples held their breath, eyes wide, incredulous at the sight before them. Today, Chu Songping was exceptionally conspicuous. Typically, he stands out due to his innate charisma and striking looks, a figure who towers above the crowd. Among the true disciples, only the first senior brother, Zhu Tianke, enveloped in a halo of Buddhist light, rivals his prominence. Yet today, Chu Songping's visibility had reached a level that left all outer disciples utterly astounded. Even the first senior brother, if present, would be overshadowed. Chu Songping's attire was unlike that of any present. As a true disciple, his clothing had already set him apart from the outer disciples. But today he donned something entirely different. His crimson robe, adorned with golden embroidery and a black lining, featured a wide-open collar that revealed his snow-white shoulders and lean, powerful arms. A vivid red mark on his shoulder resembled a blooming flower, poised to burst forth. His heterochromatic eyes reflected an indifferent gaze, familiar to all. Yet the hem of his robe flowed open, revealing bare feet that graced the ground, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The disciples stood in awe. While true disciples often dress as they please, Chu Songping's ensemble transcended the norm. It not only diverged from the style of the Qingyun Sect, but also seemed ill-fitted for someone of righteous standing. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the garb of those from the demonic sections. A gasp echoed throughout the disciples' hall. The disciples turned to see the equally astonished Zhan Chunming, who had been caught off guard by second senior brother's appearance. When did the third senior brother arrive? How had he remained unnoticed? His concealment technique was remarkable, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Chu Songping cast a cold glance at Zhan Chunming, showing no inclination to engage. Calmly, he took his place at the podium and picked up a jade slip, declaring, "Today's lesson remains the clear heart decision, Part 4, Inquiring Within." The outer disciples dared not whisper among themselves in Chu Songping's presence, hastily lowering their heads to feign earnestness in their studies. Yet, once their gazes fell, they could not help but glimpse his bare feet resting upon the ground, despite their attempts to avert their eyes. Chapter 27. This young friend possesses an extraordinary physique. Although Nan Wang harbored mischievous thoughts, his words flowed with eloquence. "Elder Yin, please refrain from speaking in anger. Second senior brother has erred. You may punish him upon your return, but it is unacceptable for you to resign as an elder. Who else in our sect could take on the role of law sect elder besides you? Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of the sect and the disciples within the law sect." His words were a vigorous outpouring, leaving everyone with varied expressions. Zhan Chunming could not help but recall the events of short while ago. Chu Songping had remarked that Nan Wang had poor character but was exceptionally persuasive. Reflecting on it now, it was no surprise that he was a second senior brother, possessing a keen eye for discernment. Elder Yin turned to Nan Wang, "This young friend." Nan Wang replied respectfully, "Disciple is here." Elder Yin continued, "I observe your remarkable physique and the absence of a mentor. Why not join my law sect and pursue the Tao alongside me?" This was an invitation for Nan Wang to join the law sect as his inner disciple. Among all the elders of the Qingyun Sect, if given the choice, it is likely that 99% of the disciples would choose Yin Huai as their master. For everyone knew that Yin Huai was the most indulgent elder among them. While the Sword Sect had its principles, Yin Huai operated without boundaries, embodying unconditional favoritism. Cultivating under him would present a wholly different experience compared to other elders. Should the outer disciples, besides Nan Wang, learn that Elder Yin had taken an interest in this seemingly talentless individual, they would undoubtedly seethe with envy. However, Elder Yin, at your age, why engage in such underhanded tactics? This is our Sword Sect's designated junior brother. He is not for your law sect to claim. Du Shuling was the first to object. What was so great about the law sect? It paled in comparison to their Sword Sect, which boasted vast resources, a thriving population, and a rich legacy. Nan Wang, regaining his composure, gracefully declined, "Elder, your kindness is deeply appreciated, but my heart remains with the Sword Sect. I hope for your understanding." Yin Huai nodded and said, "It is not your fault. It is merely that fate has not yet aligned. One cannot force it." His gaze fell upon Chu Songping as he coldly commanded, "Immediately return to the Star Gathering Tower and transcribe the sect rules 1,000 times. From now on, you shall not step outside the star-gathering tower without my permission." Chu Songping breathed a sigh of relief, his tone deceptively heavy. Disciple obeys. Du Shuling felt that Elder Yan's punishment was overly lenient and frowned, wanted to voice her concerns. Yet, before she could speak, Zhan Chunming grasped her arm. From his serious gaze, Du Shuling discerned the meaning. "Please, do not cause trouble, senior sister." Duke Suding. How infuriating. Everyone is biased towards Chu Songping. Why should they favor him just because he is young and handsome? No, I will not allow you to bully my senior brother. Suddenly, Chu Qingya, who had been hiding behind Chu Songping, spoke up. The sound drew everyone's attention, though most gazes were laced with mockery, except for the deep, lingering look that Chu Songping cast upon him. That gaze was heavy and prolonged, not directed at Chu Qingya, but rather reflecting upon all the experiences he had endured in the mortal realm. His memories remained fragmented, yet he had awakened to the realization of what the right path entailed. The Chu family village had sheltered him for 6 years, while the Qingyun Sect had nurtured him for 13 years. The village had deemed him an ill omen due to his heterochromatic eyes, confining him in a cellar like a beast. In contrast, the Qingyun Sect had rescued him from a horde of demonic beasts, guiding him onto the path of cultivation, teaching him various arts, and granting him the status of second senior brother within the sect, treating him well for 14 years without fail. Even if Chu Qingya had indeed survived, the debt of gratitude owed to the Qingyun Sect outweighed any he might have for Chu Qingya. "Qingya, please return for now. I will handle matters here and seek you out shortly." Chu Songping spoke calmly, as tranquil as a clear spring. Chu Qingya was unwilling. "Senior brother, I cannot leave you here alone." Before he could finish, Du Shuling unsheathed her sword, the tip not aimed at Chu Qingya. Yet the chilling glint of the blade was sufficient to terrify him. "Go," Chu Songping interjected, blocking the light of Du Shuling's sword once more, addressing Chu Qingya. "Very well, senior brother. Then I shall depart first." Chu Qingya, trembling, retreated along the path he came. Du Shuling made no attempt to stop him, nor did anyone else. Although they knew his identity was different, none voiced their objections to his departure. "Ah, if one must speak up," Nan Wang internally raged. "Ah, how could they let him go just like that? Upon his return, he will undoubtedly incite discord between second senior brother and the sect." Sigh. The aloof little brat never goes out of style. Second senior brother truly is the sect's beloved. He wishes to let him go, and no one dares to intervene. Second senior brother, you are truly a calamity for the Qingyun Sect. Zhu Xiongping. Zhan Chunming sighed in resignation. Du Shuling's mocking smile had not faded. Instead, as Chu Qingya's figure grew more distant, it only intensified. The rabbits that had come with Chu Qingya had long since scattered, leaving only one in Nan Wang's grasp, blissfully munching on a carrot cake and oblivious to the need to depart. Elder Yan, standing closer to Nan Wang, spoke. "This young friend, please return the celestial beasts. They have their responsibilities, and keeping them here will only impede our important work." "Huh? Oh, very well." Although reluctant, Nan Wang complied and released the rabbit. It hopped to the ground, affectionately rubbing against Nan Wang's pant leg before finishing its last bite of carrot cake and bounding away from the disciples' hall. As Chu Qingya descended the dragon ascending steps, he found himself in a picturesque setting, devoid of others, causing him to relax and mutter to himself. The power of the Lioli sword intent is indeed fearsome. As long as Du Shuling remains, my demon clan shall never see the light of day. Fortunately, Chu Songping is rather foolish, deeply loyal, and fated to endure hardship, being half immortal and half demon. How splendid! He will serve as an excellent candidate for demonic corruption. Today, he has already created a rift with the sect's elders, and the future holds great promise. If I utilize him well, I am certain the Qingyun Sect will suffer greatly. As he walked, the sky suddenly darkened. Ominous fog enveloped the surroundings, blocking all sunlight, plunging the area into an instant abyss of darkness. "Oh no, it looks like it's going to rain." As Chu Qingya spoke, he quickened his pace. Yet, after only a few steps, he stumbled upon something. It was a rabbit. The rabbit, undeterred by the kick, lifted its head in a comically innocent manner and stared at Qingyun with its crimson eyes, glowing eerily like lanterns in the dark. Go, go. Qingyun attempted to shoo it away. He managed to scare it off, but as he took another step, he tripped over yet another rabbit. Looking down, he was met with the sight of countless rabbits sprawled across the seemingly endless dragon ascending steps. As if sensing his gaze, all the rabbits raised their heads to look at him, their blood-red pupils resembling flickering campfires, alive with an unending rhythm. Qingyun was momentarily dazed. Why are there so many rabbits? Within the Qingyun Sect, rabbits are regarded as the sacred beasts of the establishment, their presence ubiquitous, and thus, no one finds it remarkable. Occasionally, overly affectionate disciples may offer fruits or elixirs to the little rabbits, but these creatures, possessing a certain pride, remain indifferent even when fed. Over time, the disciples ceased to engage with the rabbits. Humans tended to their own affairs, and rabbits to theirs, coexisting without interference. Before joining the sect, Qingyun was already aware of the abundance of rabbits in Qingyun. Having become accustomed to their omnipresence during his time here, he, like the other disciples, developed an instinctive skill of passive neglect towards the rabbits. However, at this moment, his passive skill faltered. The number of rabbits had swelled to an extent that could no longer be ignored. On the steps, beside the cliff, at the edge of the grass, beneath the eaves. Even on every stone and every tree, they were congregated in multitudes. It was as if a heavy snowfall had blanketed the landscape, rendering everything a vast expanse of white, dense, boundless. They occupied the path Qingyun had taken, as well as the one he intended to leave by. They barred his retreat and hindered his advance. Gritting his teeth, Qingyun quickened his pace, kicking aside any obstructing rabbit without regard for their sacred status. Yet there were far too many, truly an overwhelming number. For every rabbit he kicked away, another appeared, and soon, more and more amassed before him, layering one atop the other, as if engaged in a game of stacking rabbits. Layer upon layer, like the tide rising, they gradually engulfed his ankles, lapping at his knees. Qingyun fell, plummeting into the tide of rabbits. He was instantaneously consumed by their ranks, akin to a solitary boat swept away by a tempest. In the final moment of his existence, Qingyun realized he had been deceived. All external sects and races had been misled. Among the myriad of cultivation sects, only Qingyun Sect had the most lenient assessments for its disciples. Even those lacking the talent to enter the Tao could find menial tasks within the sect to sustain themselves. As their cultivation progressed, these menial disciples could directly ascend to the outer sect, thereby mingling with numerous inner disciples and even direct successors. During this period, Qingyun Sect refrained from scrutinizing the disciples' identities or backgrounds, nor did anyone worry whether these individuals harbored ulterior motives detrimental to the sect. Such lax recruitment policies inevitably resulted in a plethora of infiltrators within Qingyun. Even members of demonic sects could easily blend in. Yet remarkably, Qingyun had never suffered from the calamity of a spy. The absence of incidents was not due to mere fortune, but rather attributed to an impenetrable barrier, an alabaster wall of copper and iron, unparalleled by any formation, protective measure, or evaluative mechanism. As several disciples ascended the dragon ladder, an unexpected thick fog enveloped them, obscuring their path entirely. In their bewilderment, they sought refuge in a nearby pavilion to rest. One disciple lamented, "Alas, what is happening? Why is the fog so dense?" Another replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Such occurrences are not uncommon. I've encountered it on multiple occasions. After all, we are in the mountains, and strange weather is to be expected. This fog will dissipate as quickly as it came. We need only wait." Chapter 28. What a proud little rascal after the farce at the disciples' hall concluded. Nan Wang returned to the simplicity of his outer sect life. Since then, the second senior brother had not graced the outer disciples with his teachings. However, despite his absence, the rumors surrounding him never ceased, circulating fervently in every corner of the sect. Any two unfamiliar outer disciples who encountered each other could readily exchange gossip about the second senior brother. It was said that the sect leader had secretly summoned the second senior brother, and on that day, the spiritual energy vortex at the Qingyun Hall took the shape of a gossip array, lingering in the sect for days. It was rumored that the heavenly thunder above the lost sect had raged for 3 days and nights, shattering the protective formation of the sect into fragments. After the thunder, auspicious clouds filled the sky, phoenixes soared, and myriad rays of light stretched for miles, as if celebrating the birth of a favored child of heaven. It was said that the 81 bolts of heavenly thunder were unleashed as the second senior brother broke through to the golden core stage. The grandeur of it all stemmed from the fact that he was forging a chaotic golden core, unprecedented in history. Once this core was formed, he would no longer be troubled by inner demons, and his cultivation would advance at an astonishing pace, likely surpassing many of the more senior disciples in no time. It was whispered that the second senior brother was, in fact, a being of both celestial and demonic nature unrecognized by the Tao. On the day of his breakthrough, he should have faced near certain death, but the sect leader, seeing his extraordinary talent, assisted him with secret methods. Thus, the second senior brother fused spiritual and demonic energies, achieving a chaotic golden core, transforming a perilous path into one of great ease. Nan Wang delighted in these juicy tidbits. The original narrative did not mention the second senior brother's attainment of a chaotic golden core, leading Nan Wang to reasonably suspect that the story had been significantly altered by his butterfly effect. Aside from indulging in the gossip about the second senior brother, Nan Wang exerted himself to learn more about Chu Qingya. He initially intended to subtly provoke doubts about Chu Qingya's identity among others, but when he mentioned him, the reactions were rather ambiguous. The third senior brother stated that Chu Qingya would never appear before him again and advised him not to dwell on such trivial matters, focusing instead on his cultivation to strive for an early breakthrough in qi refinement. The senior sister asserted that there was no one named Chu Qingya in the Qingyun Sect, nor would there ever be, also urging him to dedicate himself to his training. Furthermore, she specifically instructed him to discard any strange spiritual pills he might find along the way, rather than consuming them carelessly. These enigmatic statements left Nan Wang perplexed. However, he found himself placing more trust in his senior brothers and sisters over the original narrative. Since they claimed there was no Chu Qingya in the Qingyun Sect, he felt reassured. Another sunny afternoon, Nan Wang invited his companions from the outer sect to his dwelling for a joyful discussion. The atmosphere was harmonious. Brother Luo was on a winning streak today, having triumphed in 3 consecutive rounds. Flattery aside, fortune ebbs and flows. Today, luck simply favored my home, he replied modestly. After several rounds of games, the 3 paused for tea. Luo Shiyo remarked, "I wonder if any of us outer disciples will be able to attend the second senior brother's coming-of-age ceremony." "What coming of age?" Nan Wang exclaimed, startled as his teacup clattered onto the table. "Has the second senior brother just reached his coming of age?" "Indeed. Is it not the end of the month when the ceremony will take place? The number of invitations is limited, and both the Law Sect and the Alchemy Sect are scrambling for them." Nan Wang was astounded. It turned out that the second senior brother was still younger than he. The original text only mentioned that Chu Songping achieved greatness at a young age, but did not specify his exact age. Suddenly learning such explosive news left Nan Wang in shock. No wonder the second senior brother acted so arrogantly. He truly was at a tender age, blissfully unaware of the world's vastness. A 20-year-old golden core cultivator. How extraordinary. Yuan, he sighed. The second senior brother's talent is indeed enviable. At the same age, while he has achieved the golden core, I was nearly cast down the mountain. Nan Wang sighed, pondering a question. Wait, if the second senior brother hasn't reached his coming of age, what about the third senior brother? Could he also be uninitiated? With his towering height and weathered visage, Zhan Shunming could very well be a strapping lad, just past 18. Certainly not, Luo Shiyo clarified. The third senior brother must be the oldest among all the true disciples. He has likely surpassed 100 years. Nan Wang felt utterly puzzled. Then why is the ranking of true disciples like this? The third senior brother ranks behind the second senior brother. Doesn't that disrupt the hierarchy? Yuan, he explained. The ranking of true disciples is not determined by age. Perhaps the second senior brother's exceptional talent allowed him to become the sect leader's disciple ahead of the third senior brother. Luo Shiyo interjected, "That is not the case. I was already in the outer sect before the second senior brother entered the sect. By then, the senior brother, senior sister, and third senior brother had all already become disciples of the sect leader. The second senior brother was actually the last true disciple to join his side. Although the fifth junior sister is younger and joined later, she became a disciple before the second senior brother. Yuan, he clicked his tongue in wonder. I was originally a rogue cultivator and have only been in the sect for a few years. This is the first time I have heard of such matters. I have always focused on my cultivation, ignoring the affairs outside. I have not heard of these rumors, Nan Wang admitted somewhat awkwardly. He had not been in the Qingyun Sect for long. In fact, the fifth junior sister and the second senior brother had joined after his arrival. However, he had spent most of his time among the menial disciples, where news was scarce, and he rarely encountered inner disciples, leaving him unaware of the gossip surrounding true disciples. Thus, it became clear that to hear the sect's gossip, being part of the outer sect was the most basic prerequisite. After a moment of silence, Nan Wang remarked, "The ranking of true disciples is rather peculiar. Leaving the second position vacant seems to specifically await Brother Chu." Luo Shuyo shrugged. "The sect leader must have his reasons. It is only natural that we cannot comprehend them." Yuan, he added, "On that note, I suddenly recall another question. Why is the fourth position among true disciples also left empty?" Luo Shuyo replied, "You joined the sect too late to know of past events. The fourth senior brother unfortunately perished in a secret realm, his soul lamp extinguished. Since then, his position has remained vacant." Nan Wang's eyes widened in realization. Is that so? He had always found it strange why there was no fourth true disciple in Qingyun Sect. Not only he, but other readers had shared his confusion, yet the author never provided an explanation, leaving readers to speculate endlessly. They even suggested that the number 4 was inauspicious, and the author avoided mentioning it for superstitious reasons, but none of these theories were acknowledged. Now, Nan Wang finally understood the reason, experiencing the satisfaction of a long-standing mystery being unraveled. If he were fortunate enough to return, he would certainly share the truth in the comment section. Luo Shuyo remarked, "From what you say, I suspect the position of the second senior brother was deliberately reserved by the sect leader. For anyone who can form a chaotic golden core is truly a favored child of heaven, a sight not seen in centuries." Yuan concurred. "Brother Luo is quite right." Nan Wang nodded in agreement, though inwardly he did not entirely share Luo Shuyo's sentiment. He always felt that matters were not as simple as they appeared. The ranking of true disciples must adhere to some underlying principle, which was neither age nor the time of entering the master's tutelage, but rather something that he was currently unable to fathom. Lu Xiaoyu further remarked, "I have heard that after the second senior brother attained the golden core, his disposition has become considerably more restrained, exuding the aura of a venerable elder. Perhaps in a few days, he will no longer be the second senior brother of our sect, but rather an elder of the lost sect." Nan Wang questioned, "Is that true? I have witnessed the second senior brother's proud demeanor firsthand. I cannot believe his nature could possibly change." Lu Xiaoyu asserted confidently, "It is indeed true. The upcoming coronation ceremony serves as evidence. There are rumors that the second senior brother will refine alchemical pills during the event, fostering good relations." Yuan, he lamented, "What a pity I did not become familiar with him when he was teaching in the outer sect, thus missing a golden opportunity for advancement." Nan Wang laughed at him. "What advancement are you speaking of? What does the second senior brother's golden core attainment have to do with you? Are you perhaps his pet? He attained enlightenment, and you expect to soar alongside him?" Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "I merely said that in jest. The second senior brother does not even know me. How could he possibly benefit me? But you, Nan, having been retained in class by the second senior brother, surely left him with some profound impression?" Nan Wang laughed heartily. "What profound impression? Is it the deep impression I left by sleeping through his classes?" The other two joined in laughter, filling the room with a joyous atmosphere. While the three were merrily laughing, a sudden sound of a door opening interrupted them. As Nan Wang stood up, he exclaimed, "Which fool is it who fails to see the end discussion? Please do not disturb sign at my door. And to enter without knocking is quite." His words remained unfinished, for in the time it took him to step outside, the intruder had already opened the door and entered the room, their gaze landing on the game table in the center. "Ah, you all are truly engaging in a delightful discussion," the newcomer stated with an air of mockery. their heterochromatic eyes revealing unabashed disdain. Such audacious behavior, such a sardonic tone would have prompted Nan Wang to retort against anyone else. Yet before this individual, he could muster no harsh words, instead bowing and smiling obsequiously. As second senior brother, you have also come to discuss? Oh dear. The other two hastily tumbled off the couch, stammering, "We pay our respects to the second senior brother. We pay our respects." To their astonishment, the visitor was none other than the much-discussed second senior brother of the Qingyun Sect, Chu Songping. Nan Wang glanced at the disheveled game table, then at the second senior brother in white robes with purple trim, a figure radiating an aura of purity and brilliance. He forced a wry smile. "I was unaware of your visit. I apologize for not receiving you properly. Your presence truly elevates this humble abode. Spare me the flattery. The combined eloquence of all our true disciples pales in comparison to your own." Chu Songping waved his hand dismissively, subtly critiquing him. Nan Wang could only respond with a few timid words of denial. Gifted in speech but lacking in character, Chu Songping raised his head proudly, stating, "As I said before, I shall repeat it now. With your temperament, even if you were to miraculously cultivate qi, your path to enlightenment would still be fraught with difficulties." Chapter 29. The crown ceremony you dare not attend. Nan Wang had initially intended to express a few words, yet the moment his gaze met that of Chu Songping, he found himself at a loss for words. He truly understood the sensation of being so frightfully startled that one forgets their lines. The second senior brother had always been quite intimidating, but now he had reached a point where merely looking at him could make anyone's legs tremble. If one were to insist on speaking, it was only reasonable to acknowledge the profound transformation he had undergone after achieving the elusive chaos golden core. Much like the way the eldest senior sister had become more fervent about gossip following her enlightenment, Nan Wang found it quite acceptable that the second senior brother would experience some changes post-core formation. However, even with his mental preparations, the alterations in the second senior brother after achieving his golden core were still utterly bewildering. It was not merely a shift in temperament. Even his appearance had transformed dramatically. In his mind, Nan Wang could not help but critique. Wasn't the second senior brother's eye once red and gray? How has it changed to one red and one blue? How can forming a core alter one's eye color? Having one red and one gray was already quite daunting, but now with one red and one blue, resembling a warning light, is simply terrifying. Fortunately, I do not engage in any nefarious deeds. I am virtuous and fear not the specter at my door. Chu Songping remained silent. Upon reclaiming all his memories and successfully forming his core, his bloodline could no longer be suppressed, and the eye that once could not perceive had naturally reverted to its original hue. His current visage unmistakably revealed his demonic lineage, which was regarded with disdain in the esteemed sects, regardless of the fact that he also bore celestial blood. Everyone coveted his talents, yet looked down upon his origins. Yen Huai earnestly advised him to cover it up, but he refused. He was determined to stride forth amid a sea of scorn and envy, forging his own path. Until this moment, when Nan Wang remarked that his eyes resembled warning lights, although he had no knowledge of what a warning light was. He felt a genuine embarrassment wash over him. Upon reflection, Yen Huai was not entirely wrong. Perhaps it would not hurt to conceal it somewhat. While Nan Wang's inner thoughts were filled with irreverence, the words that escaped his lips were remarkably flattering. "My talents are humble, and I am certainly unworthy to serve the second senior brother. The presence of someone of your caliber in the Qingyun Sect is indeed a great fortune for the sect." This habit of eloquence was something Nan Wang had cultivated in his previous life. A touch of charm and a dollop of cuteness could yield unexpected rewards. Why not indulge in it? Strangely, however, his well-honed flattery seemed to bear little fruit before the second senior brother. After this round of compliments, instead of basking in the praise as Nan Wang had anticipated, the second senior brother's handsome face flushed crimson, his teeth grinding audibly, and his gaze turned fiercely menacing, as though he might bite a piece of flesh from Nan Wang. Nan Wang hastily lowered his head, retracting his neck, too intimidated to utter a word. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had always adhered to the principle of not striking those who bore smiles. Yet this was his first encounter with a situation where his smile could not endure. A strong premonition gripped him. If he continued to smile, the second senior brother might genuinely strike him. The second senior brother is indeed difficult to appease. Even kind words fall flat. The mind of a genius is truly beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like me. With so many eyes upon us, he wouldn't really strike me, would he? Chu Songping glared at Nan Wang for a considerable time before gritting his teeth and declaring, "In 10 days, I shall hold the crown ceremony at the Lost Sect. I trust you have all heard of this matter." Nan Wang quickly replied, Yes, the second senior brother is indeed correct. In truth, he was only aware that Chu Songping was to host the ceremony, but the specifics of when and where were entirely lost on him. He had neither the means to inquire nor the necessity to do so, as he had no intention of attending. However, having discerned the underlying boastfulness in Chu Songping's words, he could not dampen his spirits and thus chose to play along. After all, this was the second senior brother. What could he do but flatter him? If he were to place himself in the second senior brother's position, Nan Wang believed he would never boast about his core formation to someone who had to resort to backdoor dealings to enter the outer sect. It was akin to a beggar flaunting their status as the world's wealthiest individual. What sort of idle rich would engage in such frivolity? Although Chu Songping had directed his remarks at Nan Wang, the other two companions were somewhat included in his address. Luo Shuyo and Yuan he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "We have heard of it. We have heard of it. The second senior brother's unparalleled grace is something we can only aspire to. It would be a great honor to attend your crown ceremony." Chu Songping appeared immensely pleased, nodding in approval. Clearly, compared to Nan Wang's insincere praise, the flattery from Luo Shuyo and Yuan, he was the correct approach. While Nan Wang internally grumbled about their insincerity, he exchanged knowing glances with his companions, who returned a look that suggested silence, allowing him to ponder it himself. Chu Songping declared haughtily, "The cultivators attending the ceremony will all possess at least the Qi refinement stage, including many prodigies from other sections. Logically speaking, those of your cultivation level have no right to attend my crown ceremony." Luo Shuyo responded with embarrassment. "The second senior brother speaks the truth. My cultivation is indeed lacking and brings shame to the sect." Yuan he echoed his sentiments. "I shall strive diligently in my training henceforth, aiming to break through to the Qi refinement stage as soon as possible." Nan Wang cleared his throat, ready to make another attempt. "With someone of your stature, the company you keep must be of exceptional caliber. How can we possibly attend your crown ceremony and bring shame upon ourselves? In 10 days, there happens to be a market fair in the mortal realm. I shall descend the mountain early to partake in the fair and will not be present within the sect, ensuring no disruption to your auspicious occasion." Chu Songping halted his hand, which had been reaching into his storage bag for an energy-condensing pill. "What do you mean by going to the fair? What can possibly be more important than the crown ceremony? Dare you not attend my ceremony?" Nan Wang, wait a moment. I cannot attend the fair? No. Could it be that Chu Songping is actually inviting me to the crown ceremony? The other two glanced at Chu Songping in disbelief, yet his entire focus remained on Nan Wang, leaving no room for their input. Nan Wang stammered, I certainly wish to attend, to be present at the second senior brother's ceremony, but my cultivation is insufficient, and attending would only bring disgrace to the sect and to you, second senior brother. Your cultivation is lacking, so you must strive harder, day after day. All you do is indulge in pleasures. Does cultivation not require effort? Yes, it is my character that is lacking, my talents are inadequate. You understand your limitations, yet you do not beseech me for assistance? Huh? Chu Songping hurled a bottle of energy-condensing pills at Nan Wang's face, indignantly saying, "Is this how you beseech someone? Last time you treated everyone to that hot pot. You didn't even invite me." Nan Wang. The other two. Chu Songping stormed off, unleashing a tirade of incomprehensible words at Nan Wang before dramatically sweeping away, reminiscent of his earlier departure from the disciple hall mid-lecture, leaving Nan Wang holding a bottle of unknown pills, utterly bewildered. No, what does he truly mean? Nan Wang lowered his gaze to the object in his hand and was suddenly struck by the sight of a bird tied to the vial of elixir. Indeed, a bird. A messenger bird. The quantity of messenger birds in Nan Wang's possession was exceedingly vast, despite not having a single one of his own. His understanding of these avian messengers had reached the pinnacle among casual players. Thus, even though this particular bird differed significantly from all other messenger birds, Nan Wang recognized it at a glance as a messenger bird nonetheless. Prior to encountering this bird, he had never considered the issue of size, assuming all messenger birds were relatively similar in dimension. The messenger bird belonging to his third senior brother, Zhan Qinming, was somewhat larger and heavier than the rest, yet not by a considerable margin. This bird, however, was distinct, slim and petite, barely fitting in the palm of his hand, with frail wings and a short, delicate beak, reminiscent of a fledgling that had ventured out to work before reaching maturity. Nan Wang fed it a hint of spiritual energy from his fingertips. Upon receiving the energy, the bird opened its enchanting, mismatched eyes and weakly flapped its wings. Well, it was now certain. This must indeed be the messenger bird belonging to his second senior brother. Luo Shuyo approached at some point, delivering a hearty slap to Nan Wang's back. Nan Wang, you have gone too far. We considered you a brother. Exactly. With such a close relationship with the second senior brother, why have you been keeping a secret from us? Yuan chimed in. Nan Wang exclaimed in protest. By the heavens, when did I become close with the second senior brother? I myself am unaware of it. Luo Shuyo retorted. You still deny it? Just look at what you have in your hand. Nan Wang questioned. What is it? Luo Shuyo, in a fit of rage, said, the elixir that the second senior brother gave you. You don't know what it is? Nan Wang shrugged. The vial doesn't indicate anything. How am I to know what it is? Come on, tell me, what kind of elixir is this? Luo Shuyo was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this the condensation pill? Nan Wang replied in despair. I have no idea. The three of them exchanged glances, bewildered. Elixirs were undoubtedly the most intricate creations in the realm of cultivation, round and dull in color, with each one differing only slightly. Yet their effects and functions could be worlds apart. For cultivators who seldom engaged with elixirs, distinguishing one was no simple task. Yuan scratched the back of his head and remarked, from what I gathered from the second senior brother, this should be the condensation pill. He likely wishes for you to use it to break through the qi refinement stage and attend his coming-of-age ceremony. Luo Shuyo's previously diminished anger flared up anew. Nan Wang, you are sorely lacking as a brother. With such a connection to the second senior brother, why didn't you mention it sooner? He is the second senior brother, after all. The envy of our entire sect, even coveted by other celestial sects, is none other than Chu Songping from Qingyun Sect. Who would have imagined that a mere outer disciple like Nan Wang could possess such profound ties with the second senior brother? Nan Wang pondered deeply, unable to fathom any bond he shared with the second senior brother. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be possible that this is not the condensation pill at all? Perhaps the second senior brother did not intend to invite me to the coming-of-age ceremony? Chapter 30. The notorious Nan Wang, Luo Suyu, and Yuan exchanged a glance, both reflecting the same shock and sympathy in their eyes. Yuan spoke first. Brother Nan, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Do not take the second senior brother's words to heart. Luo Suyu retorted indignantly. The second senior brother is a once-in-a-millennium talent. How could he possibly comprehend our circumstances? Nan Wang sighed deeply, a sound filled with desolation, which resonated with a sense of shared sorrow in the hearts of the two companions. Yuan, filled with righteous indignation, declared, the second senior brother has truly gone too far. What if he is a direct disciple? That does not give him the right to belittle others. Come, Brother Nan, I shall accompany you to lodge a complaint with the outer sect elders. Upon seeing his friend's agitation, Luo Suyu managed to regain his composure. Complaining will yield no results. It is one thing to confront other direct disciples, but the second senior brother is a different matter entirely. The outer sect elders would be eager to curry favor with him. They would relish an opportunity to align themselves with him. If we approach them, we merely provide them with a chance to get closer to the second senior brother, which would be counterproductive. Yuan understood the intricacies involved and abandoned his idea of filing a complaint, yet he could not shake off the feeling of injustice. Surely, we cannot simply let this go. Alas, Luo Suyu could conjure no solution and could only sigh in resignation. All right, enough of this anger. It serves no purpose. Nan Wang's mindset shifted swiftly, and he tucked away the elixir, turning to comfort his two companions. I do not concern myself with the second senior brother's words, nor will I succumb to his poison. He shall pursue his exalted path, while I shall tread my own humble trail. We shall not impede one another. Soon, the outer sect had no secrets. Within 3 days, rumors of the second senior brother suggesting that a certain inept outer sect disciple self-destruct his cultivation spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the Panlong mountain range. Thus, Nan Wang found himself inexplicably at the center of attention. Though not in a nefarious sense, it was hardly a favorable position. Now, whenever Nan Wang encountered an outer sect disciple on the road, he would be met with sympathetic glances. It was not merely the outer sect disciples. Even the outer sect elders began to take notice of him. These elders, typically individuals of mediocre talent who had not progressed in their cultivation for a long time, often sought to maintain their positions within the Qingyun Sect. As they aged and found themselves unable to advance further, they would assume the role of elders, continuing to shine within the sect. Unlike the elusive inner sect elders, the outer sect elders functioned similarly to overseers among the servant disciples. They were responsible for managing various matters within the outer sect, and were also tasked with caring for the cultivation and well-being of the outer sect disciples. However, with so many disciples to concern themselves with, the elders lacked the time and energy to attend to each one, and thus they focused their attention on those who had garnered a reputation or had encountered significant troubles. In this instance, Nan Wang found himself the subject of the outer sect elders' concern. When Nan Wang was summoned for a 3rd time by an outer sect elder who had previously never spoken to him, he finally reached his breaking point. He could no longer endure his time in the outer sect. Enraged, Nan Wang returned to the servant-disciple quarters with a new awe. The quarters remained as humble and dilapidated as ever, bearing little distinction from the mortal realm. As soon as Nan Wang alighted from his celestial crane, he was immediately surrounded by the servant disciples. Brother Nan is back. Brother, wishing you swift progress and an early ascension. Gazing at the once familiar yet increasingly alien faces, Nan Wang was overwhelmed with emotion. He still felt little sense of reality regarding his status as an outer sect disciple, particularly one among those closest to the mountain's peak. He felt as though he still belonged to the servant-disciple quarters, teetering on the edge of a precipice, where a mere gust of wind could cast him back to his former self. Yet, even if he were to revert, he was no longer like these individuals. Not long ago, he had been one of them, even the least favored among them. Now, those who once mocked him with their sharp and scornful words gazed at him with envy and longing, as if they had entirely forgotten their past transgressions against him. Even when he had nothing, he chose not to collude with them. Now that he had gained influence, he would never resort to bullying others with his newfound power. However, to assert that Nan Wang harbored any affection for the servant-disciple quarters or felt indebted to them would be a falsehood. Brother Nan, back to visit us again? A familiar voice reached his ears, belonging to the overseer of the servant disciples, who had often made his life difficult. The sharp and grating voice remained as unappealing as ever, yet under the guise of humility, it now seemed somewhat endearing. I'm going to the fields. Please watch over my crane, Nan Wang said, casually passing the tether of the crane to the waiting overseer, and then producing a handful of spirit stones to distribute among the surrounding disciples. It was customary for outer sect disciples returning to the servant quarters to share some spirit stones, a tacit rule among them. Nan Wang adhered to this custom, distributing an amount consistent with what others had given. However, he returned to the servant quarters far more often than the average outer sect disciple, and, cumulatively, he had given away a significant sum of spirit stones. Fortunately, Nan Wang was currently quite affluent, even finding it difficult to exhaust his supply of high-grade spirit stones. The monthly stipend of low-grade spirit stones felt like mere change to him, occupying space with no utility. Thus, he was inclined to give away a little more, freeing up room in his storage pouch for other items. As Nan Wang gradually distanced himself, the overseer's sycophantic smile faded completely. Brother, what kind of luck has Nan Wang struck? He visits the servant quarters daily and seems so well off, remarked a lackey nearby. He was the one smiling the widest when he received the spirit stones. Now that he has left, he is the quickest to turn against them, embodying the fickleness of a wallflower. Who knows what underhanded means he employed? The overseer scoffed, deriding, those with ulterior motives will eventually meet their downfall. Just the other day, there were rumors in the outer sect that Nan Wang had fallen out of favor with the second senior brother and had even been given a poisonous elixir to destroy his cultivation. It seems his good fortune is coming to an end. The fields were filled with the fresh scent of young plants, mingled with a hint of the earth's aroma. The sky remained perpetually vast and clear, and a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering fog as well as the anxiety that had clouded Nan Wang's mind for days. And Nuo appeared on Nan Wang's shoulder, invigorated by the mist, which served as its nourishment. Chirp, chirp, your monument is still there. Speak properly. What do you mean by my monument? Nan Wang poked in Nuo's little head. That is the monument of the spirit beast I raised. Chirp, chirp, that is the monument of the chicken in your belly. Nan Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, brother. A voice, familiar yet tinged with a sense of novelty, called from afar. Nan Wang turned to find a familiar face. Sanhu, long time no see. How did you know I was here? Qin Sanhu, panting heavily, stood before Nan Wang with a sheepish grin, saying, I know that senior brother values loyalty and righteousness. Every time you return, you come here to honor the spirit beasts. Nan Wang replied, How absurd. Who would pay tribute to two chickens? The reason he frequented this place was simply because it was where he cultivated his vegetables. As for the stone tablet, Nan Wang glanced at the stone monument erected in the earth and chuckled helplessly. It could barely serve as a seat, preventing any dirt from soiling their clothes during their meals. By the way, senior brother, I'm about to enter the outer sect. Qin Sanhu scratched the back of his head, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Wow, this is splendid news. Nan Wang reciprocated his delight. I never would have guessed. You have concealed your talents so well. In such a short time, you've reached the 5th level of body refinement. It's all thanks to your guidance. What assistance have I provided? Spare me your flattery. Nan Wang clapped Qin Sanhu on the back, cheerfully exclaiming, We shall soon become sworn brothers. Once you enter the outer sect, feel free to seek me out. I'll teach you the ways of the world. We'll discuss the Tao. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Qin Sanhu expressed his gratitude repeatedly, his joy palpable. Senior brother, I have arrived. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in, and Lingji descended gracefully on her sword, coming to a steady halt before Nan Wang. Who is this? Lingji noticed the person beside Nan Wang, her gaze scrutinizing. You look quite familiar. Have we met somewhere before? F5's senior sister. I am Qin Sanhu. Upon seeing Lingji, Qin Sanhu stumbled over his words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Nan Wang smiled reassuringly. Do not be nervous. 5 junior sister is quite approachable. Junior sister, this is my colleague from the chores department, Qin Sanhu, who will be joining the outer sect in a couple of days. Lingji observed Qin Sanhu for a moment before emitting a sound of acknowledgement through her nose. Oh, then congratulations in advance, Qin senior brother. And no, that is too much. No need for such formalities. Qin Sanhu felt a cold sweat break out. His greatest regret in life was having once joined Brother Zhu's small team. Yet, he could hardly blame himself. Brother Zhu, accustomed to wielding power, insisted on questioning him about Nan Wang whenever he saw them together during their duty at the Great Hall. When Brother Zhu killed Nan Wang's spirit beast, Qin Sanhu fled in terror. However, afterward, he was still caught by Brother Zhu and forced to mock Nan Wang alongside them. It was during that time they encountered 5 junior sister. No, 5 senior sister. To this day, the moment he saw Lingji, he would still recall the severe beating he endured back then. Fortunately, he had grown wiser now, regardless of the rumors circulating about Nan Wang's impending misfortune. He remained steadfast in his belief that Nan Wang would overcome adversity and soar to great heights. At that time, even someone as insignificant as he might bask in the glow of success. Just as Qin Sanhu's secret thoughts swirled in his mind, he met Lingji's smiling gaze. However, that smile was not one of kindness, but rather derision. Chapter 31. The fragrant pork trotter. The savory aroma of the pork trotter wafted through the air, enough to accompany 2 bowls of rice. Lingji indulged herself, her mouth glistening with grease, unable to lift her head. Anua fared even better, being a petite rabbit. A single trotter was equivalent to half her size. In her quest to devour the trotter, Anu dove headfirst into the bowl, using all her limbs to grasp and gnaw at it. The once pristine little white rabbit, resembling a delicate blossom, now looked as if a pampered young master had stumbled into a muddy pit. Yet, oblivious to her soiled appearance, she persisted in staining her white dress with the rich, sticky sauce. Delicious, isn't it? Although the answer was glaringly obvious, Nan Wang asked with a hint of pride. Braised pork trotters were one of his signature dishes, and without the aid of a pressure cooker in this era, he had invested considerable effort to achieve the tender texture. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory, and everyone relished their meal. Exquisite, absolutely exquisite, Lingji exclaimed, her face smeared with remnants of her feast. Quick, wipe your face, Nan Wang said, retrieving a piece of silk cloth from his storage pouch, dampening it with hot water before offering it to Lingji. Chirp, chirp. I want one too, Anua exclaimed. Nan Wang glanced at the rabbit, now nearly entirely coated in soy sauce, and hesitated. Perhaps it's best you don't wipe. It won't come off anyway, Anua fumed. Chirp, chirp. How will you know if you don't try? All right. You are indeed the master here, Nan Wang relented, producing a second piece of silk cloth, wetting it to clean Anua's fur. Several tufts of fur came loose, yet the color remained stubbornly intact. Before he could reduce Anua to a hairless rabbit, Nan Wang deftly suggested, how about this? You continue eating without concern for your appearance, and when we return, I shall give you a bath, ensuring you return to your original state. Does that sound agreeable? Chirp, Anua acquiesced. Nan Wang took a trotter for himself, but set it down after a few bites. Having spent the past 2 days with pork trotters, he was slightly overwhelmed by the flavor. After a while, once the large pot of trotters was nearly empty, he posed the question that had been on his mind. Junior sister, have you met Sanu before? Why is he so afraid of you? No. How could I have met him? Lingji denied with unwavering certainty. Is he frightened of me? Why would he be? Has he done something wrong behind my back? Indeed, Sanhu is a decent person. I believe he has a good heart. Plus, you're a true disciple, while he is just a mere servant. His actions shouldn't affect you. Nan Wang offers a series of vague justifications for Sanhu, concluding, rest assured, if he has done anything wrong, I will certainly teach him a lesson for you. Lingji regarded Nan Wang with a knowing look, declaring, brother, you need not concern yourself with anything. Just maintain your current demeanor, and I will handle the rest for you. Nan Wang responded in confusion. Huh? Lingji giggled. Not fully grasping the situation, Nan Wang scratched the back of his head. Lingji shifted the topic. Enough about him. Brother, have you noticed anything about me that has changed? Nan Wang nodded. Indeed, there is something different. Lingji's eyes sparkled. Is it that obvious? Nan Wang observed the floral decorations adorning her neck, wrist, and the top of her bun, and nodded affirmatively. Hee, brother has truly noticed. These are all magical artifacts I crafted myself. An entire set called 1,000 flower bells. Its defensive capabilities are remarkable, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a nascent soul cultivator. More importantly, in dire circumstances, the 1,000 flower bells can self-destruct to preserve a fragment of the master's soul. Lingji shook her head in excitement, though it hasn't been appraised yet. This set of 1,000 flower bells certainly possesses the power of a superior magical artifact. Wow, it's no wonder you're the 5th junior sister. You're incredible. You can even forge superior celestial artifacts. Nan Wang exclaimed, equally impressed. After a moment of flattery, he retrieved several prepared blueprints from his pocket, sheepishly revealing the true reason for inviting Lingji, brilliant 5th junior sister. Could you take a look at these and see if you can assist me in crafting them? Lingji took the thick stack of blueprints. Amazed, so many? Nan Wang rubbed his hands in anticipation. No need to make them all. Even 1 or 2 would suffice. Lingji puffed her cheeks. I'm not refusing to help you. But brother, do you really dedicate your efforts to cultivation? If you're so interested in crafting, perhaps you should join the artifact sect. There were a total of 12 blueprints, each depicting tools Lingji had never encountered before. The talent and aptitude displayed in these designs warranted the description of extraordinary genius. I truly adore the sword sect. I am destined to join the sword sect. Nan Wang insisted. Crafting is impossible for me. It will never happen. The blueprints were filled with items he was already familiar with, like baking trays, pancake griddles, ladles, and egg beaters, all common kitchen utensils in modern times. Sketching such designs required little effort. However, if he were to genuinely study artifact crafting, it would be an entirely different matter with his aptitude. It was likely he would not even grasp the basics in a decade or two. Well, Lingji lamented, "It seems our artifact sect, and you are destined to be a part, although I cannot craft myself. I do have my junior sister." Nan Wang praised, "Your artifact crafting skills are unparalleled. Making these simple items should be effortless for you. Of course, no one in the entire artifact sect can match my prowess." Lingji boasted, momentarily letting slip words she had only dared to dream of during her slumber. However, when she turned to face Nan Wang, she found not a trace of skepticism on his face, but rather an expression of earnest belief, as if he genuinely accepted her grand claims. Lingji's heart sank suddenly. The feeling was indescribable, akin to an immature dandelion drifting in the wind, landing softly on a fragrant patch of grass on a warm, sunny afternoon. "Brother, I cannot assist you in crafting at the moment, for the secret realm of the Celestial Fox platform is about to open, and I must represent our sect. We depart in a few days." All right, there's no rush for these items. Whenever you have time, just help me look into them. Upon my return, the one crafting for you may not be the 5th junior sister of the artifact sect. Huh? Nan Wang was momentarily perplexed. Then who? Perhaps it will be the esteemed first seat of the artifact sect, 5th sister Lingji, she replied, her large, bright eyes brimming with confidence. Nan Wang suddenly understood, erupting into hearty laughter. Good. Brother believes you will certainly accomplish it. Though the original text indicates that Lingji's growth began only after the fall of the Qingyun Sect, the narrative is subject to the whims of fate, and perhaps it could indeed unfold as Lingji envisions. Nan Wang held such anticipation. A gentle breeze caressed his face, stirring the wild grass. Amid the foliage, a cluster of yellow flowers, seemingly carried by an unseen wind, fluttered down, eventually succumbing to the earth, disappearing from sight. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the 2nd senior brother's coming-of-age ceremony. In the days leading up to the event, Nan Wang diligently practiced, yet he found himself unable to discover the means to break through to the next stage of cultivation. In truth, it was entirely normal not to find a way. He had achieved the pinnacle of physical training scarcely a month prior. Such a brief span was hardly sufficient to consolidate his progress, let alone aspire for a breakthrough. It was simply impossible. However, Nan Wang had no genuine desire to advance. The 2nd senior brother had specifically sought him out and issued a stern warning, compelling him to feign an earnest effort in his practice, even though he was incapable of making any progress. This was merely to demonstrate to the 2nd senior brother the extent of his own inadequacy, in hopes of providing some solace to him. On the day of the ceremony, the plaza before the Lost Sect's Grand Hall was nearly filled to capacity. Although it was known that those without invitations could not attend the 2nd senior brother's coming-of-age ceremony, nearly all disciples of the sect were present. Their collective sentiment was clear. If they could not enter, they would at least relish the spectacle. As a member of the outer sect, Nan Wang joined the throng of outer disciples arriving at the Lost Sect. The thought that today was a market day. Yet he could not partake in the festivities and was instead relegated to standing idly at the sect's entrance, gnawed at him like ants crawling beneath his skin. Fortunately, the scene before him was indeed a rare sight, one that could almost compensate for the missed market experience. Gazing across the crowd, he saw a sea of people. Not only were there disciples from the Qingyun Sect, but also many celestial friends from other sections. The celestial friends made quite an impression, arriving in opulent flying vessels, their majestic mounts dotting the sky like jewels. Having never witnessed such grandeur, the outer disciples were left in awe. Nan Wang too raised his head, filled with a myriad of emotions, as he beheld a spectacle unlike anything he had seen in both of his lifetimes. Unlike the other disciples, however, as he observed the mounts adorned with crowns or the celestial beasts with 4 legs, his thoughts wandered to the chicken legs, duck entrails, pig bones, and beef tendons he might have purchased at the market. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted from the crowd, snapping Nan Wang back to reality. He craned his neck and, Through the throng, glimpsed a figure clad in white with a purple collar. The true disciples had arrived. Leading the procession was the esteemed senior sister, Du Shuling, her sword in hand, followed by the radiantly glowing Zhu Tianke, and then came the imposing Zhan Chunming, who occupied two spaces with his formidable presence. Alas, how did Nan Wang find himself by the roadside? Zhan Chunming's keen eyesight caught sight of him peering from the crowd. He quickly stepped forward to Du Shuling's side and whispered, "Senior sister, why is Nan Wang standing by the roadside? Should I fetch him?" Before Du Shuling could respond, she transmitted her thoughts to Zhan Chunming. "You need not invite him, for certain individuals must extend the invitation themselves." Chapter 32. Indeed, it is the Qi concentration pill. The scorching sun blazed down, leaving Nan Wang utterly fatigued. He had been standing at the entrance of the Lost Sect's Grand Hall for nearly half an hour. Those who could enter had already done so, and the ceremony had commenced for quite some time. Yet, none of the disciples lingering outside seemed inclined to leave. It was one thing for the outer disciples, who rarely had the chance to enter the inner peaks, to remain. Even the inner disciples steadfastly held their ground, gazing at the Grand Hall's doors, which would not open again until the ceremony concluded, with a longing reminiscent of a waiting spouse. As it appeared that everyone had resigned themselves to standing until the ceremony's end, a tide of reluctance surged within Nan Wang, wave after wave, each more powerful than the last. Surely, they would not be waiting until the end. He tugged at Luo Shuyo's sleeve, tentatively suggesting, "Brother Luo, the ceremony has already begun. There is no point in us remaining here, is there?" Luo Shuyo whispered, "It's a rare opportunity to visit the Lost Sect. Just look at the richness of this spiritual energy. It must be immensely beneficial for cultivation. We should take advantage of every moment we can stay." Nan Wang replied incredulously, "But look at all these disciples standing here. Even if the Lost Sect's spiritual energy is abundant, how much can each of us actually absorb? It wouldn't even suffice to fill a crack in our teeth." Such an obvious truth was hard for Nan Wang to believe Luo Shuyo could overlook. Realizing he lacked the ability to rouse someone feigning slumber, he abandoned Luo Shuyo and turned to tug at Yuan He's sleeve, whispering the same sentiments into his ear. Although Yuan, he was similarly unwilling to leave. His reasoning was far more pragmatic. "I've heard that the second senior brother will publicly refine pills today. Perhaps he might produce an extraordinary elixir. Even if the pills are not meant for me, it would still be delightful to witness." Nan Wang realized, while he had no expertise in alchemy, he was aware that even a standard batch of pills could take 3 to 4 hours to refine, let alone an extraordinary elixir. If it truly was something remarkable, it would not be surprising if it required 3 days and nights of labor. To wait 3 days and nights just for a glimpse of an uncertain elixir. Others might manage such a feat, but Nan Wang certainly could not. It seemed that persuading his companions to leave was futile. In resignation, he began to contemplate the possibility of slipping away on his own. The Lost Sect was not far from the main peak. Perhaps he could return to the outer sect for a brief rest and return at dawn to see what transpired. Surely, no one would pay attention to an inconspicuous figure like him, and with so many people present, the absence of one or two would hardly matter. Just as Nan Wang was preparing to execute this covert escape, the crowd suddenly stirred. Gasps spread like wildfire among the disciples, growing louder and more widespread, akin to a colossal beast opening its gaping maw to engulf Nan Wang entirely. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he leaned forward for a better view. In the next moment, he beheld the most astonishing sight of his life. The Grand Hall's doors, which should have remained closed, now stood wide open, welcoming countless gazes. The individual who had opened them was none other than the protagonist of this grand ceremony, Chu Songping. The second senior brother was resplendent today, clad in a dark robe, a pristine white coat, adorned with a dragon pendant and golden embroidery. His garments billowed in the wind, creating a majestic image akin to a crane spreading its wings, exquisite and dignified. However, the furious flush upon Chu Songping's cheeks, his stormy strides, and his clenched teeth contradicted the elegance and solemnity of his appearance. If one were to find a fitting description, it would be that of a groom who, in the midst of a wedding, decides to flee, utterly flustered. The flustered groom hastily descended the steps, striding along the white brick path. casting a scornful glare at every disciple lining the way. Nan Wang, caught in the throng, could overhear the whispers around him. What's going on? Who has upset the second senior brother? Surely he could choose a better time to cause a scene. There are so many guests today. What nonsense! Does the second senior brother need to consider the timing of his tantrums? Are you belittling a superior alchemist or the second senior brother of Qingyun Sect? His temperament is truly concerning, yet he has successfully refined a chaotic golden pill. Oh no, this feels ominous. Will the grand ceremony be ruined? I am but the dog of the second senior brother. Upon hearing the last remark involving a dog, Nan Wang instinctively rose onto his toes, searching for the source of the voice. The tone seemed familiar, reminiscent of someone who once proclaimed their desire to be the elder sister's dog. Yet before Nan Wang could pinpoint the speaker, he was abruptly yanked from the crowd by an overwhelming force. This was no ordinary tug. It was a forceful, unreasonable, and highly invasive yank. The individual seized his collar, twisting their wrist with a sweeping motion, causing Nan Wang to spin through the air before landing on the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Nan Wang felt as if the world was spinning, merging the earth and sky into a singular, all-consuming hue of blue, an azure reminiscent of flashing police lights, incomparable to either the sky or the sea. Swallowing hard, Nan Wang stammered as second senior brother, "Did you, need something from me? Are you doing this on purpose?" Chu Songping's unusual eyes seemed ablaze with fury. "The ceremony has begun. Why are you standing idly at the entrance? Why haven't you entered?" Nan Wang, bewildered, replied, "Ah, I can't get in." Chu Songping's anger flared. "Who said you couldn't get in?" Nan Wang stuttered, "And no one said I couldn't. But cough. As his collar was still clutched tightly by Chu Songping, his body dangled in the air, making it difficult to breathe. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. In a moment of unexpected mercy, Chu Songping released his grip, gesturing with his eyes for Nan Wang to continue. After regaining his breath, Nan Wang scanned the faces of the disciples lining the path, most of whom were unfamiliar to him. Even outside the grand hall, there was a hierarchy. Inner disciples stood at the front, followed by those from the sword sect, while outer disciples were relegated to the back, left to find their own comfort. Had Nan Wang not risen on his toes for that familiar voice, Chu Songping would not have easily spotted him among the crowd. At that moment, countless familiar faces before him wore expressions of shock, confusion, disbelief, and incredulity. No one could fathom why the second senior brother had emerged midway through the ceremony to seek out an outer disciple, particularly one rumored to have been poisoned by him. Surely, he couldn't have come merely to check if the disciple was still alive? Chu Songping pressed impatiently. "But what? Speak. Have you gone mute?" Nan Wang stammered, but. Em lacking in cultivation." Mentioning his cultivation level only heightened Chu Songping's ire. "Didn't I give you the qi concentration pill? A whole bottle," he bellowed. Nan Wang was taken aback. After a moment, he stuttered, So that was indeed the qi concentration pill?" Chu Songping retorted. "What else could it be?" Nan Wang. "This is rather embarrassing." As soon as Chu Songping finished speaking, two voices in unison erupted with a resounding "damn you." Nan Wang turned towards the sound and beheld his two mischievous friends. Luo Shuyo and Yuan He in the crowd gazed at him with fervent, scorching, and piercing stares as if they intended to burn right through him. Nan Wang looked up to the heavens in silence. The esteemed second senior brother of Qingyun Sect, the Grand Master of the law school, a top-tier alchemist, a genius among geniuses, had unexpectedly come to his chamber after achieving the golden core stage, only to mock him before presenting him with a bottle of qi condensation pills? Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Who could have ever foreseen this? Chu Songping shook Nan Wang's collar vigorously. "Speak up. Where is the qi condensation pill I gave you? You finished one bottle and still haven't cultivated your qi? You possess a pure spirit body. How can you not draw qi into the path?" Nan Wang weakly protested. "No, it's not a matter of cultivation. It's just that I didn't have an invitation." Chu Songping rolled his eyes. Very well, that was indeed his oversight. He had been in such a rush that he forgot to leave behind the invitation. However, he had no intention of admitting his mistake. No one in this world had yet been born who could compel Chu Songping to acknowledge an error. Nor would anyone ever be born. Chu Songping turned back towards the Grand Hall, still holding onto Nan Wang's collar. Second brother, second. Nan Wang's cries were utterly ineffective. Under the immense gap in their cultivation levels, he was utterly unable to break free from Chu Songping's grasp. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness from lack of oxygen, Chu Songping finally maneuvered him through the crowd and into the Grand Hall, carelessly tossing him beside Zhang Chunming. Zhang Chunming raised a hand to catch him, and with a press, Nan Wang found himself seated. As he dizzily tumbled into his seat, he seemed to hear an unabashed laugh. Turning his head, he saw the senior sister covering her face in laughter and waving at him. Nan Wang. He turned back to see sitting opposite him a group of unfamiliar faces, none of whom wore the garb of Qingyun Sect disciples. These cultivators from other sects emanated an air of distinction, adorned in splendid attire, their cultivation levels unfathomably high, far surpassing Nan Wang's own. However, in their gazes towards Nan Wang, there was not a trace of the disdain and contempt he was accustomed to. Countless looks of reverence fell upon him, yet they dared not probe further, fearful of inadvertently offending him, as if he were a person of immeasurable worth. Nan Wang. He turned his head once more, spotting Chu Songping. Chu Songping was the protagonist of the ceremony, seated at the forefront of the Grand Hall on the elevated platform. With the audience divided on either side, one side filled with members of Qingyun Sect and the other with outsiders. The arrangement of seats was determined by cultivation rank and status, with those closest to Chu Songping naturally holding higher positions. Only 4 individuals separated Nan Wang from Chu Songping: Yan Huai, Zhu Tianke, Du Shuling, and Zhang Chunming. The 5th was Nan Wang himself. Beyond him, the row of seats extended endlessly, occupied by the most accomplished inner disciples and esteemed elders of Qingyun Sect. Chapter 33. The emergence of the elixir. Nan Wang felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. To his left sat the exceptionally talented direct disciple, while to his right was the gifted inner sect disciple, and across from him sat representatives from various sections. What merit did he possess to deserve such an assembly? Nan Wang was utterly confounded and could only turn to his senior brother, Zhang Chunming, seeking clarity. Third brother. What does second brother truly mean by all this? Zhang Chunming, attempting to downplay the situation, chuckled and said, "Why ponder so deeply? Today, second brother is the protagonist. We are merely the supporting cast. Let us drink, let us drink." Indeed, Zhang Chunming was correct in his assertion of their supporting roles. The attention of the crowd swiftly shifted away from Nan Wang, as the true focus of the banquet was Chu Songping. With Chu Songping's arrival, the grand ceremony resumed. Before Nan Wang's attendance was noted, Chu Songping had been preparing to refine elixirs. Now that Nan Wang was present, Chu Songping naturally continued with his alchemical pursuits. The external sect friends who had come today were primarily drawn by Chu Songping's unparalleled elixir-making skills. At this moment, they were all fixated on him, not daring to blink. The process and methods of concocting high-grade elixirs are closely guarded secrets among most superior alchemists. Chu Songping's willingness to undertake the challenge of refining an elixir in the public eye was, regardless of the outcome, a commendable act in itself. However, his approach to alchemy was somewhat unconventional compared to others' expectations. Numerous intersect disciples from various alchemical sects bustled about, preparing herbs and cauldrons, their brows glistening with sweat. In stark contrast, the protagonist, Chu Songping, lounged lazily in his elevated seat, one leg draped over the other, adopting a decidedly unrefined posture as he directed the alchemical disciples with gestures, summoning them at will, sighing dramatically. His audacity was extreme, and his behavior utterly ridiculous. Yet, no one dared voice dissent. In the realm of alchemy, strength reigns supreme. Those capable of producing inferior elixirs are deemed inferior alchemists, while those who can create superior elixirs are labeled superior alchemists. The classification of alchemists based on the quality of their elixirs is, in fact, more precise than assessing cultivators based on their cultivation levels. Within the entire cultivation world, superior alchemists are few and far between. And Chu Songping is not only a superior alchemist, but also one capable of refining the superior 9-turn soul recovery elixir. His distinction from ordinary superior alchemists is profound. In recent years, a sentiment has circulated within the cultivation community. Current alchemist classifications are insufficient to differentiate their levels, suggesting the need for a tier above superior alchemists. Term celestial alchemists. Unspoken among all is the recognition that, in the truest sense, the only alchemist who has genuinely transcended the realm of superior alchemists is Chu Songping. Other superior alchemists occasionally produce a superior elixir, allowing them to claim the title. But Chu Songping is a superior alchemist by virtue of the fact that the highest rank achievable is superior. His alchemical expertise is no longer comparable to that of ordinary superior alchemists. Is it appropriate to describe such a prospective celestial alchemist's method as unrefined? Certainly not. What may seem unrefined is, in truth, an expression of individuality. It is precisely this unique character that enables Chu Songping to concoct the 9-turn soul recovery elixir, a feat unattainable by others. The external sect friends fervently believed this. Some even skilled in artistry brought out ink, paper, and recording stones to meticulously document Chu Songping's distinctive posture during the alchemical process. The disciples of Qingyun Sect were well aware of Chu Songping's temperament and recognized that his posture was not a special alchemical method. They refrained from lauding such behavior, but dared not criticize their second brother. The only individual present with the audacity and standing to voice an opinion was the elder of the lost sect, Yan Huai, who sat closest to Chu Songping. As the last remaining elder of the inner sect, Yan Huai sighed mournfully, lamenting, "Alas, the misfortunes of our sect." Next to him, Zhu Tianke reassured Elder Yan, "Do not fret. Second junior brother's alchemical skills have reached perfection. Just look at his confident demeanor. Today's endeavor will surely succeed." Yan Huai merely replied with a sigh, "Your Buddha bone spirit body I shall not hold against you." Zhu Tianke, bewildered, pondered what does that have to do with his Buddha bone spirit body? Such nonsense. With no good deed going unpunished, Zhu Tianke took a sip of spiritual wine in silence, choosing not to engage further. Once the alchemical process commenced, it could not be interrupted. To stave off boredom among the guests, the banquet was well stocked with spiritual fruits and wines. Except for those intent on documenting Chu Songping's process from start to finish, others had begun to feast and engage in light-hearted banter. Nan Wang, however, had no appetite. He felt as though he were perched on a bed of nails, his mind a tangled mess. Even though the crowd's attention was on second brother, he still sensed eyes scrutinizing him, a shadow that accompanied him relentlessly, leaving him nowhere to hide. "Ah, well, it won't cost me anything to observe," he thought, resigned to his fate. To his left were familiar faces, all direct disciples. But curiously, the first position on his right remained vacant, an empty seat amidst the crowded room. A puzzlement to Nan Wang. Seeking to divert his thoughts, he inquired of Zhan Chunming, "Third brother, what has happened to the friend sitting next to me? Why is there an empty seat?" Zhan Chunming replied, "That seat is reserved for fifth junior sister. Although she is absent, we have left it for her." Nan Wang pressed on, "Where is fifth junior sister?" Zhan Chunming explained, "The secret realm in the northern region has opened earlier than expected. She has gone to represent the sect and will not return for some time. Alas, the timing of second brother's coming-of-age ceremony is truly unfortunate. With both the elder and fifth junior sister absent." Nan Wang expressed regret. "The last time fifth junior sister wrote to me, she expressed great anticipation for second brother's coming-of-age ceremony. Who would have thought fate would conspire against her attendance?" The matter of the secret realm remained uncertain for all, and thus, they could not refrain from attending. Zhan Chunming raised his cup and pressed it into Nan Wang's hands. "Forget about it. Such a grand banquet is rare. Come, drink." Nan Wang lifted the cup, taking a tentative sip. The very next moment, he felt a fiery surge from his throat to his chest. "Cough, cough, cough. Oh dear, I forgot you possess lower cultivation. The spiritual wine at this banquet is too potent for you." Zhan Chunming quickly snatched the wine from Nan Wang's grasp and poured it into his own mouth. Then, noticing Nan Wang's tear-filled eyes, he offered him several spiritual fruits. Here, eat some fruit. You can have these." At the celestial banquet, there were no extravagant dishes, only spiritual tea, wine, and fruits. These delicacies were indeed exquisite, yet for those with low cultivation, the spiritual wine proved excessively stimulating, necessitating careful consumption. In contrast, spiritual tea and fruits bore no such restrictions. One could indulge freely without consequence. As it was Nan Wang's first experience at such a celestial gathering, he was unaware of these unspoken rules. After some time, he finally regained his composure and, feeling humiliated, cast a resentful glance at the wine he could not drink, then savagely bit into a spiritual fruit in frustration. Delicious. He embraced the fruit in his pain, and in return, the fruit smiled back at him. Sweet yet not cloying, crisp and delectable, it could nearly rival the fruits that Nan Wang had tasted in his past life, cultivated through modern techniques. With just a few chews, Nan Wang's mind began to ponder the possibility of transforming this ethereal fruit into a delightful tea snack. The price of such celestial fruit was exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary disciples of the immortal sect. However, with his current financial abundance, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility for Nan Wang to indulge in fruits he once dared not dream of. With the celestial fruit in hand, the next step would be to acquire the necessary kitchenware. He wondered when his fifth junior sister would return, for his pressure cooker, oven, and mixer were all in her possession. While Nan Wang was lost in thought, a sudden rumble of thunder reached his ears. It was not the deafening sound of a strike, but rather the low growl of thunder brewing within the clouds. Following the sound, Nan Wang's gaze fell upon a high platform not far away. There stood an alchemical furnace, now wide open, with its elixir completed. What? Nan Wang was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 or 4 hours, or rather 3 or 4 days? How could it be finished so swiftly? Was this still alchemy? It was faster than his own cooking. Before he could ponder further, a long-anticipated bolt of lightning descended heavily upon the completed elixir. Gasps filled the air. It was the tribulation of the elixir. The celestial elixir. The celestial elixir has emerged. Second senior brother is incredible, truly remarkable beyond compare. Indeed, he is unparalleled in history. A celestial-grade alchemist living up to his title. Only when a celestial elixir emerges does the lightning tribulation occur. Unlike the life-threatening tribulation faced by cultivators, the elixir's tribulation is largely a formality, merely signaling the presence of a celestial elixir. The lightning was but a single strike, lacking in any overwhelming visual spectacle. Yet, the astonishment in the hearts of the onlookers was no less profound. Today, Chu Songping was hosting a grand ceremony at the Qingyun Sect, publicly proclaiming a challenge to concoct celestial elixirs. However, observing Chu Songping's effortless demeanor, one could hardly believe he was truly facing a challenge. Celestial elixirs? They seemed to come to him with ease. The absence of celestial-grade alchemists among their ranks stems from the fact that celestial elixirs are not merely crafted. They are born of fate. Even high-grade alchemists must never aim to concoct celestial elixirs. Otherwise, they risk losing themselves to madness, shattering their Tao heart. Yet, did this universally acknowledged rule truly apply to Chu Songping? On the high platform, Chu Songping regarded the solitary strike of heavenly lightning with a resigned shake of his head. What a pity, this was the limit. As he spoke in a language no one could comprehend, he reached into the furnace and retrieved a celestial elixir engraved with a swirling mark. Wait, a swirling mark? Shouldn't the 9 transformation, soul rejuvenation elixir bear 9 lightning patterns? An astonished fellow cultivator seated across from Nan Wang exclaimed, "Isn't that the 9 transformation, soul rejuvenation elixir?" Upon hearing this, everyone was struck dumb. Chu Songping's signature skill was indeed the 9 transformation, soul rejuvenation elixir. Yet today, amidst such grandeur, he had conjured something else entirely. The cultivator who had spoken, seated nearby, was the first to recognize the true nature of the elixir in Chu Songping's hand. This is the Qi Condensing Elixir. Chapter 34. The proper stance for seeking elixirs while the crowd was marveling at the fact that this was not the 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir. Nan Wang was engrossed in devouring spirit fruit, firmly convinced that it was a matter of no concern to him. His senior brother could do as he pleased. whether it was refining whatever he wished or not. However, when someone proclaimed that this was a qi condensation pill, Nan Wang gasped audibly. The spirit fruit nearly lodged in his throat. His violent coughing was overshadowed by the murmurs of the onlookers. What qi condensation pill? How could this possibly be a qi condensation pill? Who dares to declare it a qi condensation pill? Have they lost their senses? Is there a need to refine an immortal pill for such a trivial matter? This cannot be, absolutely cannot be. Every type of elixir is categorized into lower, middle, and upper grades with immortal products. Yet, the difficulty of refining varies greatly among different elixirs. Take the 9 Revolutions soul-returning elixir as an example. Even a low-grade version presents immense challenges to concoct. While a low-grade qi condensation pill can be easily refined by a promising alchemist after merely a year or two of study, as the most fundamental and commonplace elixir, the qi condensation pill aids cultivators in condensing spiritual energy. If it is of superior quality, it can also assist practitioners during their breakthrough into the qi refining stage. Presently, what Chu Songping had refined was precisely such a basic qi condensation pill. However, even a qi condensation pill can attract heavenly tribulations. This was an immortal-grade qi condensation pill. The ease with which Chu Songping produced an immortal elixir was indisputable. After today, he would undoubtedly claim the position of the foremost alchemist in the entire realm. This was beyond question. The crowd's skepticism lay in why it was a qi condensation pill. Regardless of its quality, a qi condensation pill remains a qi condensation pill. Its function, no matter how one might elaborate, is solely to condense spiritual energy and aid in breaking through the qi refining realm. Similarly, other foundational elixirs like the qi restoration pill, tranquility pill, and body tempering pill far surpass the qi condensation pill in efficacy. The challenge of refining the immortal grade 9 Revolutions soul returning elixir was so great that many speculated prior to the ceremony that Chu Songping's elixir might not be the 9 Revolutions soul returning elixir. While it was understandable if it was not the 9 Revolutions soul returning elixir, a qi condensation pill. Why? For whom would a qi condensation pill be useful? With so many present, who among them had not yet reached the qi refining stage? Suddenly, one individual reacted, directing his gaze towards the person with the lowest cultivation present. Subsequently, more and more eyes converged on him like wolves awakening in the dark, glowing with a ghostly green light. Nan Wang thought, well, so this is how it's going to be. Although he was of lower cultivation, he was not foolish, surrounded by profound experts. He was the only one who had not yet reached the qi refining stage. It was evident for whom this immortal-grade qi condensation pill was intended. Fine. If it's come to this, let the storm come even fiercer. Nan Wang straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and sat upright, awaiting Chu Songping to toss him the elixir as he had done in the past. Chu Songping maintained his arrogant stance, waiting on stage for a while longer. As the moments dragged on, his proud expression began to warp. He cast a fierce glance towards a certain direction in the crowd. Still seated, did they not see that he had already refined the immortal elixir? Why had they not come to beg for the elixir? Did they expect him to personally deliver the immortal elixir? This was an immortal elixir. An immortal elixir. Did they not understand the decorum? Suddenly, Du Shuling below the stage couldn't help but laugh derisively. She had long advised Chu Songping not to be too extreme in his actions or too boastful in his words. Yet, some people simply refused to listen, insisting that even if the King of Heaven came, he would not refine a qi condensation pill. Now, what has become of that? Just as Chu Songping could no longer wait and was preparing to grit his teeth and step down, an unexpected event occurred. Senior Chu, I beg you, please help save my master. I implore you. A cultivator from an external sect rushed to the center of the hall and knelt before Chu Songping. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Chu Songping was unfazed. Since he refined his first 9 Revolutions soul-returning elixir, he had frequently encountered individuals who would kneel before him. Initially, he might have been startled, but after numerous occurrences, he had grown accustomed to it and remained indifferent. With Chu Songping's somewhat impervious nature, one might say he was unyielding and impervious to persuasion. In earlier times, such a person would have been utterly disregarded by him. However, the circumstances were different now, significantly different. The timing was perfect. A splendid opportunity for a live demonstration lay before him. He could take this chance to teach certain foolish individuals the proper stance for seeking elixirs. In high spirits, Chu Songping assessed the individual before him and remarked, "I believe I have seen you before. You are from the Qingyun Sect, yes, yes. I am Zhang Ruoqing from the Snow Crane Sect. Today, I have brought 7 seas pearls corals to seek a 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir to save my life. I beseech you, senior, to bestow the elixir upon me." "Oh, right, the Snow Crane Sect." Chu Songping responded ambiguously, waving his hand dismissively. "You may take back your gift. It is unnecessary. Senior, I earnestly plead for your mercy." Zhang Ruoqing began to weep uncontrollably, believing that Chu Songping was refusing him. His master's soul had already dissipated. Without the 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir, there was no hope for survival. He was acutely aware that his offering was trivial, yet he was utterly helpless. The impoverished and declining Snow Crane Sect had exhausted their resources just to obtain an invitation to see Chu Songping. Facing the crowd, Chu Songping declared, "Today marks my coming-of-age ceremony. I extend my gratitude to all the immortal friends who have come to visit my Qingyun Sect. Every visiting sect shall receive an immortal grade 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir after the event concludes." Zhang Ruoqing's mouth fell agape in disbelief, utterly stunned by this sudden and extravagant gift. Not only he, but others from various sects were equally taken aback by Chu Songping's audacious proclamation. What elixir? An immortal grade 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir? Even a low-grade 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir could sustain a dying person's last breath. An immortal-grade elixir, could it even bring someone back from the dead? Such a precious elixir, one for each sect? Was Chu Songping mad? Or were they the ones losing their minds? A rational cultivator among the assembly expressed his doubts to those around him. But an immortal elixir can only be refined one at a time. How long will it take to produce so many? The person beside him glared. Chu Xianyu is benevolent and charitable, aiding the world. We have already taken advantage of him. What does waiting a year or 2 matter? What year or 2? You may bear it, but I cannot. Chu Songping, overhearing their exchange, calmly interjected, "I have already refined the 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir. It's right there. You may take it for yourselves when you depart." He gestured towards the pile of medicinal refuse beside the alchemical furnace. As the crowd focused their gaze, they noticed a dusty gray box placed beside the medicinal remnants. Observing this, a disciple of the Dan sect hurriedly stepped forward and lifted the lid. Instantly, the hall was illuminated with golden light, and an ethereal aura enveloped the atmosphere. Within the box lay the immensely valuable elixir, the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Had it not been for Chu Songping's initiative to mention it, no one would have noticed this unremarkable box. The reason for this oversight, aside from the box likely being a magical artifact capable of concealing spiritual energy, was a shocking realization that the revered 9 revolutions soul-returning pill was treated with the same disregard as refuse, unceremoniously placed alongside medicinal dregs. This was utterly astonishing, truly extraordinary. From the audience, Yan Huai let out a long sigh, speaking with a sense of shame. The disciples of our sect lack decorum. It is my failure as a teacher that has brought this embarrassment upon us. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly expressed their understanding. No, Elder Yin. You are being too harsh. We comprehend. This is merely a reflection of individuality. Cultivating immortality is, after all, a defiance of the heavens. Those who follow the rules will achieve nothing. Today's grace from Senior Chu is etched deeply in the hearts of us from the Golden Jade Sect. Qingyun Sect is truly the foremost immortal sect, living up to its illustrious reputation. Master, could you please refrain from undermining my efforts? Chu Songping, hearing Yan Huai's admonition, furrowed his brow in explanation. A single elixir can only be refined at a time, with so many present needing the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill. Should I not prepare ahead of time? Am I to labor for 3 days and nights? The crowd, already in a state of astonishment, widened their eyes further. What? 3 days and nights to produce so many 9 revolutions soul-returning pills? Is this even humanly possible? A Dan immortal. This is a Dan immortal. A voice of awe broke the silence, and the crowd suddenly awakened to the truth. Immortal alchemist, please allow me to pay my respects. Immortal alchemist. Immortal alchemist. I am but a humble servant to the immortal alchemist. The title of immortal alchemist is the only one worthy of Senior Chu, an immortal alchemist reborn, with the grace of dragons and phoenixes. Disciples from the outer sect willingly bowed before Chu Songping, especially those who were desperately waiting for the elixir to save their lives, weeping profusely as if they had encountered their long-lost parents. The grandeur of the scene and the volume of their cries left the disciples of the Qingyun Sect in stunned silence. Truly, he deserves the title of second senior brother. The spectacle is so grand. Those in the know recognize it as a coronation ceremony, while those unaware might mistake it for a grand assembly from all corners. Amidst the clamor, Chu Songping held his head high, descending step by step from the elevated platform, cradling the elixir of condensed spiritual energy in his hand, his gaze sweeping over every face he passed. The 9 revolutions soul-returning pill lay discarded on the ground, while the condensed energy pill was held with reverence by Chu Songping. The significance of each elixir was now abundantly clear. All eyes were fervently fixed on Nan Wang, their gazes ablaze with anticipation. The disciple who had caught the attention of the Dan immortal during the coronation ceremony must surely be an extraordinarily gifted cultivator. Though his current cultivation level may be modest, it would not be long before he emerged as a formidable figure, renowned far and wide. In order to reach Nan Wang, Chu Songping had to navigate through a throng of familiar faces. Chapter 35. Breaking through Qi refinement with a furious roar, Luo Shuyo and Yuan he approached him. Fists the size of sandbags raised. Nan Wang wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, only a hiccup escaped. You little rascal. Within moments, Luo Shuyo was standing before Nan Wang, flailing his arms in an attempt to speak. Nan Wang found himself utterly voiceless. Something lodged in his throat prevented any sound from escaping. This obstruction seemed almost alive, sliding deeper into his throat like a burning ember, igniting a fierce, searing pain. As Nan Wang dodged Luo Shuyo's fists, he finally swallowed the substance that Chu Songping had forcibly thrust down his throat, likely some form of elixir. At that moment, an overwhelming dizziness overcame him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed like a noodle, limp and lifeless. Luo Shuyo, startled, quickly supported Nan Wang, preventing him from hitting the ground. What are you doing? I didn't even touch you. Are you pretending to be hurt? Don't think I 1T hit you just because you're faking. Boom, boom, boom. A strange sound echoed, swiftly reverberating throughout the entire plaza of the sect. Luo Shuyo gazed up at the sky in confusion. What is happening? The weather was fine, and now it's thundering? Yuan he, realizing the gravity of the situation, leaped back hundreds of meters, shouting, "Not good. Run. Get away from him." A knowledgeable inner sect disciple yelled, "Run. Someone is about to break through. Get away." If caught in the thunder tribulation, one may suffer regression in cultivation or even lose their soul. Run. At this declaration, everyone sprang into action, fleeing with all their might, trying to distance themselves from the plaza. Damn it! Luo Shuyo cursed vehemently, tossing Nan Wang aside and scrambling away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! The heavenly thunder struck. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. Nan Wang remained completely unconscious, unaware of the chaos unfolding around him. The thunder crashed down relentlessly, failing to rouse him from his slumber. In his dreams, he appeared serene, even smacking his lips as if savoring a delectable feast. In stark contrast, the surrounding disciples looked disheveled and panicked. The thunder came too swiftly, leaving no time for preparation. Those closest to the source were inevitably affected, with Luo Shuyo suffering the most. His face smeared with dirt and injuries, he fainted after only a few paces, and Yuan he had to drag him away. The sect's Tian Qian Dao was not intended as a site for breakthroughs and could not withstand the power of the heavenly thunder, resulting in debris flying and dust swirling. Amidst the crisis, a magnificent silver defensive formation rose from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire hall and the surrounding area. While the formation did not impede the descent of the thunder, it effectively mitigated its residual force, protecting the innocent disciples from harm. The disciples seized a moment to catch their breath, finally managing to escape to a safe distance, anxiously observing Nan Wang's breakthrough. Some disciples seethed with envy, grinding their teeth. I've lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Indeed, while others struggled through their breakthroughs, he seemed to be thriving. How could someone like him achieve a breakthrough? Is there no justice in this world? Others looked on with admiration. He has only been in the outer sect for a short time, and now he is about to ascend to the inner sect. The fairness of the heavenly path is truly questionable. How fortunate he is to refine his qi at such a young age. To break through in dreams is indeed a great blessing. Moreover, some disciples lamented their missed opportunities. Had I known, I would have befriended him. Perhaps I could have shared in his resources. Soon, he will be an inner sect senior brother, and it won't be easy to meet him again. With his close relationship with his second senior brother, his future prospects are boundless. What a pity. I misjudged him. It's all the fault of the servants who said he had mediocre talent, leading me to miss the chance to build a connection. And then there was Luo Shuyo, who had barely regained consciousness before fainting again in frustration. Nan Wang, just you wait. When Nan Wang awoke again, it was already the following day. He had not slept so soundly in a long time. Many in the cultivation world did not have the habit of sleeping. Meditating on a mat through the night was common. However, as a modern individual, he struggled to adapt to this lifestyle. Despite years of practice, he maintained a routine of eating, drinking, and sleeping. Unfortunately, the cultivation world paid little heed to the quality of bedding, using only rigid wooden beds and uncomfortable, unyielding mats. Even with his cultivation, he found them intolerable. Last night had been entirely different. It felt as though he lay on a cloud, indulging in a restful slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Yet, the changes extended beyond his spirit. The very scenery before him had transformed dramatically. Every blade of grass and tree appeared distinct, each leaf and flower unique. Every droplet of dew had its own shape, and every speck of dust shimmered with different colors. The world seemed to open its arms to Nan Wang, clearly revealing all its wonders. After rubbing his eyes for quite some time, he confirmed he was indeed awake and not still dreaming. What is this? He gasped, astonished, as he propped himself up, attempting to sit up from what he thought was his bed. This movement unveiled an even stranger reality than his newfound vision. Wait, where's my bed? Where's my room? Where am I? There was no bed, no room, and this was not even the outer sect. Above him was a hazy sky, and beneath him, the unforgiving stone pavement. He lay under the heavens, using the ground as his bed. Having spent the night on the plaza of the sect's main hall, stumbling to his feet, dazed, he stood in the plaza, uncertain of what to do next. The sky had yet to brighten. Dawn would take a while longer to grace the earth. It was still cloaked in darkness, and the vast plaza was deserted. In the whistling cold wind, Nan Wang stood alone, experiencing a profound sense of abandonment. Oh, you're still here. A strange voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw a face he had never encountered before. The newcomer held a broom, clad in simple attire, devoid of any excess adornment. Yet the pristine white disciple robe denoted his status as an inner sect disciple. In a fluster, Nan Wang stammered, Senior brother. Please, don't call me that. I'm not worthy of the title. The newcomer waved his hands in denial. I'm just an ordinary disciple of the sect, and it so happens to be my turn to stand guard today. Embarrassed, Nan Wang asked, Sect brother, do you know why I'm lying here? What happened during the second senior brother's ceremony? The disciple looked at him in shock. What? Are you not aware of the commotion you caused yesterday? Nan Wang, feeling an intense pressure, trembled as he spoke. I truly do not know what transpired. I only remember being cast out by my second senior brother, and then I found myself here. He had no recollection of the events that had unfolded during that time. The disciple of the lost sect glanced meaningfully at Nan Wang and kindly explained, You made a breakthrough at the lost sect square yesterday. which summoned a thunder tribulation. The skies nearly split open above you, and many disciples in the square were affected by your actions. Fortunately, third senior brother intervened in time and set up a formation to prevent the situation from worsening. "I am so sorry, senior brother. I truly did not mean to," Nan Wang lamented, repeatedly apologizing with a sorrowful expression. No wonder his gaze had seemed so peculiar. It was because he had achieved a breakthrough in qi refinement. Normally, breakthroughs bring joy, yet he was filled with guilt, even learning about his own advancement from others. The elixir was forcefully given to him by his second senior brother, nearly choking him in the process. He had not even witnessed the lightning. It struck several times without him being aware. From his perspective, he had simply taken an ordinary nap, only to awaken in the qi refinement stage. If one could attain such an achievement in cultivation, Nan Wang might indeed be the first in centuries. The disciple of the Law Sect remarked, "Enough, enough. You need not apologize to me. I was in the main hall yesterday and was not affected by your turmoil. Now that you are awake, you should return quickly. Do not linger here and impede my work. I must tidy up before dawn, or the elders will blame me for not having cleaned properly. I will leave right away." Nan Wang turned to depart. "Wait," the disciple pointed to a spot and said, "You cannot leave empty-handed. Those items are yours. Take them with you." Nan Wang turned back to see an array of luxurious brocade boxes, stacked like a small hill, numbering at least 20 or 30. "Where are all these?" he inquired, perplexed. "They are congratulatory gifts for the second senior brother's coming of age," the disciple replied. "But why must I take them?" Nan Wang was even more confused. Even if the second senior brother does not desire these items, they should be distributed within the Law Sect, right? The disciple continued. "Did not the second senior brother ask you to safeguard them on his behalf?" Nan Wang, bewildered, responded, "He never mentioned this to me." The disciple clarified, "He did, but you simply did not hear him." Nan Wang was astonished. "That cannot be. I was attentive to everything he said during the ceremony. When could he have told me?" The disciple explained, "He spoke of it while you were making your breakthrough. I was present and heard him say to the person presenting the gifts, 'These offerings are of no use to me. Let that fool who is currently breaking through at the entrance take care of them for me.'" Nan Wang. He was outdoors, unconscious in the square during his breakthrough, while the second senior brother spoke within the hall. How could he be blamed for not hearing it? Chapter 36. Celebration Feast. Nan Wang placed the congratulatory gifts into his storage bag and walked back to the outer gate in a daze. Nan Wang. A furious roar echoed from afar, belonging to Luo Shuyo, who was blocking Nan Wang's path, flanked by the equally displeased Yuan He. "How can you call yourself a brother? Withholding the truth? You've caused me to regress in my cultivation. If I don't beat you to a pulp today..." Wait. I have something to give you." Nan Wang had anticipated this confrontation and prepared accordingly. "Whatever it is, you won't escape this beating," Luo Shuyo retorted angrily. "Please, let us not. I'm already at the qi refining stage, and you are only at the 7th level of body refinement. Now that you've regressed to the 6th, I'm worried that I might accidentally hurt you while defending myself." Luo Shuyo rolled up his sleeves. "If I don't make you cry today, I won't carry the Luo surname. Calm down. I truly have something to show you. I assure you'll be so intrigued that you won't be mad anymore." Nan Wang revealed a vial of elixir, shaking it in front of Luo Shuyo. In his fury, Luo Shuyo couldn't fathom its significance, but Yuan He quickly recognized it. "Wait, Brother Luo. That looks like the vial of poison given by senior brother last time." "No, it's the qi condensation pill." "Indeed, it's the qi condensation pill from senior brother. I never expected it to be genuine. I misjudged his intentions, thinking it was poison. Alas." Nan Wang uncorked the vial and poured its contents into his palm. There were 6 pills, each of exquisite quality. Although high-grade pills did not adhere to the rule of being produced one at a time like immortal pills, crafting 6 high-grade qi condensation pills required considerable effort. Though Chu Songping's words could be infuriating, his mastery of elixirs was impeccable. The fact that he provided 6 indicated that Nan Wang likely needed all 6 to successfully break through to the qi refining stage. This highlighted the superiority of immortal pills. The effect that required 6 high-grade pills could be achieved with just 1 immortal pill. All medicines bear a degree of toxicity, and excessive use could lead to the accumulation of pill toxins within the body, which which could strike a fatal blow during breakthroughs. In contrast to ordinary pills, immortal pills possess minimal toxicity and require very little quantity, making them the most flawless means of enhancing cultivation. Their only drawback is their extreme rarity. They are treasures to be sought, but seldom found. Now that Nan Wang had utilized an immortal pill to break through, the high-grade qi condensation pills in his possession were rendered unnecessary. Perfectly suited for his companions, he distributed the pills, sincerely saying, "Each of you take 3, cultivate diligently. When the elders return, we shall enter the inner sect together." Yuan, he moved to tears, exclaimed, "Brother Nan, I shall no longer press you for favors." Luo Shuyo dramatically declared, "Father, you are my true father. You've truly attained the Tao, and we all rise with you. Spare me the flattery. Let us not linger here, blocking the path. Come to my place, and we can chat." The 3 reconciled and cheerfully ascended the dragon steps. Upon arrival, Nan Wang was astonished to find a familiar face waiting at his doorstep. Junior brother, Gu Shanshi strode towards Nan Wang. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to qi refining. I thought it would take you longer to traverse the dragon path, but your progress is astounding. I misjudged your talent." "Not at all, senior brother. Your praise is excessive. I merely had good fortune," Nan Wang stammered. It had only been a couple of months since Gu Shanshi last saw him. In the realm of cultivation, such a brief time was but a fleeting moment. Who could have imagined Nan Wang's extraordinary progress? Spending 10 years outside only to achieve breakthrough overnight? Not even Nan Wang himself could have anticipated this. Gu Shanshi continued, "I had intended to have a proper chat with you today, but I just received an urgent summons from the senior sister for all inner sect disciples. I must leave now. Such unfortunate timing. I apologize, junior brother. It's a pressing matter. I will come back to congratulate you later." "Not a problem. Senior brother, you go ahead. I'm in no rush and have plenty of time." Nan Wang smiled faintly, filled with anticipation. Every time a disciple ascends to the inner sect, a grand celebration feast is held. "I've yearned for this for 10 years. At last, it's my turn. You must honor me with your presence." "Absolutely. Just write to me, and I will come," Gu Shanshi promised before turning to leave on his sword. He truly had to heed the senior sister's call and return to the sword sect for an urgent assembly, a matter of utmost importance. Had Nan Wang delayed even a moment longer, he would have missed him entirely. However, as he overheard Nan Wang excitedly discussing the celebration feast with his companions, mentioning invitations to the junior sister and senior sister, a stirring of thought crossed his mind. "Junior brother." Nan Wang looked up but could only see the sword beneath Gu Shanshi's feet. From high above, Gu Shanshi's voice resonated, calm and distant. "Like a tranquil pond, the path of cultivation is long. Others are but fleeting visitors. Coming and going is but normal." "Senior brother?" Nan Wang was perplexed. He wished to inquire further, but found that Gu Shanshi had already vanished from sight. Nan Wang turned to his companions, bewildered. "Did you understand what he meant?" Luo Shuyo gravely replied, "He is advising you to remain composed and not to become complacent due to a momentary success." Yuan he nodded in agreement, adding, "He may have sensed that both Luo brother and I will require more time to break through, thus urging you to remember our bond once you enter the inner sect." "What does that even mean?" Nan Wang chuckled in disbelief. "Enough with this. The elders won't return anytime soon. Focus on your cultivation, and we will surely enter the inner sect together." Though he had reached the qi refining stage, entering the inner sect and formally becoming a disciple of a branch sect required the approval of the elders, and, as of now, both elders of the sword sect were absent, making the initiation impossible. Thus, he would have to remain in the outer sect for a while longer. As for when the elders would return, according to the original text, it wouldn't be anytime soon. Luo Shuyo exclaimed, "You've ignited my passion. I shall take my leave now to cultivate." Yuan he added, "Since that is the case, I too shall depart. I feel a breakthrough approaching, and with Brother Nan's qi condensation pills, I'm sure I'll refine to qi soon. All right, cultivate well, and I look forward to seeing you both in the inner sect." Nan Wang bid farewell to his companions and turned back into the room. Inside, everything remained as he had left it, with stacks of tokens and utensils on the table and strings of sausages hanging by the window, drying in the breeze. The landscape remains unchanged, yet the people have transformed since the time of departure. At this moment, amidst the profound silence, the excitement that had long been suppressed within Nan Wang surged forth. He had transcended to the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, he had truly, genuinely ascended. Nan Wang softly called out, "No, are you there?" A mist gradually coalesced, and a white fluffy figure descended from the air. Nan Wang reached out and deftly caught a Nuwa. And Nuwa chirped, "Gigi." Quite the accurate catch. Oh, how I have truly accomplished this. Although I am unclear how I managed it, I have indeed succeeded. Nan Wang buried his head into a Nuwa's soft, plush belly, weeping copiously. And Nuwa chirped again, "Yee. Breaking through in one's dreams, you could very well be the foremost in the realm of cultivation. Please don't mock me. This is really not my fault. I cannot comprehend. About that second senior brother." Nan Wang paused, laughing through his tears. Is he perhaps of unsound mind? And Nuwa remained silent. Nan Wang sat at the bedside with a Nuwa in his arms. Overwhelmed with thoughts, I still cannot fathom what my second senior brother truly desires. If he dislikes me, why does he concoct elixirs for me and invite me to grand ceremonies? Yet, if he cares for me, since our first meeting, has he ever shown me a kind expression? Not once. In my recollection, my second senior brother has only scolded me or been on the verge of doing so. Is there truly a way to express affection like this? It cannot be the proverbial deep love breeds deep hatred, can it? Our relationship has not been intimate enough for that. The perplexities that confounded Nan Wang were even more bewildering to a Nuwa. The naive little rabbit rubbed its cheeks and shifted the subject, Gigi. In any case, congratulations on your breakthrough. Oh, Nuwa, you are simply wonderful. Nan Wang planted a kiss on a Nuwa's cheek. Soon, my fifth junior sister will return with my cooking supplies. When the celebration feast occurs, I shall showcase my skills before everyone. My sausages are nearly ready, with a hot pot, barbecue, and pancakes as long as their essay stall. It's all quite simple. I must invite the elder sister, elder brother, fifth junior sister, and third junior brother. As for the second senior brother, an invitation is still necessary. Whether he comes or not is beyond my control. Little did Nan Wang, who was immersed in planning the celebration feast, realize that at that very moment, Du Shueling was convening an intersect assembly to inform all inner disciples of a grievous piece of news. In the northern region, calamity had struck. The fox spirit's secret realm surged hundreds of miles, annihilating all living beings within its deadly radius, with casualties exceeding 100,000. Simultaneously, the fox spirit's secret realm was completely sealed off, declaring that the cultivators who had entered it half a month prior had all perished. Chapter 37. Lingji as dust descended. A torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. The raindrops fell in such density that they merged into sheets of white mist. Yet, not a single disciple of the Qingyun Sect sought refuge indoors. Instead, they adorned every eve of the outer sect with pure white mourning ribbons, honoring the unfortunate disciples who perished within the secret realm, 12 in total. 5 from the Sword Sect, 2 from the Law Sect, 3 from the Erase Sect, 1 from the Symbol Sect, and 1 from the Artifact Sect. The white paper burned amidst the rain, while the ribbons fluttered in the wind. Only one house remained untouched, devoid of any decoration or offering, for its owner had departed the outer sect before the rain began to fall. In the Sword Sect, at the Snow Burial Valley, Nan Wang sat outside the residence bestowed upon him by his senior sister, staring vacantly at the swirling snowflakes. A flake, caught by the wind, landed upon his face, taking several seconds to finally melt away. He had sent a letter, but received no response. Uncertain if his senior sister had received it or if she would honor their appointment, he could do nothing but wait, with no alternative but to remain there. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long, when a familiar silhouette emerged in the snow. A spark of vitality returned to Nan Wang's eyes as he slowly raised his head. Snowflakes cascading down upon him. "Senior sister," he spoke. Du Shueling replied, "I apologize." The simplicity of her apology rooted him to the spot. Why was she apologizing? He had yet to utter a word. Du Shueling continued, "The Qingyun Sect has concealed the number of times the secret realm has opened in order to monopolize resources. The situation within the immortal fox secret realm remains unclear and fraught with peril. Until the elders return, the Qingyun Sect will provide no further assistance to the northern domain. Nan Wang stared blankly at Du Shuling, resembling a lifeless statue. The Qingyun Sect was not preparing to engage in battle in the northern domain. What then would become of Lingji, trapped within the secret realm? In the original narrative, the immortal fox secret realm was neither the most challenging nor the most intricate. It merely served as a benevolent realm to provide resources to the still weak protagonist. In the comments section of the original work, 99% of readers deemed the death of Zhenming from the Qingyun Sect to be nonsensical, a plot contrivance crafted by the author to fortify the main character. Nan Wang had always shared this sentiment. He had always believed it. Thus, it was only natural for him to think that as long as those venturing into the northern domain were not the third senior brother, the immortal fox secret realm could be conquered without issue. Even if the attempt were to fail, he believed the adventurers would return safely, just as in the original story. Had he been mistaken? Had he underestimated the situation? Or was his arrival merely a farce from the beginning? His presence had triggered too many butterfly effects. He had lost Yingying and Chu Qingya. These are all good things. With good, there must also be bad, correct? The collapse of the secret realm, the annihilation of the adventurers. Was that also a consequence of his butterfly effect? Gritting his teeth, Nan Wang, resolved to atone, confessed, senior sister. I have a way to rescue Lingji. I know the secret realm. Du Shuling interrupted him. Even if you possess an intimate understanding of the immortal fox secret realm, the sect's decision will not waver. Not only you, but any disciple of the Qingyun Sect is forbidden from participating in the immortal fox secret realm. I have already dispatched the refusal letter. No, wait. Nan Wang scrambled to clear the narrative from his mind, even disregarding the need to conceal his identity. His voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. The Qingyun Sect, yes. The northern domain's Qingyun Sect was misled by the demonic clan to conceal the opening times of the secret realm. They too are victims, and even if they have erred, they cannot sacrifice Lingji. The soul lamp of Lingji has already extinguished, Du Shuling stated. Every disciple of the Qingyun Sect possesses a soul lamp unique to them. The strength of their consciousness is directly linked to the lamp. As long as it remains lit, even if but a flicker persists, it signifies that the disciple still lingers in the world, or that a trace of their consciousness remains. Conversely, if the lamp is extinguished, it means complete dissolution of consciousness. An existence in this world ceases. Lingji's soul lamp extinguished? This was impossible, utterly unfathomable. Nan Wang shook his head unconsciously, forcing a smile. Senior sister, how could Lingji's soul lamp be extinguished? She is not. She possesses the seven-hearted Linglong heart, a treasure of the upper realm. It should remain undestroyed and immortal. He had read the original work and knew that Lingji could be revived after death. He also understood that Lingji was no ordinary mortal. She was a spiritual being of flora, her essence residing within the seven-hearted Linglong heart. As long as that heart endured, she would not perish. Upon hearing this, Du Shuling smiled. Her laughter contrasted sharply with Nan Wang's self-reassuring mirth. It was as if she had heard an outrageous jest, prompting an involuntary laugh that sent chills down Nan Wang's spine. Since you are aware of the seven-hearted Linglong heart, it becomes much simpler. You are indeed correct. The heart is indestructible. Du Shuling drew her sword, slicing through the wind and snow. Come, I shall take you to see Lingji. What? Nan Wang was left bewildered. Du Shuling ceased speaking, taking flight upon her sword, and effortlessly lifted Nan Wang alongside her. Her method of sword flight was distinctly different from Lingji's. Though Nan Wang did not stand upon her blade, he felt as if he were elevated by an unseen force, securely suspended in midair, trailing behind Du Shuling. This was not an advanced technique, merely a testament to Du Shuling's mastery over her sword. Anything in her possession could become a sword. Glass as a sword, reasoning as a sword, wind as a sword, snow as a sword, all things as swords. Du Shuling brought Nan Wang to the Artifact Sect. This was his second visit to the peak of the Artifact Sect, the first being when Lingji had invited him to witness the festivities of his senior sister. The Artifact Sect appeared just as he remembered. Yet the smiling figure of his fifth junior sister was nowhere to be found. Du Shuling inquired, "Did you see her?" Nan Wang struggled to form a reply, forcing out a single word, "Flower." Du Shuling lowered their altitude slightly, pointing to the shrubs lining the path of the artifact sect. The torrential rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, and the plaza of the artifact sect was deserted. Nan Wang glanced down to the ground. "Flower, flower. I see it. Small yellow flowers." The area around the artifact sect was filled with low shrubs adorned with delicate yellow blooms, their petals weighed down by glistening raindrops, charmingly exquisite. The last time he had visited, the artifact sect had been ablaze with such flowers, yet he had paid them little heed. Now, witnessing them again, he felt a poignant sense of change. Those were Huangshan flowers, known by another name, Wuxin flowers. Du Shuling's voice was remarkably calm, her tone effortlessly relaxed, as if she were merely recounting trivial anecdotes over tea, rather than divulging secrets known only to true disciples. The seven apertures Linglong heart is indestructible, existing in symbiosis with its host, yet it cannot reside within beings that possess a heart. Only the heartless Huangshan flower can accommodate the seven apertures Linglong heart. Within the Qingyun Sect, such Huangshan flowers flourish abundantly. However, the warm and humid environment of the Qi sect is most conducive to the growth of Huangshan flowers. The spiritual branch that birthed consciousness originated here. What? A look of dread gradually spread across Nan Wang's face. Each word spoken by the senior sister resonated within him, yet he struggled to comprehend their collective meaning. What was this Huangshan flower? What was the seven apertures Linglong heart? What was the spiritual branch? The spiritual branch was his fifth junior sister. They had shared a meal of pig trotters just days prior. The spiritual branch was a being of floral essence, the sole one of its kind in existence. Indeed. Yet, what significance did these ubiquitous, almost trivial Huangshan flowers hold? Nan Wang's eyes burned with a painful heat, as if scorched by the breathtaking beauty of the post-rain floral expanse. Du Shuling smiled slightly, her serene smile tinged with a melancholic gravity. The seven apertures Linglong heart, a treasure of the sect, would not perish within the secret realm. Once the realm concludes, the seven apertures Linglong heart shall return to the Qingyun Sect, and before long, a new spiritual branch will emerge. A new spiritual branch? New spiritual branch? Unanticipated tears cascaded down Nan Wang's cheeks. Upon learning of the collapse of the immortal Fox secret realm, he had not wept. He thought it inconsequential. The immortal Fox secret realm had collapsed once in the original tale, and its demise once more held little weight. When he learned that the sole lamp of the spiritual branch had extinguished, he remained dry-eyed. He reassured himself that the spiritual branch was not a mere mortal. The seven apertures Linglong heart was eternal, and in the original narrative, the spiritual branch had also perished only to be reborn. It was not until this moment, until now, until he heard of the new spiritual branch, that he realized his error. He believed himself all-knowing, yet he was woefully ignorant. Just as he could only gaze up at the path of ascending dragons, the reality before him, the yellow flowers swaying in the tempest, was the harsh truth unmentioned in the tome. The seven apertures Linglong heart does not perish. Only the spiritual branch does. This was similarly depicted in the original narrative. It is the spiritual branch that dies, and it is the spiritual branch that is reborn. Yet, it shall be a new spiritual branch. The famed genius artificer, resonating through the cosmos, was not the fifth junior sister he knew, but rather the next branch of Huangshan flower, to which the seven apertures Linglong heart would attach, and which would gain sentience. "Oh, senior sister." Nan Wang choked on his words, uttering disjointed, illogical phrases. "Senior sister, I sob. The fifth junior sister, she still possesses my 10 or 12 blueprints. Will she remember them when the time comes? Will she recall the plans we made for our pancake stall?" Du Shuling responded off-topic. "Blueprints can be redrawn. Every incarnation of the seven apertures Linglong heart is a master artificer." Nan Wang found himself at a loss for words, only able to shake his head unconsciously. He recalled the blueprints he had promised to his spiritual branch. He remembered that cool yet sultry afternoon when the spiritual branch vowed to become the youngest grandmaster of the Qi sect. He seemed to feel the winds of that time brush against him, only to transform into a torrential downpour. Chapter 38. The regretless individual Nan Wang was entirely oblivious to how he returned to the outer sect. It felt as though he had slumbered through an entire night. It also seemed he had not slept at all, merely lying with closed eyes on his bed throughout the night. As dawn broke, he intended to spend the entire day curled up in a dim corner, contemplating the intricacies of life. However, reality had other plans for him. Within a mere day, his room was graced by numerous visitors. The first to arrive was his senior, Qingyun Sect. It was evident that Qingyun Sect had been tasked with a mission, bringing with him precious elixirs far beyond his own capacity to bear, as a gesture of condolence for missing the previous day's celebration. He seemed to utter something, yet it felt as though his words were mere whispers, for Nan Wang could not discern a single syllable. Throughout the encounter, Nan Wang remained ensconced in his corner, lacking the strength to even rise and greet his guest, silently hoping Qingyun Sect would take the hint and depart. Qingyun Sect lingered from dawn until the afternoon before finally taking his leave. No sooner had he exited than two of Nan Wang's companions arrived, Luo Shuyo and Yuan He. They had received the qi condensation pill from their second senior brother and should have been fervently cultivating in their own chambers. Yet, given the circumstances, they found it impossible to focus on their training. Among all the righteous sects, Qingyun had always ranked among the foremost, and incidents resulting in the tragic demise of 12 disciples in a secret realm had not occurred in a long while. There exists a saying among animals: the death of a rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. How much more so for these emotional mortals? Though cultivators are not tainted by worldly attachments, they are not devoid of feelings or compassion. The calamity within the spirit fox secret realm, claiming the lives of 12 sect disciples, stirred the hearts of everyone in Qingyun. However, the distinction between Luo Shuyo and Yuan He and Nan Wang lay in the tenuous connection between the outer and inner sect disciples. The casualties were all inner disciples, not those with whom they shared daily interactions. They grieved, yet they could endure, assisting in the rituals of mourning, which offered a semblance of solace. Nan Wang, however, was different. Everyone was aware of the profound bond he shared with his fifth junior sister. Their connection was intimate. Luo Shuyo had mentally prepared himself for the difficulty of this visit. Yet upon arriving and witnessing Nan Wang, who was curled up in a ball with his head buried in his arms, he realized his optimism had been misplaced. Nan, brother, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We are all deeply saddened by the fate of the fifth junior sister, but the living must carry on. Yuan He interjected, completing Luo Shuyo's thought. Nan Wang lifted his head, retorting, "When did I ever say I would cease moving forward?" As he raised his gaze, his tear-streaked visage, resembling a flower-patterned cat, emerged before them. Luo Shuyo was momentarily at a loss for words, struck by the sight. Oftentimes, what one expresses pales in comparison to their actions. In that moment, Nan Wang's appearance conveyed a profound inability to continue. Yuan He furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his features. "Nan, brother, I was once a wandering cultivator, traversing many lands, aiding countless souls, forging numerous bonds of goodwill. Yet there were many I could not bid farewell to. A cultivator must not be ensnared by worldly troubles. Joy, anger, sorrow, and separation, along with the 6 desires, are but illusions. Only the eternal path remains. In the perilous realm of cultivation, one must awaken to many truths." Yuan He had encountered individuals like Nan Wang, who were deeply emotional and loyal. Yet, such sentiments were often found among those who struggled to detach from the mortal realm, rendering them melancholic and troubled. With a sigh, Luo Shuyo suggested, "I understand your heart is heavy. Why not consider this? Let us venture down the mountain to find a serene resting place for the 5th junior sister, where we can erect a symbolic tomb. We can pay our respects during the festivals, preserving her memory, a symbolic tomb." Nan Wang echoed those words, seemingly questioning both Luo Shuyo and himself. Luo Shuyo, feeling a twinge of guilt, explained, "Alas, the 5th junior sister perished within the secret realm, her remains lost to us. Thus, a symbolic tomb is all we can establish." His intentions were noble, yet his unfiltered truth only served to further aggravate Nan Wang's already fragile state. Leave. Depart. All of you. Nan Wang stumbled to his feet, ushering them away. Luo Shuyo, feeling the force of Nan Wang's anger, retreated, murmuring, all right, we shall go. We'll take our leave. As Yuan he turned to exit, he dropped something, saying, Nan brother, I found this at the entrance. I've left it here for you. Nan Wang, still consumed by his sorrow, barely registered the action, but cast a fleeting glance. In that brief moment, his gaze locked onto what lay before him, a wine flask. The gourd-shaped vessel was entirely black, adorned with crimson flame patterns, its golden spout a testament to exquisite craftsmanship, albeit marred by signs of frequent use. Nan Wang recognized this flask from numerous encounters in Du Shuoling's residence during his advancement with the Spirit Spring, amidst the lively gatherings around the hot pot, and at the grand ceremony of his second senior brother. This was the third senior brother's wine flask. On that fateful night, the sky had been clear and serene, washed by rain, the stars twinkling brilliantly as the winds whispered sorrowfully, echoing the lament of the sleepless. Nan Wang was not alone in his restlessness. Had Lingji not taken the place of the third senior brother in the Spirit Fox secret realm, it would have been he who perished there, while others mourned Lingji's loss. For Zhan Qinming, his sorrow was intertwined with a guilt that he could not voice. Nan Wang's tears, which he had struggled to suppress, surged anew, burning like magma at the corners of his eyes. The damp mist coalesced, transforming into a soft, plush rabbit that landed precisely in Nan Wang's embrace. He buried his head into Anua's tender belly, vigorously wiping away the moisture in his eyes. I'm trying my best to let go, I implore you all. Do not press me further. Just grant me a little more time, Anua chirped. Chirp. It seems unlikely that you will truly let go. Nan Wang remained silent. Anua continued. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Therefore, I advise you to rescue those in need. Nan Wang withdrew his head from the comforting fluff, staring blankly at Anua. Anua, discontent, wiped away the tears on her belly and retorted, chirp, chirp, chirp. No one can persuade you. You might as well go and save them. Only then can you find closure. Slowly, Nan Wang's mind began to churn, and the once-dulled light in his eyes flickered back to life. Anua pressed on, chirp, chirp, chirp. A cultivator must be free of regrets in their heart. Otherwise, they will find it impossible to achieve breakthroughs on their path of cultivation. Nan Wang, in a daze, murmured, I have regrets? Must I cease cultivating as long as I harbor regrets? Anua nodded. Nan Wang, as if hearing the grandest jest, spoke with a mixture of laughter and tears. I have regrets. Indeed I do. Yet why is it that I alone must carry this burden? Does Master Sister have no regrets? Does third senior brother have none? Do they truly consider Lingji's death to be insignificant? Anua. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Du Shuoling acknowledges that the 7 apertures Linglong heart is immortal and indestructible. Thus she bears no regrets. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhan Qinming has left you the wine flask. Bidding farewell to the past, he too has no regrets. Nan Wang's eyes, which had finally brightened a little, instantly dimmed once more. I do not comprehend. I cannot fathom. I simply cannot accept it. There is clearly still hope. How can one abandon it? Once again, Nan Wang curled his body, but this time, he cradled Anua in his arms. Anua, chirp. You certainly do not understand. According to the current cultivation system, you are utterly unfit for cultivation. Unfit for cultivation. This phrase Nan Wang had heard countless times, yet none had ever shattered his heart as profoundly as this one. It was neither a denial of his worth nor a mockery of his talent. It was instead a revelation that sadness is erroneous, sorrow is a mistake, and acceptance is the true path. Countless cultivators have made the same choice, memorializing the departed while pressing forward. Amidst the chaos of the mortal realm, only the great Tao endures. Yes, I do have regrets. I cannot save Lingji, nor can I cultivate. Let those who wish to pursue this broken path do so. I shall request to descend the mountain in a few days. Nan Wang spoke despondently. Anua slapped Nan Wang's face, fuming. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What gloomy words are these? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Even if others deem you unfit for cultivation, you are still treading this path. The admonitions and constraints of others have not hindered your steps in the past, nor will they in the future. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There are myriad paths in the great Tao, each distinct. The road you walk may simply be one that others have yet to traverse. but that does not signify it is impassable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The paths others cannot walk do not imply you cannot. And those whom others cannot save do not mean you cannot rescue. Chirp. Whatever you choose to do, I shall accompany you. Nan Wang stared in astonishment, his tear-streaked face revealing a profound yearning. You are right. I must save Lingji. I certainly must go. Lingji must still be alive. But how can I access the immortal fox secret realm? The Qingyun Sect will not partake in it, and I cannot even secure a quota. Anua. Chirp. You can obtain a quota from other sections. Nan Wang, feeling helpless, responded, Where can I procure a quota? I am not like second senior brother, who has forged numerous connections. I do not know anyone from other sections. Anua. Chirp. Aren't you that one? Nan Wang, huh? That one. Anua. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You know, from the other sections. Nan Wang completely failed to grasp what Anua was saying. What other sects? My sect is the Qingyun Sect. Anua, furious, retorted, Chirp, chirp, chirp. Weren't you sent to infiltrate the Qingyun Sect? What was your original sect? Nan Wang. All right, he's an undercover agent. Besides the Qingyun Sect, he belongs to another sect. He is an undercover agent. Splendid. He is indeed an undercover agent. Chapter 39. Inquire of the all-powerful second senior brother Nan Wang had never felt such profound gratitude for his identity as an undercover agent. To be precise, it was the identity of the original owner. The esteemed Qingyun Sect, a prominent righteous faction, could indeed fall victim to deceit and subsequently withdraw from the affairs of the secret realms. However, the demonic sect was an entirely different matter. The resources available to the demonic sect paled in comparison to the abundant offerings of the immortal sections. Most environments inhabited by the demonic sect were harsh, lacking in spiritual energy, compelling them to rely on demonic energy for cultivation, a process significantly more arduous than cultivating with spiritual energy as practiced by the righteous sections. Due to this scarcity of resources, the demonic sect would seize every opportunity to acquire rare treasures. Unlike the immortal sects, which bore a sense of responsibility towards salvation, the demonic sect entered secret realms solely to collect treasures, indifferent to whether the realms would collapse or endanger the mortal realm. The recent collapse of the immortal fox secret realm was akin to a free buffet presented on a silver platter for the demonic sect, an opportunity too good to pass up. Following the refusal of the righteous sects, led by the Qingyun Sect, to assist the northern region, ample vacancies in the immortal fox secret realm would arise, more than sufficient to accommodate the demonic sect. The more Nan Wang contemplated the prospect of the demonic sect, the more convinced he became of its feasibility. Yet he mused, How did you know I was an undercover agent? I thought I had concealed it quite well. Nan Wang scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward. And Nua, hands on her hips, proudly lifted her chin and chirped, I knew the moment you arrived on your first day. Nan Wang was incredulous. Impossible. It was only the first day. I didn't even know myself. Cough, cough. You must have seen someone from a demonic sect looking for me. And that is how you figured it out, right? And Nua replied, Our duty as the spirit beasts of Qingyun Sect is to safeguard the sect and prevent ill-intentioned individuals from causing harm. From the very first day you arrived, we had already set our sights on you. Nan Wang retorted, You? Who else is involved? And Nua responded, There are other spirit beasts too. Did you not notice how various rabbits were always around you when you first arrived? Who could possibly pay attention to that? There are so many rabbits in Qingyun Sect. Nan Wang sighed in resignation. The entire cultivation world was aware that Qingyun Mountain was famous for its rabbits, to the extent that it was even nicknamed the Rabbit Sect. Villagers at the foot of Qingyun Mountain worshipped the rabbits as sacred beasts, and during festivals, mortals would visit the rabbit temple to pay their respects. Even in pastry shops, rabbit-shaped treats sold better than others. Spotting rabbits in Qingyun Mountain was as common as seeing fish in a river, and no one would think much of it. Upon hearing that these rabbits were actually sentinels of Qingyun Sect, Nan Wang was utterly baffled. If you all have already discovered I am an undercover agent, why have I been able to remain in Qingyun Sect for 10 years without incident? And Nua explained, Because you haven't committed any wrongdoing. Nan Wang was even more perplexed. But I have merely temporarily refrained from doing anything wrong. How can you be so certain I will never do anything wrong? And Nua hesitated for a moment before stating, Given your lack of talent in entering the outer sect in 10 years, even if you wish to do something wrong, you simply lack the ability. For someone like Nan Wang, who diligently swept the steps of Qingyun Sect as an undercover agent for a decade, the sect was hardly displeased. And Nuo averted her gaze. Speaking somewhat sheepishly, with me backing you, the other rabbits won't pay you any mind. Now, stop worrying about that, and think of a way to save people in the secret realm. Oh yes, yes, yes. Saving people is crucial, Nan Wang exclaimed, smacking his forehead and frowning as he began to devise a plan. Securing a spot isn't difficult. I can offer a volume of heart techniques to Qingyun Sect in exchange for a spot. But what shall I do about flying the sword? If I recall correctly, the Immortal Fox secret realm will reopen in less than 3 days. In such a short time, there's no way I can learn to fly a sword. Why not find someone to teach you? And Nuo suggested. Nan Wang lamented. Where am I supposed to find someone? The demonic sect doesn't operate like Qingyun Sect, which emphasizes mentorship and mutual assistance. It will be fortunate if they don't resort to murder and treasure theft. If they discover I can't fly a sword, I might meet my end before even entering the secret realm. And Nuo contemplated for a moment before declaring, then there is only one solution left. Nan Wang asked hopefully, what is it? Asked the all-powerful second senior brother if he has any quick methods to learn sword flying, and Nuo replied. Nan Wang considered this. Indeed, flying the sword is ultimately a form of technique, and when it comes to techniques, no one in Qingyun Sect surpasses Chu Songping. The only concern was whether second senior brother would be someone he could approach. The next day, Nan Wang set up a hot pot in his modest dwelling. The aroma of the broth, infused with peppercorns, chilies, and various spices, wafted through the air, enticing nearby disciples to abandon their cultivation in pursuit of the delicious scent. Frustrated, groups of disciples marched to Nan Wang's door, demanding an explanation. Either he change locations or include them in the feast. However, as the crowd stormed into Nan Wang's abode, they were met with the sight of its occupant, which rendered them as silent as ducks caught by the throat. Is there something you need? The occupant raised a pair of unusual eyes, casting a cold glance over the assembly. And no, nothing at all. You eat, you eat. We're just passing by. Just passing by. We'll be on our way now. Remember this, Nan Wang. No, wrong exit. Greetings to second senior brother. Farewell. The disciples fled in panic. Nan Wang, retracting his neck, took up a ladle and cautiously inquired, a second senior brother, do you think this food is acceptable? Yesterday afternoon, he had sent a message bird to second senior brother with little hope, only to receive a prompt reply instructing him to prepare a pot and wait. Prepare a pot. After much contemplation, Nan Wang finally recalled a previous exchange with Chu Songping, where he had been reminded of his attitude in seeking assistance. Is this how you approach someone for help? Last time you treated everyone a hot pot, but you didn't invite me. Thus, the present scene unfolded. The vegetables were freshly picked by Nan Wang from the fields, while the lamb, chicken, and pork were hastily procured from the mortal realm. The seasonings and broth were recreations of those from his last meal. After a long night of effort, Nan Wang had finally prepared the hot pot that Chu Songping had missed out on previously. Taking a bite of the lamb pulled from the spicy pot, Chu Songping commented with restrained enthusiasm, not bad. Nan Wang eagerly rubbed his hands together. Then, about teaching me to fly a sword? Cough, cough, cough. Chu Songping seemed to choke on the spiciness, prompting Nan Wang to swiftly offer a glass of orange-hued iced beverage. This is freshly squeezed juice, made from immortal fruits and sweetened with honey. Please give it a try. Chu Songping took the cup and gulped it down. The immortal fruit Nan Wang had selected bore a flavor reminiscent of a blend of orange and apple juice, tart and sweet, refreshingly delightful. The contrast of the fiery hot pot with the icy cold immortal fruit juice created a truly divine combination. After finishing the drink, Chu Songping visibly relaxed, the bubbles of happiness radiating from him apparent to the naked eye. However, when he met the expectant yet anxious gaze of Nan Wang, he instantly restrained his expression. Not bad. Somewhat better than the spirit wine, he remarked. Nan Wang nodded humbly, saying, as long as second senior brother enjoys it, that is what matters. Chu Songping's vanity was thus satisfied, and he ceased his teasing, pointedly addressing Nan Wang's predicament. Among all the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, aside from myself, only your master sister has the talent to learn sword control within 3 days. To say nothing of mastering it in a day. Even if you could learn it in just 1 day, you would still lack a sword to wield. Nan Wang scratched his head and inquired, "Is there a specific requirement for the sword? I'm quite flexible. Would it be acceptable for me to seek assistance from the seniors of the artifact sect to forge one? It is not so simple. A spirit sword cannot be forged by just any craftsman, and spirit swords recognize their masters. For newcomers like you haven't even entered the inner sect yet. Let's assume you have. The first task for a disciple entering the inner sect is to venture to the Wanjian tomb to select a spirit sword that resonates with them. It is a mutual selection between you and the sword." Chu Songping shook his empty cup, and Nan Wang, being quite perceptive, refilled it for him. After taking a sip of the chilled drink, Chu Songping continued, "Your timing for breaking through the qi refinement stage is unfortunate. The elders are absent from the sect, and the seal of the Wanjian tomb requires the intervention of at least 3 elders to unlock. Therefore, regardless of whether you can master sword control, you will have no sword to wield." Upon hearing this, Nan Wang could not help but let out a deep sigh. "Well then, it appears I am at an impasse. Yet, if it were truly unsolvable, then why did second senior brother appear so self-satisfied, as if awaiting him to ask for assistance?" Nan Wang hesitated, words caught in his throat. Reality loomed before him, and deep down, he believed his chances were slim. However, Chu Songping's expression suggested that perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. After swallowing hard, Nan Wang cautiously asked, "Then, according to second senior brother, what do you think I should do?" "Umph." Chu Songping snorted softly and replied, logically, "I should not assist you." Nan Wang, treading carefully, flattered, "Indeed, it is not appropriate, but given the urgency of the situation, I truly cannot find anyone else to help me aside from second senior brother." Chu Songping arrogantly stated, "You have come to the right person. Looking across the entire sect, there is no one other than me who can assist you this time." Hearing this made Nan Wang's teeth ache as he thought, not just the entire Qingyun Sect. If he truly manages to help me enter the secret realm, second senior brother would undoubtedly be unparalleled throughout the immortal cultivation world. With a slight smile, Chu Songping, satisfied, said, "In light of your earnestness, I shall lend you Jing." Nan Wang paused, momentarily unable to comprehend what Chu Songping was saying. The next moment, an endless vortex of yellow sand appeared in the air, and as it fell before Nan Wang, the sand coalesced into the shape of a sword, which then transformed further, the hilt morphing into 5 petal-like shapes. This was Chu Songping's life-bound magical treasure, Jing. Chapter 40. Ingenious strategies. No, second senior brother. This simply won't do. I truly cannot. Nan Wang lamented, his face a mask of despair. The life-bound treasure, akin to his destiny sword, was intrinsically linked to a cultivator's power and even their very existence. In the original text of Dragon Sovereign, the downfall and tragic demise of the senior sister were precipitated by a malfunction of her life-bound sword. The mere thought of Chu Songping lending him his life-bound treasure sent shivers down Nan Wang's spine. While he was indeed determined to rescue the 5th junior sister, the idea of wielding Chu Songping's life-bound treasure for such a perilous mission filled him with dread. If he failed to save her and lost a second senior brother in the process, he would become a pariah in the Qingyun Sect. "Take it and go. Why are you hesitating?" With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Songping sent the treasure, Jing, swirling into the seams of Nan Wang's robes, vanishing in an instant. The sudden weight resting upon him made Nan Wang acutely aware that Jing had indeed attached itself to him. Chu Songping spoke calmly. "I am aware of your intentions and why you sought me. Although Jing is lent to you, your current abilities render you incapable of fully controlling it. Thus, I shall imbue a fragment of my consciousness into Jing. Once you channel spiritual energy into it, I will assist you from outside the secret realm. However, the secret realm is fraught with danger and uncertainty. My intervention from the outside will be limited, so do not rely solely on Jing for your life. If peril arises, remember," Nan Wang interjected earnestly, "rest assured, second senior brother, if danger approaches, I will flee at once." As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow a single scratch upon Zhijing. Though it was true that Zhijing was a celestial-grade treasure capable of feats beyond the realm of ordinary artifacts, the notion of operating such a treasure while separated by a secret realm was an endeavor that, across the entire cultivation world, few dared to contemplate. Even the protagonist, who wielded godlike powers later in the narrative, had never exhibited such an absurd skill. This was the advantage of being a dual cultivator of both celestial and demonic arts. Once he formed a golden core, his already extraordinary abilities would ascend to an even more alarming level. Faced with such genius, Nan Wang felt overwhelmed. What folly! When true danger struck, running away was not a solution. With a graceful flick of his jade hand, Chu Songping conjured a delicate pouch from thin air. Casually tossing it into Nan Wang's embrace, he instructed, "Open this pouch before entering the secret realm, and you will know how to respond to any threats you encounter." The pouch felt as hot as a burning ember in Nan Wang's hands, prompting him to exclaim, "Second senior brother, you are too generous. I am at a loss for how to repay. You let us dispense with empty platitudes. Save any words of gratitude until your mission is accomplished," Chu Songping replied, his gaze imbued with a depth of meaning that Nan Wang could not comprehend. "Whatever you aspire to achieve, we shall support you, for we are bound by the same lineage." Without lingering, Chu Songping departed. Though the hot pot was swiftly consumed, the imminent opening of the secret realm loomed larger. Both he and Nan Wang had little time to squander. The operation of a treasure as significant as Zhijing was exceedingly complex, far beyond the scope of mastering it in a mere day or two. Thus, he had no intention of imparting its usage to Nan Wang. With only 2 days remaining until the secret realm's activation, it was more prudent to hope for his own mastery over spiritual consciousness to advance rather than rely on Nan Wang's potential enlightenment. Once he bid farewell to his second senior brother, Nan Wang stood motionless, feeling the weight of Zhijing upon him, clutching the pouch, lost in contemplation. Anua appeared on his shoulder, playfully nudging his face with her tiny paw, urging, "Chirp, chirp. What are you waiting for? The issue of sword control is resolved. Contact the people from the Qingyun Sect." Second senior brother mentioned he left a fragment of his consciousness within Zhijing. "Do you think he can hear us?" Nan Wang pondered aloud. Anua deflated immediately, her soft ears drooping in exasperation. "Chirp, chirp. What could he possibly not know? He is aware of everything he ought to be." Nan Wang blinked. "Huh? Chirp, chirp. He knows about your ties to the demonic sect, understands your intent to use the demonic quota to enter the secret realm, and is fully cognizant that your learning sword control is to rescue the 5th junior sister." Nan Wang contemplated this, realizing the truth in her words. His second senior brother had never shied away from mentioning the secret realm, clearly having anticipated his plan all along. Furthermore, judging by his second senior brother's demeanor, it seemed highly probable that he too wished to save the 5th junior sister. Nan Wang gazed skyward, bewildered. "No, don't you think it would have been wiser for second senior brother to directly enter the secret realm and rescue the 5th junior sister himself? His chances of success seem far greater than mine." Anua chirped, "Chirp, chirp. He would want to, but he possesses a fire spiritual root." Realization dawned on Nan Wang. I had almost forgotten the secret realm of the immortal fox forbade fire, barring all cultivators with a fire spiritual root from entry. Coincidentally, among all the true disciples of the Qingyun Sect, only the second senior brother bore a fire spiritual root, which rendered him entirely unable to enter the immortal fox secret realm. While Nan Wang could devise numerous ways to enter the realm, Chu Songping, at his utmost limit, could only entrust his life-bound treasure and the 5th junior sister's fate to another. This thought weighed heavily upon Nan Wang, making him feel as though he could scarcely breathe. "Chirp, chirp. What are you still dawdling for? Let us go." With a heavy heart, Nan Wang replied, "All right, then let us depart." This was not Nan Wang's first exit from Qingyun Sect. Even during his time as a lowly disciple, he often seized opportunities to descend the mountain and wander the mortal realm. Among all the disciples, he was the most inclined to slip away. Yet this time, his emotions diverged sharply from those of the past. As he rode upon the celestial crane, he could not help but glance back, The entire Qingyun mountain range was shrouded in mist, receding further and becoming increasingly indistinct until it vanished completely. As he turned his head forward, tears welled in his eyes. A weight settled upon his shoulder, a soft and warm sensation brushing against his cheek as if offering him solace. No. We shall surely return, bringing the fifth junior sister back with us, safely. Winter Spring Town lay not far from Qingyun Mountain. The town featured a bustling dock and station, with a constant flow of visitors. The Qingyun Sect had established a liaison point within a luxurious inn in Winter Spring Town. Nan Wang frequently visited this location during his trips to the mortal realm to gather recent intelligence on the demonic sect. A day prior, while purchasing hot pot ingredients for his second senior brother, he had left a message for his informant, arranging to meet at room 3, number 10, during the hour of shun. Arriving early, Nan Wang found that his contact had yet to arrive. The wait was always nerve-wracking. Nan Wang shifted restlessly, unable to find comfort. His anxiety palpable. Anwar, unable to bear it any longer, began chirping insistently. With a sigh, Nan Wang confessed, "I know that being anxious is futile, but I simply cannot help it." He seated himself at the table and began to fidget with the brocade pouch bestowed upon him by his second elder brother. No. What do you suppose is contained within? And Nuo chirped in response. What else could it hold but clever stratagems? Nan Wang's expression turned slightly awkward. There is something I am uncertain whether I should voice. And Nuo interjected. Are you still hiding things from me? It is not to keep you at bay. Lowering his voice and cupping his mouth with his hand, Nan Wang whispered, I just feel that the second elder brother does not seem particularly astute. He gives off an impression of having a life that has been too smooth, leaving little room for intellectual endeavor. And Nuo remained silent. Upon hearing this, Nan Wang felt a twinge of anxiety, for he was aware that the boundary was linked to him, and the second elder brother's consciousness was entwined with it. Who could say what might occur should he overhear disparaging remarks? After a moment of tense anticipation, when nothing untoward transpired, Nan Wang breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the second elder brother had not deceived him. The boundary would only activate upon his infusing it with spiritual energy. Thus, he could proceed to unravel the brocade pouch without trepidation. Nan Wang remarked, the second elder brother said to take a glance at the pouch before entering the secret realm. And since this is indeed the time before entering the secret realm, I can open it now. And Nuo retorted, that is mere sophistry. As he unwrapped the pouch, Nan Wang asserted, what does it matter? After all, the boundary cannot function without spiritual energy. And Nuo warned, just wait until Chu Songping brings up past grievances. At that moment, while you are mid-flight on your sword, the boundary will surely cast you down. In the midst of their conversation, Nan Wang had already peeled open the pouch and extracted a slip of paper. With bated breath and focused intent, he anxiously unfolded the note and read aloud. Your innate talent is extraordinary, though advancement in realms may be arduous once the boundary is crossed. Your spiritual platform will be solidified, and your spiritual energy will flow with stability, indicating that your strength should surpass that of others at the same level. Nan Wang beamed with pride. See, my second elder brother understands me. Such flattery makes me feel somewhat bashful. The affirmation from his second elder brother brought an unparalleled sense of joy, dispelling the tension he had felt moments ago. A mere secret realm, he thought, would be easily conquered. And Nuo interjected, but the message on the note was not yet finished, prompting Nan Wang to continue reading. Upon entering the secret realm, should you encounter an enemy of the same rank, do remember to call for your elder brother's assistance. Nan Wang responded, There was more to the message. The latter half read, if, by misfortune, you encounter an enemy of a higher rank, call for your elder sister's help. Nan Wang was left bewildered. Is he illiterate? What is this? Wasn't it stated that after breaking through, one's spiritual platform would be solid, and the flow of spiritual energy would be stable, indicating strength far exceeding that of peers? Shouldn't it be that one fights freely against those of the same rank and does one's utmost against those of a higher rank? Why is it to call for an elder brother against peers and an elder sister against superiors? Chapter 41. Team building at Qingyun Gate. Nan Wang's confusion did not linger for long, as the door to the room was pushed open. The newcomer had a dark complexion, dressed in a coarse linen shirt, with unkempt facial hair, and was savoring a scallion pancake he had just purchased from the street, his rough fingers calloused from hard work. He was the kind of person that pedestrians would hardly notice, blending in like a wandering merchant in the bustling streets. However, his true identity was that of Yin Suyan, an undercover liaison for the Qingyun Sect stationed in Dongquan town. All messages from the undercover agents to the Qingyun Sect had to pass through his hands, and at the same time, he served as a semi-informant, possessing a wealth of internal intelligence regarding various righteous sections. Nan Wang stood up and said, "Brother Yin, you have finally arrived." Yin Suan spoke in a weathered voice. "Xiao Wang, long time no see. I never expected you to fare so well at Qingyun Gate. Sending you undercover was indeed a wise decision." Nan Wang interjected, "I am called Nan Wang." Yin Suan chuckled. "Ah, look at me with so many undercover agents. I got confused. You are Nan Wang, Nan Wang." He took out a ledger and began flipping through it. "Oh, it's you. You haven't sent any news in 10 years. We thought you had been caught and silenced." Nan Wang remained silent for a moment before delivering his rehearsed line. "I have no face to return if I fail the mission assigned by the sect. Fortunately, after 10 years of lurking, I finally have some progress to report." Yin Suan was moved to tears. Good. You're truly a loyal child. The sect will not treat you unfairly." Nan Wang replied, "Thank you. I hope the sect can remember my name next time." He took out a jade slip containing a sword manual and handed it to Yin Suan. "This is the sword manual I obtained from Senior Brother. As for the Qionqi transformation technique that the sect requires, I have yet to find it." Yin Suan was astonished upon receiving it. "Young man, you're giving me the entire sword manual just like that? Aren't you afraid I might commit robbery?" Good. It seems that Qingyun Gate values you precisely because of your honest nature. Sending you undercover was indeed the right choice." Nan Wang thought to himself that the reason he could part with the whole manual was that he had accumulated so many from his senior sister that he could not possibly learn them all. She could comprehend a manual with a single glance, rendering what would take an ordinary person a lifetime to master into a mere consumable. All the manuals she had exhausted were given to him. If Yin Suan truly had intentions of robbery, he could easily procure another manual to bargain for his life. To the impoverished Qingyun Sect, these precious manuals were invaluable, and he still had around 40 or 50 of them. Moreover, with his second senior brother's protective barrier, even if Yin Suan intended to harm him, he would remain unharmed. Yin Suan assured him, "Rest assured, I will keep this sword manual safe for you. When the time comes, remember to take credit for your contributions. I have already arranged matters regarding the secret realm, and we can set off at any moment. However, I must forewarn you that the Qingyun secret realm is perilous, and many are reluctant to venture there. Given your current cultivation, it may be a matter of life and death." Nan Wang feigned a greedy expression, saying, "Since you trust me so much, I shall confide in you as well. I have been lurking by Senior Brother's side." And he mentioned that there are significant opportunities for Qi refinement stage cultivators in the Qingyun secret realm. They say fortune favors the bold. "I must go." Yin Suan replied, "Well, since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you. The major demonic sects will convene at the 9-tiered tower in the northern region, and time is of the essence. Let us hurry and set off, so you can familiarize yourself with the people and learn who to avoid in the secret realm." Nan Wang inquired, "How do we reach the northern region?" "By taking the teleportation array from the post station. The northern region has opened all its teleportation arrays due to recent calls for assistance, making it quite convenient for travel," Yin Suan explained. He quickly finished his scallion pancake, then rummaged through his storage pouch and tossed a gruesome object to Nan Wang. "Take this, you'll need it shortly." Nan Wang caught it and nearly screamed. It was a bloody rabbit, skinned halfway, its eyes still open in death. If it had been any other animal, it might have been bearable, but the fact that it was a rabbit struck him as ominously coincidental. Fortunately, Nua had concealed herself when Yin Suan entered, avoiding detection. Suppressing his disgust and discomfort, Nan Wang asked, "What is this for?" "You might need it during the gathering. Since you haven't returned to the demon sect in so long, you're likely unaware of many things. Just follow my lead and do as I do. Also, I will teach you a phrase you must memorize. When encountering unfamiliar individuals from the demon sect, just say this." Nan Wang asked, "What phrase?" Yin Suan replied, Kill Yi Quan, seize the heavenly secrets. As they arrived at the 9-tiered tower in the northern region, Nan Wang and Yin San were not among the earliest arrivals. The hall was already bustling with people. The denizens of the Qingyun Sect did not adhere to as many formalities as the righteous sects, engaging in lively conversations, drinking, and playing games with some already incapacitated from inebriation. Yin Suan led Nan Wang to an empty table, lamenting, "There really aren't too many people this time. In the past, we wouldn't have even found a seat. Everyone would have to stand." Though Yin Suan claimed there were few attendees, Nan Wang felt that the crowd was ample, more than sufficient. Seeing so many challengers for the secret realm eased some of his anxiety. Kill Yi Quan, seize the heavenly secrets. A drunken man stumbled onto Nan Wang, shouting the very slogan that Yin Suan had just taught him. Nan Wang pushed the man away and coldly repeated, "Kill Yi Quan, seize the heavenly secrets." His echo incited a chorus of "Kill Yi Quan, seize the heavenly secrets" from those around him. Amidst the clamor, Nan Wang leaned closer to Yin San and asked, "Brother Yin, who exactly is Yi Quan, and why does he incite such public outrage?" Yin Suan regarded him with a strange expression and replied, "You truly do not know who Yi Quan is?" Nan Wang sheepishly admitted, "Aside from my cultivation, I have devoted all my time to trying to interact with senior brother, so I might have missed some outside news. You are terribly out of touch. Yi Quan is none other than the esteemed leader of your Qingyun Gate." Nan Wang was taken aback. So killing rabbits symbolizes killing Yi Quan? After all, it was common knowledge that rabbits were the spiritual beasts of Qingyun Gate. What a pity for these rabbits. If Nual were not by his side, he would have secretly indulged in some spicy rabbit heads to satisfy his cravings. Yin Xian exclaimed with delight, "You have quite the understanding. You are bound to have a bright future." Nan Wang remained silent. At the entrance of the first floor, people were still making their way inside. Nan Wang and Yin Xian sat at a table on the second floor, near the railing, allowing them to see those entering the building. Yin Xian enthusiastically introduced to Nan Wang, "Look, the followers of the Ghost Corps sect have arrived. They always bring the largest numbers to the secret realm, a throng of both living and dead. If you encounter them within the realm, do not confront them directly." "Oh dear, the Blood-Robe sect." Yin San's expression shifted gravely as he continued, "You must pay close attention to the members of the Blood-Robe sect. One of their primary delights is devouring humans, particularly those with cultivation. That leader over there, Shi Shan, a recent inductee, is said to have triumphed over the second protector in the arena shortly after his arrival. He is currently a favored disciple of the sect leader. My goodness, just look at his physique and aura. It is evident he could easily overpower anyone in the Qi refinement stage." Yin Suan's terrifying words piqued Nan Wang's interest, compelling him to lean forward and gaze below. Shi Shan indeed exuded a commanding presence. His stature was notably larger than those around him, each step reverberating through the nearby tiles. Standing at 9 feet tall with well-defined muscles. "Wait." Nan Wang scrutinized Shi Shan's face once more, confirming he did not recognize him. However, when his gaze fell upon the robust muscles of the man's arms, he was struck with certainty regarding the individual's identity. This was none other than his third senior brother. Though his face had changed, his physique remained unchanged. Nan Wang's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his features. It seemed Shi Shan had sensed Nan Wang's intense gaze. He lifted his head to look towards the second floor, locking eyes with Nan Wang. In an instant, as if scalded, Shi Shan quickly averted his gaze and hastened forward. Nan Wang thought to himself, "Well, this time I can be certain. Shi Shan is undoubtedly Zhan Qinming." In a flash, Nan Wang recalled the talisman his second senior brother had left him. The phrase he had never fully comprehended when encountering an enemy of the same level. "Call for your senior brother," seemed to find its explanation in this moment. However, the frightening part lay in the second half of the note. When encountering an enemy of a higher level, call for your senior sister. Could it be? Before Nan Wang could delve deeper into his thoughts, he was interrupted by Yin Suan's excited voice. "Look, the heavenly demon sect has arrived. The one in white robes is the holy maiden of the demon clan, Che Shui, finally located by the demon sovereign just a few days ago. Despite her youth, Her cultivation is unfathomably profound, and she may very well succeed the next demon sovereign, Nan Wang thought. Do not assume that a veil will render her unrecognizable. At the very least, she could change her sword. Relying on reason while being so conspicuous is rather blatant, don't you think, senior sister? Similar to Shan. Che Shui also sensed Nan Wang's mournful gaze. She lifted her head to meet his eyes for just a brief moment before hastily diverting her gaze. Pretending not to notice him, and briskly moved forward. Nan Wang pondered. Is this truly the gathering of the demon sect? It appears more akin to a team-building exercise for Qingyun Sect. Chapter 42. My support is abundant gathered here today. All are drawn by the allure of the mystic realm. However, the dangers of the fairy fox mystic realm are profound and ever-changing. Therefore, I urge you all not to seek quick gains. On the platform, Che Shui spoke earnestly. Below, the crowd continued their idle chatter, few paying heed to her words. Members of the demon sect have always acted according to their whims, and their presence here, coinciding with the existence of the ninefold tower in the northern region, was merely a matter of convenience. They were present, yet the notions of unity, cooperation, and mutual aid were still foreign concepts to them. The demon sect values individual freedom and supremacy, where killing and plundering are commonplace, and deceit is merely a basic skill. Yet, the recently reinstated holy maiden of the demon clan spoke with an earnestness that was excessively united, overly righteous, and excessively pure, starkly contrasting the ethos of the sect. Among the crowd, particularly Nan Wang, the more he listened, the more he felt as if he had returned to the Qingyun Sect, sitting under the gaze of his fellow disciples while the senior sister spoke. One hand propped on the table, supporting his chin, he rhythmically tapped with the other, lost in contemplation, pondering the intricacies of life. Just hours prior, he lamented the uncertainty of when he would see his senior brothers and sisters again. Yet now, they were all gathered once more, clinging to the present. With the familiar voice of his senior sister in his ears and the imposing figure of his third senior brother before him, he found himself enveloped in confusion from head to toe. This was a genuine perplexity, an internal struggle. Since everyone wished to rescue the junior sister, why not do so under the banner of the Qingyun Sect? Was it truly necessary to arrive at this juncture? However, upon deeper reflection, with the elders absent, if the senior sister were to agree to the Qingyun Sect's participation in the next Mystic Realm expedition, she would have to select new disciples from various branches to undertake the venture. The Qingyun Sect had just suffered significant losses. Anxiety permeated the ranks. If the senior sister were compelled to lead, not only would she be preoccupied with rescuing the fifth junior sister, but also with the safety of her junior brothers and sisters. The pressure would be immense. It would be far simpler, as it stood now, to venture into the mystic realm alone, without the burdens of the sect, solely focused on the task of rescuing the fifth junior sister. While Nan Wang pondered these thoughts, someone approached him suddenly. Yin Gu arrived, without a word of greeting, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, laughing heartily as they took their seats at the table. The leader of the group affectionately draped his arm around Yin Sui's neck, indicating a close relationship. Yin Sui introduced. This is our junior brother Nan Wang from the Qingyun Sect, who is currently thriving there. He has come to share important intelligence with us. Qingyun Sect places great importance on the fairy fox mystic realm, claiming it harbors immense opportunities. Now that you are here, you must strive earnestly. You may very well break through to the foundation establishment stage. Then, Yin Sui turned to Nan Wang, enthusiastically introducing, Come, junior brother. Let me introduce you. This is your senior brother, Hu Huabing. Next to him is senior brother Li, followed by senior brother Wang and little Wang and senior brother Lu. Be sure to remember their faces. Nan Wang greeted uniformly, Greetings, senior brothers. Hu Huabing paid him no mind, instead inquiring of Yin Sui. Does the Qingyun Sect truly value the fairy fox mystic realm? I heard they are not participating. Yin Sui waved his hand dismissively. Do you think that righteous individuals always act on their words? You are mistaken. They publicly declare they will not attend, allowing other sects to believe the fairy fox mystic realm holds no treasures, while secretly they are sneaking in large groups. Nan Wang was taken aback. In a certain sense, Yin Xuan had struck upon a truth. Furthermore, this was not a singular revelation. It was a dual insight. In the original text of Dragon Sovereign, the Qingyun Sect was a significant pawn, with the primary perspective focused on the main characters. Thus, Nan Wang only knew that Du Shuling had participated in the fairy fox mystic realm, without understanding the details of her involvement. Reflecting now, it was highly probable that Du Shuling had also entered the mystic realm through the channels of the demon clan. This was truly... Nan Wang shook his head helplessly. Hu Huabing remarked, "Indeed, I am all too familiar with the guise of the righteous sections." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his gaze turned to Nan Wang with ill intent. "I wonder, junior brother, what is your current cultivation level?" Nan Wang replied earnestly, "I have just recently broken through to Qi refining." Hu Huabing's face lit up with a grin. "Oh, with your cultivation, you haven't ventured into many mystic realms, have you?" Nan Wang replied half-truthfully, "This is my first time in a mystic realm. I heard from my senior brothers in the Qingyun Sect about the immense opportunities in the fairy fox mystic realm, and I simply could not resist sneaking out." "Your first time, is it?" Hu Huabing and his companions exchanged glances, chuckling. "How about this, junior brother, considering we are all from the same sect? You could offer us 3 top-grade spirit stones as a meeting gift. Once we enter the mystic realm, the 3 of us will protect you. What does that sound?" Yin Xuan scoffed lightly, but did not express any intention to intervene. Nan Wang decisively refused. No, that won't be necessary. I have more than enough people watching over me." His words were sincere, reasonable, and entirely aligned with objective reality, devoid of any hint of mockery. However, the listeners interpreted it differently. Hu Huabing's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "Does this junior brother look down on us? Think we are unworthy?" Nan Wang was perplexed. "How could that be? I..." Hu Huabing sneered coldly, rising to his feet. "If that is the case, then once we enter the mystic realm, junior brother, you shall fend for yourself." As he departed, the others followed suit, leaving Nan Wang with outstretched hands, attempting to retain them. After a moment, he withdrew his hands and turned to Yin Xuan, saying, "Isn't Hu's senior brother's temper a bit too hasty?" I hadn't finished speaking. Yin Xuan remained unfazed. "You were right to refuse. Even if you had offered spirit stones, they wouldn't protect you. However, your manner of rejection was rather inappropriate." Nan Wang humbly inquired, "Then how should I have refused?" Yin Xuan looked at him with confusion. "Do you truly possess 3 top-grade spirit stones?" Nan Wang replied earnestly, "Indeed." Yin Xuan was taken aback. Nan Wang added, "What is the matter? I truly have people looking out for me." Yin Xuan regarded him with skepticism. Nan Wang scratched his head, glancing at Che Shui, the holy maiden of the demon sect, who was concluding her speech, and then at the legendary Shan, who was rumored to be at the Qi refining stage. "Never mind, senior brother, let us just pretend that is not true. In reality, I am just an ordinary disciple who cannot even present 3 top-grade spirit stones, lacking any substantial backing." Nan Wang spoke with the tone of someone who had seen through the illusions of the world. Yin Xuan. He seemed ready to say something. Yet at that moment, Che Shui had already descended the stage, and the next speaker was the demon sect's leader, the demon sovereign, Tong Dongyang. The meeting of the demon sect of the Ninefold Tower reached its zenith with the demon sovereign's proclamation, "Slay ye and seize the heavenly secrets." Members of the demon sect rose in unison, tossing prepared rabbit carcasses into the fire, encircling the flames while chanting fervently. The fierce fire blazed, releasing wafts of sizzling meat aroma. Amidst the relentless cacophony of cheers for the slaughter of rabbits, only Nan Wang remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. He mused, "The killing of rabbits is one thing, but why must they be burned as well? While preparing rabbit meat may be somewhat troublesome, if done properly, it can be extraordinarily delicious, especially when spiced with chili, pepper, and cumin. The flavor is simply exquisite." With a heavy heart, Nan Wang discreetly wiped away the tears that had begun to trickle down his cheeks. The sound of slurping reached his ears, as if someone were drinking. Turning to look, he met the piercing gaze of Shan from the Bloodrobe sect. Unlike the others, who fixated on the bonfire with expressions of hatred, revenge, and bloodlust, his eyes reflected a profound hunger, a literal thirst and hunger. He seemed in dire need of roasted meat and freshly squeezed juice to quell his empty stomach. In such a bewildering setting, finding himself in the company of those who should not be there, yet sharing similar thoughts, left Nan Wang speechless. To make matters worse, Yansan leaned in to whisper ominously, "Little junior brother, I don't care what you're thinking, but please do not provoke the Blood Robe sect. Just look at them. They appear ready to feast on Yi Quan's flesh and drink his blood. It's utterly terrifying. Our Qingyun Sect is a small and struggling faction. You must not drag us down with you." Nan Wang pondered. Is it possible that my third senior brother is indeed contemplating consuming flesh and blood, but not that of Yi Quan, rather the nearby rabbit meat? When the rabbits were reduced to ashes, the assembly at the 9-story tower came to a definitive close, and the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Some would return to their sects, while others sought nearby refuges to recuperate in preparation for the forthcoming secret realm. Nan Wang, with no place to return to and feeling no need for rest, resolved to head directly to the secret realm. With only one night remaining before its opening, he deemed it fortunate if he could arrive in time, given his ability to traverse the distance. However, as he beheld the opulent cloud ship of the heavenly demon sect ascend into the sky and the flying beasts of the blood robe sect swarm like dark clouds, his already complicated feelings grew even more intricate. Why was it that his senior brothers and sisters could infiltrate such grand and affluent sects, while he was relegated to a place that could scarcely produce 3 top-grade spirit stones? Was there indeed a hierarchy in the artist's subterfuge? As he bid farewell to his departing seniors, wiping away non-existent tears and sighing heavily, he embarked on the path to the secret realm. Once he found himself alone, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Is rabbit meat truly delicious? How does one eat it? Nan Wang was taken aback. You eat rabbit meat too? Isn't that cannibalism? And Nuor replied, Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cannibalism? I share no kinship with rabbits. I merely resemble one. I'm a celestial beast. Nan Wang stammered, Ah, I see. And Nuor continued, Chirp, chirp, chirp. So, is rabbit meat really delicious? Chapter 43, the initial secret realm, the Qingyun secret realm, is situated in the Sunset Valley, located in the eastern part of the northern region, once home to numerous villages and towns. After the collapse of the Qingyun secret realm, all the settlements in the vicinity fell prey to its chaos. The inhabitants did not even have time to cry out for help, perishing amidst the wild expansion of the realm. The aftermath of the collapse left the secret realm standing ominously in the Sunset Valley, each crevice filled with danger and terror. From the ground to the sky, everything was engulfed by dark, spherical whirlpools, and within 100 miles, no trace of life could be sensed. Prior to its collapse, the secret realm was merely a luminous orb connecting different worlds, posing minimal threat and causing no harm to living beings. However, once a secret realm exists for a prolonged period or experiences 3 unsuccessful incursions, it transforms dramatically, revealing its bloody fangs. A fully collapsed secret realm resembles a malignant tumor on the land, incessantly draining the life around it to sustain itself, expanding endlessly as if it intends to devour the entirety of existence. This was Nan Wang's first encounter with a secret realm, particularly one that had already collapsed once. Despite extensive mental preparation, as he stood before the Sunset Valley, shrouded in darkness and devoid of sunlight, his heart and body trembled involuntarily. Was there anyone left? The secret realm would soon close. It was only when the manager's call echoed that Nan Wang awakened from his stupor, hastily approaching to present the nameplate belonging to the Qingyun Sect from his storage bag. There's no need for that. The secret realm isn't full yet. You can enter directly. The manager waved dismissively, urging Nan Wang to hurry along. According to the original text, the management of secret realms is quite stringent. Each time a secret realm emerges, the local sects allocate quotas based on the maximum number of entrants, reserving a small portion for the demon clan and rogue cultivators while retaining the majority for themselves to trade with various sections. Even the managers are carefully selected from among the most accomplished practitioners of their sect. However, upon closer examination of this particular secret realm, it is indeed quite unique. Firstly, Its geographical proximity to the demon clan's stronghold qualifies it as a realm belonging to the demon sect, with very few nearby celestial sects. Only the waning Qingyun Sect present. Secondly, the Qingyun Sect took the lead in refusing to offer assistance, with other sects following suit, inevitably resulting in the secret realm being neglected and quotas overflowing. These details were not elaborated upon in the original narrative. The Qingyun secret realm serves as a gathering place for the protagonist's early opportunities, with considerable emphasis placed on the protagonist's acquisition of these fortunes, while the condition of the masses outside the realm remains inconsequential. Tearfully, Nan Wang cast his nameplate into the heap of carelessly discarded nameplates, acutely aware of the absurdity of his strict adherence to the rules of the secret realm. Yet, as he considered that he was not the only one borrowing a demon sect identity to secure a quota, and that his senior brothers and sisters at the Qingyun Sect were all good individuals who followed the rules, he felt somewhat reassured. How could this be deemed foolish? This was merely the pure and orderly tradition of their Qingyun Sect. Soon, Nan Wang composed himself, channeling spiritual energy into the barrier, whispering, "I rely on you." Second senior brother. He prepared for minor mishaps or for his second senior brother to take vengeance by causing him to stumble and embarrass himself while wielding his sword. However, reality surpassed his expectations. The barrier did not even alter its shape, evenly exerting force on Nan Wang, lifting him smoothly into the air. There was no tremor, nor any intention of causing him humiliation. The barrier steadied him and directed him towards the secret realm. As the whirlpool drew closer, Nan Wang felt an overwhelming tension and swallowed hard, clutching the figure of Anua that had appeared in his arms, tightly shutting his eyes. His fearful expression, however, appeared entirely different to onlookers. The secret realm administrator marveled, rushing to the pile of nameplates, picking up Nan Wang's discarded nameplate, examining it repeatedly, and, upon confirming the cultivation level and name, exclaimed, "Initial stage of chi refinement, yet capable of flying without a sword. This child is destined for greatness. Our demon sect has produced such talent. I must inform the heavenly demon sect at once." In the early hours, burning green bricks, rising at the hour of the rat, gold, pearl gauze, exquisite jade, the moon setting as a jade plate, all buried. Where? 9 years at the Xinhu platform. A child's voice recited a fragmented poem, its cheerful and whimsical rhythm accompanied by colorful blocks whirling past. Nan Wang opened his eyes to see a familiar stony path, various stalls, and workers shouting as they carried cement bricks, momentarily lost in thought. This place was nearly identical to the villages beneath Qingyun Mountain, giving him a feeling of having traversed time. Yet in the next moment, the still racing heart and the near-destroyed Anua in his grasp jolted him back to reality. There was no time travel. This was indeed the Qingyun secret realm, the initial realm where the protagonist acquires abundant materials and opportunities. Nan Wang lifted his head high, his gaze traversing the crowd, the dilapidated huts, and the barren marketplace, finally resting upon a towering square platform that reached the clouds. Surrounded by swirling mist, bathed in violet light, pavilions and towers appeared shrouded in ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial abode. Though it was his first encounter with this structure, he recognized its name with utter clarity: Qinhu Platform. The name of the Qinhu secret realm derives from this very platform, where his fifth junior sister currently resided. "My lord, this way, be careful of the slippery path." The voice ringing in his ears brought Nan Wang back to his senses. He focused to see himself clad in white robes, with matching shoes, presently following closely behind a diminutive figure. A white paper obscured his vision, hanging before his nose. The speaker, clad in coarse cloth, was likely a villager, guiding the small figure ahead of Nan Wang. He understood in his heart that the narrative had commenced. In Dragon Sovereign, the cultivation secret realms are fundamentally different from those in typical novels. Here, the secret realms possess life akin to a brand new world in another time and space. Those who enter the realm, regardless of their cultivation level, are recognized as challengers by the secret realm and are randomly assigned roles within its world. Be a villager, a high official, a bandit, or a royal relative. Any identity is possible, contingent upon the circumstances of the realm. Challengers must consistently embody their roles, concealing their identities as outsiders. Failure to do so may incite the pursuit of various demons and monsters within the realm, beyond maintaining their roles without revealing their identities. All secret realms and challengers share a common ultimate task: to locate the core of the secret realm. Only by shattering the core can the secret realm be concluded and the challenge completed. However, the core is usually concealed in a well-hidden location, requiring challengers to continually gather clues, analyze intelligence, and exhaust all means to have any hope of locating it. My lord, you have traveled far. Do not worry. In our Qingyun village, we have burned bricks for generations, and we excel in brick-making. We work day and night to ensure we can meet the supply for the Qingyun platform on time. The villagers nodded respectfully, offering flattering words, while the being known as the fox immortal dramatically covered its nose with a hand, exclaiming as it walked, "The stench of humanity is everywhere. It truly nauseates this immortal." The villagers showed no signs of anger, still bowing their heads submissively as they said, "A resting place has been prepared for you, ensuring a serene environment, free from disturbances. Please follow me." The fox immortal nodded, acknowledging, "You are perceptive. When I return, I shall speak favorably of you and grant you the title of immortal attendant." The villagers eagerly responded, "Thank you, esteemed fox immortal. Thank you." Nan Wang obediently trailed behind the fox immortal, remaining silent. With a mere glance, he could see another individual, similarly attired, following closely behind the fox immortal. These individuals, including Nan Wang himself, were all attendants of the fox immortal, and their apparent mission was to accompany the fox immortal in inspecting the stones and bricks supplied by Qingyun village for the construction of the immortal fox platform. The narrative of the immortal fox's secret realm is straightforward. Even the current details suffice for adventurers to deduce their tasks. Each time the realm opens, the storyline and strategy remain largely unchanged, allowing those who have previously exited the realm to disseminate related information, facilitating future endeavors. It is likely that a certain saintess of a demonic sect and a particular Taoist friend, who frequently mentions the refinement stage, had gathered intelligence about the realm prior to their entry. However, Nan Wang was different. He need not exert himself to gather intelligence, for he had perused the original text, making him the most knowledgeable individual regarding the immortal fox's secret realm. Even if he had not laid eyes upon the fox immortal's true visage, he was acutely aware that the fox immortal possessed the body of a human, yet the head of a fox, covered in soft fur, capable of human speech, but undeniably a bona fide fox demon. In the 10th year of Ningli, during a royal outing, the reigning prince encountered a favored concubine of extraordinary beauty, who claimed to have been transformed from celestial fox. To win a smile from the celestial concubine, the prince commanded the full might of the nation to construct the immortal fox platform, intended to reach the heavens. During the construction, the entire populace labored, leading to financial ruin, widespread suffering, and countless casualties. The number of tormented souls and fallen bodies far exceeded the bricks and timber used to elevate the ever-growing immortal fox platform, and the bloodshed could have filled the moat surrounding it. The construction of the immortal fox platform consumed millions of taels of gold and spanned 9 long years. It remained unfinished. Nan Wang, along with all adventurers like him who journeyed from afar, represented the final brick in the construction of the immortal fox platform, or rather, the last straw. Chapter 44. The city without fire. The group advanced onward. Before long, a dusty little child suddenly darted out from the roadside, brandishing a hefty stone aimed at the fox spirit. With remarkable speed, Nan Wang intervened, preventing the stone from striking the fox spirit. Alas, while he could intercept the projectile, he could not halt the child's venomous words. "I will smash you. It is your fault that my aunt and uncle are dead." Nan Wang sighed inwardly. The construction of the fox spirit terrace had burdened the populace, leaving them in dire straits. Despite the court's efforts to mend its ailing treasury, it could not quell the increasingly restless hearts of the people. "Please spare us. Great fox spirit, please spare us." A laborer, who had been carrying bricks, dropped his load and knelt in supplication. The child is still young and does not understand. I beseech you, great fox spirit, show mercy. The villagers nearby, witnessing this scene, hastily gathered and bowed in reverence. Boldness. You dare to confront the great fox spirit and expect to go unpunished? Nan Wang shouted, seizing the initiative. He then turned to the fox spirit, ingratiatingly stating, Great fox spirit, allow me to handle these lowly commoners. Do not sully your hands with such filth. The fox spirit, still shaken, nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with Nan Wang's words. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, do not forget to present the finest portion to me once you are done. Nan Wang nodded in understanding. Rest assured, great fox spirit, I comprehend your wishes. With a change in position, he could now clearly discern the fox spirit's appearance. With a fox's head and a human body, golden vertical pupils, and limbs cloaked in a veil of snowy fur, the fox spirit radiated an enchanting fragrance, likely to mask the lingering scent of fox musk. Not daring to stare longer, Nan Wang turned away, bowing his head, and seized the child by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick and carried him away. Along the way, several villagers discreetly abandoned their tasks and followed behind Nan Wang, their intentions glaringly obvious. However, Nan Wang, a cultivator in his own right, would not be so easily caught by these common folk. Soon enough, he distanced himself from the pursuing villagers and found a secluded spot, unceremoniously tossing the child aside and wiping his hands on his clothing. The child, however, was remarkably resilient. Even after being released, he lunged at Nan Wang with teeth bared and fists flying. Nan Wang, unfazed by the child's feeble attempts at aggression, found himself somewhat vexed. Enough. Little one, you must see that I am not your enemy. I am here to save you. Who asked you to save me? The child retorted defiantly. With a patient tone, Nan Wang advised, Your reckless bravery will only lead to your demise. It changes nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, the child replied, I am not afraid of death. Nan Wang was taken aback. What is wrong with you? Even if you fear not for your own life, you must consider those who care for you. There are many villagers pleading for your sake. Everyone. Well, we certainly won't finish the work, and we will all die. The mention of others reddened the child's eyes, yet he refrained from shedding tears, glaring at Nan Wang with palpable hatred. Nan Wang smiled confidently. In the past, it may have seemed hopeless, but now it is different because I have arrived. The child's expression was one of disbelief. I speak the truth. If you heed my words, I assure you that none will perish, Nan Wang declared earnestly. Why should I trust you? You are a celestial attendant. Allied with them, the child challenged. No, I am human, just like you, Nan Wang replied, removing the white paper from his face to reveal his entirely human visage. Sincerity radiating from his words. I will not harm you. I will save all of you, and you have no other option but to trust me. If you rely solely on yourselves, none will survive. The child scrutinized Nan Wang's face for a moment before diverting his gaze, muttering, Fine, I believe you. Nan Wang was surprised. What prompted this sudden change of heart? My name is Qingyun, peace in name, the child replied. What is yours? I am Nan Wang, from the south, and my name signifies audacity and recklessness. Under Qingyun's guidance, Nan Wang entered a dilapidated cluster of lowly huts. All the robust youths of Qingstone village were being coerced to labor tirelessly at the southern edge of the village, day in and day out, tirelessly making bricks. This area, however, was situated deep within the village, filled with ragged women and elderly individuals, with hardly a young person in sight. Qingyun approached a precariously leaning house and knocked on the door. Annie, I am back. After a lengthy pause, the door creaked open, revealing a frail woman, leaning on a cane, her eyes clouded with gray. Qingyun, where have you been? I told you not to wander off. The outside is quite dangerous these days. Annie, Qingyun initially intended to assert that he had not strayed, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that he had indeed wandered off. Thus, he refrained from further argument and asked, Is the village elder here? The blind woman replied, The elder went out to find you. Did you not meet him on your way back? Before she could finish, a hoarse voice echoed from afar. Qingyun, you have truly frightened us. The village elder approached, accompanied by several able-bodied men. Elder. Qingyun rushed forward and embraced the elder's waist. The elder affectionately patted Qingyun's head. then turned his wary gaze towards Nan Wang. "Who is this gentleman?" Nan Wang nodded, indicating his purpose. "I am here to assist you." The elder, upon hearing this, displayed neither joy nor skepticism, merely stating in a calm tone, "Let us discuss this inside." Once inside, Nan Wang's first impression was of darkness. The low, dilapidated straw huts were crammed together, with fractured sunlight filtering through narrow windows, illuminating only a small portion of the interior. Unfortunately, the spot where Nan Wang sat was entirely devoid of sunlight. The room was unlit, lacking even candles. The uneven furniture creaked with the slightest movement. The woman felt around and poured a cup of water for Nan Wang. Upon touching the rim, he found it cold. "My lord," she said, "the heated stones can only be claimed at night. The water from last night has cooled. I apologize." Nan Wang nodded in understanding. He took a sip from the cup, indeed finding it chillingly cold. According to the original narrative, the realm of Shang forbade the commoners from lighting fires. Officials long confiscated fire sticks and dry wood from households. Only at night could the populace collect heated stones from the government, which retained warmth for a limited time and was rather ineffective as a heating tool, unable to even boil water thoroughly. For the already disadvantaged citizens of Shang, the inability to light fires was a dire matter, preventing food from being cooked and leading to rampant diseases, resulting in untold deaths. The elder sighed. "We have little to offer, only plain water. I hope you can forgive us." Nan Wang shook his head, responding, "The opulence of the Fox Spirit Terrace has drained Qing's stone village of its riches. It is not that there are no good things here, but all the treasures have been exploited by that very terrace." The village chief sighed. "Our land is fertile, nestled between mountains and rivers, and we have long been renowned as a prosperous village. Yet since the inception of the Xianhu platform, alas, in my youth, I was a master brickmaker. But now the Xianhu platform remains unfinished, and I am no longer able to forge bricks." Nan Wang shook his head and replied, "Once the Xianhu platform is completed, it will signify the demise of the common folk. The current monarch of Shang is blinded by ignorance, with treacherous ministers in chaos, and the fox demons in power, reversing the celestial order. This is no celestial Xianhu platform. It is clearly the platform of the doomed fox." Not only Nan Wang and the village chief entered the house. The young men who followed the chief also stepped inside. At that moment, upon hearing Nan Wang's words, the youth wore solemn expressions, their knuckles cracking as they clenched their fists. The common people are not foolish. They understand perfectly well what this Xianhu platform has become after 9 years of construction. And they know very well what these fox spirits with human forms truly are. However, the court is under the control of the Fox Queen, and local officials bow to the whims of the fox spirits. Under such oppressive circumstances, the commoners have no choice but to submit to the fox spirits. As for those who dared to resist, they have long since merged with the foundation of the Xianhu platform, unable to utter a single sound. An impatient young man retorted, "You are one of the fox spirits. Why should we trust your words? Who knows if you're sent by the court to win our loyalty?" Before Nan Wang could respond, Pingan spoke up first. "I believe him." Pingan declared confidently, "He is so handsome. He wouldn't deceive us." Nan Wang was taken aback. Such a young age, yet a superficial admirer. No wonder his attitude changed so swiftly. It's all about appearance. Nan Wang considered himself quite handsome, yet he knew the realm of cultivation was replete with beautiful individuals. He understood that amidst the ranks of the Qingyun Sect, he would merely blend into the crowd. However, in the eyes of these villagers, Nan Wang's looks were indeed unparalleled, rivaled perhaps only by the enchanting Fox Queen who had captivated the heart of the Shang Prince. A person of such striking beauty surely has no need to deceive, the village chief remarked with a tone of melancholy. Alas, the construction of a Xianhu platform is not within our control, and matters of state are beyond our concern. We cannot even pass the inspection at hand. Nan Wang asserted, the inspection is merely a fodder. The task of Qingshi village is fundamentally unattainable. Those fox spirits, being monstrous in nature, thrive on human hearts. By the time the inspection arrives, we shall all become the fox spirit's feast. Rather than succumb to this fate, we should fight to the death and slay the fox spirit. The village chief sighed once more in the past. There have been those who attempted to kill the fox spirit, but it is impervious to blades and fire. Even beheading it would not guarantee its demise. Nan Wang replied, "No, the fox spirit is not invulnerable to fire. On the contrary. The reason the court confiscates fire is precisely that all these fox spirits, including the so-called fox queen, are terrified of flames." Chapter 45. The strategist with a burden. Nan Wang reattached a piece of white paper to his forehead and carried a basket covered with white cloth towards the inn where the fox spirit resided. The accommodations for the fox spirit were the finest in the village, completely reserved for her to prevent mortals from intruding. Currently, the entire Shang nation was bustling in preparation for the celestial fox platform, with the townsfolk either making bricks, filling soil, or mining, leaving them no time for other endeavors. The inn in Qingyun village had been desolate for years, but in anticipation of the fox spirit's arrival, the authorities hastily repaired it overnight, managing to present it in a passable condition just before her arrival. Upon entering, Nan Wang found the fox spirit in a furious rage. "How dare these wretched mortals neglect me? To present such inedible fare to me? Begone! What a wretched place, a savage land." The villagers trembled and pleaded for mercy, kneeling in fear. The celestial attendants stood silently by, resembling soulless dolls, offering no words of comfort. Nan Wang quietly approached the fox spirit, leaning in to whisper a few words. The fox spirit's eyes brightened. "Good. I knew you were clever. Show me quickly." Nan Wang lifted a corner of the white cloth covering the basket, revealing the bloodied chunks of meat inside, and hesitantly remarked, "Great fox spirit, do you truly wish to do this in front of these?" "Ah, yes, how could I forget?" The fox spirit leapt from her seat, scolding the mortals in the room. "Get out, all of you. No one may enter here without my command." Nan Wang interjected, "You all must leave the inn. The farther the better, lest you disturb the great fox spirit's mood." The officials sent to protect the fox spirit appeared conflicted, asking, "Great fox spirit, we have received orders to ensure your safety at all costs." The fox spirit, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. "Just guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering. Is that not sufficient?" "Very well," they conceded reluctantly. Under the fox spirit's insistence, the officials were forced to vacate, leaving only the celestial attendants behind. Once the room was empty, the fox spirit no longer concealed her hunger and lunged at the basket in Nan Wang's hands, her eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. Drool dripped from her sharp fangs, wetting the white cloth covering the basket. Nan Wang placed the basket on the table. Stepping back respectfully, "My lady, I feared you might find this insufficient. Besides that little child, I have also slain several mortals, filling this basket with their hearts." When he took away the child's heart, the fox spirit had instructed him to keep the best portion, referring to the beating heart within the child's chest. In the secret realm of the fox spirits, they feasted upon human hearts, which served as the source of their demonic powers. Should careless cultivators wander into the realm, they could easily meet the same fate as the mortals trapped within, their hearts extracted and lives extinguished. "Ah, splendide!" the fox spirit exclaimed as she tore away the white cloth, her claws piercing a bloodied heart, devouring it with unrestrained satisfaction. Nan Wang observed silently, allowing the fox spirit to indulge, while the child remained blissfully unaware, chatting amiably with the village chief. The hearts in the basket were merely those of pigs that had succumbed to swine fever. In a place where fire could not be kindled, survival was arduous for both humans and animals alike. To prevent the great fox spirit from discovering the ruse, Nan Wang deliberately made a small cut on his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto the pig hearts, masking them with the scent of human essence. As a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, his blood was far more enticing than that of an ordinary mortal, ample enough to enchant the fox spirit, who had never tasted human hearts. At the beginning of the Secret Realms trials, the fox spirits were low-level beings, unaccustomed to consuming human hearts. A skilled mortal could contend with them. However, as they inspected the local projects, the low-level fox spirits devised ways to kill and feast upon hearts. Once successful, their powers would surge, elevating them to higher ranks, where their methods became increasingly ruthless and their ability to see through the disguises of strategists grew sharper. For cultivators of merely the Qi refinement stage. Encountering a high-level fox spirit was often a fatal encounter. Strategists needed to expedite their efforts to assist the villagers in completing the inspections, denying the fox spirits the opportunity to gorge themselves on human hearts. Such crucial information was known to Nan Wang without the need for investigation, as he was privy to the unfolding narrative. As for his senior sister and third senior brother, he had already dispatched a message to them. Though he was unaware of their specific locations and identities, the entire nation was preoccupied with the Celestial Fox platform, and regardless of where strategists were assigned, their tasks remained similar. Given their standing within their respective sects, he was confident they would swiftly relay his message to their disciples. In a sense, Nan Wang was charting a unique course, leading them all in their quest to conquer the secret realm together. Delicious, simply exquisite, as the fox spirit continued to feast. She became completely consumed by her gluttony, leaping onto the table, using both hands and feet to shove flesh into her mouth. Such a grotesque sight would lead any observer to conclude that the great fox spirit resembled a beast more than a celestial being. This was precisely why, despite their control over local officials and villagers through imperial power, the fox spirits still sought to conceal their consumption of human hearts. The fox spirit held no trust in mortals, only in those celestial attendants led by Nan Wang. However, having perused the original text, Nan Wang was well aware of how to deal with the celestial attendants. Originally skilled mortals, they had been ruthlessly consumed by the fox spirits, their hearts devoured, and afterward, the spirits implanted them with parasitic creatures, transforming them into devoted celestial attendants. The parasitic creatures were difficult to implant successfully, yet removing them was relatively straightforward. Once formed, they coalesced into an inconspicuous golden strand of hair at the nape of the host's neck. If this golden strand were to be pulled out, the parasite would perish instantly, and the host would regain their senses, liberated from manipulation. However, this release would come at the cost of the host's life, which would swiftly ebb away, leading to their untimely demise. Yet for these once vibrant souls, a dignified death was far preferable to serving as the fox spirit's instruments of slaughter. As the fox spirit mindlessly indulged in her feast, Nan Wang deftly maneuvered behind her and pulled the golden strands from the napes of all the celestial attendants. After a brief moment of confusion, the room echoed with the sound of knees hitting the ground. "Please, we beseech you, save the Shang nation from despair." The celestial attendants pleaded in unison, kneeling before him. Nan Wang solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, you have a nation to save, and I have people to protect. I swear upon my life, I shall slay the fox demons and burn the deer platform." The celestial attendants, moved by his words, nodded in agreement, wishing to utter more. But it was too late. Blood spilled from their mouths and noses, and their heartless chests collapsed alongside their bodies. You, the strategist. The gluttonous fox spirit has finally sent something amiss. Alas, it is already too late. As it leapt down from the table, its limbs weakened, rendering it powerless. "Help! Help me!" The cries for assistance were pitifully feeble, barely audible beyond the confines of the inn. Aware of its impending demise, the fox spirit mustered every ounce of strength to crawl outward. However, after only a few paces, its vision blurred, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. The lethal dose of opiate had infiltrated its system, a substance potent enough to fell even an elephant, let alone a fox spirit now rendered as vulnerable as a mortal. Nan Wang slowly crouched down, perplexed by the sight of the unconscious fox spirit before him. Logically, he should ignite a fire to incinerate the fox spirit, extract the passage permit to the immortal fox platform from its body, and proceed to the second phase of the secret realm. According to the original narrative, the project acceptance constitutes the first phase of the secret realm, lasting 7 days, during which strategists must employ every possible means to secure the fox spirit's approval and obtain the permit to access the immortal fox platform, thus advancing to the second phase and unraveling the mysteries therein. The correct strategy entails ensuring the project's acceptance. Yet, Qingyun Village is a peculiar locale. As noted in the original text, its assigned task is deemed unachievable, resonating with the observed phenomenon of missing tiles in the completed immortal fox platform. Had another strategist been assigned to Qingyun Village, they would likely face failure and expulsion from the secret realm, resulting in a significant reduction of their cultivation. Fortunately, the one who arrived here is Nan Wang, well-versed in all strategies pertaining to the secret realm. Even the approaches not explicitly stated in the book are familiar to him. There are plenty of experts in the comment section who analyze the plot's trajectory and possibilities in minute detail. Given the impossibility of completing the acceptance task, the most viable route to progress is to slay the fox spirit and seize the passage permit. However, with 6 days remaining until the first phase concludes, if he were to kill the fox spirit now, he could not guarantee that the authorities would not report the incident, leading to the appointment of a new fox spirit to take over Qingyun Village. Yet, to spare the fox spirit's life is utterly inconceivable for Nan Wang. The situation has escalated to such a point that should the fox spirit be rescued, it could very well be his own life at stake. Nan Wang muttered to himself, "What if I sever the fox spirit's head, hollow it out to fashion a mask, and then use a disguise spell to alter my appearance to resemble the fox spirit for a few days?" No, a voice, both strange and familiar, echoed from the void. Startled, Nan Wang turned to see a swirling mass of white mist rapidly transforming. After several moments of concentration, the mist coalesced into a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to the fox spirit. The being spoke in a voice identical to that of the fox spirit. "Kill it, and I shall assume the identity of the fox spirit while you continue as my celestial attendant." Chapter 46. The Enigmatic Bunny. Alas, how astonishing are your hidden talents! Nan Wang was utterly taken aback. The fox spirit before him was unmistakably transformed from a Nuwa. And Nuwa lifted her fox-like visage. Her eyes alluringly narrowed as she shot a captivating glance at Nan Wang. "I possess far more abilities than you realize." Despite bearing a striking resemblance to the fox spirit, her demeanor exuded an irresistible charm that Nan Wang could not overlook. This was not merely a fox spirit. This was undoubtedly his enchanting bunny. With fervor, Nan Wang lunged forward, his hands exploring the soft fur on her chest and the plush pads on her paws, which were delightfully squishy and satisfying to squeeze. He found himself increasingly captivated, and as he continued to playfully squeeze her paws, he retrieved from his storage bag a peculiar, yet aesthetically pleasing red bracelet and swiftly tied it around her wrist. "Behold, I have adorned you with a string, crafted by my own hands, unique in all the world. Bunny, you are now the perfect size for it. Please remain as you are and do not revert back." As Nuwa accepted the bracelet, she coldly retorted, "Could you not finish your important business before indulging in play? Did you not hear that the fox spirit can live even after decapitation? If you delay any longer, it will revive." Glancing down at the foaming fox spirit on the ground, Nan Wang remained unperturbed. "It's not a problem. Even if it revives, it requires time, and we can simply incinerate it beforehand." And Nuwa countered, "Does burning not require time as well?" Nan Wang, unfazed, replied, "We have time. These fox spirits dissolve in fire. They ignite quite easily. However, I'm more intrigued by you. You can speak, it seems." And Nuwa, exasperated, exclaimed, "Have I not been speaking all along?" Nan Wang mused, "If my memory serves me correctly, your usual sound is more like chirp chirp." And Nuwa responded matter-of-factly, "Is that not the sound a bunny makes? When do rabbits converse like humans?" A light dawned on Nan Wang. "Ah, so your vocalization depends on the form you take, whether you chirp or speak human words." And Nuwa begrudgingly conceded, "That's about right." Nan Wang marveled, "You are truly remarkable. What is the nature of your kind, the shape-shifting bunny spirit?" And Nuwa bared her sharp teeth in frustration. "I have told you, I am a celestial beast, with no relation to rabbits whatsoever." Nan Wang, undeterred, even ventured to touch her sharp fangs. "There are many kinds of celestial beasts. What is yours? What is your clan called?" And Nuwa spat out his finger, exclaiming, "My celestial form does not reside in this realm. I am known as the celestial beast of the Qingyun Sect." "Very well. I understand that you are my dear Nuwa, and that is sufficient." Nan Wang ceased to dwell on Nuwa as clan name, and, having inhaled deeply of the fox's essence, finally focused on the task at hand. He produced a fire starter from his possession along with a substantial amount of vegetable oil he had prepped in his storage bag. For cultivators lacking a fire affinity, igniting a flame was no simple feat. Most cultivators without a fire affinity, yet needing fire, possessed the ability to wield unusual flames, which were not uncommon in the cultivation world. However, within the confines of the Celestial Fox secret realm, all unusual flames and fire-related talismans were rendered ineffective. Cultivators with fire affinity could not enter the secret realm, while those who did could not utilize the cultivation world's methods to ignite a flame. Consequently, most adventurers lost their means to create fire within the Celestial Fox secret realm. The inability to ignite a flame left them utterly helpless against the seemingly invincible fox spirits, who could revive even after death. Finding a way to ignite fire through mundane means was the key to conquering the Celestial Fox secret realm. Unfortunately, most cultivators abandoned worldly affairs upon embarking on their cultivation journey, and the fleeting years of mundane life faded into oblivion over centuries of practice, becoming irretrievable. To incinerate the Inspector Fox spirit sent by the court was merely the first step in conquering the secret realm. To fully vanquish it, the tower that took 9 years to construct must also be destroyed. The Celestial Fox secret realm in the original work of Dragon Sovereign was entirely inspired by the tale of King Zhou and Daji, with the Celestial Fox platform mirroring the deer platform, which in the original history was indeed consumed by flames. Upon entering the Celestial Fox platform, adventurers would discover that the restrictions on fire were far greater than those encountered in the village. Each pillar within the platform bore talismans to ward off fire and summon water. Ordinary flames would extinguish the moment they ignited. Even if luck allowed a portion to catch fire, it would trigger the water-summoning talismans, quenching the flames. In such scenarios, more specialized methods would be required to successfully ignite a fire. However, at present, Nan Wang need not concern himself with such distant matters. He only needed to focus on what could be done in the moment. He stripped the bedding from the bed, piling it on the ground to serve as kindling, and doused it liberally with vegetable oil. This oil, collected from the villagers, was invaluable to them, yet they had all contributed for the sake of survival. While the burning efficiency of vegetable oil could not compare to modern gasoline, it was more than sufficient for incinerating a fox spirit. The combustion efficiency within the secret realm differed from that of the outside world. Fire was the nemesis of fox spirits, lethal upon contact, and they would disintegrate at its touch. The fire starter had been secretly pilfered from the government earlier, as officials, under the orders of the fox spirits, denied the common folk the right to fire while indulging freely in their own pleasures. Truly a case of allowing the officials to set fires while forbidding the commoners from lighting lamps. Vegetable oil and fire starters could also be brought into the secret realm from outside, and those like Nan Wang, who relished cooking, often carried such items in their storage bags. However, the Celestial Fox secret realm imposed stringent restrictions on all external materials, making local resources a more prudent choice. The flames began to flicker. Watching the fox spirit being gradually engulfed by the flames, Nan Wang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Speaking of which, my senior brother possesses strange fire and water affinities. Although he is outside the secret realm, the Ji Jing has come with me. Since he controls the Ji Jing, is there not a possibility that he could ignite a fire remotely? Though merely a hypothesis, it was not without merit. The Ji Jing, being a celestial artifact, was akin to a glitch in the system. Nan Wang patted his clothes as if to signal the Ji Jing to prepare for something significant. And Nuo cautioned, "I advise against courting disaster." Nan Wang chuckled as he infused spiritual energy into the Ji Jing. Since we are here, how can we not give it a try? In the next instant, a towering inferno erupted, a stark contrast to the weak flames that had barely flickered moments before. The explosive blaze blazed like the sun, dense black smoke filling the room, while the searing tongue of fire threatened to consume all in its path. And Nuo's expression shifted dramatically as she seized the dazed Nan Wang and sprinted towards the exit. "What are you standing there for? Run! Do you wish to accompany the fox spirit in death?" Nan Wang shouted as they fled. "Senior brother, please show mercy. Senior brother, spare me." The two stumbled out of the inn, gasping for breath as they escaped the chaos. Nan Wang was choked by the thick smoke, coughing incessantly. After regaining some composure, he turned to behold the inn entirely engulfed in flames. The fire raged forth with a terrifying fury, its brilliance surpassing even that of the midday sun. Within mere moments, the Grand Inn was reduced to a mere ruin. The sight was so shocking that the local populace and officials rushing to extinguish the flames stood transfixed, their water buckets proving utterly inadequate against such a conflagration. Nan Wang had initially intended to extinguish the fire once the fox spirit perished. Now, however, the task had been effortlessly resolved. The flames had consumed everything. Were it not for the absence of criminal charges within the secret realm, he might have found himself imprisoned for arson. Lord Fox Spirit, are you unscathed? The officials inquired upon spotting Nan Wang, who bore the visage of the fox spirit. They rushed forward, assuring her, the governor has been informed and is on his way with a contingent. We shall do our utmost to uncover who conspired against you. With a wave of her hand, Nan Wang replied nonchalantly, there is no need for investigation. I set this fire myself. The officials were taken aback. Nan Wang continued with disdain, this wretched place is unworthy of my presence. Hence I torched it. The officials were left speechless. Nan Wang observed in astonishment, realizing that Nan Wang possessed a remarkable talent for performance. Truly, she was a worthy successor from the Qingyun Sect, exhibiting exceptional acting prowess. Nan Wang further asserted, we celestial beings do not require accommodations from mere mortals. Inform your governor that I have never graced this place with my presence. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. It is quite bothersome. The officials stammered in disbelief. This is unprecedented. With a fierce countenance, Nan Wang threatened, begone. Keep your distance, or you shall share the fate of the flames. Understood, esteemed fox spirit. Your word is law. When Nan Wang returned to the village chief's residence, he was accompanied by a brand new fox spirit. The village chief, along with several youths, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing the fox spirit, their expressions darkened. Before Nan Wang could explain, Nan Wang performed a remarkable transformation, morphing from a fox into a rabbit that leaped into Nan Wang's embrace. Gazing at the astonished crowd, Nan Wang spoke gently, fear not, everyone. The fox spirit has met her end. This is my spirit beast, which will assume the guise of the fox spirit to report to the court. Qingyun village has successfully passed this trial. Joy flickered in the eyes of the village chief and the villagers, yet their elation was fleeting. Soon, sorrow and despair returned, casting a shadow upon every brow. They all knew that merely passing this trial was far from sufficient. The current emperor of the Shang kingdom was incompetent, allowing malevolent forces to wreak havoc across the land. Surrounding nations seized the opportunity, and unrest surged, bringing the kingdom to the brink of collapse. All the calamities stemmed from beneath the Qingyun platform. Suddenly, the village chief knelt, raising his arms in fervent supplication. Great Spirit, in your boundless compassion, save us. Save the Shang kingdom. Hood. Chapter 47. Stepping Beyond. Troubles arise. The first phase of the secret realm will last for 7 days. For those adventurers like Nan Wang, who resolve the fox spirit's challenges ahead of time, the remaining days can be spent exploring the secret realm at their leisure. The fox spirit terrace will only open in the second phase, and access is currently prohibited. However, apart from the fox spirit terrace, Nan Wang is free to traverse all other areas. Though Qingyun village appears to be an ordinary hamlet, and Shanggua seems merely a land on the brink of demise, this is a secret realm where even the most unremarkable items hold immense value in the outside world. For the Qingyun Sect adventurers, their objective has always been the resources of the secret realm. They seize every opportunity to wander the realm, seeking out curiosities and treasures, tirelessly gathering materials. As a member of the Qingyun Sect with a storyline connection, Nan Wang knows precisely where treasures are concealed, making him arguably the most qualified among all adventurers to roam freely. Yet, during these 7 days, Nan Wang has not once left Qingyun village. He has been laboring alongside the villagers to fire bricks. Even though their assessment tasks have been resolved through other means, Nan Wang requires the villagers to continue their work, this time crafting new, special bricks that he needs. In the original narrative, the golden keys that could significantly enhance the protagonist's abilities lie within reach, yet Nan Wang shows no interest in them. Covered in dust, he toils alongside the villagers, never forgetting the true purpose of his visit. He did not come for treasures. He came solely to save lives. After 7 days, Nan Wang, accompanied by dozens of trucks laden with bricks, set forth towards the Fox Spirit Terrace. Behind him, all the villagers gathered at the village entrance, kneeling deeply in reverence. Carrying the hopes and prayers of countless souls, Nan Wang boarded the carriage sent by the court to transport him. Inside the carriage, Nan Wang sat side by side with Anua, feeling a mix of anxiety and trepidation. He had read the original story and knew that this carriage ride served as a transition between two segments of the plot. Upon arrival, the secret realm would enter its second phase. All adventurers who completed the first phase tasks would disembark from the carriage and gain entry to the Fox Spirit Terrace, a place brimming with treasures, opportunities, the protagonist, countless adventurers, and his fifth junior sister. What's wrong? Anua inquired, sensing Nan Wang's unease. Nan Wang should not have been entitled to this carriage, as it was meant exclusively for the Fox Spirit. He was supposed to ride with the spirit attendants. However, since all the spirit attendants had perished and the current Fox Spirit was impersonated by Anua under the tacit approval of the Fox Spirit, Nan Wang was allowed to join. The carriage, originally intended for the sole use of the Fox Spirit, felt cramped with Nan Wang's movements, and Anua could not help but notice. I'm scared, Nan Wang lamented, burying his head against Anua's chest and clutching one of Anua's paws, squeezing it as if seeking comfort in its softness. He feared that his undercover identity would be exposed, that Bai Fu too might have already infiltrated the Qingyun Sect unbeknownst to him, that the protagonist, lost somewhere, might thwart his efforts, and that he would live a life devoid of purpose, never understanding the significance of his transmigration. There were too many fears weighing on him. Each day in the Qingyun Sect was shrouded in anxiety, and at this moment, those shadows reached their zenith. Reality struck him hard, reminding him that the nightmares he faced daily were not the end of his fears. At this instant, he dreaded stepping onto the Fox Spirit Terrace, only to discover that there was no trace of his fifth junior sister. He feared that all that would remain were the remnants of a heart full of sorrow. Anua breathed steadily, offering no words, allowing Nan Wang to nestle against him. His restless heart gradually found solace in the comforting warmth of Anua's fur. The plush companion gently reassured him, "This is your own decision. You must strive until the very last moment, witnessing it all till the end. Thus, whether in success or failure, there shall be no regrets." Nan Wang quietly acknowledged, almost inaudibly, as if conceding to Anua's words. Yet perhaps only he understood that he could not achieve what Anua suggested. He was determined to rescue his fifth junior sister by any means necessary, regardless of the outcome. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the Fox Spirit Terrace loomed before him. The officials dispatched by the court bowed to Nan Wang, stating, "The construction of the Fox Spirit Terrace has been completed by decree of the King of Shang. A banquet will be held at the highest point of the terrace 7 days hence. The spirit attendants may enter the terrace in advance to prepare for the banquet." Nan Wang lifted his gaze to behold the Fox Spirit Terrace, adorned with exquisite railings, jade-like structures, and red walls soaring into the clouds. An edifice of grandiosity that bore no resemblance to mortal architecture, resembling a celestial palace. Once the officials departed, Anua transformed back into his rabbit form, nestling in Nan Wang's embrace. Before the Fox Spirit Terrace stood a pitch-black vortex, a portal identical to the entrance of the secret realm. Nan Wang infused his spiritual energy into the portal, and together with Anua, they soared into the void. During their passage, Nan Wang heard the children's song once more, clearer now than when he first entered the secret realm. At the hour of the pig, we burn the green bricks. At the hour of the rat, we raise the high platform. Golden dragon pearls and silk, beautiful jade and fragrant orchids. As the moon sets into a jade plate, the plate is filled with blood and sweat, where the withered bones buried. 9 years at the Fox Spirit Terrace. For the common folk within the secret realm, this poem encapsulated the 9 years of the Fox Spirit Terrace, as well as their lives of suffering. A grain of dust from an era can crush an individual, and the mountain of despair for Shanghua appeared overwhelmingly formidable, seemingly inscribed with lofty doctrines, as if the true culprits were the people themselves. As the final notes of the poem dissipated into the ether, Nan Wang stepped into the Fox Spirit Terrace. The portal gently descended, setting Nan Wang safely on the ground. He gazed up at the towering stones above and down at the ground several meters below, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have been transported to the heavens. Thank goodness my second brother is so reliable. Had I relied on myself, I would likely have met my demise." And Nuo chirped in response, "You should strive harder and diligently refine your skills, shouldn't you?" Filled with anticipation, Nan Wang replied, "Improving one's cultivation is not a matter of a day or two. Even if my skills were to advance, mastering sword control would take time as well. On the bright side, while I strive to improve, my second brother is also progressing. Who knows, perhaps the next time I enter the secret realm, the portal will directly carry me." And Nuo lowered his head, ears drooping, unwilling to hear Nan Wang's chatter. Nan Wang, undeterred, continued to cuddle against Nuo's back while perking his ears to the sound of flowing water, guiding him onward. The Fox Spirit Terrace comprises 7 levels, each housing unique treasures and formidable beasts, with the value of treasures and strength of beasts increasing with each level. Except for the 7th level, which is currently inaccessible, adventurers can freely explore the other 6 levels, marking an authentic period of reward. During the teleportation, adventurers of varying cultivation levels appear at different locations within the secret realm. And, given Nan Wang's abilities, it was clear he had arrived at the first level. The first layer holds little danger, with scarce exotic beasts and abundant sources of water and food. Even a mundane Qi refining stage cultivator like Nan Wang can thrive here without difficulty. Nan Wang quickly discovered a water source, a waterfall cascading from higher levels, nourishing the ground below and forming a crystal-clear cold spring. The sound of water flowed gently, creating a serene ambience. The scenery was expansive and picturesque, and the climate was pleasant. If not for the burdens weighing on his heart and the impossibility of lighting a fire in this secret realm, Nan Wang would have relished the joy of cooking by the spring. The 7th layer of the immortal Fox platform was destined to be the battlefield. Before the 7th layer was unlocked, Nan Wang had no intention of engaging in unnecessary activities. He would refrain from aimlessly wandering or seeking treasures. Instead, he planned to remain here for 7 days, conserving his energy, and await the commencement of the 3rd phase of the secret realm, before joining the others in the 7th layer to partake in the immortal Fox feast and rescue his 5th junior sister. However, while Nan Wang's aspirations were noble, reality proved to be less accommodating. "Oh, who is this? What a coincidence!" A foreign voice interrupted him. 3 cultivators approached, their demeanor frivolous and their expressions unfriendly. Nan Wang was not surprised to encounter others here. Most cultivators entering the secret realm were at the Qi refining stage, and after being transported, they predominantly congregated in the 1st layer. The sole water source and the pathway to the 2nd layer was indeed this interconnected waterfall. It was natural for cultivators to gather here, yet the demeanor of these individuals was disconcerting. Puzzled, Nan Wang inquired, "Do you know me?" The newcomers' expressions shifted dramatically, and one of them retorted angrily, "How amusing. It seems the wealthy often forget." Nan Wang scrutinized their faces, suddenly realizing, you are the one who drew the pie. He recalled that Yin Sui had introduced these individuals to him. Although their names had slipped his mind, he remembered something about a drawn pie. Hu Huabing, infuriated, exclaimed, "Very well. It seems you are courting death." Brothers attack. With weapons drawn, the assailants approached, leaving Nan Wang utterly bewildered. What had he done to warrant such hostility? Was it merely because he failed to remember their names? Hesitating between begging for mercy and fleeing, Nan Wang's mind sparked with inspiration, recalling a small, exquisite pouch. Instantly regaining his composure, he inquired, "May I ask about the cultivation levels of my esteemed seniors?" Hu Huabing sneered, "Let me make it clear. I have achieved the pinnacle of Qi refining for over a century." Nan Wang nodded, understanding that he faced an adversary beyond his level. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. "Esteemed seniors, we are all fellow disciples here. I assure you, I will not forget you." He began to channel spiritual energy toward a boundary, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators before him, as if to imprint their faces into his memory. Hu Huabing growled, "So now you know fear? It's too late." With a look of regret, Nan Wang declared, "Seniors, I offer you one last chance. If you leave now, no one will be harmed. Otherwise, I will call for help. Go ahead. Shout as loud as you can, 'Master Sister, help.'" Nan Wang shouted desperately before immediately crouching down, shielding his head. Chapter 48. His mission before Du Shuling could finish her words, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed in her ears. The newcomers, who had barely managed to hold themselves up moments ago, lost consciousness upon hearing Du Shuling's name, their bodies collapsing to the ground in a surrendering manner. I said, "Master Sister, you are being rather exaggerated." Not far away, a tall figure approached. It was Zhan Chunming, who had also heard Nan Wang's cries for help. The reality was that whether Nan Wang called for his senior brother or senior sister, the outcome remained the same. Whenever he found himself in peril, his brothers and sisters would extend their hands to rescue him from the depths of despair. In contrast to Du Shuling's dramatic descent from several levels, Zhan Chunming was far more understated. However, his subtlety could only be appreciated from a distance. For upon closer inspection, one would notice a red tassel spear in one hand and the other dragging two individuals who, though not yet corpses, were on the brink of death, struggling for breath. Zhan Chunming glanced at Nan Wang's injured ear and shook his head, saying, "Junior brother, your body refinement skills are truly lacking. Although you have successfully cultivated your qi, you must persist in soaking in medicinal baths in the future." Du Shuling interjected, "It's not the junior brother's fault. It's that Chu Songping's qi condensation pill is ineffective. The refining process is ostentatious, yet the results are disappointing, akin to gilded exteriors concealing a shoddy interior, much like his own character." Nan Wang fell silent for a moment, then turned to Zhan Chunming, "Third senior brother, what about that in your other hand?" Zhan Chunming flipped his wrist, showcasing his spear. "This is my weapon." "What of it?" Nan Wang paused again, the other hand. Zhan Chunming looked down and realized, "Oh, this? I encountered them on my way here. Noticing their sneaky ambush, I took the liberty of dealing with them." Nan Wang responded, "I thought as much. When I last saw Brother Huaping, it seemed he had more than just these two lackeys. How is it that this time only two remain? They must have been lying in wait." The mere thought of the demonic cult's villainous minions being cunning was indeed unexpected. Yet, what surprised Nan Wang even more were the two individuals before him, who had completely abandoned their charades. He gazed at the pair, now donned in the attire of the Qingyun Sect, momentarily at a loss for words. Du Shuling glanced at the individuals in Zhan Chunming's grasp, and then at the scattered cultivators lying nearby, sighing, "Truly, this generation is beneath the last. Among the cultivators of this era, few can even establish a foundation. With talent dwindling and secret realms multiplying, it's truly an unsustainable situation." Zhan Chunming jested, "Master Sister, your speech is increasingly reminiscent of the Grand Elder. You might as well take over the Sword Sect's affairs, allowing the Grand Elder to shed his burdens and focus on nurturing the next generation." "Enough of that," Du Shuling replied. Given Master S' temperament, having him train those without potential would be more unbearable than death. With a dismissive wave, she conjured a gust of spiritual energy to sweep the bodies aside, turning away without a second glance, as if any further sight would be an eyesore. Zhan Chunming remarked helplessly, "Please be gentle, or you might inadvertently kill them. With talent already so scarce, losing a few more would leave us with no one." Du Shuling scoffed, "Such insignificant characters are of no use. They cannot conquer the secret realms." Nan Wang observed the two conversing without a hint of awkwardness, and after a prolonged silence, he finally couldn't hold back. "Senior brother? Senior sister, do you have anything to say to me?" "Of course we do," Zhan Chunming replied seriously. "Junior brother, your actions contravening the sect's orders and trespassing into the secret realm are punishable according to sect rules." Nan Wang was taken aback. Zhan Chunming continued, "However, considering our brotherly bond, I shall turn a blind eye this time. As long as you return to the sect on time, I will pretend I never saw you, and you will act as if you never saw me." "Third senior brother, you." Nan Wang was utterly shocked. "You are attempting to shift the blame onto me even while you too have violated sect rules by entering the secret realm. Zhang Chunming replied nonchalantly, I am different. I am an undercover operative of the Qingyun Sect. Recently, the demonic cult has been unusually active, and I am investigating the cause of their movements. Nan Wang cast a pleading glance at Du Shuling, hoping she would interject with fairness. Du Shuling spoke sternly, Third junior brother, if you intend to investigate the demonic cult's activities, you should have informed me first. Acting independently and disregarding sect rules warrants punishment. However, given this is your first offense, I will also pretend I never saw you, and you will act as if you never saw me. Nan Wang felt exasperated. Actors. Everyone is an actor. The Qingyun Sect should not be called the Rabbit Sect, but rather the Actor Sect. Zhang Chunming concluded, let us do this. Once we exit the secret realm, we will treat each other as if we never met. Does that sound agreeable? Agreed, Du Shuling affirmed. Nan Wang suddenly recalled a famous saying, to risk everything for a chance to unseat the emperor. However, when he met Du Shuling's gentle gaze, his resolve dissipated in an instant. With a timid tone, he said, I would never betray you, senior brother, senior sister. I have encountered no one during my travels in the mortal realm, and I have seen no one. Good, Du Shuling nodded in satisfaction, then shifted to the matter at hand. By the way, junior brother, what did your letter mean? Upon mentioning this, Nan Wang quickly adjusted his mindset, asking earnestly, Master Sister, did you do as I instructed? I did, but your request was rather peculiar. The villagers could only follow my lead, and I cannot guarantee the outcome. That's all right. As long as it's done, we do our part and leave the rest to fate. Nan Wang sighed softly. However, his nonchalant demeanor lasted but a brief moment, for suddenly he shifted his attitude, speaking with unwavering determination as if to rally himself. No, I cannot leave everything to fate. Even if I must defy destiny, I will bring fifth junior sister back. Du Shuling interjected, speaking of fifth junior sister, I have two pieces of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Nan Wang's hard-won resolve crumbled instantly, and he stammered, Master Sister, I'm timid. Please do not frighten me. I cannot bear to hear any news. All I want to know is whether fifth junior sister is alive. Unfazed by Nan Wang's anxiety, Du Shuling continued. The first piece of good news is that I have found fifth junior sister's flower branch. Nan Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Du Shuling raised her hand, revealing a branch entirely black, adorned with several wilted buds at its tips. As a being of the floral realm, its nature was beyond Nan Wang as comprehension. However, merely observing the desolate appearance of the branch sent tremors through his heart. Du Shuling calmly added, the bad news is that I have not located fifth junior sister's consciousness. In the realm of cultivation, the destruction of the physical body was not considered a grave matter, regardless of whether they are fairies, demons, spirits, or other races. Their 7 souls and 6 spirits are preserved within their consciousness. As long as the consciousness remains intact, various possibilities still exist, be it summoning souls for resurrection or reconstructing physical forms. All of this hinges upon the preservation of consciousness. Without it, the blossoming branch holds no significance. Even if meticulously nurtured for countless years to awaken consciousness, it would merely be a new essence, distinct from the former spirit. However, there's a silver lining. Du Shuling retracted the branch and retrieved a soul lamp. At the center of the lamp, a flicker of soul fire blazed vigorously. This was not the first time Nan Wang had encountered a soul lamp. After entering the outer gate, he too possessed a lamp of his own. He had previously entered the soul pavilion, witnessing countless soul lamps, some radiantly bright, others dim. Those lamps were meticulously safeguarded atop high shelves, shielded from the wind and rain, existing in tranquility without calamity. The soul lamp, however, is an exceedingly fragile entity, easily destroyed with the slightest carelessness, necessitating careful preservation and treatment. Yet, this particular lamp was different. It stood exposed to the elements, bravely facing the wind. When a gust brushed against the delicate flame, it initially flickered low and dimmed as if on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, in a swift resurgence, the flame blazed even more fiercely than before. This was a soul lamp devoid of nameplate, but Nan Wang recognized its owner. Never had any soul lamp evoked such profound emotion within him. The soul lamp of his fifth junior sister had originally been extinguished. However, upon his entry into the secret realm, it reignited, growing ever stronger. Du Shuling's eyes shimmered with the same glimmer of hope. I understand. I comprehend what has transpired. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nan Wang spoke with a breathless urgency. Drawing a deep breath and wiping his face, he steadied himself and declared resolutely. Before entering the secret realm, the spirit branch refined a set of high-grade magical artifacts. A quintet, known as Qingyun Bell. The purpose of the Qingyun Bell is to preserve the Master's soul at the cost of self-destruction when faced with mortal peril. Therefore, the consciousness of my fifth junior sister must, without doubt, be concealed within the Qingyun Bell. Upon hearing Nan Wang's words, Du Shuling furrowed her brow. However, the soul and consciousness are not synonymous. While the soul is easily preserved, consciousness, an artifact capable of harboring consciousness, likely requires celestial-grade quality to achieve such a feat. Nan Wang hastily nodded. I must have misremembered. The Qingyun Bell must indeed be a celestial-grade artifact. The innate talent of the spirit branch is unparalleled. A celestial-grade artifact is well within her capabilities to forge. At this moment, for Nan Wang, the identity of the spirit branch, who only rose to prominence as the foremost artifact cultivator after the fall of the Qingyun Sect in the original narrative, had become irrelevant. He was acutely aware of his mission, to irrevocably alter the future of the original tale. Chapter 49. Breaking the formation, Du Shuling and Zhan Chunming exchanged a glance. Even without uttering a word, they comprehended each other's sentiments. The struggles Lingji faced in the art of weapon forging were well known throughout the entirety of Qingyun Sect. Long ago, Du Shuling had deliberated this matter with other core disciples. Though each successor of the seven-aperture Linglong heart excelled in forging, it was not unusual for an exception to arise. She had long prepared for Lingji's transition to the Sword Sect and had even broached the subject with the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, receiving his approval. However, now, Nan Wang claimed that the fifth junior sister could forge celestial-grade artifacts. If not for Nan Wang's affection clouding his judgment, overestimating Lingji's abilities, then perhaps the rumors circulating about the fifth junior sister harbored the machinations of those with ulterior motives. In a moment, Du Shuling pondered many thoughts, but soon reined in her focus. Compared to those ethereal musings, the most pressing matter at hand was to locate the missing consciousness of the fifth junior sister. The soul lantern brightens as it approaches the consciousness. Yet curiously, I had been on the 6th floor, and upon descending, the lantern glowed even more vibrantly here. Du Shuling surveyed his surroundings, her eyes reflecting some confusion. Could it be that the fifth junior sister's consciousness is trapped on the first level of the Immortal Fox platform? That seems unlikely. The first level poses no danger, and given the fifth junior sister's cultivation, her teleportation location should not have been at the first level. I believe the fifth junior sister must have encountered trouble only after the Immortal Fox banquet commenced, and her consciousness should have been left on the 7th level. Wait, Nan Wang suddenly had an epiphany. That's right, I remember now. There is a subterranean level beneath the Immortal Fox platform. That poem, which ostensibly praises yet actually mocks the construction of the Immortal Fox platform for its lavish expenditure and tragic toll, conceals a deeper metaphor. Withered bones buried underground, flesh burned with fragrant orchids. The splendid appearance of the Immortal Fox platform is erected upon a mound of countless withered bones. Du Shuling nodded slightly. So that is the case. How do we access the underground? I think. Nan Wang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while, before finally directing his gaze toward Du Shuling. I believe it is best to leave the decision to the senior sister. The original text did not depict the story of the underground of the Immortal Fox platform, as the underground was not the male protagonist's destination. For him, the Immortal Fox secret realm is merely a treasure trove offering pure benefits, where he comes to plunder artifacts, enhance his strength, and incidentally rescue countless citizens of the Shang Kingdom, thereby earning immense renown. But what about Du Shuling? What was her purpose for appearing in the Immortal Fox secret realm? The Qingyun Sect returned in defeat, the elders overwhelmed, while Du Shuling ventured alone into the immortal fox secret realm to retrieve Zhan Qinming's remains. Her figure stood proudly, her sword intent radiating dominance, yet behind her lay an empty void, and her sword was marred with dark blemishes. This was a narrative not mentioned in the original text, a story contrasting with the male protagonist's illustrious path to divinity. Nan Wang had no way of knowing whether Du Shuling found Zhan Qinming's remains in the original text, but he held firm belief that she would not fail. She would surely cleave apart this immortal fox platform alongside Zhan Qinming. Listen to me? I understand now. Take 5 steps back. Du Shuling nodded, appareil composé. Nan Wang obediently retreated 5 steps, only to turn around and find Zhan Qinming had silently stepped back 10 paces. Nan Wang sensed something amiss, but it was too late. Thunder clapped down. With a resounding crash, the sword light erupted, shattering the waterfall into a spray that soared 3 feet high beyond the banks. Caught off guard, Nan Wang was forced to take a shower, drenched from head to toe, water pouring from his mouth. Nan Wang cast a resentful glance at Zhan Qinming. Couldn't you have said something sooner? Zhan Qinming chuckled awkwardly, looking around to deflect the tension. Du Shuling stood atop the waterfall, solitary yet dignified. In her grasp, a precious sword gleamed with a cold light, its residual might still palpable. The ground beneath the waterfall now bore a large hole, with spring water cascading down through the opening. Regardless of the original purpose of the waterfall or whether it could connect to the underground, it now served as a passage between the first level and the subterranean realm. Having already been soaked, Nan Wang decided to wade into the pool, peering at the opening amid the rubble. The darkness below obscured any view. Senior sister, I can't see what's inside. How we descend? The dangers of the underground are unknown. You all wait up here. I will descend first to investigate. Du Shuling slowly descended to the ground and spoke to Nan Wang. Aware that his strength would only hinder, Nan Wang reluctantly nodded. Zhan Qinming also stepped into the water, patting his shoulder. Just stay here. The senior sister will handle it. There is no need to worry. However, he condensed his spiritual energy beneath his feet, standing atop the water surface without a drop of moisture touching him. Compared to the thoroughly drenched Nan Wang, he appeared exceedingly composed. The stark contrast caused Nan Wang to lose any desire to converse with the third senior brother. Once Du Shuling entered the underground, silence enveloped her. After waiting for a time equivalent to a stick of incense, Nan Wang did not receive Du Shuling's return, but instead a messenger bird that soared from the opening. Zhan Qinming raised his hand to catch the bird, his red tassel spear slung casually behind him. The senior sister is calling for me. It seems I must also go. Stay safe, and if anything happens, just shout. I will hear you. Nan Wang grew anxious. Be careful, third senior brother. You've already died once. Zhan Qinming nodded knowingly. You need not worry. This time, the senior sister is with us. Underground, countless corpses formed a fetid and tumultuous formation. Scattered all around were drifting souls, listlessly floating in the air, drawn by the formation to nourish the massive spiritual core hovering above. The entire spiritual energy of the immortal fox platform emanated from this place. Zhan Qinming gazed at the formation, marveling. This formation is truly exquisite, with seamless connections and interlocking mechanisms, ensnaring one while nurturing another. Pulling one thread moves the entire body. The Northern Domain's formations indeed live up to their reputation. If our master were here, he would likely find it difficult to move. Du Shuling replied. The formations of secret realms have always been more intricate than those of the cultivation world. Yet the Whitebone formation's method of nurturing the spiritual core with soul power is excessively vile, not to mention righteous sects. Even evil cults would likely disdain employing such tactics. Zhan Qinming disagreed. The formation itself bears no inherent good or evil. It entirely depends on its application. In the hands of the wicked, it becomes a scourge. In the hands of the virtuous, it is a miraculous method of salvation. Du Shuling had no intention to continue the debate, redirecting her focus. The matter at hand is urgent. The fifth junior sister's 1,000-flower bell is trapped within the formation. I cannot dismantle it alone, which is why I called upon you to join forces in breaking the formation. It is a complex formation, yet the core remains singular. Time is insufficient for disassembly. Thus we can only break through with force. What a pity, such a peerless formation. If only we had several days to study it and understand its principles. Though Zhang Chunming verbally acknowledged her, his hands wielding the spear showed no hesitation. His veins bulged as he gripped the red tassel spear tightly. As he swung it, a tempest arose, the spear tip whistling in anticipation of the impending battle. I alone am sufficient to break the formation. The senior sister need only protect me. The passage of time spent in anticipation is invariably arduous. Nan Wang endured 3 long days of waiting. His drenched garments had dried long ago, and he had been meditating by the shore for 3 days. By the 4th day, he could no longer remain in meditation, clutching Inua while pacing restlessly. Inua chirped, "Please stop moving. Your incessant pacing is making my head spin." With a woeful expression, Nan Wang replied, "I wish I could, but I am consumed by fear. They have been submerged for so long. What if something has gone amiss?" Inua encouraged, "If your worries are so profound, why not venture down and take a look? With me by your side, you need not fear any mishap." Nan Wang sighed in resignation, "But my abilities are so limited. If my senior sister and 3rd senior brother could not resolve the situation, my presence would only complicate matters further." Inua remarked, "At least you possess a semblance of self-awareness." Then Inua suggested, "Why not engage in tasks within your capabilities?" Nan Wang inquired, "Such as?" Inua proposed, "Perhaps you could prepare some delicious food to savor once they return." After a moment of contemplation, Nan Wang conceded, "You make a valid point, yet the issue remains that we cannot kindle a fire here." Inua questioned, "Why not?" Nan Wang approached the surrounding stone walls, exploring them with his hand until he suddenly tore off a talisman with a swift motion. "Behold, this is a water conjuring talisman. It automatically releases water whenever the temperature rises. The entire Xianhu platform is adorned with such talismans. Any spark will be promptly extinguished. Besides the water conjuring talismans, there are also fire-avoiding talismans that directly inhibit flames from burning. The Xianhu platform is entirely safeguarded from fire in this manner." Inua gazed at the water conjuring talisman for a moment before uttering a forbidden term. "Hey, what about the Ji realm?" Nan Wang replied, "Well, one might indeed exploit a glitch in the Ji realm. Yet as you can see, I cannot control it effectively." With a hint of helplessness, Nan Wang continued, "I trust you would not wish for our meal to result in the annihilation of our fur ball due to the Ji realm's flames?" Inua exclaimed, "Why the exaggeration? Just how fearful of fire is this secret realm?" Nan Wang explained, "The Xianhu secret realm is inherently fearful of fire from beginning to end. When the 3rd phase of the secret realm commences, we will have to set the Xianhu platform ablaze." Inua tilted her head in confusion. "But didn't you say lighting a fire here is impossible?" Nan Wang patiently clarified, "It's not that we cannot ignite a flame. Rather, it is exceedingly difficult. Once a fire truly ignites, the secret realm cannot contain it." Inua pondered, "So you intend to reserve the Ji realm for that moment?" Nan Wang paused before elaborating. "That is not entirely the case. Even without the Ji realm, I possess methods to ignite a fire. There are myriad ways to facilitate combustion. In certain extreme situations, even the faintest spark can produce a powerful inferno. I enlisted the elders of Qingyun village to incorporate lime into the bricks and flint as a combustion aid, and I wrote to my senior sister to soak the wood in sulfur and rosin. The bricks would be crafted according to the methods of Qingyun village. Thus, all the materials of a Xianhu platform were transformed into highly flammable substances." Chapter 50. The Heart of a Scoundrel, 5th Junior Sister. Nan Wang's eyes reddened instantly. The feeling of regaining something thought lost was incredibly nuanced. He was fully aware that Ling Ji's situation was dire, and he had prepared himself for the worst. Yet he could not help but harbor unrealistic hopes. Now that those hopes had materialized, he found it hard to believe. "Brother, please don't cry. You've broken through to the Qi refining stage. From now on, you'll be an inner sect brother. You must set an example for the inner sect and refrain from crying at the slightest provocation," Ling Ji said, seemingly oblivious to her recent brush with death, even taking the time to congratulate Nan Wang on his progress in cultivation. Wah, fifth junior sister. Nan Wang sniffled, covering his eyes as he choked back tears. I'm so relieved you're all right. I was truly worried about you. Ling Ji proudly declared at the critical moment. I used the blood-cleansing thousand-flower bell. Not only did I withstand the full-force strike of the heart-ripping demon, but I also preserved my consciousness without the bell self-destructing. This is a feat only high-grade artifact cultivators can achieve. What do you think, brother? Am I impressive? Nan Wang nodded vigorously. Absolutely amazing. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Du Shuoling interjected, puncturing Ling Ji's self-praise. Your consciousness was separated from your body for an extended period, and your soul was damaged. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have been lost. Ling Ji pouted, her small face falling. It's not that exaggerated. Senior sister, you're exaggerating. Du Shuling replied. You know whether I'm exaggerating or not. You cannot maintain your human form for long. You must revert to your original shape and recuperate until your soul is restored. Luckily, I have a soul-nourishing bottle with me. Quickly transform back into a flower branch so you can recuperate. Once we return to the sect, I'll arrange for a better soul-nourishing pool. I don't want to. I'm perfectly fine. Ling Ji pouted even higher. I haven't seen brother in so long. I refuse to go into the bottle. I want to eat delicious food with brother. No, fifth junior sister. You must listen to senior sister. The secret realm is fraught with danger. Once we return to the sect, I'll cook you a feast every day, Nan Wang said with utmost seriousness. He was quite clear about the gravity of the situation. Ling Ji, feeling slightly aggrieved, replied, All right then, since you insist, but I'll have a few bites of the delicious food first. In the end, Ling Ji stubbornly finished an entire bowl of cold dishes and gulped down 3 cups of spirit fruit juice before reluctantly transforming back into her original form. To be collected by Du Shuling in the soul-nourishing bottle. The once wilted flower branch regained vitality with the return of its consciousness, and several tender yellow flowers bloomed proudly at the tip, looking utterly vibrant. Du Shuling carefully stored the flower branch and turned to Nan Wang, saying, apart from Ling Ji, all the other disciples from Qingyun Sect who entered the Celestial Fox secret realm have perished. Ling Ji led me to their remains, and there were too many to collect, which took some extra time, hence our delayed return. I see. Nan Wang sighed, filled with regret. It was a miracle to have saved Ling Ji. You should be grateful. Not every disciple possessed the life-or-death tenacity that Ling Ji had. Yet, even understanding this, hearing the news of his fellow disciples' demise weighed heavily on his heart. Consciously shifting the topic, he noticed a missing figure and inquired, Senior sister, where is third senior brother? Coming. I'm here. Before he could finish, a figure emerged from the water, easily climbing ashore with a powerful push. What the? Third senior brother. What happened to you? Are you all right? Nan Wang was taken aback by Zhan Shiming's appearance. His body was covered in wounds, flesh torn and bloodied, some injuries deep enough to expose bone. It was an understatement to say he was drenched in blood. The reason ENT appeared immediately was to wash off the blood in the water, so as not to appear too terrifying. It's nothing, just a minor injury. It'll heal on its own in a while, Zhan Shiming said nonchalantly, unaffected by his injuries, resembling a statue impervious to pain, heavy yet remarkably solid. Nan Wang furrowed his brow and asked, How did you end up like this? Did you encounter an enemy? No, just breaking a formation, Zhan Chunming explained simply. There's a bone formation underground that traps consciousness. To save fifth junior sister, I had to break the formation, but time was short, and I couldn't discern how it operated, so I had to brute force it, which led to this. No worries, they're just superficial wounds. His robust physique was the most suitable weapon for breaking formations, yet it was not without cost. Nan Wang was somewhat stunned, murmuring, Truly, third senior brother. You've worked hard. Zhan Chunming waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. To save fifth junior sister, this is nothing. If it weren't for me, she would have ventured into the Celestial Fox secret realm. So, in truth, it's my fault. I owe her. Upon hearing this, Nan Wang's face paled instantly. How could it be third senior brother's fault? If we must assign blame, it should be mine. He felt an immense guilt for not preventing fifth junior sister from entering the Celestial Fox secret realm, despite knowing third senior brother had perished there. He connected the dots that fifth junior sister, who took his place, could also be in danger. It was entirely his oversight. Du Xulin interjected, Alheit. Stop blaming each other. We are all from the same sect, and should support one another. What is the point of dwelling on these matters? Now that we're all safe, why do you both look so glum? Fifth junior sister is watching. Zhang Qiming smiled, happy? Of course. Seeing fifth junior sister safe and sound lifts the weight off my heart that has been hanging for days. Nan Wang nodded, forcing a smile. He was indeed happy. The moment he saw fifth junior sister, the joy within him nearly overwhelmed him. Yet with her spirit damaged, she needed to remain in the soul-nourishing bottle for recovery. To protect her, it was best to avoid any conflict and patiently wait for the conclusion of the secret realm before returning to the sect. After contemplating, Nan Wang asked, Senior sister, now that Ling Ji is safe, our next step is to conclude the secret realm, right? The conclusion of the secret realm didn't require much from them, as the male protagonist was currently within the Celestial Fox secret realm and likely had already uncovered the method to navigate it, just as in the original narrative. Although the secret realm ultimately fell into Du Shuling's hands, the male protagonist had also discovered how to conquer it. He simply hadn't acted on it first. This meant that, ideally, they could do nothing and simply wait for the male protagonist to take action. Du Shuling shook her head. Before the secret realm can be concluded, we must first retrieve the 7-aperture Linglong heart. She was worried about the secret realm itself. She had navigated numerous realms and found no particular distinction in this one. After speaking with Ling Ji, she was even more certain. Ling Ji's failure here was purely accidental, caused by her incompetent allies. Now, with her and Zhang Chunming working together, she had no such concerns. Even if the fox spirits consumed countless hearts, they were not a match for the two of them. What she was concerned about was Ling Ji. Although Ling Ji's essence and consciousness had returned, the 7-aperture Linglong heart remained elusive. Hearing Du Shuling's words, Nan Wang felt somewhat perplexed. Isn't the 7 apertures Linglong heart supposed to be with junior sister Wu? Du Shuling shook her head. We only found the Qianhua bell. I asked junior sister Wu, and she mentioned that before being trapped in the White Bone Formation, the 7 apertures Linglong heart had already been taken away. Nan Wang continued, but didn't you, senior sister, say that the 7 apertures Linglong heart is indestructible and will return to the Qingyun Sect once the secret realm concludes? If that's the case, can't we just wait at the sect for it to come back? Indeed, the 7 apertures Linglong heart cannot be devoured by the secret realm and will return to the Qingyun Sect. However, Duxulin Siged El Plisli, we cannot guarantee that after the 7 apertures Linglong heart escapes, it will not seek a new host. There are so many Huangchan flower branches within the sect. If we overlook one, it might choose a new branch. Nan Wang was bewildered. What do you mean? Du Shuling explained. This isn't the first time such a thing has occurred. Once you have interacted with the 7 apertures Linglong heart, you will understand that it tends to prefer the new over the old. Nan Wang interjected. Exactly. Is this truly the 7 apertures Linglong heart? Why does it sound like a fickle man? Nan Wang, utterly confused, inquired, I have a question, senior sister. What exactly is the 7 apertures Linglong heart? Why does it seem so anthropomorphic? I mean, why does it appear to possess consciousness? My understanding of the 7 apertures Linglong heart is limited, Du Shuling admitted, shrugging her shoulders. All I know is that it is a treasured possession of the sect and cannot reside within ordinary people. Drawing from her knowledge of the original text, Nan Wang speculated. Could it be akin to those immortal swords that develop a spirit? Du Shuling replied, the intricacies of this matter are likely known only to the sect master. Nevertheless, the 7 apertures Linglong heart is immensely beneficial for refining tools. Junior sister Wu, at such a young age, has already mastered the blood refining technique. With such talent, she is destined to excel in the art of refining, making the 7 apertures Linglong heart crucial for her. We must retrieve it. Indeed, we must reclaim it. The 7 apertures Linglong heart rightfully belongs to junior sister Wu. Nan Wang nodded repeatedly, clearly in agreement with Du Shuling's assertions. Du Shuling added, however, the 7 apertures Linglong heart is not drawn to the soul lamp. In this vast secret realm, I truly do not know how we will find it. Wait, I have an idea. As Nan Wang pondered the details from the original text, she analyzed, during the first phase of the secret realm, the fox immortals collect hearts, not only to enhance their power, but also to select exceptional ones to present to the fox empress at the fox feast. Our hearts, as external cultivators, are undoubtedly more precious than those of ordinary folk within the secret realm. What do you mean? I believe the 7 apertures Linglong heart may very well appear at the fox feast, Nan Wang concluded. Chapter 51. The Celestial Fox Banquet. All strategists who have gathered sufficient intelligence during the initial phase of the secret realm should be aware that the Celestial Fox Banquet will be held on the 7th level of the Celestial Fox platform. On the day of the banquet, the entire court of the Shang Kingdom, both civil and military, will be present to celebrate the completion of the Celestial Fox platform. Naturally, the banquet will also be graced by the cunning fox spirits, who feed on the hearts of the common folk, and the majestic fox empress, who occupies the throne of glory. The commencement of the Celestial Fox Banquet signifies the onset of the final phase of the secret realm. Should the strategists fail to locate and destroy the core of the secret realm during this final phase, it will once again declare their endeavor a failure. Nan Wang harbored no worries regarding the secret realm. He was confident that the male protagonist would handle matters without issue. His only concern lay with his 5th junior sister and her astute heart. Du Shuling and Zhang Chunming had spent 3 arduous days underground in pursuit of the 1,000-flower bell, and the time until the banquet commencement was rapidly approaching. Their efforts to break the formation had drained them significantly, and in the final days, they had not budged from their location, dedicating all their time to meditation and recuperation. It was not until the 7th day that they finally set forth from the 1st level. Ascending alongside the waterfall, they reached the 6th level. The passageway leading to the 7th level was yet another swirling portal, situated atop a stone platform surrounded by numerous celestial fox statues of varying sizes. The portal had yet to activate, and many cultivators waited here, mostly concealed from view. To the naked eye, the area above the stone platform where the portal resided appeared completely devoid of life, calm and tranquil. Nan Wang and his companions chose a particularly charming celestial fox statue to rest upon. As he gazed at the soon-to-be open passage to the 7th level, Nan Wang could not help but sigh, overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. Their journey thus far had been smooth, yet it was a pity that the countless treasures within the secret realm seemed forever out of their reach. Duke Suling spoke up. I have run out of my moon fragment grass and must replenish my supply. What about you all? Do you need anything? Zhang Qinming pondered for a moment before replying. I don't require much, but I see that our junior brother needs some herbs for body refinement. In the current circumstances, you, 5th junior sister, should also seek some soul-nourishing elixirs. Du Shuling produced some paper currency and handed it to Zhang Qinming. Come, write it down and be specific. Zhang Qinming squatted down and diligently wrote a lengthy list of herbs, highlighting a few of particular importance. Nan Wang, perplexed, remarked, Elder sister, the 7th level is about to open. Won't we be too late to gather herbs now? Du Shuling, donning a veil over her face, replied gravely, we still have time. I estimate that the portal won't open for at least an hour. That should suffice. Do you need anything? No. As Nan Wang observed Du Shuling's actions, an ominous premonition crept into his mind. He stiffly turned to glance at Zhang Qinming, who greeted him with a smile from a stranger's face. Kixui stated, I will handle the Blood Robe Sect and the Ghost Corpse Sect. You take care of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We shall meet again after 3 incense sticks. Sure Shan replied, understood. Nan Wang could only remain silent. After the span of 3 incense sticks, the two returned, laden with spoils. Du Shuling removed her veil, joyfully counting the herbs in her possession. This pillar of 10,000-year purple spirit grass is indeed a delightful surprise. I never suspected the Blood Robe Sect could possess such depth. Zhang Chunming, shedding his disguise, humbly replied, You flatter me. The Heavenly Demon Sect is no slouch either. I managed to capture a child surrounded by numerous Foundation establishment protectors. Unfortunately, they lacked diligence, allowing me to seize ample treasures from him, including a dragon-patterned protective garment of immense value. Du Shuling remarked, that must be the son of the demon sect's leader. Naturally, he would possess many prized possessions. I had long intended to target him, but Tong Dongyang kept a close watch. This time, I finally persuaded the little fellow into the secret realm. Zhan Chunming complimented. Truly impressive. Elder sister, your methods are extraordinary. Du Shuling replied, you flatter me. Nan Wang glanced between them, momentarily at a loss for words. As Du Shuling continued to tally her findings, she mused, the Celestial Fox secret realm is located in the northern region, so its resources should not compare to those of the Central Plains. How could there be so many elixirs? Zhan Chunming responded calmly. The Celestial Fox secret realm is notoriously perilous and has experienced collapses. The deaths of numerous cultivators have led to various anomalies. Du Shuling added, this time, we have returned with an abundance of spoils. It seems our sect will not lack for alchemical and crafting materials for quite some time. Nan Wang, clutching a glimmer of hope, inquired, elder sister, third senior brother, what exactly did you go to do? Du Shuling replied, to rob the rich and aid the poor. Zhan Chunming added, to pillage. Nan Wang fell silent. Zhan Chunming patted Nan Wang's shoulder, stating, junior brother, remember that while the secret realm teems with various herbs, they are widely dispersed. Relying solely on yourself will yield minimal results. Du Shuling supplemented, thus, robbing the wealthy is essential. Just try to avoid targeting the righteous sects, as they can be troublesome. After one wave of conflict, another follows, and those within the demon sect do not engage in factionalism. Those lacking strength generally resign themselves to their misfortunes. Nan Wang had no retort. As a fellow undercover agent, he treaded carefully, as if walking on thin ice. The elder sister and third senior brother, however, were in a different league. They had infiltrated the management of their enemies, adeptly playing both sides. Their prowess was truly remarkable. Yet, while the elder sister and third senior brother undertook their undercover roles for the sake of Qingyun Sect, was genuinely a spy from the demon sect planted within Qingyun Sect. A traitor. Nan Wang glanced at the two before him, instinctively withdrawing his neck. The elder sister and third senior brother must have presumed he was also undercover for the purpose of rescuing the fifth junior sister, thus infiltrating the Qingyun Sect. They would never suspect that he was, in truth, a genuine spy for the demon sect and a traitor of Qingyun Sect. A resounding boom echoed from a distance. The group looked up to witness the swirling portal gradually expanding, condensing, and transforming. The door had opened. Cheers erupted all around. The previously concealed cultivators began to reveal themselves, rushing towards the portal that led to the final phase of the secret realm. The order of entry into the portal held great significance. Generally, the earlier one entered, the better the role assigned within the secret realm. Conversely, those who entered too late were likely relegated to minor roles, such as merchants, making all the more challenging. Du Shuling declared, let us proceed as well. Very well, elder sister. See you soon, elder sister and junior brother. Nan Wang opened his eyes amidst the grand proclamation of long live our emperor. He glanced down at himself and found that he had reverted to the guise of a celestial attendant. A white paper obscured his face, blocking his vision. The Celestial Fox banquet had commenced. At the center of the elevated platform sat the emperor of the Shang Kingdom alongside his celestial fox consort. The fox consort reclined against a couch, obscured by heavy red veils, leaving only a blurred silhouette visible to those below. The number of guests attending the banquet was vast, with seats fully occupied and layers of attendees filling 7 or 8 rows. The density of the guests rendered the air notably thin. In contrast, Nan Wang's position was not even among the guests. He stood alone, flanked only by other celestial attendants and stone pillars. From his vantage point, even without the paper obscuring his face, he could scarcely discern the happenings on stage. This illustrates that his so-called celestial attendants merely held a nominal title, devoid of any genuine authority. The whereabouts of the senior sister and the third senior brother remained a mystery. The sheer number of guests rendered the search exceedingly arduous. Among those present were numerous cultivators from various sects, each engaging in subtle antics that Nan Wang could easily catch with a casual glance. As the banquet commenced, dancers entered, accompanied by large drums and pipa, creating a vibrant spectacle of song and dance, with golden powder swirling and red silks billowing. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the clinking of cups and exuberant chatter. Seizing the moment, Nan Wang released 2 messenger birds, hoping to locate the positions of the senior sister and the second senior brother. However, one of the birds was swiftly intercepted by a guest seated in the front row. Upon locking eyes with Nan Wang, the individual confirmed their identities. The other bird, meanwhile, fluttered into the midst of the dancers, only to vanish without a trace. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Nan Wang questioned why the third senior brother's messenger bird had flown toward the dancers. What manner of identity had the third senior brother been assigned? Surely, with his stature, it was implausible for him to masquerade as a dancer. The 2 robust men drumming in the background, however, might have had a chance. Yet, the scant attire of the dancers and the similarly revealing garb of the men showcased their masculine essence unabashedly. Du Xueling's messenger bird soon returned, clutching a note that read, "Observe the situation quietly. Do not act rashly." All of Nan Wang's attention had been captivated by the dancers who moved rhythmically to the drum beats, leaving him with little focus for the senior sister. No, arrêtez. Come and see the scene that surely deserves to be the headline of Qingyun Sect today. Nan Wang attempted to summon a new awe to witness the spectacle, only to realize after calling for some time that a new awe was seemingly absent from his side. No, a sense of unease gripped him. And Nua's elusive nature had persisted even after entering the secret realm. Yet Nan Wang understood that even in silence, Nua was undoubtedly close by. At that moment, the lack of response only deepened his anxiety. If Nua were present, it was inconceivable that there would be no acknowledgement of his call. The absence of a reply could only signify that Nua was not at the banquet. As the secret realm entered its 3rd phase, the entire Xianhu platform was dedicated to the Xianhu banquet, bustling with palace maids and eunuchs tirelessly attending to the logistics. The exquisite food and fine wines served at the banquet were prepared by chefs in the kitchen and then presented to the guests by the maids. Consequently, it was inevitable that some strategists would be assigned the roles of chefs, eunuchs, or maids, transported to locations beyond the banquet. Although Nua had accompanied Nan Wang, the absence of a beast contract and the ability to transform into the form of the celestial fox lord meant that being recognized as an independent strategist by the secret realm was not an impossibility. Chapter 52. Collapse was happening? Nuonuo, what is wrong? Nuonuo? Nan Wang was utterly overwhelmed with panic. He could not sense Anua's presence. Yet he felt with alarming clarity that Anua was in imminent peril. The banquet continued, guests bustling about, and within this throng, Nan Wang found himself at a loss as to whom he could turn for assistance. Several celestial attendants entered the hall, carrying a brocade box, led by the fox spirit, who, with a voice as thin as a reed, ingratiatingly announced, "Your Majesty, my lady, I have stumbled upon this extraordinary treasure and come to present it to you." Prince Shang, intrigued, inquired, "What sort of treasure is worthy of such a description?" The fox spirit grinned, revealing its sharp teeth, and opened the box. "This treasure is known as the 7-aperture heart." As the lid was lifted, a golden, oval object wrapped tightly in chains as thick as a child's arm pulsated vigorously, resembling a living heart. In the audience, Du Xueling had drawn her sword, changing her posture to shield herself from the oppressive aura of the gathering. Her entire being was taut, as if she herself were the sword ready to be unleashed. The expressions of the guests varied. The ministers looked as though they had swallowed something bitter, while the fox spirit and its minions gazed hungrily at the perfect heart, drooling in anticipation. Prince Shang's face stiffened as he hesitated, his remaining rationality reminding him that humans should not devour one another. Only monsters would do such a thing. "My king." The fox concubine emerged from behind the curtain, her body supple and enchanting, her voice as seductive as the tinkling of pearls, eroding the prince's thoughts. "My king, if we partake of it together, we shall live for 100 years and ascend to immortality." Before he could respond, the fox concubine pressed a slender finger against his lips. "If I cannot be with you, then I do not wish to become an immortal either. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Prince Shang burst into laughter, embracing the fox concubine. "How can I disregard such affection? Bring forth this 7-aperture heart." The fox spirit raised the brocade box, presenting the heart before the prince. With a flick of her sharp nails, the fox concubine effortlessly severed the chains. Yet, at the moment her hand was about to touch the heart, it suddenly shrank, slipping past her palm and darting away at astonishing speed. "Quick, stop it!" the fox concubine exclaimed in alarm. The palace guards and celestial attendants rushed to intercept the heart. It maneuvered through the crowd with remarkable agility, evading capture. Just as it was about to break free towards the exit, it abruptly halted midair, pivoting back towards the center of the hall. Nan Wang, closest to the door, watched in disbelief as the legendary, indestructible 7-aperture heart zipped towards him, ultimately colliding with his forehead with a soft thud. Nan Wang fell to the ground, dazed. As he looked up, the heart trembled in his arms, as if in fear, while a multitude of gleaming blades surrounded him. "Intruder! An intruder!" the fox concubine shouted. "Protect the king!" Du Shuling swung her sword, splitting the ground and blocking the guard's path. In the next moment, she appeared before Nan Wang, deflecting an attacking celestial attendant with a fierce strike, urging, "Run." Without hesitation, Nan Wang scooped up the 7-aperture heart and stumbled towards the exit. Behind him, Du Shuling and the guards were entangled in fierce combat. The situation was dire. The heart was writhing in his grasp, attempting to alter his escape route. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat collided with him, mercilessly propelling him into the air. This impact caused Nan Wang to lose consciousness momentarily. When he regained his senses, chaos reigned. The sounds of crying, shouting, and wailing filled the air as guests fled in every direction, trapped with no means of escape. Flames raged unchecked, consuming everything in their path, while fire warding and water summoning talismans were rendered useless before they could take effect. Every brick and column of the Celestial Fox platform, beneath its opulent facade, became an ally of the flames, which roared like a tempest, causing the entire structure to collapse. A cataclysmic scene unfolded. It was not the greatest peril facing Nan Wang at that moment. A heavy, guttural breathing, mingling with roars from deep within, echoed in his ears. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to behold a monstrous figure engulfed in flames. The creature was elongated, with horns atop its head, its massive form obstructing the hall's exit. Severely burned, with no unscathed skin left, its broken claws rendered it unable to stand, forcing it to slither along the ground, an abomination to behold. Its face was battered, blood cascading from its mouth like a spring, but not all of it belonged to the creature. It clutched a bloodied, mangled being between its jaws. The creature's prize was obscured, save for a glimpse of white fur. Nuonuo, Anuo. In a moment of despair, Nan Wang uttered the name he dreaded to speak. The monster's sharp teeth resembled polished spears, and the white rabbit hung motionless, silent, impaled upon them. Though all rabbits share a common appearance, this one, of such immense size, bore no resemblance to the beloved creature Nan Wang often held. Yet, deep down, he knew that this was Anuo. Anuo. The 7-aperture heart slipped from his grasp, yet it did not flee. It anxiously positioned itself beside him, desperately preventing him from locking eyes with the monster. At that moment, Nan Wang could think of nothing else. His focus was solely on the silent Anuo, and he summoned all his strength, crawling towards Anuo. As he reached out to touch Anuo, he became fully exposed to the monster's claws. Anuo, what has happened? Why? Why have you become this way? Nan Wang wept, finally reclaiming Anuo's lifeless form. The massive body shrank to a familiar size in his arms, but no matter how he cried out, there was no response. Amidst the chaos, a steel blade, unknown to him, hurtled towards Nan Wang. Sensing imminent danger, he was too injured and emotionally shattered by Anuo's death to resist. In a moment of desperation, the monster suddenly turned, using its own body to shield Nan Wang from the fatal strike. The monster's golden eyes reflected the figure of Nan Wang, its entire mouth charred and grotesquely burned. As it opened its maw, the absence of a tongue was evident, and black blood gushed forth like a spring, carving a shallow pit in the ground. The creature nudged Nan Wang's body with its head, seemingly urging him to hasten his departure from this realm of chaos. Nan Wang, however, was ungrateful for the creature's concern. He seized the broken sword that lay beside him and pressed it fiercely against the monster's body. "Who are you? Why? Why did you kill Anua?" A profound sorrow glimmered in the monster's eyes, and despite enduring excruciating pain, it forced out inaudible sounds with its teeth and the remnants of its tongue. "Ah, vice, liar, leave." Nan Wang could not comprehend the monster's words. Instead, he thrust the broken sword into the creature's flesh with all his might. Thud! The sword barely grazed the monster's skin, being easily repelled. Undeterred, Nan Wang channeled his spiritual energy into the realm of cessation, intent on perishing alongside the beast, devoting all his essence to the cause. Gradually, yellow sand coalesced, forming the sword of cessation he had seen outside the secret realm in his grasp. However, before Nan Wang could act, Du Shueling, wielding the sword of reason, arrived with unrelenting resolve, piercing the monster's eye without mercy. The creature howled in fury, its screams intertwining with an incantation unknown to any ear. Black spiritual energy coalesced into a terrifying form, then dispersed like flowers scattered by celestial maiden, indiscriminately attacking all in its vicinity. Du Shueling faced a burst of black fire head-on. The flames instantly severed her sword, forcing her to spit blood. "Little junior brother, run quickly." She had no time to spare for herself, yet she could no longer reach Nan Wang. Wherever the black flames touched, flesh and blood disintegrated in an instant, and stone crumbled as if it were mere tofu. The already precarious Xianhu platform collapsed entirely, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. The weaker cultivators lost consciousness amidst the monster's roars, akin to lifeless corpses falling alongside the debris. In the ensuing chaos, the realm of cessation, deprived of spiritual energy, suddenly dispersed, swiftly transforming into a sphere capable of encasing a single individual, securely enveloping the unconscious Nan Wang within. The monster, having lost one eye, relied solely on the remaining one to fixate on Nan Wang's position. Its golden vertical pupil mirrored the sealed realm amidst the apocalyptic scene, a moment of serene stability shattered by unparalleled rage and hatred. The creature seized the broken sword lying nearby, mercilessly jabbing it into its own right eye socket. It howled and roared, violently excavating its eye, then cast the bloodied orb into the abyss. The golden eye plummeted far more swiftly than the falling figures and debris, hurtling towards Nan Wang, and then crashed against the realm of cessation. The seemingly impervious barrier was effortlessly breached, rapidly disintegrating. Nan Wang fell heavily to the ground, debris cascading upon him. Even in unconsciousness, he clung tightly to Anua's lifeless form, despite her breath having fled completely. The realm of cessation crumbled into a mound of yellow sand, merging into the dust, never to be summoned again. The exquisite heart of Qiqiao Linglong lay quietly in Nan Wang's embrace, its rhythm now faint and feeble. Chapter 53. The Rebirth of Celestial Beasts in the Qingyun Sect. At the star-gathering tower, Chu Songping spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably plummeting towards the ground. A golden core detached from him, hovering in the air, neither too close nor too far, as if it were both present and absent. With great effort, his pale hand struggled to support his body. After a lengthy moment of gasping and regaining composure, he finally mustered enough strength to utter a few words. Raising his eyelids, he cast a frigid gaze towards the golden core above. "As long as I cough," it felt as though a searing iron was lodged in his throat, making every utterance a monumental challenge. "As long as I draw breath, there shall be no one in this world. Cough, cough, no one more deserving of you than I, Chu Songping. Search the world far and wide, and you will find no one who can match me, Chu Songping. I am not exceptional because of you. I have always been unparalleled." Had there been any bystanders at that moment, they would surely have been terrified to the core. The detachment of the golden core occurs solely at the brink of death for cultivators. As for conversing with the golden core, it is an integral part of a cultivator's being devoid of consciousness. To engage in dialogue with one's own golden core, whilst boasting about oneself, could only be deemed madness. Yet in the next instant, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. The golden core, suspended in mid-air, seemed genuinely swayed by Chu Songping's words, slowly descending and reintegrating into his dantian. Upon the return of the golden core, Chu Songping's complexion turned even more pallid than before. He helplessly collapsed onto the table, gasping for breath, before swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. From here on, it would be up to you, junior brother. In the northern region, at the Sunset Valley, the celestial fox platform lay in ruins, the fox empress perishing in the embrace of the prince of the state, causing the core of the secret realm to shatter. The secret realm was declared breached, and all adventurers were simultaneously transported back to the Sunset Valley. Nan Wang awoke to the anxious calls of Du Shuling, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming bitterness in his mouth. The cheerful voice of Lingji rang in his ears. He is awake. Senior brother is awake. Following this was the voice of Zhang Chenming. I told you, sometimes this thing works better than pills. If you can't swallow it, just hold it in your mouth. Du Shuling helped Nan Wang to sit up, her heart still racing as she said, Thank goodness you had your second senior brother as assistance. Otherwise, you might have faced dire consequences this time. Lingji picked up the now transformed compass, Ji Jing, and exclaimed, Second senior brother is truly remarkable, and Ji Jing is impressive too. I've racked my brain trying to understand how Ji Jing was forged. What kind of person could create such a magical artifact? As a weaponsmith, no one understood better than she the exceptional nature of Ji Jing. She had long coveted it, yet as it was the personal treasure of her second senior brother and a precious artifact of the sect, she had never had the opportunity to touch it. It was all thanks to senior brother Nan Wang's influence. Senior sister, third senior brother, fifth junior sister. Nan Wang could hear the voices of others, but could not discern their whereabouts. His vision was blurred. He could only perceive the outlines of 3 figures before him, unable to make out any details, as if he had suddenly become an 8-diopter nearsighted individual without glasses. Lost in a state where 5 meters away, the distinction between humans and animals was obscured. He was unaware of the affliction afflicting his eyes. Perhaps they were injured, or perhaps he was blind. Regardless, he could not afford to dwell on it. His attention was wholly consumed by one singular thought, leaving no room for anything else. Senor sister, no, mi no, boo. Nan Wang suddenly broke into sobs, his cries heart-wrenchingly sorrowful. Du Shuling exchanged glances with the other two, Zhang Chenming and Lingji, both shaking their heads in confusion. To empathize with Nan Wang in this matter proved to be quite challenging for them. The favor of celestial beasts towards the disciples of Qingyun Sect was not a compliment, especially for the true disciples. Seeing a rabbit was tantamount to witnessing a detrimental factor for the sect. Where celestial beasts congregated, anomalies abounded. And even if the individual was a junior sister he had only met the day before or a junior brother who had recently taken partner, none could be spared. Having spent the longest time in Qingyun Sect, Du Shuling held an immense attachment to the sect. Yet she could never cultivate a bond with the celestial beasts. Their tendency to avoid humans was one reason, but more importantly, each pure, white, and spirited celestial beast represented a crisis, a secret, and the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals alongside countless troublesome matters. No one lived as closely with the sect's celestial beasts for a decade as Nan Wang did, nor formed such profound ties with them. Indeed, Du Shuling was aware that a celestial beast had lost its life at that moment. But so what? There were still numerous celestial beasts within the sect, each identical, each obedient to the commands of the celestial sovereign, ready to leap into the magma without a thought, much like stones cast into the sea. Moreover, even if hypothetically, a celestial beast from Qingyun Sect perished while saving a disciple, would that not constitute a noble tale? If one were to mourn such occurrences, the disciples responsible for nurturing the spiritual beasts would surely have long since wept themselves into oblivion, given the daily casualties. How could a cultivator be so indecisive and mentally unstable? Furrowing her brow, Du Shuling shared a knowing glance with the other two, and they swiftly reached a consensus. As the eldest disciple of Qingyun Sect, she had to assume the responsibility of guiding her junior brothers and sisters during such a time. However, Nan Wang's grief was overwhelming. He sobbed uncontrollably, gasping for breath, nearly fainting. After a moment of hesitation, Du Shuling resolved to soften her words. It's all right, junior brother. Celestial beasts will immediately be reborn after death. Behind the Qingyun Grand Hall lies a rebirth pavilion known only to true disciples, the birthplace of celestial beasts. I shall take you there to retrieve your celestial beast. This matter falls under the purview of your senior brother, and you know his abilities. If a few are missing, he won't notice. Zhang Chunming and Lingji merely exchanged glances, unspoken disbelief evident in their expressions. Rebirth? Nan Wang's emotions gradually calmed, yet he remained far from steady. Before learning of the parasitic principle of the seven apertures Linglong heart, he had believed that resurrection entailed both the physical body and consciousness. But after witnessing Lingji's case, he had grown wary of the notion of life after death. Would the reborn celestial beast still be my Nuanua? Would its consciousness remain? Would it remember me? This. Du Shuling found herself at a loss to answer Nan Wang's inquiries. The responsibility for celestial beasts did not rest with her. She had never taken the leisure to study the birth patterns of the rabbits, and even her supposition that celestial beasts could be reborn was merely conjecture. How celestial beasts were born, how they died, and how they were reborn, including whether this process involved the inheritance of consciousness, remained a complete mystery to her. Yet, in the face of Nan Wang's questioning gaze, Du Shuling, though ignorant, could only muster the courage to assert, "Of course, junior brother. All celestial beasts are manifestations of the sect master's essence. As long as the sect master remains unharmed, the celestial beast shall invariably be safe." Zhang Chunming interjected, "Junior brother, if you have formed a bond with the celestial beast, you should be able to sense whether its consciousness still exists in this world." Nan Wang hesitantly murmured, I am uncertain whether we have a contract, but I certainly do not feel Nuonuo anymore." The connection between him and Anua was profoundly enigmatic. Even in Anua's absence, he could sense her breath, feel her presence close by. When Anua was not beside him, that sensation would vanish, which is why he could immediately perceive her disappearance and swiftly pinpoint her location when the monster approached him. This unilateral connection posed no issues during tranquil times, but now, in the face of adversity, it revealed significant complications. Du Shuling suggested, "Let us return to Qingyun. We can discuss matters upon our return." The sect leader possesses the most profound understanding of the situation regarding the celestial beast. If necessary, we may seek the sect leader's counsel. It was possible that the reincarnation of the celestial beast, Rabbit, did not require spiritual awareness, as Rabbit inherently lacked it. Lingji unexpectedly interjected, voicing a thought none had previously considered. Zhang Chiming replied, "How can that be? Without spiritual awareness, one would be unable to move at all, would they?" Lingji countered, "Not at all. One can still move without spiritual awareness, albeit with limited range. Complex actions cannot be performed, nor can prolonged memories be retained. My true form can blossom a small flower to amuse my senior brother, even when my spiritual awareness is detached." Zhang Chunming, perplexed, inquired, "Did you blossom a flower at that time?" Lingji puffed out her cheeks, declaring, "No, all the flowers were shown to the eldest sister. By the time it was my senior brother's turn, there were no flowers left to offer." Du Shuling remarked, "I indeed witnessed that." Lingji continued, "I believe that the celestial beasts, Rabbit included, lack spiritual awareness. Their movements are often entirely synchronized. If you observe closely, you will notice several rabbits turning their heads and grazing in identical manners." Nan Wang sniffled, quietly defending, "Anua is different from the other celestial beasts. Even if they lack spiritual awareness, Anua must possess it. Anua can speak, can laugh, can express anger, and can hold a grudge over a bowl of tofu pudding for months. How could she possibly lack spiritual awareness?" Lingji questioned, "But is that truly Anua Rabbit's spiritual awareness?" Growing anxious, Nan Wang insisted, "Fifth junior sister, think carefully. Did we not share hot pot with Anua? At that time, I'm aware of what senior brother said. I know Anua Rabbit is unlike the other rabbits." Lingji tilted her head, arriving at a dramatically striking conclusion. "However, the celestial beasts are all transformed from the sect leader. If they were to possess spiritual awareness, it would belong to the sect leader. Thus, if we consider this, Could it not imply that Anuo Rabbit is, in fact, the sect leader? Du Shuling inhaled sharply, a gasp echoed by Zhan Qinming. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same horror. Fifth junior sister, what are you saying? This is utterly outrageous. Nan Wang's face was etched with disbelief. How could Nuonuo possibly be connected to the sect leader? She is merely an ordinary little rabbit, and she has spoken to me about her celestial beast lineage. The sect leader is human, while Anuo is a spiritual beast. They are world apart. Chapter 54. Triumph. Du Shuling said, in any case, let us return first. Zhan Qinming replied, yes indeed, let's head back, haha. Nan Wang expressed his confusion, senior sister. Third senior brother, why are you laughing while speaking? Du Shuling replied, I'm not laughing. Zhan Qinming chimed in, really? Perhaps you misinterpreted. Nan Wang finally understood, wait. Do you both genuinely believe that Anuo is the sect master? What are you thinking? That's impossible. Anuo is just a little rabbit that can eat 3 pig trotters in one meal. Ling Ji interjected, the sect master can do that too. Nan Wang, in despair, exclaimed, according to what you've said, everything Anuo can do, the sect master can do as well. Does that mean Anuo is indeed the sect master? Ling Ji pondered for a moment and nodded yes. Nan Wang, overwhelmed, declared, I want to return to Qingyun Sect immediately. I need to go to the rebirth hall and bring Anuo back. Zhan Qinming sighed deeply, junior brother. There are always rumors in our sect about our true disciples colluding, but as you can see, it's all unfounded gossip. Du Shuling added, junior brother, the words I spoke to you in the weapons sect came from my heart. I had no intention of performing for others. You know me. I am not one to feign sincerity. Nan Wang protested. I already said that's not the case. Even if it were true, the sect master wouldn't really blame everyone for uniting to rescue the 5th junior sister. He could no longer contain himself and insisted on returning to the sect to prove this matter. Nan Wang reached out and firmly grasped the compass, holding onto the remnants of the boundary. Ling Ji remarked, senior brother, I intended to give you the boundary. We truly are in sync. I also wanted to say that only you can return it to the 2nd senior brother. None of us dare to return it on your behalf. Wait a moment. Nan Wang retreated a step after taking the boundary. He noticed something strange. His vision had improved. He could see clearly now. He was unaware of when he had begun to see clearly, having not even noticed it. However, it seemed he was not fully recovered, as the images before him still held afterimages. In fact, every moving object had afterimages, while stationary scenery did not. The boundary he had just caught was merely an afterimage, making it seem as if he had anticipated it. Ling Ji noticed something was off and inquired, senior brother, why do you keep blinking? Are your eyes uncomfortable? I am fine. Let us hurry back, Nan Wang replied, unable to articulate his discomfort, yet he did not dwell on it. In the realm of cultivation, injuries were not taken too seriously, especially physical ones. Even if one lost an arm or a leg, it was not deemed severe. A few medicinal pills could restore one to health. Even a crisis affecting the soul or consciousness could be resolved with a 9 revolutions soul recovery pill. His eyes might have sustained a minor injury, but they were gradually improving, and since there was no pain or discomfort, he assumed there would be no significant issues. Before setting off, Nan Wang glanced back at the Sunset Valley. It was dusk, and the blood-red sun descended slowly, casting a brilliant golden-red hue over the land, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The secret realm had vanished, and the Sunset Valley had returned to its original state, save for the immense void left by the secret realm's erosion, a scar forever etched upon the earth. The journey back was relatively smooth. Du Shuling and the others could ride their swords, effortlessly bringing along Nan Wang. During this time, Du Shuling and Zhan Qinming sent reports back to their respective undercover factions, enclosing some items they had acquired in the secret realm, with a note suggesting that they had gained insights and needed to travel further, urging them not to seek closure on the matter. In comparison, Nan Wang's undercover work was rather mediocre. He had no means to contact Yan Xuan directly, and to leave a message, he would have to go to an inn where his status was too low for his words to carry weight. The group parted ways at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Du Shuling quickly assigned everyone their tasks. Junior brother, come with me to the main hall. 5th junior sister, you go to the sword sect and wait for me. Once I've settled matters with junior brother, I will come find you. Although the 7 apertures Linglong heart has stabilized your spirit, we must remain cautious. You need to stay with me for recuperation. Third junior brother, you return to the Array Sect first, and in a couple of days, I will summon you to discuss the secret realm. Moriovi, Duxuling remanded everyone. The immortal Fox secret realm is extraordinarily perilous. It remains uncertain whether this is an anomaly or a sign of future dangers in secret realms. Once the elders return victorious, I will report truthfully and strategize further. Until then, you must be cautious with your words and actions. Do not let any information slip. Lingji assured her, rest assured. Senior sister, I will not let anything slip. Nan Wang added, I am very discreet. Zhan Qinming asserted, I have not stepped out of the sect in the past 2 days. I know nothing about the secret realm. Ling Ji and Nan Wang exchanged glances and sighed in relief. Du Shuling nodded and turned to Nan Wang. Let us go, junior brother. We are heading to the Rebirth Hall. With the elders absent, there were not many people in the Qingyun Great Hall. Only a few disciples busy handling documents. Upon seeing Du Shuling, the disciples stood and greeted her. Greetings, senior sister. Du Shuling nodded slightly and walked forward without glancing sideways. The gazes of the disciples fell upon Nan Wang, but he was too preoccupied with thoughts of Nua's safety to pay them any mind. Nan Wang had never been to the back of the Qingyun Great Hall. Typically, he would only sweep the floors of the Panlong mountain range as a servant disciple, never having the opportunity to ascend further. Outer disciples occasionally had the chance to clean the hall, but Nan Wang had only recently been promoted to an outer disciple, and the elders had yet to assign him any tasks before he was set to be promoted to the inner sect. After passing through the Qingyun Great Hall and entering the inner hall square, several building-like structures surrounded them. Continuing along a small path, they arrived at the Rebirth Hall. As mentioned by Du Shuling, the Rebirth Hall was empty, furnished with an offering table adorned with tributes and memorial plaques, flanked by eternal lamps. Exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur, Du Shuling entered without pause, approaching a wall where she embedded the true disciple's token into a slot. The slot consumed the token and vanished, revealing a secret door moments later. Nan Wang felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing he was about to encounter something extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Shuling opened the secret door and proceeded forward. Nan Wang could only suppress his anxiety and follow suit. Behind the secret door lay a cave dwelling. Within the cave was a clear spring adorned with blooming lotus flowers, surrounded by swirling mists, resembling a realm of immortals. Zhu Tianke had already received word and stood waiting for them at the shore. Upon seeing them, he turned and asked, How did it go? Everything went smoothly. The 5th junior sister has returned to the sect, Du Shuling replied lightly. Beneath simple words lies a multitude of arduous challenges. However, Du Shuling refrained from discussing such matters. Her sentiment of wishing for everything to proceed smoothly served as the finest reward for her journey. Zhu Tianke merely responded with a casual remark. That is indeed excellent. Nan Wang timidly addressed him. Senior brother. Zhu Tianke waved his hand, interrupting Nan Wang. I am aware of your intentions. Today, a celestial beast is undergoing reincarnation, which, by all accounts, should be sent to the clan for nurturing. Nonetheless, your return with the 5th junior sister is a significant achievement. Currently, with the elders absent from the sect, I shall take responsibility for the matters of the Rebirth Hall. As for the destination of this celestial beast, I shall pretend I have not seen it. With that, he stepped into the water, scrutinizing it before selecting a partially bloomed lotus flower, which he then pushed towards Nan Wang. Nan Wang crouched down, shielding the flower with his hand. The moment the lotus touched his fingers, it quivered slightly before unfurling its petals to reveal the celestial beast hidden within. A tiny rabbit, lying with its eyes closed atop the lotus, seemed to sense the absence of its cover and slowly opened its eyes, its long ears trembling delicately in the air. With reddened eyes, Nan Wang extended his hand towards the little rabbit. The rabbit sniffed his fingers and then sweetly licked the tips with its tiny tongue. Du Shuling discreetly transmitted a message to Zhu Tianke. Is this the newly born celestial beast of today? Zhu Tianke gazed at her without responding. Du Shuling's heart sank at once. She comprehended the truth. This newly born celestial beast bore no relation to the one belonging to Nan Wang. Celestial beasts are reborn at irregular intervals, the specifics of which remain a mystery to all. While Zhu Tianke is indeed in charge of the rebirth hall, these celestial beasts do not require human management. They naturally depart the hall upon rebirth to integrate into their clans. As for the chamber, accessible only with the token of a true disciple, such tokens grant access to all areas within the sect, with authority surpassing even that of inter-sect elders. This small chamber is hardly of great significance. There are no miracles, nor any special exceptions. It is merely a breeding ground for celestial beasts. From the outset, Du Shuling had never harbored the belief that Nan Wang's deceased celestial beast could be resurrected. Her forbearance and indulgence stemmed solely from her consideration for Nan Wang. If Nan Wang desired a celestial beast, she would grant him one. If he sought an exception, she would provide it. However, should he insist on the resurrection of the original celestial beast, then he would indeed have to beseech the celestial sovereign. Truth be told, Du Shuling was reluctant to reach that juncture, for cultivators should not possess such an obsession with defying fate and disregarding reality. All matters should be allowed to follow their natural course, lest one fall into madness. The matter of the junior sister is akin to that of the celestial beast. Even more so, Nan Wang played with the rabbit for an extended duration, eventually retrieving a carrot cake from his storage bag to offer to the rabbit. Once the rabbit was full and too drowsy to keep its eyes open, he slowly rose and bitterly remarked, "Celestial beasts possess spirit. It is best to let it remain here." Du Shuling furrowed her brow. "Junior brother, I understand, senior sister. This is not my Noonyuo," Nan Wang replied, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Chapter 55. The summit. Nan Wang, with a look of utter bewilderment, was escorted by Du Shuling to the Panlong Hall. This hall was not situated atop Qingyun Mountain, but rather suspended in mid-air beside the dragon's head. When the mist thickened, the entire palace would be enveloped in obscurity, rendering it seemingly non-existent. Previously, while sweeping the stairs, Nan Wang would often gaze up at this aerial hall, and in his recollection, its position appeared to shift constantly, sometimes to the left of the dragon's head, at other times to the right, and occasionally it seemed to vanish altogether, perhaps having relocated above the dragon's head. Gaining entry to the Panlong Hall was no simple feat. However, with Du Shuling by his side, it became a trivial matter. She brought Nan Wang to the entrance and whispered, "Since the immortal master has not summoned me, I can only accompany you this far. Go on, junior brother." Nan Wang nodded, gently cradling the small rabbit in his arms, and turned toward the grand hall. The rabbit, newly born in the lotus pond, was diminutive soft and exceedingly fragile, struggling to open its eyes while being shuffled about by these unscrupulous individuals, venting its frustration by nibbling on a carrot cake. Though Nan Wang had not intended to bring the rabbit along, Du Shuling insisted, citing it as a precaution. As to what precautions were needed, she would not disclose, and Nan Wang found it too arduous to speculate. After the ordeal in the Xianhu secret realm, he had come to a stark realization. He could never truly fathom the thoughts of his seniors, who had lived for centuries, effortlessly toying with a mere child of modest age. Junior brother. Just as Nan Wang was about to push open the hall's doors, he heard Du Shuling's voice once more. He paused, turning back to see her from across the long staircase. "You must not forget," she said, her tone dry and her expression complex. "We agreed that you would join the Sword Sect." "Huh?" Naturally, though Nan Wang did not fully grasp her meaning. He nodded earnestly, promising, "No matter what happens, I will steadfastly join the Sword Sect. You need not worry, senior sister. Not far away." Du Shuling watched as his figure gradually faded, letting out a long sigh. In the mist-laden square, she stood alone, exuding an aura of profound solitude. Nan Wang cautiously stepped into the Panlong Hall. After taking just a couple of strides, he felt an uncanny sense of having entered the wrong place. The furnishings here mirrored those of the Qingyun Grand Hall, appearing to be a mere replica. However, this hall was far more desolate. The Qingyun Grand Hall served as the administrative hub for inner disciples and a gathering place for elders to discuss matters of importance. Even during rare moments of solitude, outer disciples would rotate cleaning duties, ensuring an immaculate and orderly environment. In stark contrast, the Panlong Hall reeked of neglect, with worn-out furniture covered in dust, cracked pillars, peeling paint, and corners festooned with dense cobwebs, resembling a once grand but now abandoned ruin. At the hall's apex sat the most esteemed immortal master of the Qingyun Sect. Nan Wang vividly recalled his first encounter with the immortal master. A mere glance had left him with searing eyes and a dizzying head, nearly causing him to faint. Yet this time, he effortlessly took in the figure of the immortal master. The boyish visage was somewhat youthful, with snowy hair and crimson eyes that set him apart from ordinary mortals. His skin, exposed beyond the confines of his attire, was as white as freshly fallen snow. Yet inscribed upon it were intricate, inscrutable ancient runes, densely packed and chaotically arranged, which at first glance appeared unsettling, though upon closer inspection, they evoked an odd sensation. Amidst his astonishment at being able to gaze directly at the immortal master, and noting the evident differences in appearance from their last encounter, a more harrowing realization struck Nan Wang. His senses had returned. It was that subtle connection he could only perceive when Nua was by his side. Nan Wang inhaled deeply, almost gasping for breath. If not for the awareness of standing before the most esteemed figure in the Qingyun Sect, he might have raised a hand to pinch himself, questioning whether he was caught in an illusion. From atop the platform, the youthful immortal master slowly spoke. "I have 3 matters to discuss with you. Do not be afraid." Nan Wang. No. The young immortal master paused for a moment before replying. "Indeed, that is the first thing I wish to convey." Nan Wang. "Really?" With a leap, Nua jumped down from the high seat, stumbling slightly on the steps due to his short legs. But he managed to rush to Nan Wang's side, just in time to support him as he nearly collapsed. The two nearly tumbled into a heap. Ultimately, Nan Wang steadied himself, embracing Nua in a hug and awkwardly sitting on the floor. He took several deep breaths to stabilize his wavering consciousness. After a prolonged moment, he mustered enough strength to stammer. "So, you truly are the immortal master?" "Nua, clearly I'm not." Nan Wang. "What do you mean?" Nua sighed, propping his chin on his hand, his tone laced with resignation. "When I awoke, I found myself in this body. Originally, this body possessed a divine consciousness, but after a brief exchange, departed." Nan Wang. Nua continued. "At first, I did not recognize him as the immortal master. I thought he was merely another rabbit from our clan. So when he offered to relinquish his physical form to me, I did not give it much thought. It was only upon awakening that I realized the situation had transformed. To summarize, my consciousness was meant to return to the spirit beast, but now, my consciousness occupies the immortal master's body, while the immortal master's consciousness likely returned to the spirit beast." Nan Wang felt overwhelmed. "Then, when will you be able to switch back? The Qingyun Sect cannot possibly function without its immortal master." Nua, well, that leads to the third matter I must discuss. Tears welled in Nan Wang's eyes. The 3 pieces of news my senior sister conveyed to me consisted of 2 favorable tidings and 1 unfavorable one. "You have now delivered 2 bad news. Is the third one good?" Nua. He fell silent for a moment, assessing Nan Wang's expression. Nan Wang snifel, trying to muster strength. "Please go on. I can handle it." Nua. "The third matter is that I have waited a long time without the immortal master returning, and I have reasonable suspicion that he may not wish to come back." Nan Wang. "Anno, I hardly exchanged a few words with him, and I cannot accurately discern his intentions. From our brief interaction, I conjecture that he resembles a canary, long ensnared by duty and mission for millennia, suddenly escaping its cage, yearning to relish a life of freedom, resolutely unwilling to return to confinement. Do you comprehend?" Nan Wang. "I do not." Anno sighed deeply. "To be frank, I cannot either." Nan Wang. "Anno, in summary, the immortal sovereign refuses to return, and I am unable to sever my spirit from this corporeal form to seek another vessel. Without his return to aid me, I find myself imprisoned within this body." Nan Wang, agitated, exclaimed, "But what shall we do?" Anno sighed once more. "If all else fails, I shall have to impersonate the sect master for a time. Yet, I am uncertain how long I can maintain the charade." Nan Wang. With an exasperated eye roll, Anno grew impatient. Must you not be more resilient? You only seem to faint. I am still intact. Nan Wang, how can I remain strong? What will become of us? Overcome by despair, Nan Wang struggled to articulate his thoughts, his visage betraying a profound sense of hopelessness. Logically, discovering that Anno had not perished should have brought him joy. Indeed, he was elated. Yet the overwhelming revelation of Anno assuming the role of sect master weighed heavily upon him. One moment he felt jubilant, the next incredulous, as if caught in a surreal dream, teetering on the brink of fragmentation. Anno lamented, I do not know what to do. You must devise a solution. Nan Wang, nearly in despair, replied, How could I possibly find a solution? You are well aware of my limitations in cultivation and capability. Closing his eyes, Anno resorted to playful obstinacy. I care not. One must adapt to their circumstances. I am your little bunny, and should I encounter misfortune, you share the burden of responsibility. You must assist me. Nan Wang. He tugged at his hair, sniffling as he suggested. Perhaps we should seek assistance from his senior sister. She might possess a solution. Anno vigorously shook his head. No, that is unfeasible. The relationship between the true disciples and us celestial beasts is tenuous at best. If they were to learn that I have usurped the corporeal form of the sect master, I would be in grave peril. They could very well obliterate my consciousness, forcibly reinstating the sect master. Though he may return, I would be utterly lost. Nan Wang began to grasp the peril involved. The sect master held paramount importance within the sect, his status and significance beyond measure. While Anno was merely an ordinary celestial beast, the disparity was stark and self-evident. No, they must remain unaware. This matter must be kept confidential at all costs. Gradually, Nan Wang's expression softened. In the face of overwhelming crisis, his frantic heartbeat began to steady. We must retrieve the sovereign, and until then, we cannot allow anyone to discover that the sovereign has changed. Chapter 56. Starting today, as an actor Anua said, you are right. So what shall we do next? Nan Wang replied, you must first tell me what exactly transpired. Starting from the secret realm, share everything with me in full detail. Anua nodded and began recounting the recent events. I traversed the teleportation array with you, but I found myself in what seemed to be a kitchen. Perhaps the secret realm recognized me as a challenger, and I transformed into the form of the fox immortal. Wandering about, a palace maid, overwhelmed with her duties, asked me to assist in delivering dishes to the grand hall. I declined and went in search of you instead. Nan Wang sighed. I was at the fox immortal banquet. If you had simply delivered the dishes, you would have found me. Anua defended herself. How was I to know where you were? I entered the realm alongside you, so I naturally assumed you were right beside me. Nan Wang said, all right, continue. Anua sighed. There is nothing more to say. After that, I do not recall. The next moment I opened my eyes, I was already here. Nan Wang grew anxious. How could you forget during such a critical moment? Think again. When I saw you, you were enormous, and a monster had bitten you. At his words, Anua's memory began to stir. I seemed to recall fighting something. I couldn't overpower it nor escape. Even in mist form, it would capture me in an instant. In desperation, I was left with no choice but to ignite the flames at the opportune moment. Anua strained to remember. The dust explosion you mentioned was indeed powerful. Once ignited, it erupted, spreading flames in all directions, driving that monster back. Nan Wang, puzzled, remarked, the crux of the dust explosion lies in the dust itself. Merely igniting it is futile. The environment must be conducive to the dust. Where did your dust come from? Did you create a suitable environment for the dust explosion while fleeing? Anua replied, Nan Wang pressed on, dust, flour, anything would suffice. What did you do before igniting the flames? Anua shook her head, her expression one of confusion and helplessness. Nan Wang also shook his head unconsciously. He felt something was amiss. Everything felt wrong. Anua lacked modern knowledge. So how could she possibly know how to create a dust environment? In the original narrative, it was always the male protagonist who blew up the kitchen and directed the flames toward the fox immortal banquet. Yet, according to Anua's account and the facts he witnessed, it appeared that Anua had created the dust environment, while the monster led the flames to the banquet. But where was the male protagonist? Anua, with a pitiful expression, confessed. I was severely injured at the time, so it's normal for my memory to be hazy. I truly do not recall what I ignited. The monster attacked me inexplicably. I had done nothing at all. Nan Wang furrowed his brow and murmured, could that monster truly be from the secret realm? Creatures within the fox immortal secret realm should resemble foxes, yet that monster bore no resemblance to one. Anawa shook her head. I do not know. I genuinely cannot remember. Please do not press me further. Those events are in the past. Let's focus on how to retrieve the immortal lord. Very well. You are right. Let bygones be bygones. Nan Wang sighed. His only advantage lay in his familiarity with the original plot, which allowed him to infer what might happen next based on past events. However, the original storyline was now a chaotic mess, making predictions exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to press on. Anuwa had been fortunate to resurrect this time. He could not gamble on her luck for a second chance. Nan Wang calmly analyzed, we have two tasks ahead of us. First, we must recover the immortal lord's consciousness. Second, we must ensure that no one else discovers the immortal lord's disappearance until he is restored to you. Anuwa nodded in agreement. Nan Wang continued, I heard from Fifth Junior Sister that all celestial beasts are incarnations of the immortal lord and that they lack consciousness. Is that true? Anuwa shook her head, saying, we are not incarnations of the immortal lord. He is human, while we are spiritual beasts. The Qingyun Sect regards us as celestial beasts, and we indeed follow the immortal lord's commands to safeguard every blade of grass within the sect. This likely relates to a pact made between our ancestors and the immortal lord, though I am not entirely certain of the details. As for the notion that celestial beasts lack consciousness, it is not entirely accurate. Our species possesses a shared consciousness. I am my kind, and my kind is me. I originally shared this consciousness, but after encountering you, I suddenly gained an independent consciousness, separating from my kind. Nan Wang inquired, does that mean akin to the essence of flora and fauna? Anuwa replied, that seems about right. In the realm of cultivation, all things possess a spirit. Any sentient being with a physical form has the potential to develop intelligence and attain consciousness. While my situation is somewhat unique, it should not be considered an exception. Consciousness cannot exist apart from the physical body. The immortal lord's consciousness has nowhere else to go. It can only borrow a physical form from the celestial beasts. This means that if we search thoroughly among the rabbits at the mountain gate, we are certain to find the immortal lord. Nan Wang nodded gravely, then asked, do you know how many rabbits there are atop Qingyun Mountain? Anuwa replied, I do not know the exact number. I was originally responsible for guarding the sword sect, but I have been separated from my kind for quite some time. I estimate there should be around 1,000 to 2,000. Nan Wang responded, all right. While that is a considerable number, hope still glimmers. Anuwa added, in the sword sect. Nan Wang interjected, wait. Anuwa continued, the main peak has quite a few. Nan Wang interrupted, wait. What sword sect? What main peak? Anuwa, perplexed, explained, the main peak is Qingyun Mountain, is it not? The main peak of the Qingyun Mountain range is indeed Qingyun Mountain. The outer gate and the miscellaneous duties are located at the main peak, making it the area with the highest concentration of celestial beasts, likely exceeding 10,000. The other inner peaks are far fewer, similar to the sword sect, probably having 1,000 to 2,000 each. Nan Wang inhaled sharply. So you mean to say the main peak has 10,000, and the other 5 peaks together have another 10,000? Anuwa replied, that sounds about right. Nan Wang silently looked up at the sky. There was no sky to see, only the roof of the Dragon Spiral Hall. The roof rose upward, with heavy beams crisscrossing like a well, and within the well, cloud patterns concealed a golden dragon, its head lowered to grasp a pearl, exuding an air of majesty. Such a beautiful coffered ceiling, juxtaposed with the surrounding desolation and decay, created an otherworldly sensation, much like the unreal numbers being discussed. Anuwa reassured Nan Wang, do not worry. If we truly begin searching, it should not be difficult. The other rabbits share a common consciousness, and their behavior and mannerisms are quite alike. The immortal lord's rabbit will surely stand out, displaying a far greater agility. Nan Wang pondered for a moment, then pulled out the newly born rabbit he had concealed beneath his collar, playfully teasing it awake. The newborn rabbit, disturbed from its slumber, became quite irate and bit down on Nan Wang's finger in a fit of anger. Though the baby teeth did not hurt, the grip was quite firm, and it refused to let go. Nan Wang tugged at his finger a couple of times, but could not free himself, so he gave up. He looked at Anua and asked, "Now, do you think it appears agile or not?" Anua's expression darkened. "I just died, and you have already found a new rabbit?" Nan Wang, "Pa, what nonsense about death, it's unlucky. Where did you die? Moreover, I'm not looking for a new rabbit. I'm searching for you. When I saw this rabbit, I thought you had been reincarnated. Had it not been from Master's sister insisting that I take it, I would not have considered bringing it out of the reincarnation hall." Reflecting on sorrowful memories, Nan Wang felt a twinge of sadness for a moment, but quickly adjusted her mindset. "It seems it is impossible to find the immortal Lord anytime soon. We can't even guarantee that he hasn't left the sect. With so many people in the Qingyun Sect, how could the sect leader immortal Lord simply let go? Is it possible he merely went out for a trip and will return when he has had enough fun?" And Nuwa shook her head. "I believe he will not return in the near future. He told me he has been trapped for 10,000 years, and during his final moments, he does not wish to be confined in the Panlong Hall any longer." Nan Wang listened, puzzled. He is the founder of the Qingyun Sect. Who would dare imprison him in the Panlong Hall? Besides, he has limbs. Where can't he go? How could he be trapped for 10,000 years? Moreover, has the Qingyun Sect even existed for that long? Anua shrugged. "I do not know. He did not tell me." Nan Wang sighed heavily. "Regardless, since he refuses to return, we must prepare to impersonate the sect leader, Immortal Lord." And Nua nodded gravely. Nan Wang continued. "Thankfully, the Immortal Lord rarely makes an appearance. In short, his public appearances are infrequent, and he hardly interacts with others. With numerous elders in the Qingyun Sect, and each direct disciple being extraordinary, there are plenty of capable individuals to manage affairs, rendering him practically unnecessary. Although his cultivation is unfathomable and his status unparalleled, in the context of the sect's daily operations, he is merely an optional presence." An hour ago, Nan Wang could never have imagined she would be sitting on the steps of the Panlong Hall, critiquing the sect leader, Immortal Lord. In just a short hour, she felt a profound transformation within herself. She was now entirely different from her former self. "By the way, Noah, have you inherited the cultivation of the sect leader, Immortal Lord?" Nan Wang inquired. "I have inherited both the cultivation and the physical form, but due to the lack of divine consciousness, I can only utilize less than 30% of this body's capabilities." And Nual held up 3 fingers and waved them before Nan Wang. His fingers were entwined with peculiar ancient spells, resembling a child who had mischievously spilled ink all over his hands. 30% is sufficient. Self-preservation is all that matters. Nan Wang nodded in satisfaction. "The current situation still favors us. You can send a message down, informing everyone that you'll be entering seclusion for a period of time, with an uncertain return. That will suffice." And Nuan nodded and casually asked, "How do I send a message? And to whom?" Nan Wang paused, incredulous. "You don't know how to send a message? How did you call me here through Big Brother then? The one who summoned you was not me. It was the original sect leader, Immortal Lord." And Nuo replied matter-of-factly. Nan Wang was bewildered. "Why did he summon me?" And Nuo, "He wanted to accept you as a direct disciple, placing you forth into the symbol sect." Nan Wang, "And Nuo, right. I almost forgot to mention, he asked me to give you the token for direct disciples. Here, take it quickly." Chapter 57. Master Rabbit. As Nan Wang stepped out of the Panlong Hall, holding the token of a true disciple, he still felt that there was room for negotiation. Du Shuling, waiting outside the hall, visibly changed her demeanor upon seeing the token in his hand. "Senior sister, there must be some misunderstanding." Nan Wang raised the token, attempting a gesture of surrender. "I believe the master might have made an error. I haven't even entered the inner door. How could I possibly be a true disciple? Moreover, he mentioned that I should join the Fuzone." "What is Fuzone? Does Qingyun Sect even have a Fuzone?" Du Shuling shook her head and sighed. "Since it is the master's intention, no amount of your protest will alter the outcome. This is not your fault. You need not dwell on the sword sex agreement. Everything is predestined. We must both acquiesce to fate and not force matters." Nan Wang felt a pang of despair. He was indeed inclined to contest, yet he found himself bereft of any opportunity to do so. He had not even laid eyes on a master. He had not exchanged a single word with him. With tears welling up, Nan Wang stammered, "As senior sister, the master mentioned he would be in seclusion for an indeterminate period." Ahem. Lying in front of Du Shuling ignited a flush on his face, but thinking of his future with Nua, he gritted his teeth and continued. Is there a possibility that I could conceal the matter of being a true disciple for a time? Perhaps. The master might forget about it after a while. Du Shuling regarded him with a look of disbelief, her tone gentle. Junior brother, all disciple tokens in Qingyun Sect, including those of elders and true disciples, receive directives from master. The matter of your true disciple status will only be communicated to the elders, and once they return to the sect, they will follow the established protocol to hold the ceremony for your acceptance as a true disciple. Nan Wang realized with dismay that the master indeed possessed means of external communication. This meant that there was no room for alteration regarding his status as the fourth true disciple. His connection to the Sword Sect, his senior sister, and the legacy of the Sword Sect's Bawa heart were all slipping away from him. In that moment, Nan Wang's heart crumbled. He struggled to suppress his sorrow and mustered a fragment of his spirit to inquire about how the master typically communicated directives. Senior sister, how does the master usually convey messages to everyone? I'm just curious. Du Shuling, seemingly distracted, replied, You need not concern yourself with these trivial matters. In time, you will understand better than anyone else. She suddenly trailed off, lost in thought, plunging into a long silence. After a moment of waiting, Nan Wang found her silence perplexing and tentatively called out, Senior sister? Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Du Shuling returned to herself, forcing a weak smile. In the Fuzong, there are no elders. The true disciples serve as the administrators. As you have become a true disciple, you are now under the master's tutelage. And since there are no elders above you, he becomes your sole master. You should no longer refer to him as master, but as your teacher. Nan Wang felt a wave of dread wash over him. So, he was to address the soft and gentle Nunua as teacher? What had he done wrong to incur such divine retribution? Du Shuling's expression remained calm as she gently reassured him. Facing so many unexpected events is indeed burdensome for you. Do not worry. The ship will find its way to the shore. Should anything arise, feel free to seek assistance from me and your senior brother. Now, let us return. The day is waning, and I shall escort you home. In a daze. Nan Wang muttered, All right, I will return to gather my thoughts. Oh, I also need to visit second senior brother to return the boundary. Before he could finish, a powerful force lifted him effortlessly into the air, sending him soaring towards Qingyun Mountain. As he floated in the sky for a moment, it dawned on him that something was amiss. Wait, where is senior sister? He turned back, only to be engulfed in swirling mists, the Panlong Hall now lost from view. Nan Wang stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Why did senior sister send him back while she remained? Had she discovered Nuanua's identity? No, that couldn't be. A fleeting panic gripped his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Senior sister surely would have noticed something if she had lingered outside the hall for so long. Her purpose for staying was likely not related to Nuanua. However, if her reason were something else, he had instructed Nuanua to remain silent, regardless of who approached him. The master, in the original text, rarely responded to sect matters. Most of the time, it was the elders who reported to him. Thus, as long as Nua maintained this hands-off approach, suspicions would not arise. Of course, given Nua's current situation, he was unable to respond to anything. He did not even comprehend how to do so. To avert any crises, Nan Wang entered into a contract with Nua. This was not a spirit-beast contract, as such hierarchical agreements were distasteful to Nan Wang. If he encountered trouble, it would unjustly endanger Nua, potentially leading to a devastating loss of power or even death, which was never his intention. Now that Nua possessed the master's cultivation and inhabited a human body, he could naturally utilize human contracts. Nan Wang retrieved the contract jade slip he had received from senior sister, carefully selecting a commonly used heart connection contract between partners. Once established, this contract would allow both parties to sense each other's circumstances, regardless of distance, if one were to suffer significant injury or face grave danger. the other would instantly become aware and pinpoint their approximate location. Additionally, Nan Wang left a message bird for a Nuwa. While the heart connection contract could sense crises, it did not specify the nature of those crises, so using the message bird for communication was indeed necessary. Currently, a Nuwa was not yet adept at issuing commands through his true disciple token, so the only means of contacting him was through the message bird. Among the many message birds in his possession, Nan Wang chose the one gifted to him by senior brother Qingyun Sect. The message bird from senior brother was too domineering. It could seize any message meant for him and was certainly not suitable for a Nuwa. Conversely, the message birds from senior sister, fifth junior sister, and third senior brother were overly nimble, giving Nan Wang the unsettling impression that they could expose secrets at any moment. After much contemplation, he concluded that Qingyun Sect's message bird was the most conventional choice. It was straightforward, honest, and would reliably deliver messages without revealing too much. Even if the bird were intercepted by its original owner, Qingyun Sect would not draw inappropriate conclusions, as he was not a true disciple and lacked knowledge of the sect's secrets. In that moment of selection, Nan Wang silently expressed gratitude to the generous and non-true disciple Qingyun Sect. Oh wait, he was no longer Qingyun Sect's junior. According to Qingyun Sect's rules, Nan Wang had now become Qingyun Sect Senior. Henceforth, when he encountered Qingyun Sect, he would have to address him as junior brother. The mere thought of that scenario sent a shiver down his spine. Instead of returning home, Nan Wang proceeded to the transmission array to head to Phazon. His safe return from a secret realm was almost entirely due to his second senior brother's efforts, and he felt compelled to report his safety and return the boundary to him. Soon, Nan Wang arrived at the star gathering tower of the Lost Sect and presented his identity to the disciple on guard at the entrance. Senior brother, I am, Nan Wang from the outer sect. I am here to seek my second senior brother. May I inquire if he is present? As Nan Wang spoke, he felt the weight of the true disciple token in his arms, heavy enough to stir unease within him. However, the words, I am a newly accepted fourth true disciple of the immortal sovereign, were ones Nan Wang could not bring himself to utter. Just the thought of such an image made him flush with embarrassment. The disciple on guard replied, So you are Nan Wang. Second senior brother is not here. He has entered seclusion. Before he did, he entrusted me with a message for you. There is no need to return what he borrowed from you. Hold on to it until he emerges from his retreat. What? Second senior brother is in seclusion? Why has he entered seclusion? Is he? A weight settled in Nan Wang's heart, and he struggled to voice his questions. The other party could not answer him. Yet Nan Wang had already conjured his own answer. It must be because of him. It must be because second senior brother lent him the barrier and, as a consequence, became injured and secluded. It is quite common for one to enter seclusion for cultivation. You needn't worry, the disciple relayed dutifully. Nan Wang, with a hesitant tone, asked, May I inquire where second senior brother is in seclusion? Is it possible for me to see him? I cannot provide such details. If you wish to find second senior brother, you may inquire with Elder Yin, but he is not in the star gathering tower today, so I cannot relay your message. Upon hearing this, Nan Wang could only express his disappointment. When Elder Yin returns to the star gathering tower, could you kindly convey a message for me? Just tell him I have matters to discuss, and if he is willing to meet, he could send word through someone. I should be at the outer sect for the time being. The disciple on guard agreed to Nan Wang's request. After departing from the Lost Sect, Nan Wang once again traversed the teleportation array back to Qingyun Mountain, trudging heavily toward his residence. Before he could reach his destination, a messenger bird suddenly appeared before him. The bird flapped its wings clumsily, its craftsmanship appearing rather crude. Nan Wang's heart tightened as he quickly reached out to retrieve the note clutched in the bird's beak, then hastily tucked the bird into his embrace and stepped aside into the bushes. He crouched down, unfolding the note as if committing a theft. The contents of a letter were simple, displaying a single line of distorted characters. What should I do? She is kneeling at my door. Nan Wang. The messenger bird belonged to his senior brother Qingyun, and the message was undoubtedly written by Nuwa. Although a Nuwa did not explicitly state who she was, Nan Wang knew it to be Du Shuling. It had been agreed that he and Du Shuling would join the Sword Sect. Yet now the sect leader had initiated such an underhanded maneuver, leaving everyone bewildered. The eldest senior sister spoke of following the will of heaven, but her words were merely superficial. She was not one to genuinely adhere to such notions. So now, what to do? With a sorrowful expression, Nan Wang squatted in the bushes, clutching his head in despair. How could he possibly know what to do? He felt utterly hopeless. Chapter 58, whose dream do not even suggest ways to assist Anno. Nan Wang did not dare to return to the Panlong Hall. If he refrained from going back, Du Shuling would not think too much. However, should he return, he would be betraying both himself and Anno. Helpless, he could only endure this situation, waiting for Du Shuling to abandon her pursuit and leave Panlong Hall. With a heavy heart, Nan Wang lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning. He had thought he would remain awake all night, yet despite his mind racing, his body succumbed to a deep slumber. After spending over half a month in the secret realm, his spirit had been in a state of extreme tension, showing signs of exhaustion. Now that he had returned to Qingyun Sect, although the circumstances remained intricate, the fact that his fifth junior sister and Anno were alive was already the best outcome. Perhaps he was simply too weary. For Nan Wang was acutely aware that he was dreaming, yet he could not awaken. In his dream, he wandered aimlessly down a smooth path, surrounded by blooming flowers and vibrant grass, a scene of tranquility. Strangely, however, everything, the scenery, the passers-by, the birds, and the beasts, lacked color. Shades of black, white, and gray enveloped his vision, saturating his entire world. He walked for what felt like an eternity, oblivious to his destination. At last, he halted, noticing a streak of blood. The crimson hue starkly contrasted against the monochrome world, compelling him to stray from the smooth path. "Do not go," a childish voice echoed in his heart, desperately urging him to stay on course. Ignoring the plea, he strode forward. The idyllic scenery gradually devolved into a wild graveyard, where ominous crows, perched high, awaited new prey with dissonant calls. With a mere glance, the grotesque creatures fled in fright. Even amidst peril, his path remained unimpeded. No one could stop him. No one was worthy of doing so. The blood became increasingly vivid, leading him to a figure before him, a person drenched in blood, kneeling at the edge of a cliff. "Run. Do not approach him. He will bring you harm. He is your only calamity in this world." "No." Nan Wang heard his own voice, resolutely rejecting the earnest counsel. He had to refuse. This was the only element of color within his world. Even if it meant facing calamity, he was determined to uncover the truth. Yet, what escaped his lips in the dream was, "What a joke. Who, in the depths of the earth or the heavens above, dares to be my calamity?" Nan Wang. What a stroke of misfortune to dream of others in such a rare opportunity. Who is this person, speaking so provocatively? Surely, he must have endured countless beatings while out in the world. Nan Wang felt a peculiar itch on his face. Tilting his head to the left, his right cheek tingled. Tilting it to the right, his left cheek itched. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Anno, in humanoid form, using her hair like a small brush to tickle his face. Goodness! Nan Wang was instantly wide awake, tumbling out of bed. "How'd you get out? What about the senior sister? How is she?" "She has returned. Otherwise, how would I dare to come find you?" "On no side." I knelt for an entire night, saying naught. I thought I had been exposed, fearful the entire time. Then, at dawn, she suddenly said something about me watching over you because you're still young. And then she simply got up and left. Nan Wang took a moment to catch his breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It's good that she left. Good that she left. It's fortunate she didn't discover anything. Anno, exasperated, retorted, "What use do I have for you? I was terrified all night. And look at you. You slept like a log, drooling all over your pillow." "Not all. I sleep quite well. I never leave my mouth open." Nan Wang defended himself, though guilt crept in, as it was true he had indeed fallen asleep. "I returned from the secret realm utterly drained. I couldn't help but doze off." Anno, dissatisfied, replied, always making excuses. Nan Wang, surrendering, said, All right, I apologize. It is my fault, Anno. Please forgive me just this once. I shall prepare a meal for you. Whatever you desire, I will cook for you." "How does that sound?" Anno responded, "Now that sounds reasonable. I want rabbit. Hurry and prepare it for me." Nan Wang. "Cooking rabbit at Qingyun Sect? Surely, he must have a death wish." seeking to hasten his demise and transition to the next life. Seeing Nan Wang's troubled expression, Ano became indignant. What is the matter? Didn't you promise to make me anything? Nan Wang sighed. Let us save the rabbit for next time. When we venture outside the sect, we can eat however we please. Since we are within the sect now, let us stick to safer options. Besides, with my 5th junior sister back, I can ask her to prepare my pancake griddle. How about we make pancakes instead? Ano queried, "What are pancakes? Are they delicious?" Nan Wang replied, "Absolutely. Before I entered Qingyun Sect, when I was still in the mortal realm, my favorite food was pancakes." Ano, oblivious to the flaw in Nan Wang's statement, merely nodded. You entered Qingyun Sect at such a young age, and so much time has passed. The fact that you still remember your childhood favorites indicates that pancakes must be truly exceptional. Nan Wang. Ano exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us go find my 5th junior sister." Wait. You cannot go like that." Nan Wang frowned. "How am I supposed to introduce you to my 5th junior sister? Should I say you are my friend from the mortal realm? You hardly resemble a mortal. Moreover, is it truly safe for you to be wandering away from Panlong Hall? What if an elder or a true disciple comes looking for you?" Ano responded, "No problem at all. I researched it yesterday. Panlong Hall has a formation. If someone seeks me out, it will trigger the formation, so I will never let it activate, effectively refusing visitors." Nan Wang exclaimed, "Incredible. You figure all this out? You are quite capable." Ano sighed, "I was compelled to. Du Shuling's presence is too intimidating. If it were you, you would have figured it out as well." Nan Wang. Though he had not experienced it firsthand, he understood Ano's feelings all too well. After all, it was Du Shuling. Who could stand unaffected by her? Fortunately, after inheriting the cultivation of the immortal lord, Ano indeed possessed boundless potential, able to be pushed to her limits. Ano declared, "Now we can go, right? Let us hurry and find my 5th junior sister." Nan Wang interjected, "Hold on. You definitely cannot go like this. You look nothing like a human." Ano retorted, "How do I not look like a human? I have 2 eyes and a nose. Don't I?" Nan Wang. While her white hair and red eyes could be tenuously explained as albinism, what are the dark, ancient curses that danced across her skin? Nan Wang's gaze shifted from Anua's beautiful face to her delicate, snow-white wrist, then circled the braided red string he had gifted her. This simply won't do. There is no room for explanation. By the way, isn't this string a bit too loose? It's practically falling off your wrist. Let me tighten it for you. Anua swiftly covered the red string on her wrist, her expression seething with anger. "What do you mean I can't? Clarify yourself." Nan Wang sighed in resignation. All right. You're perfect as always. Can you transform now? If you turn back into a rabbit, we can go find 5th junior sister together." Fine. I'll give it a try." Anua shut her eyes and formed a gesture. Moments later, her form vanished, leaving behind a plump little rabbit. Is this satisfactory now? Nan Wang observed the plump rabbit, its body ensnared by what appeared to be chains of dark ancient spells, and fell into silence. Hurry up. No, wait a moment. Nan Wang sighed, rummaging through his storage pouch until he produced a smooth mirror. He set the mirror upon the table and lifted Anua before it. "Take a look at yourself. How can you possibly go out like this?" Anua examined her reflection, twisting her waist, tilting her head, and raising her paws, perplexed as she inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue? I look just like before, don't I? What are you talking about? You are nothing like before." Nan Wang's words trailed off as his gaze fell upon the mirror. In the reflection, the soft, plump rabbit was lifted by Nan Wang, its excess flesh spilling through his fingers, and its snow-white fur appeared devoid of any blemish, reminiscent of an endless expanse of snow. Nan Wang's mind momentarily froze as he glanced down at Anua. The dark, ancient spells were distinctly visible upon her fur, enveloping her in layers. However, when he looked back at the mirror, the Anua reflected there was pristine, without a trace of darkness. Nan Wang silently stepped back, widening his field of vision. A miraculous revelation unfolded before him. The Anua he glimpsed in his peripheral vision contrasted starkly with the image mirrored before him. Nan Wang thought to question Anua about the reason behind her transformation, but now it was clear, no need for inquiries. The issue lay within himself. His eyesight had been unusually impaired right after exiting the secret realm, Yet that condition did not persist for long, quickly returning to normal, which led him not to ponder it further. Reflecting now, he realized he had been careless. What are you looking at? Nan Wang replied solemnly. I may have a slight issue with my vision. What I see differs from reality. And Nuo inquired. Is that possible? What do you see? Nan Wang shook his head. Well, nothing particularly alarming. I suspect my retina might be injured, perhaps from the secret realm. It seems I need to consult Elder Chong. Elder Chong, originally a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, now served as an outer gate elder. While his proficiency in alchemy was average, he excelled at diagnosing ailments, and outer gate disciples typically sought his expertise when physical issues arose. Chapter 59. The promised pancakes must not be missing. Nan Wang sought out Elder Chong and briefly described his symptoms. In response, the elder promptly provided him with a prescription for a tonic pill, inscribing the words 9 turns soul returning pill on the back of the note. Whatever the issue may be, a single 9 turns soul returning pill would suffice to remedy it, Elder Chong declared. He was responsible solely for prescribing, not for concocting the elixirs. It was up to the disciples to procure the pills themselves. Typically, he would not divulge the existence of a 9 turns soul returning pill to ordinary disciples. But the situation was different with Nan Wang. In the Qingyun Sect, who did not know of his close ties with Chu Songping. With such connections, coming to him for treatment was indeed. Young people can be rather greedy. Under Elder Chang's teasing, Nan Wang conceded. He realized that, with his second senior brother's support, he should not seek further medical assistance elsewhere. Primarily, he did not believe that his minor ailment warranted troubling his second senior brother. The 9 turns soul returning pill was a life-saving elixir. Using it for his currently unclear eye condition seemed not only excessive, but also potentially wasteful if it proved to be ineffective. After consuming some ordinary pills and resting for a while, Nan Wang's condition showed no improvement. His vision appeared normal when he observed others. Yet it faltered when it came to Nuo. This did not seem to be a mere issue with his eyesight, but rather akin to a psychological dilemma. Were it not for the absence of psychologists in the realm of cultivation, he might have considered seeking one out. Unable to discern the cause of his predicament, Nan Wang temporarily set the matter aside, sending a spirit bird to his 5th junior sister while cradling Nuo in his arms. As he boarded a celestial crane headed for the Sword Sect, his 5th junior sister was recuperating at Du Shuling's residence, and visiting her would also allow him a chance to see the eldest senior sister, truly a twofold benefit. Upon arrival, he found his 5th junior sister waiting at the entrance. Brother, you're here, Ling Ji exclaimed, her short legs scampering towards Nan Wang. He dismounted from the celestial crane, his face alight with joy. Seeing his 5th junior sister never failed to uplift his spirits, now more than ever. I'm here. Where's the eldest sister? He inquired. She isn't here. She went out. Are you looking for her for something important? Ling Ji replied. And no, nothing of great consequence. Nan Wang felt a flicker of guilt, but quickly regained his composure. The eldest sister was undoubtedly busy and had likely forgotten about his matter by now. By the way, how have you been, 5th junior sister? Didn't you mention something about your spirit being unstable? I'm doing well. The 7 apertures Linglong heart has returned, and my spirit is no longer an issue. Ling Ji beamed for a moment before genuinely expressing her gratitude. I must thank you for braving danger to rescue me. The 7 apertures Linglong heart was also won back by your prowess, brother. You are truly wonderful. You flatter me, 5th junior sister. My cultivation is modest. How could I possibly be considered formidable? Nan Wang replied, his expression awkward. The scene was quite chaotic at the time. The 7 apertures Linglong heart seemed intent on fleeing. But there were monsters outside. The people had already exited the secret realm, yet the memory of that monster still haunted Nan Wang. In the original narrative, the highest combat power within the immortal fox secret realm comprised those fox spirits that could resurrect even after decapitation, and not a single word was mentioned regarding the monsters. He remained oblivious to the origins or intentions of that creature, whether friend or foe. All he knew was that the monster bore a terrifying visage with an indeterminate identity and an unfathomable cultivation level. It effortlessly took in Nuo's life and single-handedly obliterated the secret realm, leaving even Du Shuling powerless. It was utterly horrifying, profoundly unsettling. They had narrowly escaped this time. When they encountered that monster again, he had no idea how to respond, especially now that the elders were absent and the sect leader had encountered troubles. What if that monster came for the Qingyun Sect? A cloud of despair loomed over Nan Wang's heart, yet he endeavored to muster a smile before his fifth junior sister, saying, "I happened to be standing at the entrance, and I managed to intercept the 7 apertures Linglong heart. It was merely a stroke of luck." In truth, Nan Wang could not articulate precisely what he had done at that moment. However, had he not intercepted the 7 apertures Linglong heart, what else could have transpired? Surely, it would not have simply leaped into his embrace. Lingji shook her head vigorously, declaring, "In any case, brother, your contribution will be etched in my heart. Whenever you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost." Nan Wang smiled. "No need to wait for the future. I have a request now. Fifth junior sister, do you remember the blueprints I shared with you?" "Of course I remember. However, the blueprints you provided are still at the artifact sect. I need to return there before I can begin crafting," Lingji replied. Nan Wang, oblivious to any underlying issues, responded kindly, "All right then, let's return. It would also be a good opportunity to reassure our senior brothers and sisters." With a mischievous grin, Lingji said, "The brothers and sisters at the artifact sect believe I'm dead. If I return like this, pretending to be a vengeful spirit, I might just scare a few of them to death. Haha. What? Wait." Nan Wang realized, "You mustn't do that. You should stay put at the sword sect for now. Let's wait until the eldest sister officially announces your return." Ling Ji pouted, her expression somewhat displeased. Yet she did not persist with her plan of masquerading as a vengeful spirit. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Nan Wang said, "I can redraw the blueprints. They're all simple tools. But fifth junior sister, are you truly in a state to craft? Please don't push yourself. If anything goes awry, the eldest sister would surely scold me. Rest assured, brother, I am perfectly fine." To prove the veracity of her words, Ling Ji tugged at Nan Wang's sleeve, leading him indoors. "Brother, you should come in and draw the blueprints now. I will craft something for you to demonstrate my recovery." Nan Wang. This was Nan Wang's first time witnessing the crafting process firsthand. Ling Ji sat cross-legged in the courtyard, eyes closed as she manipulated the exotic fire for heating, while controlling a towering 2-meter spherical artifact furnace with her spiritual energy. The materials within churned, producing a cacophony akin to a steam engine. The sword sect, perpetually cloaked in wind and snow, saw Du Shuling's residence similarly blanketed in white. Yet, as the furnace heated, the cold winds were dispelled by the rising warmth, melting the snow and causing rivulets of water to flow across the scorched earth, reaching Nan Wang's feet and dampening his shoes. The spectacle of crafting was far grander than alchemy, and its impact on the surrounding environment was nothing short of dramatic. As a mere observer, Nan Wang felt beads of sweat form on his brow. As an esteemed craft of the immortal realm, the art of crafting demanded as much precision as alchemy. Each master craftsman possessed a unique, closely guarded technique that could only be imparted to disciples after they had undergone extensive rituals of respect and initiation. Even apprentices who had just begun their journey in crafting would seldom reveal their processes to outsiders. Aside from the secretive nature of crafting techniques, most craftsmen harbored another concern. The outcome of crafting could yield either success or failure, and if the result were favorable, all would be well. However, in the unfortunate event of failure, allowing others to witness such a setback was not favorable for any cultivator. Should it disturb their resolve or give rise to inner demons, the consequences will be dire indeed. At this very moment, Lingji graciously allowed her esteemed senior brother to observe her process of refining tools, her movements fluid and graceful, her countenance brimming with confidence. This demeanor, this spirit, inevitably reminded Nan Wang of the second senior brother, who had recently concocted an elixir in front of the crowd. The emergence of a young, high-ranking alchemist like Chu Songping from Qingyun Sect was already a remarkable feat, if a young master toolsmith were to materialize as well. While lost in such musings, Nan Wang was suddenly startled by the sound of the furnace releasing air. The spherical furnace slowly opened at the top, splitting into 9 petals, revealing a blazing, fiery metallic lotus. Lingji rose, and with a flourish of her hand, the tool at the heart of the lotus soared toward her. Her petite hands danced gracefully, maneuvering the square object in intricate circles. After ensuring that every aspect was flawless, she retracted her hand and, channeling her spiritual energy, presented the crafted tool before Nan Wang. "It is complete. Please have a look, senior brother." "Fifth junior sister, you are simply marvelous," Nan Wang exclaimed, captivated by the newly forged griddle and a pair of spatulas. Suddenly, a weight settled on his shoulder as Anua appeared, equally enamored with the griddle. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. How wonderful. Are we having pancakes today? Oh dear senior brother, this is..." Lingji approached Nan Wang, glancing at Anua on his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Is that the esteemed master?" "Certainly not." The thought sent a shiver down Nan Wang's spine, for he was already burdened by guilt. Not only was he frightened, but Anua also trembled, swiftly retreating into Nan Wang's embrace, ears folded back, peeking out cautiously at Lingji, clearing his throat twice. Nan Wang half-heartedly explained, "This is a newly born rabbit from the rebirth hall, devoid of its former memories. The eldest senior sister, feeling sympathetic toward me, entrusted me with its care. I named it Anua as a sort of commemoration." This explanation was devised by Nan Wang after much contemplation, adeptly satisfying the suspicions of both the eldest senior sister and senior brother while concealing Anua's true identity as the master. In truth, the newborn rabbit had long been returned to its kin. Out of guilt, he had refrained from placing it in the sword sect, tool sect, or array sect, opting instead to release it into the alchemy sect, where there were no true disciples, as the second senior brother was typically engaged in the law sect. "Is that so?" Lingji extended her finger to playfully tease Anua, who nuzzled against her fingertip, presenting an endearingly obedient demeanor. Unbeknownst to Lingji, Nan Wang had been discreetly observing her reactions. This was the first time he had introduced Anua to others since its reincarnation as the master. Through Lingji's response, Nan Wang could ascertain that in her eyes, Anua was merely an ordinary little white rabbit, devoid of any distinctive markings. Thus, he could definitively conclude that the one wrong was he, not Anua. Sighing, Lingji rallied her spirits to comfort Nan Wang. "Senior brother, do not be too disheartened. All celestial beasts appear quite alike, as they are all manifestations of the master. Each one is nearly identical. Next time you raise a celestial beast, consider keeping several. Alternating their care would not only provide variety, but also mitigate risks. What a splendid idea." Chapter 60. The senior sister's fated sword. Now that the pancake griddle has been successfully crafted, it must not remain idle. Seizing the moment, Nan Wang hurriedly retrieved the barbecue grill he had used earlier, placing the pancake griddle atop it. With practiced ease, he took out a flint and struck a spark. Before commencing the cooking, Nan Wang first reached out to gauge the temperature across the flat surface. "Excellent. The heat is distributed remarkably well. Truly perfect, fifth junior sister. Of course, one should not forget who I am." With her senior brother's approval, Lingji's voice grew considerably louder. Nan Wang then extracted batter, various vegetables, eggs, seasonings, and his homemade sausage from his storage pouch. After swiftly preparing the ingredients, he spread the batter evenly on the griddle. Once the bottom formed a golden crust, he flipped it over and added the fillings. While the pancakes were cooking, Nan Wang and Lingji began discussing the matter of the secret realm. "Speaking of which, fifth junior sister, how did you end up failing in that secret realm?" "Ah, senior brother, you have no idea. I was truly infuriated." The moment the topic of her failure arose, Lingji's frustration bubbled to the surface. On the 5th level of the immortal Fox Terrace, there exists a sacred pool filled with legendary fruits that bloom once in a millennium and bear fruit once in 10,000 years. At the time, I found it quite peculiar. How could fruits that take a millennium to bear also fill a pool? Such an abnormal treasure warranted caution, yet they refused to heed my warnings. 2 disciples from the Qingyun Sect insisted on investigating, so I had no choice but to accompany them. And what happened? One by one, they fell for the tricks of the fox spirit. Those sacred fruits were actually heart-eating fiends with fangs, and the sacred pool was a massive, soul-bewildering trap. Once inside, one could not escape. Nan Wang inquired with curiosity, but you possess a 7-aperture Linglong heart. Logically, you shouldn't have been easily deceived. Indeed, I was not deceived. However, beneath the sacred pool lies a soul-locking array that traps one while killing another. Once it acquires sufficient soul energy, the array's power surges, revealing its true form and easily ensnaring all who step into it. Nan Wang's sharp intuition sensed something amiss. How could you have entered afterward? Weren't you with them? Ling Ji suddenly fell silent. Nan Wang quickly understood. You wanted to save them. Ling Ji's face flushed crimson as she stammered. I thought there would be no problem, but who would have known that the array was so cunning? They say that the northern region's secret realms are abundant in formations, and now I've seen it for myself, truly worthy of its reputation. As Nan Wang spread sauce and sweet paste on the pancake, he calmly remarked, the Qingyun Sect rule number 42 states that those who enter a secret realm must fend for themselves, without concern for others. Ling Ji retorted, Senior brother, you are becoming more and more like senior sister, preaching lofty principles. Nan Wang replied with a sense of pride. It is said that one who associates closely with vermilion becomes red, and one who is near ink becomes black. Naturally, I have absorbed some of her demeanor. Just as the pancake was finished, Nan Wang wrapped it in oil paper and handed it to Ling Ji. She gleefully accepted it, not forgetting to tease, humph. You're criticizing me, yet you came to save me. Such rules are merely meant to be broken. Nan Wang couldn't help but smile at her words. Who could argue with that? After brushing away the crumbs, he spread more batter and continued to inquire. So you didn't encounter that monster, did you? Ling Ji, about to take a bite of the pancake, paused and reconsidered her answer when the monster appeared. I was in senior sister's bottle and didn't get a good look at it. But I can confirm we didn't encounter any monsters that time. Nan Wang nodded with concern. If the monster were a beast from the secret realm, it wouldn't be too alarming, as the immortal fox secret realm has been concluded, and such beast would vanish with it. The original text never mentioned the same beast appearing repeatedly across different secret realms, so it is unlikely to happen in reality. However, based on Fifth Junior Sister's account, it seems that the monster may not be a beast from the secret realm, but rather something that entered from the outside. A contractual spirit beast of some strategist, or perhaps a strategist themselves. Regardless, the emergence of such a formidable creature in the cultivation world is certainly not encouraging news. Anua poked her head out from Nan Wang's embrace, gazing eagerly at the new pancake. Gigi, add more scallions and cilantro, I love it. The pancake is truly delicious, as expected of my senior brother. By the way, do you know that senior sister's sword is broken again? Ling Ji was vigorously munching on the pancake, her cheeks stuffed to the brim, forcing her words through her clenched teeth. Nan Wang casually replied, Yes, I know. It was broken by a monster in the secret realm. Why do you say again? Does senior sister frequently break her sword? Frequently. It has happened several times. Ling Ji continued to devour the pancake, mumbling indistinctly. The Lioli sword intent is too much for an ordinary sword to withstand. Naturally, it will break after a few uses. Moreover, spiritual swords of celestial quality are often proud and can only be wielded by their fated owner. Nan Wang remarked, So, without her fated sword, senior sister cannot fully unleash the power of the Lioli sword intent? Ling Ji confirmed, Certainly. The Ili Fu Ren is merely a superior spiritual sword, at most. It allows senior sister to exert perhaps 1 or 2/10 of her strength. Upon hearing this, Nan Wang paused momentarily, his spatula halting in midair. He had been anxious about the unknown monster, yet now he suddenly felt he might have been overly concerned. The solution to the crisis is quite simple. All that is required is to forge a fated sword for senior sister, allowing her to unleash her full potential. The gloom that had lingered in his mind for days was instantly dispelled, and Nan Wang felt invigorated. Considering the time, the elders should be returning soon. Senior sister's fated sword should be ready shortly. The entire sect was aware of Du Shuling's abandonment of her original fated spiritual sword after Du Shuangyan's departure. Like everyone else in the sect, Nan Wang believed that Du Shuling's next fated sword would be crafted by the elder of the artifact sect. Although Du Shuling's previous fated sword was forged by Du Shuangyan, the bloodline connection in the cultivation world holds another meaning. Sisters united can achieve great strength. The spiritual sword crafted by Du Shuangyan, upon reaching Du Shuling, might unleash powers beyond its own. Moreover, Du Shuling highly values kinship. It is entirely plausible for her to make Du Shuangyan's Liuli sword her fated sword. Now that the Liuli sword has been discarded and Du Shuangyan has left the Qingyun Sect, the only one capable of forging Du Shuling's fated sword within the entire sect is none other than the elder of the artifact sect. But it's not necessary for the elder. I can forge a fated sword for senior sister too. Ling Ji spoke in an extraordinarily calm tone, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather today. Sitting atop a rockery in the courtyard, her short legs swung back and forth, the tinkling bell of the Qianhua Ling hanging from her head. Her demeanor relaxed as she lazily munched on pancakes. Halfway through, she casually mentioned this, almost as if jesting. Had any other members of the Qingyun Sect been present, they would likely have chastised fifth junior sister for joking. But here was Nan Wang. How splendid that would be. The sword intent of the elder sister is indeed unparalleled under heaven. If only we could utilize the sword forged by the fifth junior sister, how formidable it would be. Goodness, I can scarcely imagine. South Forgetfulness's face was alight with anticipation, and his hands, which had been preparing pancakes, came to a halt. The edges of the slightly burnt pancake were emitting a rich aroma of grains. Anno, in a fit of anxiety, was chattering incessantly, bouncing around in South Forgetfulness's arms, attempting to reclaim his attention. It's just a little burnt. It's nothing. You should try it first. If it's not to your liking, I'll make you a new one. He reassured the rabbit for a moment before turning to Lingji. Fifth junior sister, you must diligently forge the sword. The celestial sect's arena is approaching, and with your spiritual sword assisting, the elder sister will surely conquer all and claim the title of the sect leader. His brows arched, and his eyes sparkled with genuine trust, devoid of any flattery or insincerity. His gaze was imbued with sincerity and unwavering determination, instilling a deep-seated courage in the one being watched, a desire not to disappoint him. Lingji set down the half-eaten pancake and spoke earnestly. Senior brother, do you truly believe I can forge the elder sister's destined sword? Pancake crumbs speckled her face, and her eyes shimmered like stars in the night sky. Of course, you certainly can. Who are you? You are destined to be the foremost master of artifacts in the world. South Forgetfulness emphatically jabbed the spatula into the pancake, the steel clanging with a resonant sound, as if providing a rhythmic accompaniment to his proclamation. In the original tale, Lingji indeed became the foremost master of artifacts. Even the female lead who ultimately united with the male lead sought her expertise in crafting. As for whether the Lingji of the original narrative is the same as the Lingji of this moment, for South Forgetfulness, that was no longer of consequence. The instant he suppressed his inner fears and entered the celestial fox secret realm, when he reunited with his senior brothers and sisters and beheld the blazing soul lamp. He had already resolved in his heart that this was Lingji, the one and only fifth junior sister of the Qingyun Sect. Lingji beamed with delight. Senior brother, you truly have an eye for talent. I am determined to forge the elder sister's destined sword. Your willingness to lend a hand in the forging will surely delight the elder sister. By the way, she managed to acquire quite a few valuable items in the celestial fox secret realm. You might want to take a look. Perhaps you can find materials suitable for the destined sword. South Forgetfulness continued to offer heartfelt suggestions, seemingly convinced that Lingji's success in crafting the sword for Du Shuling was a foregone conclusion. Lingji's eyes sparkled with joy. Understood. You needn't worry, senior brother. I will not lack for materials. When the day comes for me to forge the sword, the entire sect will gather to witness. The elders will open the treasury of the artifact sect, allowing me to select the finest treasures, and I will use the best materials from the sect to create an unparalleled sword for the elder sister. Such a grand occasion? Indeed, it is only fitting, as it is for the elder sister. South Forgetfulness, oblivious to the underlying implications of Lingji's words, replied naively. Lingji simply responded with a sweet smile, offering no further explanation. Chapter 61. Praise for the tsundere. During this period, Nan Wang visited the sword sect almost daily to see his fifth junior sister. Lingji was also delighted to have Nan Wang visit her, preparing delicious meals in return for which she crafted all the tools Nan Wang needed. In fact, she produced more than one set. Nan Wang kept one set in his storage bag and another fixed in his residence, sparing himself the hassle of moving them back and forth. Du Shuling rarely returned to the residence, and despite Nan Wang's frequent visits, he had yet to encounter her even once. Being the sect's eldest disciple, she was busy with sect affairs in addition to her cultivation, leaving her with a multitude of responsibilities. To see her, one had to resort to using a message bird. Nan Wang did not dare to disturb the senior sister and instead sought information about the sect leader, the Celestial Venerable, through his fifth junior sister. The Celestial Venerable, as described by Ling Ji, resembled what Nan Wang had read in the original text, rarely intervening in sect matters and, aside from issues concerning true disciples, never meddling in the elders' decisions. This revelation brought a significant sigh of relief to Nan Wang. Remaining secluded was preferable to being in the limelight, and Nual would likely remain undisclosed for a while. After leaving the Sword Sect, Nan Wang would wander around the Law Sect to check if his second senior brother had emerged from his retreat. Unfortunately, cultivators often spend extensive periods in seclusion, especially prodigies like Chu Songping, who, when they did emerge, made significant impacts. It was rare for them to appear without substantial reason. Not only could he not see Chu Songping, but Yin Huai was also mysteriously absent. Each visit left Nan Wang empty-handed. Had it not been for a disciple on duty informing him that Elder Yin had urgent matters to attend to outside the sect, he might have suspected that he had inadvertently caused his second senior brother to be ostracized by the Law Sect. Another fruitless day concluded as Nan Wang returned from the Law Sect, sighing as he ascended the dragon climbing steps towards his small abode. However, this time, someone awaited him at his door. Upon spotting Nan Wang, Luo Shuyo and Yuan he called out to him from distance. Nan Wang stood frozen for a moment, then slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget you? My memory truly fails me. I apologize sincerely." Nan Wang recalled how he had once unleashed his fury upon his companions, who had only come to advise him with good intentions. He had ignored their counsel and told them to leave, which was utterly uncalled for. Moreover, his prolonged and inexplicable disappearance meant he ought to have reassured his friends upon his return. Yet, so many events had transpired during this time. His second senior brother's injuries and seclusion, and Nua's miraculous revival, the Celestial Venerable's disappearance, and the inexplicable title of the fourth senior brother of the Qingyun Sect. In the chaos, he had unwittingly forgotten about his two companions. Nan Wang leaped up the steps, embraced his friends, and ushered them inside. Come, let's talk inside. This time has indeed been a close call." Luo Shuyo remarked. "You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. You were in such dire straits that you frightened both me and Yuan Ge." Yuan he nodded, adding, "Brother Nan, fortune favors the worthy. It seems we were unnecessarily worried." Nan Wang suddenly remembered that they were still unaware of the return of his fifth junior sister. For some reason, Ling Ji's return to the sect had been concealed by Du Shuling. Nan Wang was uncertain of Du Shuling's intentions, but he would not challenge the elder sister's orders over such trivial matters. If it was to be kept secret, so be it. The important thing was that she had returned. "Indeed, I merely took a journey to the mortal realm. After this adventure, I feel my horizons have broadened," he fabricated smoothly, leading the two into the house. The handmade playing cards he had painstakingly created lay on the table, gathering dust due to their prolonged absence from gatherings. Elated, Nan Wang picked up the card box and, with a familiar motion, began shuffling the cards. Come, we must play through the night. You are not allowed to leave until dawn." Luo Shuyo and Yuan he marveled at Nan Wang's demeanor. They were aware he had departed from the Qingyun Sect and had recently returned. Presuming Nan Wang was still troubled by matters regarding his fifth junior sister, they hesitated to approach him, even preparing themselves for another dismissal. They were taken aback by the swift change in his attitude. Time spent with companions always flew by quickly. After a period of light-hearted discussions, Nan Wang learned that his second senior brother had emerged from seclusion. News of the second senior brother spread swiftly within the Qingyun Sect. As soon as he appeared at the Star Gathering Pavilion, Nan Wang heard about it from Luo Shuyo. The The most popular true disciple of the Qingyun Sect was indeed deserving of his reputation. Luo Shuyo and his companions were unaware of the reasons behind Chu Songping's retreat. Yet this did not hinder them from gossiping about him. Ironically, the only one to know was Nan Wang, who dared not share the details with his friends. He had already committed a grave error by defying sect orders to enter the secret realm, which had resulted in his second senior brother's injuries. The potential consequences of this information leaking were too dreadful to contemplate. Nan Wang bottled up his thoughts, listening each day as Luo Shuyo and the others recounted rumors circulating in the sect, nodding along to their tales. The disciples of Qingyun Sect were oblivious to the fact that Chu Songping had lent his limit to Nan Wang, aiding him in rescuing his fifth junior sister. Hence the rumors surrounding Chu Songping's retreat were wildly varied and sensationalized. Speculations ranged from his second senior brother observing celestial phenomena that led to his retreat, to him striving for the nascent soul stage, and even tales of him quarreling with Elder Yin, who sought reconciliation while being ignored. Within a few days, Nan Wang had heard an array of absurd rumors that only grew more ludicrous, leaving him exasperated. When the rumors finally began to settle, Nan Wang chose a sunny day to visit the lost sect. He intended to take this opportunity to express his gratitude and apologize to his second senior brother, returning the gifts presented by other sect friends during the ceremony celebrating Chu Songping's achievement. He had long overdue returned these gifts, but in the chaos surrounding his fifth junior sister's demise, he had completely forgotten. However, things took a turn. He returned the limit, yet the gifts were cast aside. Chu Songping dismissed them with a remark about the lost sect not needing such rubbish, and Nan Wang found himself unceremoniously ejected alongside the discarded items. All the flattery he had prepared went unsaid as he found himself outside the star-gathering pavilion. Under the curious gaze of the lost sect disciples, Nan Wang silently gathered the invaluable rubbish that Chu Songping had deemed unworthy and boarded a celestial crane, dejectedly making his way back to the sword sect. It was a shame. Most of the items were alchemical materials, and only a few could be utilized for crafting. Though Ling Ji expressed her regret, she still managed to select a considerable number of usable materials to add to her collection. After all, these were gifts honoring the Dan immortal from the outer sect celestial friends, each one of significant value. While Chu Songping might have dismissed them, Ling Ji certainly did not. Chu Songping was adept at alchemy, hence most of the gifts he received consisted of materials essential for potion crafting, with a few being versatile enough for both alchemy and artifact forging. Nan Wang, as an ordinary cultivator lacking the skills for either practice, found these items of little use to himself. However, he felt a sense of relief and comfort knowing that the materials had found their way into the hands of someone capable of utilizing them. The spirit branch that accepted the materials was immensely grateful. Rest assured, senior brother, I won't take your possessions for granted. I'm already planning to forge a set of defensive artifacts for you. Once I finish crafting the life sword for senior sister, I will. Suddenly, she paused as she stumbled upon a vial that appeared to contain a potion. With a puzzled frown, she shook her head in disbelief. Impossible, it cannot be. There should not be any elixirs among the gifts. This is a tribute meant for Chu Songping. Presenting him with an elixir? That would be an insult. Upon opening the vial and pouring a single pill in her palm, she quickly recognized it. It's the 9 transmutation resurrection pill. I understand now, senior brother. This must be from second senior brother. He was too shy to present it to you directly, so he concealed it among the gifts. You must keep this safe, for it is of great value, and you absolutely must not lose it. Nan Wang was taken aback. Praise the proud. Following the return of second senior brother from seclusion, the weight on Nan Wang's mind lifted. With the spirit buoyed by joyous tidings, his luck at cards improved significantly, resulting in several consecutive wins and a considerable accumulation of spirit stones from his friends. Perhaps the heavens, unwilling to see Nan Wang revel in happiness alone, decided to balance the scales by allowing a monumental announcement to sweep through the Qingyun Sect. The elders had returned. After an extended expedition, the elders of Qingyun Sect had finally united to bring an end to the second collapse of the Yufu secret realm. The second elder of the sword sect achieved a breakthrough, reaching the infant transformation stage, thus becoming the second elder in the sect to attain such a level. Other elders also reaped substantial rewards, with the Formation Sect elder reaching half-step infant transformation and the Artifact Sect elder successfully advancing to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. However, the elder of the Alchemy Sect faced unfortunate injuries during the expedition. Although his cultivation level remained intact, his condition appeared precarious, prompting him to seek medicine from Chu Songping upon his return. Such is the nature of secret realms. Gains are accompanied by risks. Some attain enlightenment, while others meet misfortune. Each individual's experience within the realm varies significantly, with outcomes influenced by both strength and fortune. It is indeed a peculiar tale that a distinguished elder of the Alchemy Sect would require medicinal aid from a disciple of the Law Sect, a phenomenon unique to the Qingyun Sect. The long-quiet Qingyun Sect erupted with excitement upon the elder's return. In just a few days, countless rumors circulated within the sect, some true, some false, some favorable, others not, while disciples eagerly exchanged gossip and indulged in delightful banter. When it was time for Nan Wang to engage in discourse, Luo Shuyo arrived, brimming with fresh gossip. This time, however, the gossip bore a distinctly serious tone, as Luo Shuyo's face was etched with concern, his voice trembling. Major news. Noticing that Luo Shuyo was sweating profusely, Nan Wang hastily poured him a glass of chilled fruit tea, urging him to take a few sips before continuing. Luo Shuyo, in a fit of excitement, pushed the fruit tea aside and exclaimed, "Ever since 5th Junior Sisters incident, rumors have circulated within the Artifact Sect that Yu Hui will succeed her as the next true disciple." Chapter 62, The Intersect Disciples Conference. Cough, cough, cough. As Luo Shuyo patted Nan Wang's back to ease his breath, he spoke, "I know you're quite excited, but please hold your enthusiasm and let me explain slowly." Nan Wang, to be honest, he still felt detached from the reality of becoming a true disciple. Ever since he left the Panlong Hall, he had not mentioned his new status to anyone except Du Shuling. He had kept this secret from Lingji, his second senior brother, and his 2 close friends, who often engaged in games and discussions with him. Deep down, he understood that his silence was akin to burying his head in the sand. Yet he could think of no other way to cope. Ever since that day, every time he encountered anything related to the number 4, his heart would race. Now, upon hearing the phrase 4th true disciple directly from Luo Shuyo, not only was he startled, but he also sensed a faint warmth emanating from his storage bag. After all, the token of the 4th true disciple lay within it. Luo Shuyo remained oblivious to Nan Wang's distress and continued to chatter about the significant gossip circulating throughout the sect over the past few days. The inner elders, being of elevated status and having lived for centuries, exuded an air of maturity and authority, rarely showing anger, yet commanding respect. Their gossip was not easily shared. Among the disciples of Qingyun Sect, true disciples were the stars of gossip, and matters concerning them were of utmost interest. Now, with a new true disciple on the horizon, every gossip-loving disciple was invigorated, eager to uncover related information. After some inquiries, it seemed everyone had come to a consensus that Yu Hui from the Qi sect was almost certainly the 4th true disciple. With each word from Luo Shuyo, Nan Wang's emotions grew increasingly complex, and he felt as though he were seated on needles. He pinched his philtrum to maintain focus and inquired once more, "What exactly is the background of this Yu Hui? We are all from the same sect, yet I have never heard his name before." Seeing Nan Wang's genuine curiosity, Luo Shuyo began to elaborate. Senior brother Yu Hui is the eldest son of an elder from the Qi sect. The elder originally had 2 children, but the younger one tragically perished in a secret realm, leaving only Yu Hui as the sole heir. He has made remarkable progress, breaking through to foundational cultivation at a young age and displaying exceptional talent in weapon refinement. There were rumors that had it not been for the emergence of 5th Junior Sister, who was chosen as a true disciple, it would have been Yu Hui instead. However, Luo Shuyo's introduction only darkened Nan Wang's expression further, making him look as though he had bitten into something foul. To be fair, if someone were to replace him as the 4th true disciple, Nan Wang would have been quite pleased. Yet, as the son of the Qi sect's elder, Yu Hui was no ordinary rival. He was a quintessential antagonist. The original text had not mentioned Yuhui, but it had referred to the elder's son. The elder had sought to promote his son by suppressing fifth junior sister Lingji in the Qi sect. To have such a character, one who did not even merit a name in the original narrative, become a true disciple, Nan Wang could only manage a bitter smile, his heart filled with despair. Half a month later, the elders announced the convening of the Inner Sect Disciples Conference. In addition to the inner elders, true disciples, and inner disciples, outer elders and prospective inner disciples from the outer sect were also invited. The latter were disciples who had achieved foundational cultivation and were on the cusp of entering the inner sect, ready to choose their respective subsects during the recruitment ceremony. Several years had passed since the last recruitment event, during which 4 disciples had broken through to foundational cultivation, 3 of whom were Nan Wang and his companions. The second senior brother casually refined several pills, fulfilling the requirements for 3/4 of the outer sect's prospective inner disciples. Yet compared to the unattainable, millennium-rare second senior brother of Qingyun Sect, the circumstances of Nan Wang and his peers only fueled the envy of the outer disciples. On the eve of the conference, Nan Wang and his friends gathered one last time to discuss their paths. Nan Wang appeared distracted, his thoughts wandering as he played cards, lost in contemplation. Luo Xiao, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "Is it really necessary for you to be this anxious? You're not alone. We're all here." Yuan he added objectively, "Although tomorrow marks our entry into the subsect, we are not the main characters. The elders' recruitment is a trivial matter compared to this election. We merely need to go through the process." Luo Xiao sighed, after finally breaking through to foundational cultivation and attending the recruitment ceremony, to find ourselves in the background. Who could have anticipated that? Yuan he reassured him, "These are merely external matters. For cultivators, the realm of cultivation is paramount. Do not fixate on such ephemeral issues, Brother Luo." Luo Xiao nodded repeatedly, saying, "I understand. I was just expressing my thoughts." Nan Wang's hand trembled as he held the cards, his emotions in disarray. He felt trapped by circumstances, unable to escape. What awaited him the next day was a thought he dared not entertain. Luo Xiao said, "This will be your first time witnessing the master select disciples, right? The grandeur of the event is unparalleled. Let me tell you, Brother Luo." Nan Wang desperately sought to divert the conversation from the 4th true disciple. "By the way, have you decided which subsect you wish to join?" Luo Xiao looked at him in confusion. "Is that even a question? We can't possibly part ways." Yuan he analyzed the situation, stating, "I lack the fire spirit root and the familial connections to acquire rare flames, so I'm not suited for the alchemy or Qi sects. The formation sect's requirements for body refinement are too stringent. The sword sect is indeed more fitting for me." Nan Wang sobs, noticing something amiss. Luo Xiao asked, "What is wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Nan Wang shielded his face with his hand. "It's just tears of excitement." His friends were all destined for the sword sect, yet he felt he could not join them. Luo Xiao cheerfully exclaimed, "Brothers for life. Once we reach the sword sect, we will discuss our paths together." Yuan he nodded slightly in agreement. Nan Wang sobs his sword sect, his senior sister, his lineage, his dear brothers. Sobs soon. The day of the conference arrived. In the Qingyun Great Hall, the audience was abuzz with astonishment. The reason was simple. Seated in the position of the true disciple was someone who should not have been there. 5th junior sister, Lingji. Aside from select few who knew the truth, the rest were dumbfounded. Is this really 5th junior sister? Am I seeing things? No, what does this mean? She has walked through the ancestral tomb. Is this a ruse, a resurrection? Bah, she is perfectly fine. Who spread such foolish rumors? If 5th junior sister is alive, then the Qi sect has a true disciple, which means Yuhui. Something is amiss. This situation feels wrong. The crowd buzzed with chatter, especially the disciples from the Qi sect, each rendered utterly incredulous. The seats of the true disciples remained arranged in order, and indeed, there was an empty position between Zhan Chunming and Lingji. In the past, when a seat was vacant, the spirit tea, spirit wine, and spirit fruits placed in front of it would also remain untouched, for that seat would go unoccupied, rendering any offerings a waste. However, today was different. On the small table before the 4th true disciple, spirit tea, and spirit fruits identical to those of the other disciples were laid out. This subtle change hinted that someone would undoubtedly fill this long vacant seat today. Alas, due to the fourth disciple's inability to consume alcohol, no spirit wine was prepared, not even once. Would this be the case going forward? Without spirit wine to sip, Zhang Chunming could only nibble on the spirit fruits, his mood visibly dampened. Lingji, equally discontent, angrily gnawed on her spirit fruit, producing a series of crunching sounds. How could my senior brother be so despicable? Such a significant matter, and he didn't even inform me beforehand. Am I no longer his favorite little junior sister? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Are you two finished? If you wish to complain, seek out the one deserving of your grievances. What is the purpose of your display here? Chu Songping, occupied with the affairs concerning the injury of the Dan sect elder, had already been frazzled and irritable. Witnessing the two rascals creating a symphony with their spirit fruits only exacerbated his headache. Second brother, spare me. Your bottle of celestial grade 9 rebirth pills did not elicit even a word of truth from senior brother. Lingji slumped onto the table, her gaze traversing the tall form of Zhang Chunming to land upon Chu Songping's face. She was in an exceptionally foul mood today. Anyone who approached would surely feel her wrath, even Chu Songping. You! Chu Songping blushed with indignation, the surrounding yellow sand beginning to converge ominously, as if a storm was brewing. Unfazed, Lingji's thousand-flower bell chimed without a breeze. Caught in the middle, Zhang Chunming hesitated for a moment before. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ahem. At this critical juncture, it was Du Shuling who intervened to quell the internal strife among the true disciples. What are you all acting like? Crunch, crunch, crunch. The conversations among the true disciples were audible to those seated nearby, but for individuals like Nan Wang, not a single word reached their ears. In such gatherings, seating was determined by cultivation level, and newcomers like Nan Wang, who had just crossed the threshold of qi refinement, could only sit at the very back, gathering dust. Yet, although they could not hear the words, the scene was still clear. Luo Shuyo and Yuan He were no fools. Upon spotting Lingji, Luo Shuyo immediately reacted, casting a suspicious glance at Nan Wang. You knew fifth junior sister was still alive all along, didn't you? What are you talking about, brother Luo? Huh? How could I possibly know that? Nan Wang feigned an explanation, his smile exceedingly stiff. I just found out, can you believe it? Fifth junior sister is actually alive. What a tremendous joy. Luo Shuyo rolled his eyes dramatically. Yuan, he remarked, Nan, brother, has anyone ever told you that you're not skilled at lying? Embarrassed, Nan Wang lowered his head, resembling a quail. Chapter 63. The fourth true transmission. The purpose of this intersect assembly is evident to all discerning eyes. It is to announce the fabled fourth true transmission. However, at this moment, the fact that Lingji is still alive has overshadowed the significance of the fourth true transmission. Lingji is not dead. Indeed, she lives. Not only is she alive, but she's also quite spirited, bantering with the second senior brother with great vigor. The disciples at the table exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. Logically, there should be one true transmission disciple per subsect, yet the distribution within the Qingyun Sect is markedly uneven. Du Shuling and Zhu Tianke are both in the Sword Sect, sharing the title of the first true transmission, while Chu Songping belongs to both the Alchemy and Law sects, thus occupying 2 slots single-handedly. Zhang Chunming and Lingji represent the most standard allocation of 1 per sect. So, where could the elusive fourth true transmission possibly emerge from? It is clear that the Sword Sect cannot produce another true transmission. Otherwise, it would have established itself independently. As for alchemy and magic, no one in the entire cultivation world can surpass Chu Songping. Selecting the fourth true transmission from these 2 subsects would be tantamount to public execution for the chosen disciple. Consequently, the origin of the fourth true transmission can only lie with the Erase Sect or the Artifact Sect. The Erase Sect has stringent requirements for physical conditioning, making it nearly impossible for the average person to qualify. Additionally, the Erase Sect is tasked with maintaining the grand formations of various sects and regularly reinforcing the Central Plane seals, often facing a shortage of manpower. Any suitable candidate for array cultivation would quickly become the talk of the sect, yet there have been no recent rumors, indicating that the fourth true transmission cannot come from the array sect. Eliminating all other possibilities, the only remaining candidate for the fourth true transmission is the artifact sect. With this analysis in place, the attending disciples turned their gazes towards Yu Hui of the artifact sect. It is well known that Yu Hui has a contentious relationship with the fifth junior sister, suggesting that there may be a spectacle to behold. Soon, the appointed time arrived. The sword sect leisurely approached the stage to commence their address. Ordinarily, the Grand Elder of the sword sect would preside over the assembly. But due to the Grand Elder's unsuitability for the task, the second Elder has always taken on this responsibility. Without any preamble, the second Elder dove straight into the matter at hand. Dear friends, today we convene this sect assembly upon the command of the immortal sovereign to celebrate the addition of a new true transmission disciple under the sovereign's guidance. Immediately, the hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Although most had already surmised the assembly's intent, the difference between private speculation and official confirmation is stark. In the back row, Luo Shiyo spoke with a tone laced with bitterness. At the very least, mention us. We are also on the verge of entering the inner sect. Is the sovereign's acceptance of disciples more significant than the elders? Yuan He attempted to console him. Perhaps today, this assembly is solely for the fourth senior brother, and it does not concern us. In a few days, they might even hold a separate acceptance ceremony for us. Luo Shiyo retorted, You are being overly optimistic. If that were the case, it would be splendid. By the way, how do you know it's the fourth senior brother? What if it's the fourth senior sister? Yuan He, puzzled, responded, Didn't you tell me, Luo brother, that Yu Hui from the artifact sect was the definitive candidate for the fourth true transmission? Luo Shiyo glanced at Yu Hui, standing tall and proud in the distance, and scoffed. I did think so initially, but given the current atmosphere, it seems quite unlikely. Yuan He inquired, What do you mean? Luo Shiyo explained, The identity of a true transmission disciple is not a secret. There is no need for confidentiality. Anyone who has entered the Panlong Hall or has been summoned by the sovereign would have their identity spread throughout the sect in no time, should they wish. During the time of the second senior brother and the fifth junior sister, the entire sect was already aware of the true transmission's identity before the assembly commenced. Yet this time, we still lack a definitive conclusion. Just look at Yu Hui's smug expression. Does he strike you as a humble and reserved individual? Yuan He mused. Indeed, this situation appears rather peculiar. What do you think, Nan brother? Nan Wang. How does he see it? He was drenched in sweat, staring blankly. His cup of spiritual tea was empty, leaving only the hollow vessel behind. Silently gripping the cup, he felt stiff all over, his eyes slightly red. On the verge of tears, Luo Shiyo remarked, Nan Wang, what is wrong with you? You've been out of sorts since entering, not saying a word. Goodness, why are you drenched in sweat? Are you injured, or is your cultivation going awry? Nan Wang sniffled. Woo-woo. More severe than injury or misfortune. He was on the brink of social death. Yuan He pushed his cup of tea towards Nan Wang, expressing concern. Nan brother, your condition seems off. Should we leave? This matter today has little to do with us, and at worst, we can apologize to the elders in a few days. Nan Wang stammered. We cannot leave. I might have to go up soon. Luo Shiyo did not catch that. What did you say? Where are you going? Nan Wang wiped his tears and uttered 3 words. The guillotine. Luo Shiyo. In the distance, after the second elder's opening remarks, the elder of the artifact sect was the first to speak, his words laced with dissatisfaction. The sovereign has yet to appear. Yet we have taken it upon ourselves to commence the assembly. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? Before he could finish, all the inner sect elders, including the true transmission disciples, cast puzzled glances at him. The sole exception was Lingji, whose gaze held no confusion, only sarcasm. Today, the demeanor of the elder from the artifact sect was markedly different. Perhaps he believed that his son was about to become the fourth true transmission, and he would soar to new heights as a result. Thus his voice carried more volume, revealing ambitions long concealed. The second elder of the sword sect narrowed his eyes, grinning as he replied, Oh dear, it is all my fault. At my age, my memory fails me. I forgot to inform everyone that the sovereign will not be attending this assembly. He deliberately paused. Watching the artifact sect elder frowned before continuing. During our absence from the sect, the sovereign has already accepted the fourth true transmission. Today's assembly is primarily for us old fellows to meet the newcomer. Senior brother, what do you think? The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect interjected at the opportune moment to support his junior. Indeed, that was my intention. I wonder what Elder you has to say. The artifact sect elder's expression instantly soured. Not just him. Yu Hui, seated beside him, also turned pale. What does it mean that the sovereign has already accepted someone? When did this occur? How could he be unaware? No one had informed him. The artifact sect elder coldly retorted. Senior brother, do not jest. When did the sovereign accept the fourth true transmission, and why was I not informed? Upon hearing this, the gazes of the other elders turned even more curious. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, known for his bluntness, remarked, "Oh, so you didn't know. What about the rest? Is there anyone else who is unaware?" A profound silence fell over the elders' table. The artifact sect elder hesitated for a moment before rage surged within him. You all, not far away. Lingji muttered, I didn't know either. I only just found out from the senior sister. Zhang Qinming added, we are different. This matter does not require us to be informed. Lingji, it is understandable that the immortal sovereign did not share with us. But how can my senior brother also withhold information from me? Zhang Qinming, indeed, he is at fault. When he arrives, I shall impose a fine of spirit tea upon him. Oh, but he cannot partake in wine. We must accompany him with spirit tea instead. Ling Jingf. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect slammed the Yangyan sword onto the table. Speaking in a deep voice, the sovereign of the sect has the liberty to choose whom to reveal his disciples to. Is there something Elder you wishes to express? Although the Elder of the Instrument Sect was seething with anger, he lacked the courage to confront the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect directly, and thus, he could only retreat from the confrontation, gritting his teeth as he said, in that case, please hasten to announce the name of the true disciple, senior brother. Even at this juncture, he firmly believed that Yu Hui was the sole candidate for the fourth true transmission. He could not fathom that anyone in the current Qingyun Sect could be more suited to become a true disciple than Yu Hui. The second elder spoke leisurely. The fourth true transmission has always been unique, and this time it is exceptionally special. It is not for me to announce. Let this young friend reveal himself. Now, young friend, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Take your seat. From the farthest corner of the disciples' seats, a figure unsteadily rose, taking heavy steps forward. Nan Wang, where are you going? No. Which direction are you headed? Luo Shuyo reached out to grasp Nan Wang's sleeve, but only managed to let it slip through his fingers. He attempted to reach again, but could no longer grasp it. In the next moment, Yuan He gaped in disbelief, staring at Luo Shuyo. Luo Shuyo, realizing too late, inhaled sharply, nearly forgetting how to breathe, almost suffocating himself. With a heart heavy as ash, Nan Wang faced countless astonished, bewildered, and incredulous gazes, stepping forward to the stage. Hanging from his waist was the disciple token of the fourth true transmission, swaying with each step and causing every gaze that fell upon it to tremble violently. The second elder of the Sword Sect, speaking as if rehearsed, truly deserving of the immortal sovereign's esteem, such integrity and bearing. Congratulations to the sovereign for accepting such a remarkable disciple, adding another stalwart to our sect. With that, he clasped his hands together and began to applaud. The other elders, showing due respect, joined in the applause, except for the elder of the Instrument Sect, who was still in shock. With the elders leading, even the most perplexed disciples present had no choice but to join in the clapping. In an instant, the grand hall echoed with thunderous applause. As the protagonist, Nan Wang struggled to muster a smile that was more grim than a frown. The second elder shifted his tone, speaking earnestly. At present, the Talismonger sect has no elder. Upon your arrival, young friend, you shall bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the branch sect. As one who has walked this path, I shall offer you a few words of guidance, and I hope you do not think me presumptuous for my age. Nan Wang. What revitalization of the branch sect? I have not heard of this. The second elder continued. Matters of the sect Maybe consulted with your senior sister. The inner disciples will heed your instructions. However, the talisman-making arts of the Qingyun Sect have languished for too long. If you are inclined, you may seek counsel from Elder Nan Wang. Who is he, and where is he? Chapter 64. The exquisite pagoda, the assembly was enveloped in astonishment. The one who dared to question the elder of the artifact sect was none other than the traditionally reticent and unassuming fifth junior sister, Lingji. Whispers began to ripple through the disciples. Fifth junior sister actually spoke such words. What on earth has transpired? While others might find fortune after surviving calamity, her transformation seemed to herald endless trouble. It was simply unthinkable. When had it ever been the case that a disciple could openly challenge an elder? And when could an elder question the edicts of the immortal master? Today, it was indeed a grand spectacle. Hence, no one seemed to care about the fourth true transmission anymore. What had truly occurred? Though some among the audience voiced support for Lingji, the majority expressed discontent at her audacity. If anything, to openly challenge the decision of the sect master and the immortal master was undeniably improper. Yet, even if it was improper, it should not have been Lingji who raised the objection. Emotionally, Lingji was a disciple of the artifact sect, serving under Elder Yu. She ought not to confront her master in public. Logically, with so many elders present, none had spoken yet. How could it be her turn? All eyes were fixed upon Lingji, awaiting her next move with bated breath. In a corner that went unnoticed, Chu Songping gradually dissipated an ominous aura from his hand. No matter what transpired, Yanhua would not overlook her mischievous companion, casting him a reproachful glare to encourage him to behave. Chu Songping lifted his spirit tea to drink, appearing utterly unconcerned and unrepentant, which only served to infuriate Yanhua further. The elder of the artifact sect was flabbergasted by Lingji's public provocation. Rebellious disciple, what are you saying? Do you have a place to speak here? Lingji stood her ground, facing him directly. The sect rules must not be trifled with. If anyone can voice dissent against the immortal master's decisions, the Qingyun Sect would surely descend into chaos. Her words rang true, even without her input. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, the Second Elder, or even some hidden true transmission disciples would eventually speak up. However, it was inappropriate for her to be the one to do so. In a fit of rage, the Elder of the Artifact Sect lost his composure, launching into a tirade. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Thus, the strong can certainly oppose the weak. Lingji retorted, if, according to your logic, you can voice dissent, then I can voice dissent even more. You cannot. The elder shouted, his frustration mounting. He could accept dissenting voices, but he could not tolerate that voice belonging to Lingji. Lingji. What sort of Lingji is this? If it weren't for her timely intervention, the title of true disciple would have long been mine. With a sudden glimmer in his eye, the elder's gaze fell sharply upon Nan Wang, who stood dumbfounded and confused. I always knew your connection with that useless disciple was extraordinary. I never expected you to reach such a point of moral confusion. Nan Wang weakly protested. Nonsense. Ignoring him, the elder turned back to Lingji. With such disrespect for your elders and such obstinacy, I can no longer teach you. From this day forth, you shall leave my sect and seek your own path. I bear no resentment if the master wishes to expel me. However, since the master can publicly voice grievances, I too have grievances that ought to be expressed. Lingji's response bewildered everyone. It was not only her words that seemed peculiar, but her demeanor, expression, and tone were utterly extraordinary. She remained unervingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation throughout the quarrel. In stark contrast to the elder's furious outbursts and personal attacks, she appeared aloof, serene, and unyielding, utterly unmoved. Despite her youth and diminutive stature, even when standing, she barely surpassed the height of the table. Nevertheless, her current posture evoked the image of an unshakable stone tower, steadfast and resolute. It was only at this moment that some disciples realized that the fifth junior sister, often overlooked among the true disciples, was not as weak as the rumor suggested. In reality, it might be quite the opposite, unperturbed by external circumstances, unaffected by personal grievances. She embodied the essence of a heart untainted by worldly distractions. Just as the stalwart Zhang Chunming could forge an immovable stone tower with his indomitable flesh. Lingji could construct an exquisite, unassailable pagoda with her astute mind. Perhaps due to Lingji's words not being fully articulated, the elder of the artifact sect misinterpreted her as engaging in a retreating form of argument. With a scoff, he declared, "There is a time and place for matters. Your ignorance of proper protocol is truly disheartening. I am here to discuss the fourth true transmission. Do you have anything of greater importance to say?" "Indeed, I do." Lingji interrupted the elder's admonishment. "What I wish to discuss pertains to the first true transmission, the matter of senior sister." "What? Duke Shuling? What could possibly concern Du Shuling?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, his hawk-like gaze fixated upon Du Shuling, as if attempting to see through her. Du Shuling remained silent, sipping her tea, while on either side of her, Zhu Tianke and Chu Songping similarly chose to sip their tea. This almost provocative act ignited a near-explosive fury in the elder, whose temper was already fraying. Lingji continued, "It is well known that senior sister intends to forge her life sword, and for that, she requires the most skilled artisan within the sect." The elder, seething with rage, retorted, "And so?" Lingji replied, "Thus, I naturally have objections. Why was the decision to forge senior sister's life sword ultimately made by you, master? Who decreed that you are the most skilled artisan in the sect?" The elder, thoroughly exasperated, shouted, "Preposterous! Who else but me is the most skilled artisan in the sect? Could it possibly be you?" Lingji nodded. "Naturally, it is I." Silence enveloped the room. After a moment, the elder erupted into laughter. Then his expression hardened. "You may have seized the title of true disciple, but you are nothing but a failure, lacking in virtue, and have achieved nothing in the art of forging. Today you speak such audacity, surpassing your seniors and even your master, to claim the title of the most skilled artisan in the artifact sect. It's utterly laughable." Lingji countered, "As the ancients say, disciples need not be inferior to their masters, nor must masters be superior to their disciples. Your words imply a rigid hierarchy, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. It appears that your own character is not as lofty as you believe. Insane. You are completely mad." The elder scoffed repeatedly, mocking her. Lingji declared, "You have stated that the cultivation world values strength. Why should the strong not voice their dissent? I am the most skilled artisan in the Qingyun Sect, and why should I not demand to forge senior sister's life spirit sword?" The elder, pushed to his limits, bellowed, "Absurd! Absurd!" Spittle flew as he spoke, splattering onto Nan Wang, who was attempting to defend himself. At the moment when the conflict between the two individuals erupted, the second elder of the sword sect swiftly retreated to the elder's seat, clearly indicating his unwillingness to intervene. However, Nan Wang found himself in a different predicament. He had nowhere to escape. At that moment, he was sandwiched between Ling Ji and the elder of the Qi sect, grappling with the dilemma of whether to mediate the dispute. Yet, Ling Ji's outburst was meticulously premeditated, with every gesture and utterance carefully orchestrated, leaving no room for error. Meanwhile, he felt completely detached from the situation, his thoughts swirling in chaos, unsure of how to even begin to intervene. All he could do was strive to maintain a fade of calm, while internally screaming, "Woe is me! How terrifying! Who am I? Where am I? I want to go home." Suddenly, Ling Ji turned to him, offering a disarming smile. "Fourth senior brother, why don't you go sit with third senior brother for now? This matter doesn't concern you at the moment." The unexpected reprieve came so suddenly that, although Nan Wang's mind remained clouded, his body instinctively fled the scene, gravitating toward the empty seat beside Zhang Chunming. The moment he settled down, clarity returned to his consciousness. He anxiously glanced toward Ling Ji, pondering, "Is fifth junior sister going to be all right? Should I do something?" "You have no part in this. Just drink." "Never mind, have some tea," Zhang Chunming interjected, forcibly placing a cup of spirit tea into Nan Wang's hands, guiding him to join the circle of true disciples engaged in their tea-drinking ritual. Nan Wang remained silent. Zhang Chunming was entirely disinterested in the clash between Ling Ji and the elder of the Qi sect. His attention was focused solely on another matter. "Your cultivation level needs urgent improvement. Otherwise, There will be no wine at future feasts. How are we to live like this? After a moment of contemplation, Nan Wang voiced his confusion. Why is it that if I cannot drink, there will be no wine at the banquet? Am I really that significant? Oh dear, my ancestor! Zhan Chanming exclaimed, thumping his chest in exasperation. Everything at the banquet is prepared by your senior sister. If you don't drink, she won't prepare any wine. The wine of the Sword Sect is a unique treasure of our sect. You truly, sigh? Nan Wang pondered. Is it possible that the crux of the issue lies not in my ability to drink, but rather in my senior sister's bias? While they exchanged banter, the battle between Ling Ji and the elder of the Qi sect persisted unabated. Very well, though I do not understand why you harbor such delusions as your former master. I shall impart this final lesson. The elder of the Qi sect waved his hand, conjuring a quill in the air, inscribing a boldly written challenge. Since you believe your skills in crafting artifacts surpass mine and are prepared to forge a life sword for your senior sister, let us compete. We shall both forge Du Shuling's life sword today. Should you lose, relinquish the title of fifth true disciple and depart from my Qi sect. Do you dare accept this challenge? Ling Ji smiled, raising her hand without hesitation to sign her name. Of course, she accepted. In fact, this was precisely her intention. She had promised her senior brother that on the day she forged her sword, the entire sect would come to witness. The elders would open the treasure vault of the Qi sect, allowing her to select the most precious artifacts, and she would use the finest materials from the sect to craft a sword of unparalleled excellence for her senior sister. Chapter 65. The Duel of Artifacts. What does it mean to compete on the same stage? To simultaneously forge one's own sword? Something seems off. Could it be a duel of artifacts? Incredible. A contract has been signed. It truly is a duel of artifacts. The term duel of artifacts swiftly spread throughout the Grand Hall. This duel refers to two weaponsmiths igniting their furnaces simultaneously to forge artifacts of the same nature, with several mutually recognized cultivators serving as judges. They evaluate the artifacts based on their grade, purpose, and compatibility with the user to determine the victor. It resembles a battle of cultivators, albeit in a different form. Such events typically occur between different sects, existing as a form of wager. Most disciples present had never witnessed a genuine duel of artifacts. They had only heard tales. Nevertheless, all who had heard of it understood the immense risks involved. The stakes of a duel carry a high level of seriousness, equivalent to making a life-and-death vow to the heavens. The defeated party must fulfill the wager, or risk stagnation in their cultivation at best, and death at worst, with no remedy available. Furthermore, regardless of how the wager is completed, the loser is likely to develop inner demons, resulting in significant losses in cultivation. Of course, in any wager, there is a victor. The one who triumphs in a duel of artifacts not only secures the wager, but also gains invaluable insights into the art of crafting. Such insights are exceedingly precious for cultivators. Everyone aspires to be the winner. No one wishes to be the loser. Thus, in typical circumstances, the participants in a duel of artifacts are of comparable strength, forging artifacts of similar quality, with judges determining the final outcome. However, this time, a disciple challenges their master. A true disciple challenges an elder. More specifically, a 9-year-old foundational cultivator, who lacks even a defined rank, dares to challenge a centuries-old superior artifact master. Is this not akin to seeking one's own demise? The onlookers are perplexed. What has happened to the fifth junior sister? Has she perhaps encountered a deviation in her cultivation, leading to a loss of clarity? In front of so many witnesses, she boldly swears an oath to challenge the elder. What is her intention? And how does she plan to conclude this? Was it not said that the 7 apertures Linglong heart would not succumb to madness? What is happening? What does the fifth junior sister truly desire? This is not a duel of artifacts. It is a display of defiance. The mistakes of a disciple are equally the mistakes of a master. An elder Yu's actions are indeed inappropriate. Such a thing as expelling a true disciple has never occurred. Where are the other true disciples? Do they not know to intervene? It is quite strange that the fifth junior sister would so boldly offend her elder. Yet none of the elders have spoken up. Amidst the murmurs below, the conversation between the two on stage continues. The elder of the artifact sect declares, A duel of artifacts should not be delayed. The timing is perfect. It is an auspicious moment to ignite the furnace and forge the sword. Would you not agree, little friend Lingji? The corners of Lingji's mouth remain curved upwards. I share the same sentiment, master. The elder scoffs derisively. He does not believe he will lose, yet one thing perplexes him. While it is one thing for Lingji to provoke him in ignorance, this life and death contract of a duel of artifacts is no trifling matter. Given the degree to which the Qingyun Sect protects its true disciples, how is it that none of the elders or other true disciples have intervened? Is this normal? The elder's gaze swept across his colleagues and the usually united true disciples. Everyone is tense, watching the unfolding situation. Yet not a single person shows any intention of stopping it. Such abnormality suggests ulterior motives. Could it be that there was a premeditated scheme? This thought flitted through the elder's mind before he quickly dismissed it. Absurd. Even if there were a conspiracy, it should not pertain to a duel of artifacts. Regardless, a mere Lingji could not possibly defeat him in the art of crafting. Not only is her quenching method flawed, but even if she had mastered the correct technique, what then? How many years has she spent learning the craft? Forging is not a simple endeavor. Even if talent is paramount, even the greatest gifts require extensive practice to manifest. Master, please step aside. Lingji interjects, seemingly impatient. The elder snorts and strides towards the inner hall, with Lingji following closely behind, unhurriedly trailing him as she had done countless times before. Yet, this time would be the last of her life. After today, there would be no more master, nor would there be a fifth junior sister of the artifact sect. As the two principal figures depart, all disciples rise from their seats, preparing to proceed to the inner hall's plaza. The inner gate elders and true disciples lead the way, moving until their figures vanish completely before the other disciples begin to stir. Nan Wang, newly appointed as the fourth true disciple, follows along with the others. However, mingling among the true disciples feels akin to a ground chicken among a flock of cranes. The gazes directed at him are so intense that he feels as if he is being pierced. Were it not for the pressing matter of the fifth junior sister, he might have sought a crack in the ground to hide. Nan Wang knows nothing of the art of crafting, but he understands wagers. This current wager strikes him as particularly strange. Why is it that only the fifth junior sister has a stake in the duel against the elder? What would happen if the elder were to lose? The elder believes he will not be defeated, hence no stake has been put forth. Zhan, Chenming sighs. Nan Wang, perplexed, responds, is a wager valid when only one party has a stake? How could the fifth junior sister agree to such a wager? Zhan, Chenming shrugs. The fifth junior sister also believes she will not lose, which is why she accepted. Nan Wang retorts, if she is so confident of victory, should she not seize the opportunity to extract a prize from the elder? He is of considerable age. Surely he possesses many valuable items. That depends on how the fifth junior sister chooses to calculate her chances. Zhan Chenming replies with a weary sigh. He can vaguely guess the reasons why the fifth junior sister does not demand a stake from the elder. Yet, such speculation does not align with her usual demeanor, and he feels it best to remain silent. Du Shuling, walking ahead of them, overhears their conversation but, like Zhan Chenming, chooses to remain silent. With so many unwilling to speak, it is unexpectedly Chu Songping who finally addresses Nan Wang. If one day you would challenge me to a duel of pills, what would you have me wager? The term duel of pills implies a wager akin to that of artifacts. After a considerable time, Nan Wang's voice finally emerged, faint and trembling. Although I believe such a day may never come if I were to have even the slightest chance of defeating second senior brother, I would likely ask him to refine the 9 turns rebirth pill for me. For a lifetime, no, perhaps just half a lifetime? Chu Songping, without turning around, replied. In that case, the wager could be established. Nan Wang cautiously inquired, then, what wager do you require from me, second senior brother? Chu Songping stated simply, none. Nan Wang quickly grasped the implication of Chu Songping's words. Indeed, there was nothing of value on him that second senior brother would desire. Chu Songping then glanced back at him. Isn't that quite clear? Nan Wang hesitated. It seemed he began to comprehend. He harbored ambitions towards Chu Songping. Yet Chu Songping held no such designs upon him. To establish the wager, Chu Songping would provide the stake, but he himself need not contribute for. Chu Songping harbored no ambitions towards him, and even the slightest probability of defeat was non-existent. They were unequal. Chu Songping was illustrating to him why Ling Ji had not required an elder from the artifact sect to put forth a wager, yet had signed a grand name. Because all she desired was the establishment of the wager. However, though Nan Wang counted himself among the few present who did not believe Ling Ji would lose, he could not help but ponder. Wasn't there at least an equal standing between Ling Ji and the elder of the artifact sect? Could Ling Ji's prowess truly surpass that of the elder by such a margin? The inner hall square soon filled with people. At the elder's request, the disciples of the artifact sect proceeded to the sect's repository, opening its doors for both parties to select refining materials at will. Zhang Qinming established a teleportation array at the scene, connecting the inner hall square with the artifact sect's repository for the convenience of both individuals. Nan Wang had only visited the inner hall once before to retrieve the newly reincarnated rabbit. The thought of a Nua's situation weighed heavily on his heart, already burdened by his fifth junior sister's bold confrontation with the elder of the artifact sect. Today, Nua was unable to accompany him, as the crowd was overwhelming. Fearing for her safety, he had advised her to remain in the Panlong Hall as a precaution. Given the current circumstances, to be honest, this situation had already devolved into the very contingency Nan Wang had anticipated. With matters escalating thus, it was only logical for the master Xianzuan to intervene and maintain order. From a distance, Nan Wang observed Ling Ji and the elder of the artifact sect encircled by the throng, and he let out a deep sigh. His fifth junior sister's distraction had indeed shifted much of the crowd's attention away from him, the newly minted fourth true inheritor. Yet, the prospect of her contesting the artifact was undeniably concerning. Perhaps due to the intensity of Nan Wang's worried gaze, Ling Ji seemed to sense it. She turned back and met his eyes, offering a gentle smile and forming her lips into a reassuring shape. Instantly, Nan Wang's racing heart found solace. Nothing would go awry. After all, she was his fifth junior sister. The future leader of all artifact cultivators would certainly not falter. Chapter 66. Mind your own business regarding artifact refinement. Before the official commencement of the artifact contest, the selection of judges was imperative. Naturally, the highest-ranking individual present was the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, who took his seat without question. The second elder, despite initially declining several times, was ultimately persuaded by the fervent encouragement of the crowd and settled into his chair with an air of nonchalance. The elder of the Dan sect, still recovering from serious injuries, lacked the energy to partake in the adjudication and opted for the audience seating instead. Elder Qi of the Array sect, known for his disdain towards internal disputes, carried his wine jug and departed, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the contest. Yan Huai, citing his limited understanding of artifacts, graciously declined the role of judge and instead took a seat beside Chu Songping. For him, the priority was to ensure that his troublesome companion did not cause any disturbances, rather than focusing on the contest itself. Among the true disciples, Du Shuling was the central figure of this artifact contest, with Lingji and the elder of the artifact sect forging her fated sword. Thus, she abstained from judging and merely provided feedback on its use. Among the remaining participants, Chu Songping was kept under Yan Huai's watchful eye, unable to take the stage, while Zhang Chunming aligned himself with his master's wishes, escorting others away before returning to the audience. As for Nan Wang, he had no part in this affair. In the end, only Zhu Tianke among the true disciples was invited to take a seat. The elder of the artifact sect let out a cold snort, clearly displeased by Zhu Tianke's presence. In his eyes, the true disciples would inevitably protect one another, leading to biased judgments, which only fueled his dissatisfaction. However, subsequent events effectively silenced his grievances. Aside from the 3 seats occupied by the elders and true disciples, the remaining 7 were filled by disciples of the artifact sect, including the elder's own offspring, Yu Hui. The instigator of this peculiar situation was none other than Lingji, who asserted that expertise lies in specialization. Thus, the merits and flaws of artifacts could only be discerned by the senior brothers and sisters of the artifact sect. Even if the elder harbored discontent towards Lingji, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her reasoning in this matter. With the judges finalized, the artifact contest commenced in earnest. Excluding the judges, the majority of disciples stood, and the audience seating was pitifully sparse. However, the newly promoted fourth true disciple, Nan Wang, fortuitously secured one of those seats. To his left sat Zhang Chunming, while to his right were Chu Songping and Yin Huai, leaving him feeling out of place, an observation he had grown weary of expressing. In the center of the square stood two artifact furnaces, one on the left and one on the right. As the artifact refinement unfolded under the watchful eyes of the crowd, all disciples had the opportunity to move about and observe. Yet most congregated near the elder of the artifact sect. While the ordinary disciples could be excused for their enthusiasm, it was disconcerting that even the inner disciples serving as judges fixated intently on the elder's furnace. Every gesture of the elder elicited a chorus of exclamations, and one disciple even produced a recording stone to document the refinement process, clearly eager to curry favor. Such a spectacle caused Nan Wang's brow to furrow with concern. Though he understood that artifact refinement paralleled alchemy in its reliance on sect inheritance, and that even inner disciples had limited chances to witness the complete refinement process, he felt it was only fair for the judges to maintain an impartial perspective towards both sides. Why focus solely on the elder of the artifact sect and neglect Lingji? Turning to Zhang Chunming, he inquired, "Third brother, is there something amiss with the judging panel?" Zhang Chunming, taking a hearty swig from the wine he had borrowed from his master, simply replied, "Mind your own business." Nan Wang remained troubled, but Zhang Chunming reiterated, "Fifth junior sister has her own considerations." Nan Wang pondered, perplexed by why he alone was worried for fifth junior sister. The others appeared not only calm, but also remarkably synchronized in their demeanor, as if they had conspired beforehand. Could it be that they had indeed conspired in advance? Lowering his voice, he quietly asked, "Third brother, did fifth junior sister mention anything to you beforehand?" Zhang Chunming quickly confirmed, not denying it. "Yes." "What did she say?" Nan Wang pressed. Zhang Chunming laughed heartily. "Mind your own business." Nan Wang realized, so that's it. It seems fifth junior sister is genuinely confident this time. Reflecting further, he concluded that had fifth junior sister not communicated anything prior, she would have likely been interrupted the moment she attempted to provoke their elders in front of such a large audience. Even if the true disciples remained silent, the numerous elders from other sects would hardly passively observe fifth junior sister's affront without taking action. Thus, it dawned on him that today's events were entirely orchestrated by fifth junior sister. From Nan Wang's perspective, he was even grateful that she had made such a spectacle, drawing attention and allowing him to sit comfortably as an audience member. The furnaces ignited. As the crowd erupted in exclamations, the two artifact furnaces slowly came to life. Du Shuling retrieved an abandoned glazed sword and placed it upon the bronze sword rack that the disciples of the artifact sect had just moved to the stage, allowing the two artifact refiners to examine it. The crafting of a fated sword is considerably more intricate than that of an ordinary artifact. While ordinary artifacts merely need to meet the user's requirements and purposes, a fated sword must be interdependent with the cultivator, necessitating consideration of the cultivator's abilities, character, and cultivation during the forging process. Given that both the elder of the artifact sect and fifth junior sister were familiar with Du Shuling, they could bypass the step of studying the user and focus solely on the original fated sword instead. This glazed sword, crafted by Du Shuling's younger sister, Du Shuangyan, was at the heart of their complex relationship, which was no secret. Du Shuling had publicly expelled Du Shuangyan from the sect, an event unknown to the elder of the artifact sect at the time due to his absence. However, with the elders now returned, the disciples of the artifact sect would undoubtedly report Du Shuling's every action and word to the elders. Since the elders returned nearly a month ago, they had not approached Du Shuling regarding this matter, indicating their lack of concern for Du Shuangyan. Indeed, the elder of the artifact sect merely glanced at the discarded glazed sword and, after a brief moment, set it aside and turned to the teleportation array to select materials for forging. In his eyes, Du Shuangyin was merely an ordinary disciple who had secured her position in the sect through Du Shuoling's connections, mediocre in talent and of little consequence. This glazed sword, crafted by Du Shuangyin, was equally unremarkable and insignificant. As for Du Shuoling, she was merely a reflection of that mediocrity. Lingji approached the glazed sword after the elder of the artifact sect, yet her demeanor starkly contrasted with his. She delicately cradled the spirit sword, meticulously examining its gleaming blade, the sharp edge, and the almost transparent tip under the blazing sun. After a considerable time, her gaze fell upon the elegantly patterned guard and the flawless hilt. Even as the elder of the artifact sect emerged with a heap of materials from the teleportation array, Lingji remained engrossed in her scrutiny of the glazed sword, as if it were a legendary treasure. The elder of the artifact sect scoffed dismissively and commenced processing the materials. The atmosphere during the furnace's ignition was notably grand, distinct from the process of alchemy. Soon, the disciples gathered around the furnace were forced to retreat several steps by the immense heat wave, their faces betraying a sense of trepidation. A copious amount of hot air surged from the surface of the furnace, steam billowing forth, while the sounds of the metallic materials tumbling within resonated more profoundly than thunder itself, each clamor louder than the last, akin to mountains collapsing and oceans roaring. Those with insufficient cultivation were compelled to distance themselves, leaving only those at the mid-stage of chi refinement in the front row. Whispers circulated among the disciples. The moment the materials entered the furnace, the aura was already so formidable. This sword must be extraordinary. Surely, it is a high-grade spiritual sword. Perhaps today we may even witness a celestial-grade spiritual sword. The life-bound sword can ascend alongside its master's cultivation, and it is rare for one to emerge as a celestial grade. Achieving high grade is already at its zenith. With such prowess, one cannot fathom what fifth junior sister intends to contest with. What a farce indeed. Can a true disciple act with such impunity? The sect rules of Qingyun Sect ought to be revised. It is often said that fifth junior sister is unworthy of the title of true disciple. And today, a spectacle confirms this. What a ridiculous scene. The elder of the artifact sect soon completed the addition of all materials and closed the furnace for tempering. As the tempering commenced, the commotion from the furnace grew increasingly thunderous, rumbling as if a storm were brewing. In stark contrast stood the adjacent furnace, which had yet to receive any materials and was merely in the process of preheating. What on earth is fifth junior sister planning? Why is she yet to make a move? It would be better for her to concede outright rather than endure this ordeal. Does she even possess the skills to forge? I heard she was on the verge of leaving the artifact sect for the sword sect. It is merely a broken sword, unworthy of such scrutiny. Truly baffling.